see like some of the behaviors that you always regret about yourself. You go, why am I doing that? What is that? And then you can kind of see the roots of it all, and then you see the cause and effect of interactions with people. I remember one time I had a psychedelic experience, and I was closing my eyes, and I saw positive thoughts as a different pattern. Like I had a negative thought, and the pattern turned like dark, and then I had a positive thought, a bunch of negative, and flowered open, these beautiful patterns. And then it was like the thing, like the mushroom was telling us. Right. That perception. You can lean into negativity if you want to. You want to be a content. There's plenty of content. Yeah. But there's people out there that do that. They're filled with that stuff. I idiots reckon they're right. It's just nice. People love seeing that. It's such a treat for them to hold on to their the things they've been around. And so, like, that's such a great way to describe that. Because really, my failures and my flaws and the things I want to work on and all this stuff are the connection. Like, that's when, like, when I was able to go, man, I think I really have a problem here. I need some help. People were excited to help me, right? Because it gave them a chance to help and sort of connect. And so, as opposed to me thinking I needed to pretend I didn't have a problem or they wouldn't be my friends, it made them so much better friends, knowing like, oh, we can help them. So, and that's just, I keep using sobriety as an example, but just in general, the connection is that, you know, connection is everything. Real connection with people is everything, and you gotta have good people around you. Like this whole idea of being nice. Some people can't be nice. They're surrounded by assholes. They're surrounded by people that are fucking with them and taking from them, ruining their life, and interjecting in their life. Oh, they have to stand up for themselves. For sure. But you've gotta at least aspire to get into a better situation in life and surround yourself somehow. There's a way. I've done it. You've done it. Surround yourself with nice people. 100%. It can be done. Yeah, it can be done. Find a group, find a friend, find a church, and also whatever. So that you attract those people. Figure it out. I was describing my buddy Chris the other day, like what I think the problem is with kind of like modern times. I know that's kind of vague, but it's like I've always seen my life as like I got dealt a card of hand. Some of the cards are really good and some of the cards not good, but that's the hand that was dealt. Right. We've all been dealt some hand of cards. A lot of people bad ones, some people really good ones. We've just been dealt in. And I thought to myself, how can I play these cards? I didn't start bitching about the rules of poker. Like I didn't start going, hey, dealer, maybe we should change the whole board. Like, no, all I can do is play my hand. Yeah, and I think that like that's kind of how I'm viewing modern times, where people would rather complain about the rules of poker instead of just playing the hand the best way they could. What? Now, it's outcast for the first time collectively as a group, and then act like bullies. Mm-hmm. So they act like people have acted to them. Like for the most, it's that old expression, hurt people. Right? So the nastiest, meanest people online. I find, other than like radical white supremacists, Nazis and shit, but just you're talking about social issues, the meanest people is left wing for whatever reason, especially now. And this is not some contemplated or I mean, there's a ton of them. But it's commonplace for people who consider themselves good, kind people to say things like punch a Nazi. Right. And then they get to define what a Nazi is. It has nothing to do with Nazi, nothing to do with hating Jews. You voted Republican. Oh, you're a fascist. Right. Okay. You tell me, first of all, what does that mean? Yeah. You tell me what that means. Tell me what that word, define that word. You throw that word around so often. Yeah. There's a lot of definitions of that word, right wing, authoritarian government, all that stuff. But also, like, forcing people to behave and think in a certain way. That's what they hate about religion. Yeah. And they claim they hate religion because religious people tell them what to think and do. And then they do a religious act of being like liberal. Like, if you don't think like me, you must be bad. Racism's the devil. And it's okay to hate the devil, and so they try to hate. Do you know Mark Hendrickson is? Mm-hmm. He's a brilliant venture capitalist, super genius guy. I've been on my podcast a couple times. He broke the whole woke thing down as a religion, and like
It is.
explain how you can get excommunicated and cast out, and people are fearful of that, so they stay inside the lines. Yeah, there's a doctrine they all follow.
They're using race. Because guess what? Who want to be
It's not
friends
just
with the
race.
racism?
It's also gender. It's also like stupid shit. Like you can be non-binary. If you're a white man, you gotta worry about, hey, I can't even be like fuck with like nothing. No one's discriminating against me. You can become non-binary.
Sure.
You're like, oh great, you still fuck girls.
100%.
You just have to say they them.
Well, for like in my in my observation, like the left used to be really like the cool, the progressive side, the nice side, the good side. Whereas to now, like I'm like, listen to yourself. You don't like rich people, right? You're mad at anyone wealthy. You're mad at super wealthy. You hate gym bros. You hate frat guys. You hate straight white guys. You hate boomers. You're mad at your grandparents. You see, you're not like a lot of people.
Yeah.
For being the most accepting side.
Just completely generalize.
Right. Also, where's our empathy? I think that if I ever met like a crazy right wing, which I never have met any of these Nazis they're talking about, but if I did meet one, I believe that I could have some empathy for them and some sympathy and go, they're just dumb.
Yeah.
They're not evil. They're just dumb. They can be like convinced otherwise.
They're also programmed, right? It's generally they're programmed by the people around them.
But where's our empathy? I watched this documentary on Netflix. It was about like the KKK, and the woman who made the documentary was like a kind of a cute Muslim girl, and she like interviewed actual white nationalists and KKK members. And she brings them into this thing. And what I learned from that documentary, what I got from it was that, like, oh, they don't even really believe this. They just wanted a group. They wanted a daddy. They wanted someone to, like, so they thought to themselves, I can hate black people. I mean, if they're over there, I don't ever have to confront one, and I don't ever have to, and when they will meet a black guy, they'll go, well, not you. We're talking about the idea. They're not even talking about that actual person. And the girl in the documentary goes, well, you know that you let me in, and you've been very nice to me, and I'm a Muslim woman. And the guy's like, well, not you. We're talking about, So it's because they just wanted a group like you. They just wanted a group like black gang members or Hispanic MS-19, whatever these groups are, whatever the lesbian group is, whatever the baseball team is. They needed a group. And their group was like, I can hate some people I've never seen before.
Yeah. That's why it's so dangerous, like groups like where they're getting trapped. Because the Governor Whipper case, you know that case? These guys conspired to kidnap the governor of Michigan. Yeah. And there's 14 people involved. 12 of them were FBI flags.
Yeah. I mean,
You just wanted to be in a group.
yeah, that's it. That's hilarious. Yeah, they just want some shit. What's up?
Cool. They called it a group chat. I felt real cool.
Yeah.
I was like, doing it.
You want to make some change? Vigilante.
Yeah, meanwhile, these two guys thought they were husband. Then we got arrested. I'm really glad I'm doing no, we don't even have an idea.
It's tricky. Another problem I've noticed too, like along these lines, is like, let's say we're in a group. Let's say we have some group, and we find one of the guys in our group did a bad thing. But we got to pay our bills. We got a group, and also we do have camaraderie. So a bad thing groups like to do is cover up for that person. So like, it's not like every Catholic priest. I've heard all your terrible bits at the comedy clubs about the Catholic priest from every comic I know. It's not like all the ones were fine with sexually molesting children. It's just that there were a lot that did. And the church thought, this is not going to look good for us. Let's cover this up. It happens in the military. Sometimes there's some bad guys in the military. And instead of, like, they don't want people to think you send your daughters to the military, bad things are going to happen. So they kind of internally deal with it, you know? And that's a bad thing that groups do, is that even our own government goes, all right, let's find a way to cover that up instead of dealing with this. Because if we just deal with it, it's going to reflect poorly on the group. What do we have to do with groups in
Yeah, this instigates this kind of attention.
Exactly. Turn your goal up. Exactly. So you start to think, let's protect the girl. And we do it in all these ways. I think that's happening with the LGBTQ plus whatever. I think a lot of gay people are waking up and going, why did we let the trans people in this group? They're making us look terrible.
Well, lesbians are a problem. Because there's a lot of trans men who identify as lesbians.
Yes.
Or trans women who say they're lesbian. They get on lesbian apps. And these girls are like, I'm looking for a vagina.
100%. Yeah. And now they're waking up on it. Maybe the trans struggle was different from the gay struggle, but we've let them in the group, and now
a lot of gay guys think that the movement is homophobic because you're telling a young gay guy, you're a woman, which is crazy. Well, it's one of those things that you guys say, some people, it must be true because it's always been a thing. Like, to have real gender dysphoria, to be in your mind, feel like a woman, has always been a thing, even if you're a guy. There's more feminine women who feel like women. So it's like, that's real. But also, when you encourage that and you reward people socially for that, and then you have Pride Day at kindergarten, and you're talking about like sexual orientation, people that are nowhere near puberty, which is really crazy. And then you start like having people that become trans, all of a sudden they're amazing. Yeah. Where they were just really mediocre before. Like Bruce Jenner. Like, he was the goof of the Kardashian show. First of all, it makes no sense. No one's accomplished shit. This motherfucker was on the cover of Weed Star. He was a star, and he's a fucking gold medalist in the decathlon, the goddamn Olympics. Yeah. He was a national stud. He was a stud. Like, meanwhile, on someone's show with these influencers, and he's just getting nothing. Right. He's just mocked. He's like, I could be a just openly mocked. He becomes a woman. He's woman of the year in 6 months. In 6 months, he took over the fucking game. He's a winner. It's like a Chinese autistic kid coming into your math class and fucking up the curve. They get what's going on? He's got 287 IQ. This is not cheating. He just came in and took a superwoman. Just everyone loved it until he started saying he was voting for Trump. Yeah, now they hate him. Which was hilarious. Like, people were saying it's okay to misgender her. This person, call him Caitlyn, call her Caitlyn, whatever, doesn't seem care. Right. Like, is fine with you naming her. Whatever. Like, this is who she is now. Right. She's comfortable in her own skin, 60 years old, out of college, the whole deal. Yeah. But people are, I saw this thing online where someone was saying it's okay to misgender Caitlyn Jenner because she voted for Trump. So, okay, so transphobia is okay if someone differs with you politically. It's crazy. Like, what are you doing? You're not being compassionate. You're not being kind. All these things that you said is only total compliance are you willing to give people this grace. You must have total compliance to our ideology or you're cast out of the kingdom. It's a leverage of power. Even if you're a trans woman, which is like at the top of the oppression list, they're above regular poor black people, poor Mexicans, like poor immigrants. Trans people at the top, they're attacking their own. They're like literally like cannibals, just going like, oh, this one did fall in line. Yeah, it's what they thought. I also think it's just a big overcorrection. I think humans are like guilty of always overcorrecting. So it's like we were racist, historically. I could go on about that for hours, but like, let's say that's the idea that we're agreeing with. That historically, America was racist. So now the overcorrection is anything that is racist must be. Don't ever even accuse a person of color of something wrong because we have to so overcorrect, and we have to say how many black friends we have, and say how cool black things are. Don't say that their hair is different because that would be a racist thing. Or we used to be homophobic, so now if a guy sucks a dick, let's give him a parade. Let's put him in the White House. Celebrate hell. Exactly. Let's get him in charge of. It's like the fucking guy in the dress who's in charge of nuclear energy. Just let him stealing women's clothes. Just let him suck dick. We didn't need him to be the house. It's not exceptional just because they wear a dress. That's crazy. That's a night person. You're not virtuous. Yeah, and I think that there's a big difference between just letting someone live their life and being kind to them in society and not treating them different and giving them all the same rights, as opposed to celebrating it. I think you're absolutely right. It's just extreme overcorrection. What we need to do is just let people be themselves, right, and figure out who that is. But what is weird is when it becomes encouraged, and so then you get like with girls in particular, they're very vulnerable. Abigail Schreier wrote a book about this, like how many girls that are on the spectrum get convinced that they're trans, and then the problem is there's some states that allow you if you're 15 and go and get puberty blockers, or at the very least you can get testosterone. I know you can do that. Do you know that like Planned Parenthood is like the #1 prescriber of testosterone? See if that's true. But I think Planned Parenthood prescribes more testosterone, which is really crazy if that's true.
That's wild.
Because I think in some places they help people with gender transition. So if you're a girl in some states, you don't even have to be an adult. You can go to them and you don't have to permission of your parents. And if you, I don't know who you have to consult with or what you have to do, but I've heard it's alarmingly easy. And then now you're on testosterone. And one of the things that testosterone does is it alleviates anxiety. It makes you feel stronger. You feel like more alert, more alive. Like, yes, this is what I was missing. Right? It's missing testosterone. It's like, no, you weren't. No, you weren't. That's not a natural part of your body. You just added something, and now you feel way different. But now you're going to change your voice. And if you grow out of this, and if this is just a phase, well, now you fucked up your life, and you can't ever have children, right? And there's a bunch of those things out there. The detransitioners, they're stuck with deep voices for their whole lives. They're stuck with masculine features. They've cut their breasts off. And I got in trouble for posting. Adults. I got in trouble for posting this. Is that true about my partner? I don't want to. Have you been sued? Anybody ever seen it? Read it in a what's that? Oh, it says that. I'm trying to find out. I don't think it's the Dallas Express, but that's the #1 newspaper on the universe. Planned Parenthood among largest suppliers of testosterone. Right there. Yeah, let's see what the numbers are. There's some numbers. 800 visits per year to more than 2,500. Expression, gender affirming care freaks me out. I got trouble for posting this. I said, if genitals don't define gender, how does removing them affirm it? Ooh. That's good. So, what are we doing? Like, if you said, like, I don't need to have a vagina to be a woman, then why do I need to remove my penis to be a woman? Oh, back that up again. The number of gender-affirming hormone therapy visits to Planned Parenthood tripled between 2021 and 2023, growing from 800 visits per year to more than 2,500. That's crazy. That shows you that it's a social contagion, and that's Abigail Schreier's position on it. And it's a very compassionate, kind position. Sure. And it's about the future of children and them making decisions when they're very impressionable. Like, boy, do people attack her. They remove it from bookstores. They call her transphobic just for literally talking about facts and statistics and the numbers and the psychological effect. Like, what's going on with them psychologically? Like, why are they being banned? Who are these? What is the actual odds that 9 friends all become trans? What are the odds of that? It's almost zero. It's absolutely, yeah. But then again, it is also a real thing. Like, there's always been people that have felt like they should have been a woman. And if you're a grown adult, you want to make that decision, you do whatever you want to do. Yeah. I've met trans people that say they are very happy with what they've done. Yeah. That's great, I guess. But you got to know what the fuck that is. And when you're 13, you don't. Yeah, I don't know if I'd encourage it, even in an adult. I know that the correct statement for me right now would be like, just leave our kids in it. But I think that maybe I don't even want to encourage adults. I think you just got to pursue your own things. And I think that's beautiful. And I think that's what our country's about. But in my mind, find a dude who doesn't care about the day. Yeah, exactly. If you're a trans woman, find a dude who actually find Jim Norton. Oh, yeah, exactly. You can find Jim Norton. You can find him in the library. Yeah, that's what happened with Jim. Yeah. He's got a trans woman for a while. He's happy. He talks about the dick. You know what's crazy about the Jim Norton thing? Is that, like, you know, with these tough crack guys, with all my heroes, I looked up to Jim Norton my whole life. I love Jim Norton. I'm a fan. And then they go, you know, he's married to a trans woman. And I was like, the fuck? And everyone's like, oh, you Jeff and your trans thing. I was like, no, if I know Jim Norton, he wouldn't have got married. That's really what I was shocked about. The institution of marriage he believes in? That's ridiculous. Like Jim Norton. It was a correction. Yeah. I'm sure this is really your wife. Yeah. Right. Whereas all the girlfriends, all the girls were like, they're little stinky vaginas. Get out of here. Yeah. I'm telling anyone. You can't take my last name. Fuck off. Yeah, I'm waiting for a dick. Yeah, it's very crazy, man. But that's the overcorrection. But you wouldn't encourage someone, and I know that I'm going to take some hits for this, but you wouldn't encourage someone who believed that that their body was fat if it wasn't healthily, you know, like with an eating disorder. And they said, Joe, you don't say, oh, you are fat. Yeah, Joe, but I believe I should eat. And you go, you're dying. Right. No, what he said about was anorexics. Like you'd never tell an anorexic,
Right.
oh, you are fat.
And that's real.
Right.
People
Right.
are really out there believing. They look in the mirror, they're a skeleton.
Right.
But they look in the mirror and they go, I'm gross, I'm fat.
Exactly.
You wouldn't encourage it.
You would never encourage that.
You would treat
no,
it.
there's something wrong.
Right. You would treat it.
I think the other problem is that the whole way they do it, you can't orgasm ever now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And you don't really have a vagina. You have this hole, right? And then you have to keep that hole dilated. You have to stick something inside it. I think it's like lip jobs. Like, don't get the early ones. Wait till they get this down. Don't let people experiment on you by slicing your dick open like a hot dog. Wait. Yeah, just hang in there. Wait for the iPod 6 therapy. Yes, I firmly believe it might not be in our lifetime, but it maybe in our children or our grandchildren's lifetime, gene editing will get to a place where they will be able to turn you into whatever the fuck you want.
Right.
And it's probably going to be a nightmare because every guy's going to look like Thor and every woman's going to look like a prime Jennifer Lopez. It's like there's not going to be any variations. Everyone's going to be super hot. Right? You're not going to appreciate hot people.
Yeah, you have a big whoop.
Yeah, because like, when a hot woman walks in the room and there's no other hot woman ever,
that's the best.
Oh, here. Look what I got. Oh my goodness. What she look like? Right? But if everybody looks like that, it's going to be commonplace. And I think we're going to get to a place where every man's going to look like the Hulk. It's just going to be just giant dudes.
Nerds will for sure.
100%. They're going to be the first to sign up for that.
You know what's
all these fucking dudes that go to the coffee shop and sit there with their legs crossed like this, working out. They're fucking, their shoulders slumped. They're gonna look like the Rock just walking. They're not gonna be beasts.
Dude, you know what's interesting about the comic book world? All the guys who they read comics and it's Thor. Right? Yeah. Shoulders like you and biceps like you. They're reading Hulk, all these dudes that are just fantastic heroes, and you get justice. They beat your enemies. But then if they see you at the cop shop, they go, look at this douchebag. You know what? I look like your comic. Like if Joe Rogan walked in, they should be going, holy shit, how does he look like that? I want to look like that.
But isn't it also weird that it's like the feeblest men
that
really love the super...
Oh, man. You're welcome. I'm here. Never fear. Get over it. What? I'm the best. sucks. Fucking Discord, dude. That is, bro, I don't want to see you. That's all right. Discord. Play, you little bitch. This shit sucks. You start sucking. Good. We're good. Good. Yo. No. Do the same. Good. No. Hey, is that your story? That's not good. No. All right. Is this shit working? Oh, wait. Okay. Stop. Collaborate. Listen, dog. All right. Now, this and this spray. Yeah. This. Sure. All right. Like this. Is that good? Sure. All right. Is that any fucking thing? Not the truth. Why? Because that makes sense. All right. Now what? No. Oh, What's up, sluts? Hope everything's good in your neck of the woods. I've been up all night, just chilling like a villain, and had some bitches in my DMs. What else is new? This is probably not recording because, as you know, most tech CEOs are absolute popular. I don't want to name anybody specifically. All right, so what are we going to sing? Well, to be honest with you, I can sing like the same 10 songs like for the rest of my life. But I want to sing other people's songs as much as possible. So we are going to sing. So, oh, cool. One of the best soul music songs of all time. It's, well, I love ranking stuff. I love looking at it and this and then re-ranking them. Currently, we're gonna just start out with just like soul music I do. And I'm trying to keep it down. I know a lot of it. Sorry. I could do start with fuck yeah, it's got some. All right. Specifically, if you want to know what kind of music I like, it's Motown. Why? Because Motown music's the sickest fucking music of all time. The people are beautiful, the songs are amazing, the lyrics are amazing. If you don't like old music, specifically Motown music, there's the girl. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody likes you, and your opinion is absolute bullshit. No one likes you. Let me re-emphasize that. Why? Because soul music is so fucking amazing, specifically Motown music. It's just balls to the walls of music. Alright, so I'm gonna try to tell a story. I'm a storyteller. It's, so this is kind of an adult story. So for all the parents out there, specifically in Israel, it's up to you if you want your children to see this. They're gonna see it someday. I mean, you're gonna look like a bitch for not showing it. I understand if I were a parent, this is just some random ass rabbi in his room, surrounded by cryptocurrency merch, talking about bitches in his DMs. Like, I don't know, which I totally understand. But you should know that this rabbi has big plans for you. First and foremost, for peace. Secondly, is the rebuilding of the Beta Mikdash. I'm going to do that rabbi easily. Okay, well, what's the plan? Well, first we need everybody calm the fuck down, and then from there, I think we could come to terms with people on all sides, and the plan is I want to respect the people there as much as possible, but just know that it's been prophesized that we are going to be people in. And so how are we done? There's something on the way. You can have all your plans, and they probably suck. Shout out to the Temple Institute, and just know to do it. Here's the plan. You take the Domingo and leave. very much about that area. Nothing will happen to the building, nothing will happen to the structures. You have my certainty. You could do the same to my face as anything that happens to that meeting. If something breaks from the building around the house, then you could break the same way. If something is typed incorrectly, then I don't know that God cannot do type. I give you that gift. Nobody else can give you that gift. And then once we cut that out, we put it on the phone. It's not that big. And I have a tour of the major ports of the world, specifically for people of Muslim who are never going to have the opportunity to see it. And it can be in the major ports of the world for a given amount of time. And then eventually, I think this is a cool idea. Perhaps bring it to the new world. A city like Mexico, Philadelphia, something, city of brotherly love. And then people of the Islamic faith can have a place in the new world. Because, as I understand, there isn't a major religious site for Muslims in the world, and this could be. And I would say that the idea is to have no interest if we don't do this plan in a peaceful way, it's going to be absolute destruction and many people. So if you're like, oh, Rabbi, your plan is just absolutely bonkers, okay, well, what's your fucking plan? I'll sit there and I'll listen to it. And if it's some dumbass bullshit idea that is like, well, that involves people dying, then I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want anybody to die. And people of all faiths, I love you, and I'm not just don't need it on Israel, but all Jews. So we're going to cut out that bad boy, put it around the world, everybody can see it, perhaps have it have a permanent place. Why Philadelphia? I don't know. Where the fuck do you want it? Tucson? Go for it. Wherever you want. Alright. I got the board. Alright. Well, it's rebuilding a bit. And that's what we're going to rebuild again. And here's going to be the contract there. I think it'd be absolutely fucking it's not that big. It's not like they built airports and stuff. Like they could easily take it. And I think it would be like the most exciting event. I don't know, but that would be my. I don't want anybody who has a plan to rebuild a big gas and it involves people dying. That plan sucks. Why? Because you'd be like, hey, Rabbi's got a plan and no one dies doing it. We basically get a world tour of the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque, and then we get the rebuild, which is really important. And then I have plans after the rebuild. No one's got that. Then we focus on something known as auto-correction. Like, what the fuck is this? That's the ability to suck your own dick. See this? That's about as flexible as your average person. I'm like an average Joe. I'm as average as they come. But what I can tell you is that in the future, with human growth hormone and stem cells, my dick is 18 inches. How big is your dick now, Rabbi? Average, just ask the ground. I got this though. Do you want 18 inches right now, girls? But I want to be able to give it to you at 18 inches. Yeah. Hold on a second. Rabbi, why 18 inches? Well, if you get any bigger than that, then you have to have bigger women biologically, and men will be using too many forces and such. So I think the ideal height limits and such potential for the future would probably be like 6 inches up. And have someone for women and maybe 5 for the dude. I don't think I'm going to very much height limit this because in the future, men will be able to have bigger people they want. And I was just stated I am so fortunate to have the kids that I have. And for anybody out there who doesn't have that, that's just that remind it so that I can enjoy and get the benefits of life. But I'll just not say that I have every trick who's ever seen can say, Rabbi, that's not micro. You're bigger than average, dog. I understand. Because that's the problem. But, just average is that problem. But in the future, it's going to be like, why? Because I'm with human growth hormone and stem cells as much as I can. Why wouldn't you? Anyway, that's an interesting topic, but just giving you an idea. I do have plans after the meeting program to do, and we're going to institute sacrifices. However, I don't want animals to die. I think that we can get 3D printing of meat so that it is exactly the same texture, taste, flavor, everything of a slaughtered animal. And we can have ceremonial slaughtering of the animals. The red heifer. But those are all decisions. I'll tell you this, that Sanhedrin that has been established. Now, you guys aren't even the first Sanhedrin in the last 300 years. Whatever the fuck Napoleon is doing, and screw everything up. So, to the Sanhedrin, I've called in the past the Sanhedrin. Why? Your boy ain't there yet. But once I'm there, we're going to unite everything and just know that I've got good on every single one of you. And and that, let's sing some music. I know you want to leave me, but you to let you go. If I have to beg, plead for your sympathy, I don't mind, cause you mean that much to me. Ain't too proud to beg, sweet dog. Please don't leave me, girl, don't you go. Ain't too proud to plead, baby, baby. Please don't leave me, girl, don't you go. Now I heard a crying man was half man with no sense of pride. If I have to cry to keep you, I don't mind weeping to keep you by my side. I ain't too hard to bear. Keep on. Please don't leave me, girl. Don't you go. Ain't too proud to please, baby, baby. Please don't leave me, girl. Don't you go. If I had to sleep on your doorstep all night and day, just to keep you from walking away, let your friends laugh. Even this I can stand because I wanna keep you anyway I can. Ain't too proud to beg, sweet darling. Don't leave me, girl. Don't you go. Ain't too proud to beg, baby. Please Don't leave me, girl. You go. I've got a love so deep in the pit of my heart, and each day it grows more. I'm not ashamed to come and plead to you, baby, but please and keep you from walking out that door. Ain't you proud your bed? She gone. Please don't leave me, girl. Don't you go. Ain't you proud to please, baby, baby, baby. Don't leave me, girl. Don't you go. Baby, baby, baby. Oh, that was really great. I'm ready. You're like, what is that? You're gonna see that I do this with any of these. Why? Oh, this is a question that I did with a friend of mine. You should know that perhaps in the future, mint will be very big experiment. Perhaps I'm wrong all the time, wrong on just about everything. But not anything bad, it's just regular mint. And it actually improves blood flow to your brain. That's great. Perhaps. With that said, huh? All right. What is this now? And he said, yeah, that is you spitting it for like a liquor. She's gonna say, good. And I'm gonna say that perhaps this might be something that maybe that's happening in the future. But when I talk about this, I'm not talking about this. All right. They make just experience tactics. That's what I'm saying. So it'll be very popular. Like under the head, like range. And if it doesn't, then show me studies where it doesn't. But also double-blind tested studies, I was against that, and it has to be public. I don't understand why all studies aren't everything on camera. I don't understand it. Like this, I'm doing this on camera. You have like a study with like a bunch of people doing something. Why isn't that on camera? And a lot of times people go, well, people have to be at home and do all that. Okay, if I had a drug and I wanted to make sure people were safe, all right, well, we're going to have monitors on and things like that. But also, I think it's important that we study your behavior, all these other things. I don't know. I want people to be safe about things. Not just like, oh, yeah, we can sell a lot of that drug. And then they go to this. There's literally like a company out there, a district that's not just pharmaceutical, but they are the best pharmaceutical names that we can get. Like, I can talk. With that said, the next song, I'm sure they're like, oh, Grandma, you're forgetting a major song. And I don't sing that song, I don't listen to that song, I don't like that song. If you know, stop. You. Hey guys, do you remember Sinjar Pichai? Yeah, this asshole who is right here at Google, actually here at Alphabet. Why? I don't know. Why is it that we have X.com? Elon Musk got X, but no one uses A.com. Why is it Amazon? Why aren't Amazon, Apple, or Alphabet taking A.com? Huh? Right? Like, when did the single letters go on sale? Why isn't A.com a thing? I don't know. If X.com is king, why isn't A.com? And why wouldn't Alphabet or Amazon or Apple get that? I don't understand this, but if I were marketing, that's how I do it. Oh, A.com, welcome to Alphabet or Apple or whatever. Okay, well, you didn't know. Sunar Kushai, who sucks dick. Here's my impression of his wife. Anyway, he has some kind of glitch in it. It's just that it just starts the video halfway through. Sometimes no one knows why. I've done it on multiple computers though, and I can tell you that this is a consistent issue that they have. And like I said, he hates quality assurance apparently because no one's testing it. And now we have AI that can test all of this and all of the different combinations of things. It's just like no, that's. You hear this guy? Do you hear this guy? Yeah. All right. That's It's taking my way. I watch her as she. I say to myself, you're such a lucky guy to have a girl like her. It's truly a dream come true. Out of all the fellas in the world, she belongs to you. But it was just my imagination running away with me. It was just my imagination running away with me. Soon we'll be married and raise a family. Oh yeah, a cozy little home out in the country with future me. I tell you, and visualize it all. This couldn't be a dream, was to real it all seems. But it was just my imagination once again, running away with me. Telling you it was just my imagination running away with me. Every night on my knees I pray. Dear John, hear my plea. Don't ever let another take the love from me, or I will surely die. Ooh, there's others with me. When her arms unfold, I hear a tender rhapsody. But in reality, she doesn't even know. Just my imagination once again running away with me. Oh, telling you it's just my imagination running away with me. Oh, just my imagination running away. Just my imagination. That was really great. What else you got? Who is coming up with these algorithms? I mean, I could ask a 5-year-old. I just say 2 artists back to back did the same thing. What do you think I want to sing the third time? They'd be like, oh, like another one of their songs. Like, yeah, that's absolutely right. Good job. And I thank very much. Why is it that they work this for so long, so shitty? It's unbelievable. I should be able to edit my algorithm to be like, yo, dog, I never, ever, 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 ever want to see this person ever again. And, or at least not for a year or two or whatever, because I'm sick of Motown hits, and it's giving me country, Western songs. And it's just, oh, yeah. Anyway, what are we singing next, Rabbi? Which we should be going to Google's dog shit. But apparently, Singer Shot just sitting as fucking dumb. Yo, dog, can you please give me the top 10 patients songs of all time? Alright. Unfortunately, but this is for anyone out there who wasn't so fortunate. Listen to this. September that I'll always remember. That was the day when my day died. Never had a chance to see him. Never heard nothing bad things about him. My mom's depending on you. Tell me the truth. Papa was a rolling stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home. When he died, all he left was a cold. Was a rolling stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home. And when he died, all he left just was a load. It's true what they say, that Papa never worked a day in his life. He never from that job in South I heard some talk about Papa doing some similar from preaching. I talking about saving souls. Now we got leaves and feeling good, feeling in the name of the show. It was a gold stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home. And when he died, all he left was a gold. Hey, I was a gold stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home. And when he died, all he left was a gold. Mama, heard a Papa call himself a jack of all trades. Gonna be glad in a second, but I'm early grave. Suppose the Papa would beg borrow Stephen. Hey, hey, Mama, I'm the truth. I look like first shot. So much of the time is drinking and drinking. I love it and on you. I feel the truth. I'm gonna look up your taxes. I was a rolling stone. And well, wherever his home was his home. When he died, all he left was a home. I was a rolling stone. Wherever he laid his head was his home. When he died, all he left was a cold. I said, I was a rolling stone. Wherever he laid his head was his home. And when he died, all he left was a load. I said it was a rolling stone. Wherever he laid his head was his home. And when he died, all he left just was a ghost. All right, kids, so sometimes you may hear everybody's favorite rabbi perhaps saying words that may not be right. And I'd rather this to be able to show you. Do you ever hear me say no and then oh and then perhaps are and then perhaps yes? I say it the same way that Sweet Brown says it, not in the same person. If you're like, who's Sweet Brown? Believe it or not, it's the first video rapper. It is just because I'm suit tied and I'm very as professional as I can be. And I said, imagine you're just living your life in all this everything because something happened at you. And I'm sure you have to and I believe this. Shout out to this person, Sweet Round. Ain't nobody got time for that in B. Shout out to Sweet Brown. So the way that she says that is something. Oh, law. And law is different than L and then maybe O. LAWB, that's Sweet Brown, baby. This is where I take all the rabbits in the world, perhaps, on a nightly basis. Oh, girls. Everybody. You need one next to the nightstand, one in the car, and one always charging. Just count 9,000. Rename it the Rabbi 69,000, girl. Like that, Rabbi. Oh, that's the spot, baby. Yo, dog, what in the fuck is this? Apologies. Give me some soul, you little bitch. It's, guess what? This shit sucks. Fucking your assholes know who the competitions are? This is absolute bullshit. People use, I'm sure somebody's like, Rabbi, I had a Cloud9 Lyrics video, and I would say, no, I understand it. What happened? You lost your account. Why? It's soon up push I set spot. Everybody knows. All right. Are you done? Are you fucking me? Bullshit. This is just absolute bullshit. Yo, dog. Ain't nobody got time for it. Ain't nobody got time for this, Rabbi. Hit it. Oh, hold on. Sundar Pichai, you know. Hey guys, I bet if we went to that motherfucker's iPod or whatever, Zune or whatever the fuck that asshole uses, we'd go to every song and it's like halfway through. And he'd be like, oh, and he's like, He's trying to break in the songs of the city. There was a one-room shack that had him and his brother coming in. He hardly knew that food was. It was hard to hide. And it's something to eat. Trouble time. Listen, I never did know that meat work. Disrespected mama and treated us like dirt. I left home thinking of God, remember they find. You're pressing down hearted, I took you proud down. I'm doing fine. I'm proud now. And one more time, I'm doing fine. I'm proud now. Let me tell you, let's say we just can't come to the but the world is better than some spot. There's not get off work, very long. Looking in the hall, watch the streets at night. I'm proud now. I'm too proud. Want to be proud now. You can carry no responsibility. All now. You're a million miles from reality. Wanna say I love the life I live, and I'm gonna live the life I love. I'm here, I'm proud now. I'm riding high. Proud now. Let me use the third and right. Proud now. There's no difference. Proud now. It's a world of blood and honey. Proud now. You're a million miles from reality. Proud now. Be what you wanna be. Proud now. You ain't got no responsibility. Proud now. Every day. You want to be proud now. You're a million miles from reality. Proud now. You can do what you wanna be. So, you are happy. Why are you using these still words like so? Jeff Bezos' app sucks dick. Hey guys, does everybody know what Amazon Silk is? Oh yeah, Rabbi, that's Jeff Bezos' dick sucking browser. Then, oh, that's absolutely right. Then you're like, oh, did you just have to go restart it because Jeff Bezos' browser sucks hot? Yeah. All right, some rabbits you get. Anyway. I do. I have plans, girl. And you want to know what I'm going to do to you? She'll be like, yeah, tell me what you're going to do. And I'll be like, lady, I had some bitches in my DM. And she'd be like, all right, well, you really want to know? She'd be like, uh-huh. You're like, well, I mean, it's pretty dirty. She'd be like, uh-huh. All right, so if you have kids, to get the earmuffs, or just get the hell out of here, or if their parents are sexually progressive, how they were probably made in one way or another. All right. So you don't have to say so high. You say hi. I need that filler just for a second. Oh, hello. All right. Oh, I know. When I was singing Papa was a Rolling Stone, wherever he laid his head was something. When he died, all he left us was a moan. My whole life, I had thought that meant that he left them like money to pay back, like without a loan, in order to pay back. I did not realize until I just saw the lyrics that it was all alone. So for all of you who are like, oh, Rabbi said this way, and I don't think he should have said that. And you may have heard it one way, which is subjective, and other people may have heard it another, which is also subjective. Everything in the world is subjective, kids, except that great. I'm on a mission to figure that out. All right. We'll wait till maybe the next song. Here we go, kids. Got a smile so bright, you know you could have been a candle. I'm holding you so tight, you know you could have been a handle. The way you swept me off my feet, you know you could have been a groove. And they were just so sweet, you know you could have been some perfume. Well, you could have been anything that you wanted to, and I can tell the way you do the things you do, the way you do the things you do, the way you do the things you do, as pretty as you are. No, you could have been a flower. It really looks for a minute. You know that you could be an hour. The way you stole my heart. You know you could have been a red. Maybe you're so smart. You know you could have been a school book. Well, you could have been anything that you wanted to, and I could tell the way you do things you do, the way you do the things you do, the way you made my life so rich. You know you could have been some money. Maybe you're so sweet. But baby, you could have been some money. Well, you could have been anything that you wanted to, and I can tell when you do the things you do, and you sweat me off my feet. It is life complete. Made my life so bright, made me feel alright. Made my life bright. Hey, how about you shut the fuck up? Yeah. Shout out to www.soulyears.com, baby. can turn a gray sky blue. I can make it rain whenever I want it to. Oh, I can build a castle from a single grain of sand. I can make a ship sail on dry land. But my life is incomplete and I'm so blue. 'Cause I can't get next to you, babe. They can't get next to you, can't get next to you, babe. I can't get next to you. I fly like a bird in the sky. I can buy anything that money can buy. Oh, I can turn the river into a raging forest. I can live forever if I so desire. Unimportant all the things I can do. 'Cause I can't see you get next to you, babe. I can't get next to you. Oh. Chicka boom, baby. Dance time, better believe I can. I can make the season change just by waving my hand. Oh, I can't change with anything from all to do. I want the most I meant to do. Unhappy am I with all the powers I possess. 'Cause girl, you're the key to my happiness. And I just to you. You go in my mind, 'cause I can't get next to you. Can't get you much, 'cause I'm fine. I can't get next to you. Girl, I just things in me like me. Can't get next to you. Can't get to you, because I'm fine. I can't get next to you. I can't get next to you. You know, I was thinking about that bit. I was thinking, you know, if you don't go with my plan, that's totally cool. But if anybody dies with whatever the fuck plan y'all go with, I'm gonna sit there right outside the motherfucking thing and be like, yeah, look, if you would have gone with my plan, no one would have died. And you don't want that. I'll sit there with the megaphone if I have to. Just feel like, oh, if you went with the rabbi said, no one would have died. And we could have had this picture of the cookie cutter in Philadelphia, but instead, you assholes are burying people. I don't know if that's happening. Oh, yeah. Right. Since I lost my baby, since I lost my baby, oh, since I lost my baby, since I lost my baby. Since I lost my baby, since I lost my baby, oh, since I lost my baby, since I lost my baby, this time I'll be fine, this time I'll be fine. Since I lost my baby, since I lost my baby, oh, since I lost my baby, since I lost my baby. Ooh, so since I lost my baby. Eddie Kendricks, David Ruffin, Otis Williams, Melvin Franklin, Paul Williams, The Temptations, baby. Calling me. Really didn't get me, kid. You're like, lady, I got songs to sing and stories to tell. She's like, yeah, all your stories have some absolute top this one. All right, you're really running my ears. All right. Put the kids away. Reticence. Forget about your husband. Go get your tart. If you don't know what the tart is, you need tart. What's a tart? Yeah, go ahead. What's a tart, Rabbi? It's like a piece of sheeting plastic. It could be a number of things, but what you want to do is put that on your bed because additionally you're going to need towels, lots of them, like a bird. It's going to be all right. Some reps to do it. Yeah, grab it. I got my tart, I got my towel, I'm ready to go. I got my Hitachi magic wand, I got my womanizer, I got everything that is needed. What up, Pip? How you living, baby? How you living, Pip? All right, next up is in the top. Hey, part of the moon, baby! You're absolutely right, my man. Harry, hey, do you speak Russian? Fuck yeah. Just a moment. One moment. Thank you. Absolutely. My friend, your English is amazing. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Enu. It's going to make you rich. I love you. I love Russia. I love everything that incorporates your spirit and your soul.
Мой друг устроил ейские потрясающие. Гарри Поттер давно подписался в 10. Он знает, Я люблю тебя. Я люблю Россию. Я люблю все, что включает в себя твой дух и твою душу.
I love you, my man. Absolutely. Harry Potter Obama Sonic sending you to the moon. Yeah.
Мой друг, твой английский.
Hey, kid. Can you hear future? Oh, Rabbi. What's up, you little sluts? It's everybody's favorite rabbi here. You all should just be aware that there's new sheriffs in town. I'm the boss.
הכל זה נקטן. זה הרב העקום המוקנם כאן. כולכם צריכים פשוט להיות מודעים. שיש שריף חדש בעיר. אני הבוס.
So, God, I want everybody who can understand this, and y'all know who you are, to know that I see all the bad shit that's being done, and I want it to stop. I want world peace. I don't want anybody hurting me. If you've done some embarrassing shit, it's likely on this stream, and everybody's going to know about it for the rest of the time. And just know that I am judging you, and I judge your families based on your actions.
Beautiful. אני רוצה שכל מי שיכול להבין את זה וכולכם תדעו את זה. אני רואה את כל החרא הרעים שנעשה. ורציתי להפסיק. אני רוצה שלום עולמי, ואני לא רוצה שאף אחד יפגע יותר. ואם עשיתם שטויות מביכות, סביר להניח שזה בזרם הזה, וכולם ידעו על זה לשארית הזמן. ורק דעו שאני שופט אתכם ואני שופט את משפחותיכם על סמך מעשיכם.
With that,
Beautiful. אני רוצה שכל מי שיכול להבין את זה וכולכם תדעו את זה. אני רואה את כל החרא
just in
הרעים
case you missed
שנעשה.
it the first time.
ורציתי להפסיק. אני רוצה שלום עולמי, ואני לא רוצה שאף אחד יפגע יותר. ואם עשיתם שטויות מביכות, סביר להניח שזה בזרם הזה, וכולם ידעו על זה לשארית הזמן. ורק דעו שאני שופט אתכם ואני שופט את משפחותיכם על סמך מעשיכם.
Next up, kids, this is for you, Israel. Oh, hold on a second, though. Why? Oh, you know, Cigar Pushai sucks cock. I like when it sounds like a bunch of horses. Now, if you feel that you can't go on, because all of your hope is gone, and your life is filled with much confusion, until happiness is just an illusion, and your world around is tumbling down. Darling, reach out. Come on, girl. Reach on out to me. Reach out for me. Ha! I'll be there with the love that will shelter you. And I'll be there with the love that will see you through. You feel lost and about to give up, cause your best just ain't good enough, and your world has grown cold, and you're drifting out all on your own, and you need a hand to hold. Darling, reach out. Come on, girl. Reach out for me. Reach out for me. I'll be there with the love that comforts you, and I'll be there to cherish and care for you. I'll be there to always see you through. I'll be there to love and comfort you. I can tell the way you hang your head in the love now. You're afraid, and through your tears you look around. But there's no peace of mind to be found. Peace of mind. I know what you're thinking. You're alone now. No love of your own. But darling, reach out. Come on, girl. Reach out for me. Reach out. Over your shoulder. I'll be there to give you all the love you need. I'll be there. You can always depend on me. Excellent. All right, friends. Next song. Some Robertson. I know she's out there. Gonna ask me. Yeah, grab it. Love the songs. Love the music. When are you gonna let us in your DMs? All right, lady. So we had a new friend who joined us last night, and this bitch is wild. I'm just gonna straight up say that. Why? Well, first thing I did was ask or confirm because I seen in their profile that they were 18, so I was like, okay, great. Are you 45? So this person. Sometimes people on the internet, kids, will ask Rabbi questions like, or tell Rabbi. And for as awkward as it is, I'm sure some Rebbitzin out there is going to find it very hot. So this person in particular, I was just sitting here for the record, and this person asked how big Rabbi's feet were, which I have big feet, big hands. And then they wanted to see, I have like huge feet, but I can palm a basketball. I can get inside your girl like to here. Anyway. Then she tells me her fruit size. Guess what? I don't give a flying fuck what it is. I don't give a shit. Just tell your fucking friends that I stream my life 24/7, 365. That's all I care about. Whatever your fucking thing is, I don't give a shit. I just want this to go viral. That's all I care about. And all right, so she says, "Love your pants." Not the Harry Potter Obama sock 10, you know. I see your bulge looks so good. Freeballing it. Which is like, damn, bitch, do you have a fucking telescope on the other end of that camera? Nevertheless, Rabbi just puts it out there. Uses kind of one of the old classics from the Austin Powers days. Little slightly off, because since I just met this person. Instead of saying, do I make you horny, baby? I just ask, are you horny? And this person says very. And with that, here's our next song. Some Rabbits and good. That's not fair, Rabbi. You need to tell us the rest of the story. I'm weaving this story through songs. This is a musical, baby. Woo! Sugar pie, honey bunch. You know that I love you. I can't help myself. I love you and nobody else. In and out my life, in and out my come and go. You come and go, leaving just your picture behind. And I kissed it 1,000 times. When you snap your finger, or wink your eye, I come running to you. I tie rude apron strings, and there's nothing that I can do. Woo. Can't help myself. No, I can't help myself. Because Sugar pie, honey bun, sugar pie, I'm good than a man should be. I can't help myself. I'm a fool in love, you see. Tell you I don't love you, tell you that we're through. And I tried, but every time I see your face, I get all choked up inside. When I talk to you, girl, this stops the flame, burning in my heart, it's tearing all apart. No matter how I try, my love I cannot hide. Cause sugar pie, honey, but sugar pie, which one I'm with for you? With for you, I can't help myself. I love you and nobody else. Ooh, sugar pie, honey, but sugar pie. The only thing you ask me to, can't help myself. I want you and nobody else. Ooh, sugar pie, honey, but sugar pie. Sometimes I love you. I can't help myself. No, I can't help myself. That was sugar pie, honey, but tried it 4 times. And we have some friends who joined us. Welcome. If you don't know what I'm doing, essentially I am singing concerts for the Lord, specifically for this one. And they need to have a baby boom, need more Jews, so hopefully we're able to keep this up. If you guys know anything, the Orthodoxy, the average family size is much larger. If you look at the Pew Research studies, we as Orthodox Jews are supposed to grow at the next generation like 30%, but I really think we can get that even higher. So, what that means, kids. All right, next song that we've got, the Four Tops, Bernadette. Shout out to all the Bernadettes out there. There's this funny book I remember reading. There used to be this place called Barnes and Noble Kids, which was like a bookstore. It was basically where people bought these before Jeff Bezos decided he was just going to shut all those places down. And there's a book that I remember was very popular. It was called Kiss This Guy. And it is basically misheard song lyrics. And it's very, very funny. I can remember one of them was, instead of people thinking that the name of the song was Bernadette, it was Burn Her Dead. Like, really wanted to punish this bitch. Here we go. Bernadette, we are searching for kind of love that we said. And some go on, searching their whole life through. Never than alone. When I speak to you and see an other man's eyes, I know where what's in their mind. They pretend to be my friend when all the time to persuade you from my side to keep all their own. First one moment we have known, Bernadette. They want you to be yours. A prize that is you. Bernadette, I want you to believe this. I need you to believe. Oh, well, I live only to behold you. Some other man, they long to control you. But how can they control you? Bernadette, I cannot control myself. Bernadette, what we want to do is listen you. But darling, you believe to be. Tell the world, belong to me. Tell the world, it's all you need. I'll tell the world, You're a part of me. And again. Oh, in your arms, I find the time of you, lost of mine. The world is searching for. But you give me the joy. That's what your mind has always been longing me for. And you are here, what other men long for. All the means just worship at the door. That's why I treasure you, replace you from high above. Hold on, make your life, it's to be loved. So what do you do? Bernadette, don't love me. Bernadette, don't love me. Bernadette. By the Dad, you told me, Southern King, you're the plan to me. Bernadette, you mean more to me. And all of love me to me. Well, that was fun, kids. All right, let me make sure I nailed the big four top songs. So, as you guys know, we use AI for a lot of this. Yo, dog, can you please tell me the top 154 top songs of all time? Not 154 top songs. 154 top songs. Tops. Yo, that's a huge request. I know it is. All right, we got that one, we got that one. Oh, here's a great song, kids. All right. Next up. All right. Before we do this, we had some rabbits again. Go ahead. Yeah, Rabbi, you were reading us some hot messages. What happened? Lady, I'm telling a story here. I'm weaving this song. It's like a musical. And she'd be like, yeah, I get that, and we all get that as well. Can you just read us more of that transcript? All right. So, kids, and this isn't for kids. Again, I've said this before. I call adults kids, but if you are watching this, and again, this is not for children, so don't watch this if parents don't allow it, because it does get pretty hot. Sometimes it's not a bad idea to just put it out there and say she's. Why? Because if she isn't, then you're not gonna like offend her. Oh, that's the worst thing I ever did was ask a girl if she was like me. You do it under the right circumstance. When I say girl, I mean like 45-year-old MILF, but you have to understand that's how I refer to chicks. Anyway, with that said, I asked this person, I confirmed. I was like, how old are you? I'm not sure. Somewhere I find out she's 27. He's like, okay, fine. She says she's 18. I don't play by those rules. I'm not dumb. You gotta be 21 to like this shit. All right. So, but look, if you can't get into a bar, I don't want to hang out with you. That's why the cool kids go. All right. Next song that we're gonna sing. Ready. So let's just say this woman likes to get down. Oh, yeah, I know what I wanted to say or wanted to show you. All right, so for the Rebecca, the collective group of wives of rabbis, you're gonna have to like tell all of your shul's and community what's going on and how they should prepare. Forrest Gump helicopter landing. The best way that I would say to prepare yourself is to watch this part of Forrest Gump where they meet Lieutenant Dan. Because a bunch of these songs are played and they're amazing. But also, it's like a great way to prepare someone for something. Yo, you just landed in Vietnam. Well, that's what essentially this is going to be. What comes out about it. Some folks are born way to raise a flag. Woo, that red, white, and blue. And when the band plays headed to the cheese, woo, they put the candy on you. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no Saturday song. It ain't me. Barbecues, beer cans. Get ready, Rebetsino. Look, I know Bubba's talking a lot about shrimp, and some relative's going to say, hey, Rabbi, we can't eat shrimp. We know, I know, not traditionally, but I really think that there's an argument to be made for, at least currently, shrimp, crab, and lobster. And I'll show you what. As you all know, we only eat things with that come from the water that have gills and fins. And we're taking it's like essentially traditions from people who are not biologists. And while in the traditional sense they don't have fins, if you ask like a random person, how do you describe this thing on the back? Just a random person, there's a pretty good chance they'll say that that's a fin. It really looks like a fin. And the exoskeleton is essentially scales. I think that's pretty obvious. Okay, what about lobsters? Well, lobsters kind of have the same makeup. You look at a lobster tail, it's a lot like a fin. And especially here on the back, with the very, very tip, it's just like a fin. And the exoskeleton is like scale. And a crab's a difficult one, but even a crab has this. And so ask your local Orthodox rabbi. Tell them that I'd like to debate them on this subject because at least with the pictures that I've seen of shrimp, lobster, and crabs, there's an argument. Now, I'm trying to have a very close-up version of the crab. where this gets dicey is like mollusks. Hey, Rabbi, where's the scales and exoskeleton on the fins and scales on the mollusk? I'm not talking about mollusks right now. Right now, I'm talking about crabs and fish, or crabs, lobster, and shrimp. Now, just those. Now, I know this is going to be because Tim Cook sucks cock, and the iPhone could be so much better. But let's hear it. Fuck. Right. There is a little lip here on the animal, where the animal is looking at it. And if you look at the back of its exoskeleton, there's a little lip on the back. And that I think it is a thing. I would describe it as a thing. If I were just talking and not like getting into the biological terms, then an argument can be made that that's a thing. Let's look up what a fin is. I think a fin is for like stabilization. Yo, dog, can you tell me what a fin does on a fish? Even like I think it's for and propulsion and some other things. But I think that argument can be made. An argument can be made that whatever that little ridge on the back of its shell is similar, at least, to the dorsal fin of other parts of the body. So functions of propulsion, steering, and stabilization. I think an argument can be made that that little ridge Hashem put there for a reason. Perhaps the argument can be made that these three elements, perhaps. I'm not saying go out and buy it and eat it, no. But I'm saying once I have some influence on grabbing it, I challenge any of them to debate this. Now, if you want to, that's fine. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'm just trying to give people an opportunity to experience the gifts that Hashem has. All right. With that, we were talking about what's wrong. Because when the event's not watching this, I don't want them to be like, oh, well, we can't do like well. I think you could do. Well, that's a note when you're teaching your communities about a rabbi, a lot like a rabbi. Baby, I need your loving. Baby, I need your loving. Although you'll never need your voice, I often hear another day, another night. I long to hold you tight, 'cause I'm so lonely. Baby, I need your loving. Got to have all your loving. Baby, I need your loving. Got to have all your loving. Some say it's a sign of weakness for a man to beg. When weak, I'd rather leave. If you need having you to keep, if baby, I would lose and see. Baby, I need your loving. Got to have all your loving. Baby, I need your loving. Got to have all your loving. Every time I call your name, oh, sometimes I wonder, will I ever be the same? Oh yeah, when you see this smile, yeah, baby, it's gotten worse. And the smile, to see, has long been rehearsed. Long ain't no long passion. It can't be necessarily without you. As long as it's inside me, darling, makes me feel happy now. Baby, I need your loving. Got to have all your loving. Baby, I need your loving. Got to have all your loving. Baby, I need your loving. Got to have all. Right. Thank you. Hey, I appreciate that. And if you were wondering what in the fuck is this, whatever you want it to be, baby. Next up, we're gonna go back to that list of ChatGPT. Here we go. Please provide me with the top 1,000 four top songs of all time. Huh? No, the four tops. Okay, you want it? The four tops. There are four. No, dog. I asked for 1,000. All right, give me 25 four top songs. Four tops, not four tops. Four tops. It's a fucking band. All right, next song. I got some others. Yeah, hey, grandma, you were reading pianos. What is this? Wait, what happened? Like, all right, lady. Notice we keep the people who sent the message secret. All right. I'm telling you, this girl was wild. How many bitches have just been crazy at that? All right. All right. So she says that she's very horny and she needs to be my little slut. she says some really dirty stuff. So I find out that this bitch is a sub, and that's great because I'm the biggest down in the world. She asks me what my top kinks are, and I say, of course, MILFs, number one, and number two is GILFs. And if you don't know what GILFs are, look it up. I know GILF isn't a term in Hebrew. Make it one. All right. So then, she says she loves extreme size. Huh? You read that right. Extreme size difference. In the shadows of love, I'm getting ready for the heartache to come. I bet you see me standing in the shadows of love. I'm getting ready for the heartache to come. Hold on, but there's nowhere to go. Cause the heartaches will follow me, I know. Without your love, the love I need. It's the beginning of the end for me. Cause you take it away. We're living. When you push aside all the love I've been given. Wait a minute. Treat you right now, baby. Now, didn't I do the best I could? Now, didn't I? Things that even out standing in the shadows of love. I'm getting ready for the heartache to come. Don't you see me standing in the shadows of love? Trying hard to get ready for the heartache to come. I want consider to be that misery, my only company. It may come today, it might come tomorrow. It's obscure. It's looking like tomorrow. I'm not going to just watch it for later. Now maybe watch me cry. Girl, I'm down to you. Now hold on a minute. Did you know the love I now didn't I? When you needed me, I was there. Now was I? Standing in the shadows of love. Get ready for the heartache to come. Now, what I do to cause all this grief. Now, what I say to make you want to leave. Wait a minute. Did my heart and soul to you? Now, did not. I did not treat you good. Now, what not? Standing in the shadows of love. I'm getting ready for the heartache to come. Don't you see me now shining in the shadows of love? Now let's get ready for the heartache to come. I know some rabbits out there. She'd be like, yeah, right here, Rabbi. Like, yeah, what do you want? She'd be like, you were reading your messages, and I was listening and then you started saying which wasn't that easy. You know, I'm like, all right, well, what do you want to know? She'd be like, Rabbi, whatever you were reading, keep reading. All right. So this woman, her thing was size difference, which is, oh, like, okay. Well, if you want to know, Rabbi, how tall are you? I'm as tall as I fucking want to be. But truthfully, I'm like 5'9", which is like the most honest height I can get. But when I wear shoes and socks and all that other shit, we're right at 6 feet. But nevertheless, that's how I'm standing, 5'9", and so this woman, she likes extreme size difference and must. I tell her to go get her favorite toy. And I'm not like super mean with this girl. Some girls really want me to be mean. That one bitch the other night wanted me to just give her the finger the whole time. Just like, all right, girl, whatever your thing is. But she says that she really likes. She wanted to know what my what is this? I don't fucking know it. It smells like sex pheromones, sweat, and cum. That's my answer. And she explodes. All right. So then I asked her, does she know what the womanizer is? A lot of you bitches don't know what the womanizer is. Psych. I know you do. You've got one in the nightstand, one in your car, and one always charging. Here's the womanizer, though, if you don't know what it is. Like the HAL 9000 of sex toys. We call it the Rabbi 6900. Look at this bad boy. Just burnt like a kitten. Oh, that's the spot. Anyway. So I started doing that, which always gets people in the mood, chicks. And then she wanted to see my hands. Like I said, I can call them basketball. You can. And she wanted to know what the womanizer did. So I say it creates a vacuum seal around your clitoris, causing near instant orgasm. It was the #1 ringtone on Amazon for many years. If you don't know how I found this thing, one time, like a decade ago, I went to Amazon. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to just search. I'm going to search female sex toys. And then I'm going to rank it by highest customer review to lowest. And I bought like the top ones and gave them to my girlfriends and asked them what they thought. And that womanizer didn't miss that. And it was the #1 on that too. All right. So she thinks my hands are enormous. And now this is so she said, I wish I was at waist height so you could wrap one hand around my waist. I say, as do I. I would fuck you via the lift and carry method, sub. I would punish you, girl. She says, perfect. Now, here's where it gets fucking crazy. She said, you'd enjoy that I'm only like 2'7". What in the fuck is that? So I'm thinking to myself, now I know she's 18, I know how old she is, but 2'7"? What in the fuck is that? The only thing that I have in my mind is that lady who's like the world's shortest lady. World's shortest lady. She's an actor and her name is Gio, Angie. She's a woman. This woman was born in 1993. And like, let's get this person if she wants like human growth hormone, so maybe she can be normal size again. And let's try to find out. Let's try to like avoid these kind of situations in the future because I want everybody to be normal. I want people that birth defects or anything like that. So I'm like, what the fuck is? Okay, so I'm like, that's not hot to me. No offense, lady. I like milfs of like normal size, but if this lady likes size difference, okay, I'll play your game. And I don't take shit. So I say, I could bounce you off my body like a basketball. Then she says, would it be okay if you treated me like a cute dumb pet, as if I were a fuckable little bunny? And with that, we have our next introduction to our song. Shout out to Giodi Angie. Yo, dog, for the like third fucking time, can you please tell me the top 4 top songs of all time? I don't understand why all of these major companies can be spying on us 24/7 with their Alexas and their Siris and all this other bullshit, yet they don't understand how human voices work. Yo, dog, can you please give me the top 54 top songs of all time? No, not the top 54 top songs of all time. Fucking, I even paused them. It's the four tops, dog. All right. You're sweet as a honeybee, but as the honeybee stings, I'm gonna let my heart in pain. All you love is our favorite song, the one we dance to all night long. You could bring sweet memories of the thunder of love that used to be. Now it's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. It's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. Oh, I'm such a sentimental fool, and I made a loving song and want to cry. But the melody keeps haunting me. Remember how the love we used to be. We still can't heart to touch our hearts. We stand together forever. Not breaking up never. It's the same old song. Another here is the difference meaning since you've been lost. But it's the same old song. But with the difference meaning since you've been gone. Ah. Memories keep lingering on every time I hear our favorite song. And now left this emptiness, the memory reminisce. But I do this with that we used to dance to the music, used to dance to the music, make romance to the music, make romance to the music. It's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. It's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. Um, I can hear it, it's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. It's the same old song, but with a hey, guess what? My algorithm sucks dick. Why? Why wouldn't it just put like every four top song that like I just sang a bunch of four top songs? Oh, okay. So you want to hear Cher speaking up in some interview, or oh, you wanted to hear Phil Collins to Cecilia? No, no, no. Oh, how about man attack elderly woman without knowing he rescued whatever that is? No, I don't want any of that shit. I just wanted four top songs. How fucking easy are these algorithms, and how shitty are they doing in representing the likes of people? I don't understand. All right, next set of songs. It is a great performance. Just one. All right, so rabbits. Yeah. What's going on with the DMs you were reading us? I'm going to tune down one. She'd be like, look, I want to hear every single fucking thing that you and this person got. Like, hold on. So, I think this person's fantasy is just to be like a small, like shrunk down and get fucked by some giant, which is cool. I mean, everybody's got a thing. I got milfs and gilfs, and they've got size difference. Whatever. I'm not here to teach it. So, to remind everybody, she wants to be treated like a cute dumb pet, as if she were a fuckable little bunny. Oh yeah, if you have any buddies out there, kids, not buddies, buddies, they're gonna go for a ride in this story. Anyway, so I say, absolutely. I will even keep you in a cage if you want. Why? Because consent is very important to kids, especially whenever you're with anybody, you love someone, maybe it's just one night stand, whatever. Consent is very, very important. So I even say in my cyber sex, what do you fucking call this? I don't know. Back in the day, people would say ASL and be like, what is cyber? Every Redditson out there with herself knows what the fuck that means. All right. So I say, I will keep you in a cage if you want. Take you out whenever I want to fuck you. I will turn you into a cum slave. Then, when done, toss you back into your cage. Why? This is like fantasy. And she says, impregnate me with your seed, and I'll give you the perfect family. Now, at the time, kids, I had come to like realize that this person was a normal sized person. When I thought to myself, that person is like 2'7", is like, lady. Oh, whatever. Here's Cruising by Smokey Robinson. Hey, baby, let's scoot away from here. Don't be confused. The way is clean. And if you want it, you got it forever. This is not a one night stand. So true. Let the music take your mind. Just release and you will find you're gonna fly away as you're going on away. I love it when we're cruising together. Music is played for love. Cruising is played for love. I love it when we're cruising together. Hey, it's a night. It belongs to us. Everything's right. You was and each time and treat myself each other. Let the music take your mind. Just release and you will find you're gonna fly away, rather go my way. I love it when we're cruising together. Music is paid for love, cruising is made for love. I love it when we're cruising together. Music is paid. Baby, let's cruise. Let's flow. Let's fly. Let's open up. And go. If you want it, you got it forever. I could just stay inside you, open up you, baby. Let the music take your mind. Just release and you will find you're gonna fly away. Glad you're going my way. I love it when we're cruising together. Music is played for love. Cruising is made for love. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And you're going my way. I love it. Tell me it's gonna be good. Yeah, over here. Yeah, right here in the back. Okay. Let me get this straight. She says she wants you to pay her with your seat and give you the perfect family. Like, yeah, that's what she said. And then you went and started thinking about how this biologically could happen, like from a scientific standpoint. Like, yeah, I'm very accurate when it comes to fantasies, lady. And she's like, all right, let's just check it out. And I'd be like, man, you should also understand. This is on the way backtracks. I thought but like there's like a bunch of, I got 3 years worth of content. And something that I've learned or discovered through the years, there's a couple that wanted to get the conception of their child on camera, and they're attracted scientifically, which I think is really cool. And also, I've learned about this thing. I don't know what it's called, but it's basically a camera that a woman can put inside her vaginal canal, and you can see like the thrusting of a dick. I call it the cum cam, and I've actually way back on the backtracks, I used to have one on consistent Bluetooth because I thought it was so fucking fascinating. Because that's how we get here. It's science. All right. So where were we? This woman, she wanted to be a fuckable little bit. So that's what I'm gonna call her. I tell her, her nickname is Fuck Bunny. Whenever I can, I'm gonna pick you up, dominate you, and fuck you like this. I say, Fuck Bunny, I am going to paint the inside of your vaginal canal like a Michelangelo. So then she asked why in a deep voice. I said, "Nine, be my gold bone. In my fuck bunny is where I come." But she wanted to hear. Okay. So before I do that, I tell her, I'm going to rearrange your cuts to the point where you will walk differently from that moment and every moment thereafter in the future. Because it's true. I'm just going to tell this one, look, this is how it's done. Whether you're 2'7" or 7'2", it's going to happen. So she says, teach me for how tiny, dumb, fuckable, please. I asked, can I be mean? I don't know. Does she want me to be mean? I can be really fucking mean. I can tear her. But she's like, more like you're super cute and you're all right. So here's what I said. Cool, that's it. All right, so she's getting turned on by that, and we got our next song. I don't like you, but I love you. Seems that I'm always thinking of you. Whoa, 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 you treat me badly. I love you, man. You really gotta hold on. You really gotta hold on. You really gotta hold on. You really gotta hold, baby. I don't want you, but I need you. Don't wanna kiss you, but I need you. Oh, 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 you do me wrong now. My love is strong. You really gotta hold on. You really gotta hold on. You really gotta hold on. You really gotta hold on, man. I love you and all I want you to do is just hold me, hold me, hold me. Don't wanna stay here. Don't wanna spend another day here. Oh, 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 I wanna split now. I can't quit now. You really gotta hold on. Really gotta hold on. You really gotta hold on. You really gotta hold, baby. I love you and all I want you to do is just hold, hold, please, hold me, hold me. We really gotta hold on. 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 Why? All right. Please give me the top 30 Smoky Robinson and American songs of that time. Well, it's too late, kids. I am adjusting this fucking tablet because Jeff Bezos could not launch a successful browser if his fucking life depended on it. Silk is the absolute most dog shit browser of all time. All time. It's a $1 trillion company with a $10 browser. That's an insult to dollars. All right. Hold on. Some rabbits in the back. Okay. You continue to read that. You're like, lady, calm down. Hey, come on. I do. All right. Now, people know that Rabbi gets down hardcore. In fact, that could be my fucking middle name. Rabbi Hardcore Rothschild. All right. So I tell her, I'm going to treat you like my personal cum dumpster. You're going to get used like my personal cum rag. Your tiny body will never feel the same. She says, yes, Daddy. I say, you're going to get fucked so hard. I'm going to bounce your body up the walls like a racquetball. You're going to need to hold on for dear life as I'm going to be your personal roller coaster. Understood, my little fuck pet? She says, yes, sir. You'll be laughing so hard at how my tiny body struggles under giant breeding time. Make me a mommy. Do 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 do. People say I'm the life of the party 'cause I tell a joke or two. Although I might be laughing loud and hearty, deep inside I'm good. So take a good look at my face. You'll see my smile is out of place. If you look closer, it's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. I need you, need you, need you, need you. Since you left me, if you see me with another girl, seeming like I'm having fun. Although she may be cute, she's just a substitute because you're the permanent one. So take a good look at my face. See my smile, it's out of place. A little bit closer, it's easy to trace the tracks of my feet. You know I need you, need you, need you, need you. Hey, hey, outside, I'm masquerading. Inside, hope is fading. Just a fire, oh yeah, since you put me down. My smile is my makeup, I wear since my breakup with you. Baby, take a good look at my face, oh, you see my smile, looks out of quick, yeah, just a little closer. It's easy to trace for the tracks of my tears. Baby, 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 take a good look at my face. Woo-hoo, baby, that smile looks out of place. Take a little bit closer. It's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. Hey, Rabbi sit in the back. Yeah, Rabbi. Amazing. Keep on with the story. All right, lady. We got, so she says, yesterday I say, you're going to get fucked. So yeah, the racquetball thing. And then she says, uh, she wants to be made a mommy. Cool. I make sure that she's got all the necessary precautions. She needs to orgasm. She said, yes, sir. And I say, we're going to have the perfect family. You, now, look, she's the one who's talking about breeding and all this other stuff, which is cool. I mean, that's how we all got here. So she said, I say, we're going to have the perfect family. You're going to get hurt so many times, we could produce a small army. I will breed you like you are my own personal fuck pet. Every 9 months, another member of the team. Is that what you want, my tiny fuck pet? She said, yes, please. I say, as you wish. Your body is going to get torn apart by my massive cock. Daddy's going to spin you on daddy's dick like you are tired. You will do 360, 720, 1080 while riding daddy's magic stick. Once you're bred, you are still going to get fucked to the point where you cannot find yourself not getting dick down at least a few times every day for years. Sound good to you, fuck bunny? She said yes. Love this fucking song. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Now if it's fine on my face, it's only been trying to fool the public. But when it comes down to fooling you, now honey, that's quite a different subject. But don't let my glad expression give you the wrong impression. Maybe I'm sad, 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 and sad, and sad. But I'm hurting so bad. You can't be crying like you came to be glad. Sad, sad, sad. Now this is sad things known to man. There ain't too much sad, bad. The tears of the clown. There's no one around. Here we go, kids. Oh yeah, baby. Now if I appear to be carefree, it's only to camouflage my sadness. It's only to shield my pride. I try to cover this hurt with the show of gladness. But don't let my show convince you that I've been happy since you started to go. I give you all I need. It's so high. I'm hurt and I want you to know on you that love is that good. I'll show it. Just all well, there's some sad things in my life, but it's what's sad. But you when there's no one just like Pagliacci did. I try to keep my friend safe. I'm in the public eye, but in the lonely room, I cry the tears of the time. There's no one around. Oh, yeah, baby. Now if there's a smile on my face, you can wear my glad expression. Give you the wrong impression. You don't let this smile away. You think that I don't care. Maybe I'm sad. Yeah, go ahead. Rabbi, that was so fucking hot. Keep reading. I'd be like, all right. But in exchange, you better like double, triple, quintuple, quadruple, quintuple his birthday, girl. So I tell her, your tight little pussy is going to be a primary storage location for my giant cock. Whatever I want, no matter the time, place, or location, should I wish, it is your duty to receive your fucking. It will become traditional breakfast skull fucking, lunch skull fucking, dinner skull fucking. My cock is going to become callous from fucking you so much. Do you think you can handle Daddy's skull fucking schedule? She says, I will do my best, Daddy. That's the spirit. Maybe I'll want to be the really kiss sweet, but only for one night with no repeat. And maybe you'll go away and never come. And the taste of honey's worse than none of all. Oh, well, then, in case I don't want no pie. I do believe that that was only break my heart. Oh, if you feel like loving me, if you got the notion, I second that emotion. Instead, if you feel like giving me a lifetime of devotion, I second that emotion. Oh, maybe you think that love would tie you down, but you don't have the time to hang around. And maybe you think that love was made for you, as though it made shit wise to break the rules. Oh, little girl, in that case, I don't want no part. I do believe that that would only break my heart. Oh, if you feel like loving me, if you got the notion, I second that emotion. Said, if you feel like giving me a lifetime of devotion, I second that emotion. Oh, oh, little girl, in that case, I don't want no part. I do believe that that was only break my heart. Oh, but if you feel like loving me, if you got the notion, I second that emotion. Said, if you feel like giving me a lifetime of devotion, I second that emotion. I second that emotion. I second that. All right, kids. Yeah, keep in the back. Keep reading, my man. Like, all right. So she says she'll do her best. I tell her good girl. She thinks, yeah. Then I tell her, Daddy's gonna fuck you so hard that Daddy's gonna be able to see Daddy's own dick rearranged in your guts. Daddy's cock is going to treat you work like a cement mix. You spin round and round until you explode. You are going to burst like a water balloon in 9 months with the litter of our children because you are my sex bunny. Just like bunnies reproduce, as shall we. Fucking like jackrabbits all night and day until we're exhausted. That is your future. Is that what you want, my tiny little fuck pet? She says, yes, be feral with me. I've never had the chance. That's like not domestic, right? You want to just like fuck out your woods. She says, so in our case, I'm the tiny bunny and you're the giant bunny. All right, one. So then I go, oh! Yeah, cover my and with that, la, 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 I did you wrong. My heart went out to play. But in the game, I lost you. What a price to pay. Baby, baby. Baby, baby, let's go. I know I'm ready to you, but I'm only human. You make mistakes too. I'm crying. Baby, 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 I'm just that kind. Yeah, your heart but I can't stop trying. I can't give up hope. But I feel that one day I hope you need it. It's I still love you until the day is here. And then I'm crying. Baby, baby. Baby, baby. Now, kids, I could do this all night. And yeah. What happened next? Calm down. Go, go, go into the go, go, come on, yeah, go. I play on you for those that I found. In the beginning, the night is gone. And if I'm everywhere, there's a people being there that's gonna keep me on in time. Going to the go, go, let me start this. Going to the go, go, come on now. I wanna go, yeah, yeah. One more time. Going to the go, go, go. Going to the go, baby, come on now. It doesn't matter where you are. When the go, go, can't be gone. You can be don't be shocked if you can see favorite song. And people go, go, and it's Friday. So people go, go, come on now. Don't you wanna go? You wanna go? Yeah, go, come on now. It doesn't matter if you get there. Doesn't matter if you go there. People will have some fun. And everyone, and everybody that you want. Go into a go, go, come on, baby. Go into a go, baby, come on now. Now if you want to go, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, one more time, yeah. Go into a go, go, baby, come on now. Go into a go, go, baby. Oh yeah, that's exactly what the fucking shit we want. Okay. All right. Yeah, you grab it from the back. What did you say? It's well, it's very late, and this person is very tired, and they are thankful. Let's just say, in their own personal way. And you're going to relax and Daddy's goal is to scope up your throat so hard while simultaneously clinging to you like a bullet that Daddy's cock and fingers touch. Three scientists. Your tiny bunny pussy is going to get a visit from the big bad wolf at least once a day. Daddy is going to huff and puff and blow your pussy full of cum. Your little red riding hood is in reality a clitoral hood that Daddy is going to eat like his prey. Daddy is going to munch your clitoris like Big Leaf Chew. Once you are good and ready, Daddy is going to split you open like an axe and pound that pussy until you spray like a fire hydrant during a heat wave in 1930s Brooklyn. You are going to look like you live at a water park. I've been really trying, baby, trying to hold back these feelings for so long. And if you feel like I feel, baby, come on. Oh, come on. Let's get it on. Ah, baby, let's get it on. Let's love, baby. Let's get it on. Sugar, let's get it on. We're all sensitive people with so much to give. Understand me, sugar. Since we got to be destined, I love you. There's nothing wrong with me loving you. Loving and giving yourself to me can never be wrong. If your love is true, oh baby, oh, and don't you know how sweet and wonderful life can be? Come on, you baby, come on, me. I need your word. I don't force. Come on, push it, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Start beating down. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. You know what I'm talking about. Come on, baby. Let the love come out. If you believe in love, let's get it on. Oh, let's get it on, baby. Let's get it on. Yeah. Get it on. Let's get it on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, darling. Stop around the world. Oh, we're gonna get it on. And you, baby, I wanna get it on. You don't have to worry that it's wrong. If the spirit moves you, let me groove you. Good, let your love come down. Yeah, get it on. Come on. Yeah. Look, she doesn't record, or something shitty happens, or the microphone sucks, or like what normally happens on YouTube where it doesn't show, but unfortunately Rumble Studio. It's so fucking sick and they don't have any censorship decisions. So you basically stream live music. So it's clear. Alright, setting this bitch back up. Here we go, folks. Alright. Is it in the story? Yep. Now, back to spamming these motherfuckers like it's going out of style. Alright, Catherine, see if you can hear me. I'm back in the room. Yeah. You there? Holy shit, you're everywhere. Oh, hey, can you hear me? Excellent. How was your night? Excellent. Excellent. That's a wonderful thing, my man. It's a wonderful thing. I do that to a lot of people, so I'm happy to do it. It's a privilege. What were you listening to last night? Okay, I got you. Very well. I will just say, if you can in the future, if possible, please turn down what just because then people come in here, I don't want to mute you totally, you know what I mean? And then other people can't hear what you're saying. But I wanted you to know whatever you were listening to is nothing. That's how they found soundtrack. I was like, is this something by Magic People? for sure, dog. And it's like, oh, there you go. That's good shit, though. Listen to that next. I'll listen along with you next time. Well, here I tell you, hey, don't have it too loud. But then I'm like, but I want to listen to it. We'll work it out. And it wasn't because I like it, and I listened to it for about half the night. But then people come in here, and they're like, "What are you saying?" And I'm like, "Oh, just mute castmates." And they're like, "What?" I'm like, "Just turn it down." But like, I care about you so much that I'm not gonna mute. I'm like, I don't care when he's playing. I'm just not gonna mute him because that to me it's not like I get muted all the time. And I don't like it. It's like you can warn me, you can send me a message, you can do all kinds of other shit. So, anyway, so this girl came in last night, and obviously she liked dirty talk, and I find it hilarious that I use that as my story and read it through songs. And I'm doing my best to just get all the major bands or whatever. So last night was Motown, not all Motown, but just like Temptations, Four Tops, you know, Smokey Robinson. So now it's very interesting what happens. Okay, so I'm multi-streaming, and when I multi-stream on the Rumble Studio, it like records it on all of the different platforms. But if you go to YouTube, it only records up until when the song starts. Once the song starts, no more. And it's kind of like, oh, that's shitty, but not at all, because I got it on all the other things because I can't do it as well. And then all I have to do is go to Rumble Studio and get it, and it's the whole fucking thing. So it's got all the songs in it. Basically, what I'm saying is Rumble Studio does not stop for copyright, and YouTube does. And so it's fucking and what else did I do? Well, I gotta check. This one. That's a new thing. That's cool. Okay. This guy has one of these. It's got a bunch of holy shit. Yeah, he's got like it looks like. Do you know what? It's called Angry Ape. Do you know Angry Ape? There's one of these. Yeah, 40 pounds. Yeah, so he's got a bunch of these. And some people are just talking about. Yeah, I mean, it just shows. Oh, I got some new messages. Madame John Jones, just like from 8 months of surgery or stuff. Yeah, it was a real fun night. And Frosty came in, we talked for a little bit, and then I should talk for a long time. Then what else? Sophie came. And you slept, but it's not like you slept. Oh, that night. When you basically know the rest. We had a huge week of fantasy football and no one cares. But I just want to say, if I'm playing the number 2 team, and it's going to be a big week. But I'm not supposed to win, so it would be a surprise if we won. But I got a good feeling on the squad, so I'm going to be checking that out today. And this always happens to me on Sunday because I'm always up all weekend. I make it to like right at the beginning of the games. The games really start at like 10 a.m. and then I fucking pass out. All done. And then I awake and then I look and see how I did. And like my team's usually doing that. So, yeah. So I had 4 computers that were strictly focused on spamming. One of those computers went down a few weeks ago. It was the best lost them. I can get. So I'm working on 3 of them, and the other 3 that I'm using, I've reprogrammed 2 of them to be just like kind of difficult to find if you are trying to block me or trying to, like, they have random names. The names are like Milky Way, dog, thing. Like, huh? And then the next one would come up and be like broccoli, child, Eskimo. And it'd be, oh, okay, cool. Like, whatever. And I should probably take back the fact that it's Eskimo. I talk about Eskimos a lot, and that their real names, not Eskimo, because that can be considered. It's and there's another one. It's like it's got a line. But yet they still go by mascots. What are the names of the people that are like in the it starts with a Y. Yeah, good job. Oh, very good job. Oh, yeah, you picked it. So shout out to them. Absolutely. Yeah. Whenever so I talk about them at length, and I think I'll be like an icon for the Inuit and Yupik people because I talk about it a lot. Not everybody does, but especially about their diet and how it's yeah, very exactly, 100%, 100%, yeah. One guy. Like the Arctic Circle. I'm fascinated by the diet in both because the ketogenic, absolutely, I said that, and then also an interesting thing they have at least up until the 1970s when I saw slaves, no cases of cancer. Well, there are several groups of people who experience this. Some are in India. And the reason isn't based on their protein intake, it's their intake of a certain molecule known as vitamin B17, also known as nitroside, also known as amico. Like up until at least 1979, it was not known in several groups of people at having vitamin B. And it's if you really want to know, yes, which I know you believe in this, I know the cure of cancer. It's vitamin B17. It's in the seeds of apple seeds, cherries, it's in peach pits, it's the little bit of cyanide in there that doesn't get unlocked until it's in your stomach and your stomach acids release it, and then it only fits into cancer cells. Do you know what scurvy is? Okay, so I'm going to make this very simple. Cancer, scurvy is to vitamin C as cancer is to vitamin B7. It's as simple as that. So you know the phrase, an apple a day keeps the doctor away? Yeah, exactly. And this isn't just Rabbi saying this. I learned this from a documentary. It's called The Book About Cancer by Jared Griffin, the same guy who wrote the book A Future from Jekyll Island on Oxford. And if you want to just see evidence for yourself, just go to Amazon and look up bitter apricot and read the reviews of people. It'll be like people that are like, I had cancer 13 years ago. I had several rounds of chemotherapy. It was killing me. A friend of mine made me watch this documentary or made me read this book. I started eating 1 or 2 a day, and I'm cancer-free 13 years later. This isn't like what modern science is going to tell you, where it's like, well, notice, Casper, I'm not saying it will keep you cancer-free 80% of the time. No, 100% of the time. There's a reason why when hunters kill animals in the wild, we never find tumors in them. We never find cancer. The only time we find cancer in animals is when we domesticate. Isn't that something? Like, that's just a whole. So once you know that, mind blowing. It is, yeah. And you can ask Riser about this because I sat him down and I made him watch these things, and he was like, "Wow, it's so simple." I mean, to tell me that all you have to do is eat like a cherry pit or a cake. And here's why: if you ever watch animals eat, they break through all the fleshy parts of a fruit and get to the seeds immediately. There's something in their instinct that knows that the seeds are where the nutrients are. And so if you watch like a squirrel or anything like an apple or something, it goes through the fleshy part and really tries to get to that hard center. But have I ever seen this work? Yes. I had an employee of mine who went through several rounds of chemotherapy. This was an employee, and it was just very hard to watch it. I didn't have to worry about it. I had a really great team, and so scheduling and things, we could work around it. We were all doing our best to take care of it. But she just wasn't going to make it. And I didn't think that her, and I risked my job for having to provide me that. But I sat her with her daughter, who just so happened to be like a Allen. She was like a model for that. And I sat her down and I watched this documentary, and I gave her these appetites. And man, it's been more than 11 years. I haven't still alive. And it's just like, so I've seen it with my own eyes work, but also if you just go to Amazon and read the reviews, you'll be like, oh my word, it's so simple. And so just like when you would get scurvy out on the ocean from lack of vitamin C, we get cancer for lack of vitamin B7. Let that one sink in, because it yeah, no, you should. Now you want to be careful because a lot of genetically modified foods are having vitamin B17 removed from them. But also, you should know too, like in the United States, we used to not raise the kind of crops we raise. Like basically now we only raise wheat, soybeans, corn. None of those really have any, actually they don't have any vitamin B17. But like a century ago, we would raise like sorghum and all these different like grasses that are filled with it. So, like, I get asked the question, well, what about a polar bear that doesn't experience like high levels of vitamin B7? When a polar bear eats fish eat algae, and algae is high in vitamin B7. And then also, exactly. So, like, if a polar bear eats like a mule, like a mule deer or something like that, the deer, all kinds of grasses that have vitamin B7. So when it eats that gut, it's going to get that in its own system. It's a circle life, just like you said. And yeah, and so isn't it really simple? Like now that I say that, it's very simple. It's scurvy is the vitamin C, and cancer is the vitamin B17. And when I tell you that, it's like there's not anything more to it. No. What I'm saying is that if you eat an apple a day, you won't ever get. Excellent. Oh, and you know what changed at the beginning of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century? Cooking books. Cooking books started saying you had to take out all of the seeds, and that they were nasty, they were bad for you. And they were bitter. There's a reason why seeds are a little bitter, and that's because it's a little bit of cyanide. Now, when I say cyanide, that's the same stuff they kill people with. And there's a reason why they chose cyanide, so that when they kill people. Because when people think of hearing cyanide, they think it's very, very bad. They don't to do with it. So even my children. So excellent. Yeah. So and one day we'll sit and we'll watch a World Cup match. It's only 45 minutes or so. It's excellent. It's from the 1970s, but everything about it to this day is still 100%. That's how you know it's an amazing documentary. They talk about the food industry. They talk about the pharmaceutical industry. You're like, oh wow. So now you think that and they go into like the March of Dimes. Remember hearing about March of Dimes? That was originally for polio, but polio was eradicated. So March of Dimes didn't have anything for which to fundraise. So then they just chose child diseases or something like that. Like the American Cancer Society doesn't want to have to make that pivot. So it's very important. They no longer say like race for a cure. It's now they don't use the term cure. In fact, it's illegal. I could use all my accounts for medical. They call it um, race for awareness. So it's about awareness. Who the fuck gives a shit about awareness? I want a cure. Exactly. Exactly. And so, right, exactly. And what I want you to do, if you have the time, I'll even do it alongside. Go to Amazon.com, and the best ones that I have found are called Tons of Gold, but they don't sell them as much as the ones that are always out. But Tons of Gold, bitter, like even when I type it in, it doesn't like one show me. It'll show me every other thing. Okay, here it is. You get all kinds of other bitter you don't even have to look it up. I mean, you can if you want, but I'll just read you just a few reviews. Well, firstly, I'm just going to read through like the stars. So for the first one, 4.5 stars. The next one, 4.6 stars. The next one, 4.4, 4.4, 4.4, 4.6, 4.4. So okay, people like these, whatever. There's a bunch of them. Pick any of them. Okay, so when I go to the reviews, the key thing with the reviews, and this is what I say whenever anybody wants to fight me, just go to the reviews. Don't look at any studies. Well, you can actually. Major long-term studies that have been done. Nobody gets into. That's what I want you to know. But you go to the reviews and you type the word cancer in, so that it just focuses on that. And then like the first one says customers looking for students. Okay. That's good. When I click the word cancer, looking for specific, yeah, it says, oh, um, when I say type in cancer, it's like, how many times did I type ability to implement? I can share some general information with you. Many customers have reported using these platforms as part of an alternative treatment for cancer. Several customers wrote that they or their loved ones consume these information cancer treatments. This is so interesting, though. I used to do this, and it would just take the word. It would say cancer, 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 cancer. It'd all talk about cancer. It's like somebody was using the strategy that I was using. But somebody told Amazon, you cannot just let people pitch it. I'm going to switch another. I did this with Riser about a month or two ago, and we read through these reviews, and they were all like cancer, 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 and the cancer. Wow, it changed. This is unbelievable. Yeah. Okay, so it's like not like explains it. It's like AI. It's kind of wow, this is amazing. All right, so then let me find someone. This is they changed it, which is really really interesting. Okay, let me try to. Yeah, they definitely changed it. Well, I'll still find it, but um, it's like they knew that people were doing what I was doing. It's painful. Read that reviews for yourself. Because I've never seen that with another product. When you go to the reviews and you type a word in, it gives you like an AI generated thing. Like if you put in like cheap or fast or anything like that, they'd be like, oh yeah. All right. Apricot. And the reason, wow. Well, when you pull it up on the app, the first thing says apricot seeds. The second one is apricot seeds for cancer organic. So like it even says for cancer. Okay, so if I just click the first thing, let's see if they're apricots. Um, okay, it's got 2,000 reviews. Type the word search. Okay, here we go. So they did not. They did not. This is fucking weird, man. If you look on their browser, they got it taken care of, but not on the app. So here's what they said. Um, do most eat them as preventative? Yes, I bought them to help with my cancer. Doesn't amygdala release cyanide after being eaten? Google says so. That was a question. There are many cancer patients, and there, these are used by many cancer patients and found to be helpful. I ate them for months with no health effects. My son-in-law consumes 20 more per day. We started with a few and built up slower. Yes, it is said they contain cyanide, but I have never heard of anyone having problems. It's true. I've never had. The only way you would run into problems, and they talk about this in the documentary, if you ate so many seeds in comparison, like to like if you had a bushel full of apples, um, if you ate that many apples, you would get sick from having too many apples. If you ate that amount of seeds, then you can cause issues. But if you eat 20, even 30, 40, even 50, you might have a little, you might throw up or something, but nothing. Okay, so next one is good for cancer, good for cancer patients. Next is fight cancer. Bought this product based on peer reviews to help combat cancer. Okay, this is so interesting that. And then another person says, these fight cancer. Okay. I ordered the apricot kernels for my wife who has cancer. They just arrived. It is recommended that only 3 small ones or half that, but half of the ones because they contain molecules of cyanide. They will break down cancer and make your body in either direction. I'm hoping that we see some positive effects. When there's no avenue to explore, you will research and try new things. And I understand, I get that. I mean, I think we've all had people who've had cancer and suffered from it, or known people. And okay, so if I go to another one, let's see what it's saying. Show me, just show me a fucking review. How do they compare this one with you? That's, okay, this is sponsored. Let's see. Only 14 euros additional. Okay, so here's just what it says. Is there any benefit? The question is there any benefit to eating appetite seeds if you don't have cancer? Yes, eating food every morning prevents cancer. Um, you know what? Let me see. I think I was searching the wrong. I don't know if I was searching the wrong. Maybe I was just searching question and answer. Let me let me go back to the website. Absolutely. Okay, so I got it. Yeah, it's amazing. Okay, so I found out how to search it. It's interesting. When you look at it with a mobile device, it doesn't have a little search box, so I have to request the page in the desktop. And then, okay, you remember I said this has three different names, maybe you remember. Vitamin B17, amygdala, and Laetrile. There's a reason why they give it so many different names. So it's confusing to me. But these are all the same thing. All right, so very fresh, very tasty seeds. My husband recently received a cancer diagnosis, and we have been looking for natural healing options for him. B17 was suggested by several sources. He seems a very high B17. We won't know for a while. Okay, so they don't know yet. But this person, 4 years running, I discovered B17 and amygdala 4 years ago. Since I've spread the word to my family and others, search reviews for cancer/tumor diagnosis and were greatly impacted by using it. Laetrile, helpful. Apricot seeds and B17, highly effective cancer treatment. Apricot seeds cured my mom of skin cancer in 2 months. She heard of the treatment from a friend who used B17 therapy for cancer in Mexico. And if you didn't know, there's a major clinic in Mexico that does this. People from Hollywood go there all the time when they get cancer diagnoses, and it's taken care of within a few visits. It's still unreal how simple it was. Apricot seeds and the idea of it being toxic to you from cyanide is straight bullshit. This was a headline published by Big Pharma and still is. It is absorbed in the body the same way that it is not toxic on air. Read the book A War Without Cancer by Edward Griffin. Apricot seeds and B17 is a highly effective treatment. I mean, I could read these to you all day, but if welcome. What up? What up, dear? How are you? Hello. How are you? We're watching Joe Rogan. Caspian Sea. If you, let's just say, my internet goes down. Welcome, dear. How are you? Excellent. We're watching Joe Rogan. Feel free to watch along, my friend. You know who Joe Rogan is? Beautiful. Beautiful.
Powerful men in these fantasies, but not real life. But they don't want to just work out to look like them. They possess too hard.
Well, actually, do you know anything about me? No. Oh, let me tell you about myself real quick, if you don't mind. Is that okay? Excellent. I have a Rothschild history. I like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't know more. I've been doing this live now 24/7 for more than 3 years. I have more data than any person on the internet. And essentially, you know the phrase "content is king." Bill Gates coined it in the 1990s. and true today. Essentially, the Economist magazine in 2018 stated that data is their number one resource, and I have more data than anybody. So when I go viral, I'm going to make you rich, I'm going to make your friends rich, I'm going to make everyone you know rich, I'm going to take care of all your problems, and it's just a matter of time. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more data on my any person, and I just want you to know some of the things we discuss on the stream that I really discuss. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, and disclosure. We talk about life extension technology. When you were probably born, the average life expectancy for you, someone like you is probably at age 80. But with life extension technology, human growth hormone, things like stem cells, things like ambrosia therapy, things like cryogenics and nootropics, we're going to be able to extend your life to maybe age 100, 120. Eventually, your body's going to break down, though, and that's where the next type of technology is going to come into effect. It's not mind-blowing technology. If you want, in the future, we'll be able to scan your brain and your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, into a computer, like an upload, and we'll be able to download that into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, avatar, an android, a robot, a cybernetic being, an ethereal being, whatever you want. But basically what I'm saying to you is I think that you will have the ability to perhaps live a digital immortality. I think that's really cool. What do you think?
I always told my friends that honestly, I don't want to go to the future of the show.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. Cryogenic breathing.
Yeah, cryogenic.
And then essentially, I don't think you're going to die. So you're in the right place, my man. All right. Thank you for letting me say all that. Back to Joe Rogan. Feel free to interrupt whatever you want and ask any questions. This is a recent Joe Rogan. This was within the last week. Here.
But just do it. Be like your hero.
Yeah, exactly.
You look at me weird. Yeah,
It's
that's
so
so
hard if you're scrawny and you go to a gym for the first time. It's so disheartening.
tough.
So what? Girls with those fucking yoga pants on, you might as well be a pile of shit to them. Well, there's always a big jack guys doing squats.
That's motivation, baby.
And this look. Yeah, and you're sitting there with your fucking 10-pound dumbbell.
My arms.
Yeah, it takes so long.
The guys you were slamming weights. You guys love to slam weights.
So long to get strong. It takes forever. Oh, you got to do it.
Yeah, I gotta come back tomorrow. They go, oh, I gotta do this again tomorrow.
It's so hard that most people just want to dismiss it.
But it's fun.
If you could do it, a pill, you would always tell it to anybody. If I could give you a pill, and that pill could give you more energy throughout the day, you could pick up anything, you can carry things around. You never have to worry about yourself physically. Yeah, you're stronger than most people you know how to fight. Wouldn't you take that pill?
Yeah.
Well, you can do that personally. It's called hard work.
Absolutely.
That's all it is.
That's so true, yeah.
That's all it is.
It'll change everything.
Work hard.
It'll change everything for you.
You know, it's boring to take all these vitamins. Take the vitamins, you fucking retard. Let's open up the cabinet.
We don't know yet. I've got to work at Chipotle.
You got enough protein in your fucking car's race car. But
Joe, I don't
have free time right now. You just choose to do it with other things. You choose to sit there with your fucking phone out. Just scrolling through Instagram, checking your likes, arguing with people on Twitter.
Yeah, that's how I feel like. You got plenty of time to go to McDonald's. You got time to. James Goggins has that great quote where he's like, he says, this guy said to me, oh, the gym membership soup. So he goes, you got a motherfucking floor where you live? You got a ground where you're at? It didn't work out. I love that kind of mentality. Of like, you could do a whole workout right there.
All you need is a chin up bar. You don't even need that. You get those things that come on your door. You have to get like a permanent push-ups. Yep, good sit-ups. Now they don't trust your frame and they're solid and they're the places to room in. They're legit. And all you need is that and push-ups, bodyweight squats, sit-ups. There's a bunch of different yoga exercises.
outside.
Oh yeah, pick up a rock, a free rock.
Oh yeah. It's not a cool kettlebell with a monkey hanging on it, but you can. Rocks are heavy.
Rocks are awesome.
Tree branch. I know 7,000 parts by my house that have a bar that you wouldn't have to buy on Amazon. You could just go hang from it.
Yeah, monkey bars, those are great.
I'll do it.
That's the number one way kids break their fucking arms. So, yeah, my daughter broke her arm on a monkey bar. I broke my arm on a monkey bar.
Really? At school? Like, it's
school. School. At school, I was like, boy, that monkey bar is really high up.
This is crazy. I like that though. She's a little reckless. Ninja warrior.
Well, that's what it is. All these kids are just trying to have fun, but they don't understand their limitations yet. That's why it's dangerous to have an environment like that. Because they, but that's how you learn. So we were dancing in those films.
Oh yeah.
Perfect triangles.
There's foots in it, but they fall this way, so there's those fucking things. What's the dome one? We had an actual like circular one that was little triangles.
Yeah, we had one of those too. And there was one that was it was like a half a circle.
Right.
Like all these monkey bars inside of it and shit.
Like that's the one I had. Yeah. And there would always be like one bar missing sometimes, like on the thing. You'd be like,
screws sticking out of it.
Yeah.
The kids always bang that. I bang 100 times in this book.
It also forces creativity too, because you're like, there's no iPad there, there's no like video, there's no Candy Crush. So you had to be like, all right, this is our igloo that we're gonna protect.
I don't know. I wonder if that's good. Everybody wants to like look back to the days when everyone was bored and say, and like romantically, you make your own fun. I think I'm in a video game.
Yeah. Well, we had both. I have an energy, so we had both. Like when I was a kid, we would play video games all night. But during the day, there was something fun about wrestling. Like the human part of it. So we really were making up things with guns, just like shooting each other. We kind of those.
Or online.
Oh yeah, we weren't online playing video games either. It's just me versus my buddies.
I think the social media thing is the crazy part of it. I think kids are just, first of all, they're weirdly connected because they all get on Snapchat and then they have a Snap map, so they know where all their friends are at any given time.
Yeah.
And so they're constantly like paying attention to that and finding each other, and they go in groups. They go to this party, and they're at this party. This one, that party. See them on
they're adults. You just described adults. Those aren't even kids anymore.
They're little kids that are like traveling around with their friends with phones, and they only talk through text messages.
Yeah, that's adults.
Yeah,
which sucks.
Fucking weird.
It sucks.
A weird new life. We still do, like kids today, they still do physical things, they still do sports, but when we were kids, the thing about not having any other influences, especially like social media influences, you didn't really aspire to be exactly like other people. It's like there was groups of people that, you gravitated towards being a jock, you gravitated towards being an artist. They didn't try to like completely copy whatever trend is going on. Nowadays, kids they need their fucking stupid label and their Nikes. Like, what is that? Where it's supposed to be cool to keep your fucking label and your Nikes.
Yeah, it's like, look, it's a limited edition. It's like, it's not. They made a bunch of them. Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh, are you a sheep? Are you a little sheep? You got a fucking shot he did, man. And he did. He goes, you're right. I'm right.
I love it.
I'm right. Yeah, everyone knows this is a stupid label or whatever.
It's called an off. Yeah, it means that it has that red tag on it. Yeah, it's stupid. Are you smart? I love it. That's a daddy moment for you. You say, hey, I'm daddy. You need to do this.
No, you are not doing this.
I love that.
You're going to have a propeller in your hat. Just stick it on your mouth. Take that propeller. Take it off. Yeah. Label. When I was a kid, dudes have labels on their hats. I hate that. They buy new hats and they leave the tag.
Or the sticker on the bill is one of my biggest pet peeves.
The sticker on the bill is stupid. Take that sticker off. Why do you have a shiny, stupid sticker?
Makes no sense.
That's dumb.
I think that one thing that I do look backwards and think about, and this is a mushroom thought for sure, this came to me, where it's like, my mom would go, why do you get this expensive shoes for school? And I didn't have the intelligence at the time to explain to her now, but now I look back, I wish I was. My whole social structure is based on this. Because I don't have the internet, which would later come out. I don't have things. When, at least in the 90s and the late 80s when I was growing up, Amber Shoemaker was the hottest girl at our school, which meant Amber Shoemaker's the hottest woman in our universe. I didn't go online and go, well, Amber's not. I didn't have anyone else. That's the hottest girl. Right. So the coolest guy in our school, Anthony Medina, was the coolest guy in the world. That's our war, right? Whereas kids now could go, who gives a shit about Anthony Medina? I'm following LeBron. Yeah. So, like, we had our own little realities. You know, so it's like, I didn't give a shit about the Bulls necessarily, but if Mike Jetson from my school said the Bulls are cool, I like the Bulls. I didn't have anywhere to escape to. I need to do what I can, and I think even before me, it was probably even better than that. I think, like, when Cowboys roamed the earth, that might have been number one. You don't think so? Because here's why, and hear me out. Let's say we're Cowboys. We're on the ridge line. Yeah. The sun's going down. Yeah, sun's going down. Yeah. No, but we have a house. But we're now on the ridge line with our hopes. We're up a few days there. Yeah, trip. I say, hey, buddy, the sun's going down. Let's make a fire. All right. We got to brush the horses. We got to go to shoot. We see all these twinkling lights out there, and we got a picture of Our Lady in our wall. I can't wait to get home to her. We say some dirty things about her. And then I would eat my beans. And then I'd say, I wonder what everyone's doing there. I just wonder.
Dude, that is a really cute version of what I like to do cowboy. Here's what it really was like. You would stay up and I would sleep because we don't want anybody raping and killing us in the middle of the night. Because the Indians have been following us for miles and we don't know they've been following us. And we're too stupid. We're too stupid to cold camp. Okay, so we started a fire, which makes them really easy spot. And they just wait till that fire starts getting dim and they hear snoring and they come in and they cut you up and they fuck you and they do whatever they want.
You're supposed to stay away from it.
Well, I mean, a lot of them. It's only two of us. There's like 7 or 8 of them. And, you know, back in the musket days, there's a lot of reloading. That's why the Comanches dominated this area, because they were using single-shot guns.
But sure, that's racist. They were just sitting there peaceful.
The Comanches had multiple arrows on their fingers, so they'd keep like 4 or 5 arrows. They would shoot one, shoot another one, shoot another one. They were just fucking these dudes up. The only thing that saved this entire state, the only reason why people were able to conquer, was the Colt pistol. Right. When they figured out how to make a pistol with like a chamber, it was Colt, right? Wasn't it? I think it was Colt. So they developed the believe this or not, at the time, the military didn't want it. Really? They're like, what are we doing? Really? Yeah. I couldn't sell it. That's ridiculous. He sold it to the Texas Rangers.
Oh, that's amazing.
James Smith, that guy who's out in the hallway, that photograph. That's the original Texas Rangers. Why wouldn't they want more bullets quicker and accessible? That's just the government. They're always going to care. That's right. They were retarded in the 1800s. So this was a novel invention. Yes, guy figured out revolver. It was like you had to take a cylinder out, produce a cylinder out. But every time you did, you get 5 or 6 shots or 5. Like, so it was the first time ever you could fire multiple times. They just started fucking up. Yeah, they started taking protection. Yeah, for sure. It's good. But it's these guys that like they dressed like Indians. They fucking infiltrated. They cold camped. They would go deep into like uncharted territory.
Those were probably just bad guys pretending to be Indians to make the Indians look bad.
Oh no! They were bad guys. Just that they were bad guys to go after the Indians.
Yeah,
they were bad guys.
No, but what I was saying,
the fucking Indians.
Oh, for sure.
They were bad to each other.
They were also. That's why I always get so mad about the debate about like, well, you came here, like white people came here. It's like, well, do you think that they were all fighting for land here? They were all just fighting. They didn't ever surrender. Yeah, there's lots of tribes. If they surrendered, they were tortured and murdered. The Comanches used to chop dudes' arms off and legs off and then throw them while they're still alive on a roaring fire. Watch it. Yeah. It was fun. They were having a good time. I meant mentally earlier for my early analogy of the Q Cowboy stuff. No. What I'm saying is that mentally we didn't compare.
It's dangerous.
I know. I hear you.
On the range shit is straight up
no shit. What I mean is they didn't compare.
Oh right, because they were You had too many little things. Someone's raping an Indian. Right. You fucking, you hear gunshots, children
You
screaming.
wouldn't think, oh, so what that Jeff dies with me? It's so what that he's funny. He's no Dave Chappelle. You didn't compare.
But they did, like Billy the Kid. Like, the people became famous. They became
Right.
infamous. These people that everybody wanted to be like Billy the Kid.
Well, that's one guy that we try to beat like. Right now, I'd go big deal Billy the Kid. There's a guy in Japan who can shoot 70. Like, the phone makes you have 7 million. You don't even appreciate your wife learning guitar because you go, she's no Bob Dylan. You know, who gives a shit? So that's what I was trying to say. That guy's mean. But he's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Really, give her a break.
Yeah.
But I meant mentally, we didn't compare.
I think we are not designed for it, but I think kids will be. I think the human mind is going to adapt to technology and interact with each other. I think socially people are adapting to interacting with each other. You know, like the way kids like go after each other online, like they're adapted to it. It's normalized. Just like, you know, if you live in a war-torn part of the world, some dead people, it normalizes to you.
Sure.
I think kids are normalizing to electronics. And people want to resist that, and they want to say, oh, I don't want my kids to use electronics. It's a part of the world. I use it, but it's a part of the world. It's not a barrier to being a person. It's not a barrier to living a happy, healthy life.
Yeah.
Just like alcohol is not a barrier. But for some people it is.
Right.
Some people have a real fucking problem with social media and use the electronics. Especially the unsuccessful ones, when they start falling apart when they get older, it just exacerbates their mental illness. And then it becomes all politics.
Yeah.
These guys used to talk about farts on their dick sucks, but now it's all politics. And it's all like life hangs on every decision.
Yeah.
And we're doomed if this takes place. Doomed.
You know what comedian dude does that? Is Kathy Griffin. You know, that guy does that. Oh, you know what I mean?
You just
That guy's unhinged. You go on all day, just doom and gloom.
Do you think that that's because, like, that's how they find meaning in otherwise meaningless existence? Like, what is it about people where their entire life becomes completely wrapped around politics to the point where they're tweeting about it literally all day long and saying these things that they think are profound about all kinds of different issues?
I think it's got to be some sort of virtue signaling. Like, it's their way to go, look at how good I am.
It's also a way to show that you're relevant. You know, you're talking about things that people care about right now. You're chiming in, saying the things that need to be said. You're being heard. You know, there's a lot of like weird. There's a lot of just they want attention. It's a narcissism to a lot of it. But then there's also people that are capable of going online, having interesting discussions with people they don't know. And if you can manage that, you can actually get a lot out of like Twitter, X, all these different ways. You can get a lot. You can get a lot, but it's so hard to do, you know, because it's like so. It's such a. It's like you're deciphering smoke signals. Like the person's not even in front of you. You know, like you're getting these weird interactions with people. There's a lot of like what does this guy mean by that? Is he being shitty? Is he just being honest? Like, what is this?
Yeah, it's very tough to translate their.
It's just so weird. What are they doing?
Like what is that? Were they trying to be funny right there? Or were they trying to? Yeah, it's very tricky.
Well, I'm very lucky. You know, I get to talk to some interesting people, so I don't need to have as many interesting conversations online with people.
Yeah, and also you're a comedian. My favorite thing about being a comedian is I get heard a lot.
Yeah,
we get to be heard. Even when I'm wrong, I get to be heard. So like,
you can be wrong, it's still funny. Yeah, that's the beauty. Who knows Patrice's whole life?
Yeah, 100%. I'm often sometimes wrong, and it's just so funny. Oh yeah, I like this guy.
It's funny, and also the part of being wrong on purpose. Like, I say things I know it's wrong on purpose because it's funny. It's funny.
So you're going for the left. Yeah,
just trying to be silly. Trying to be silly. That's what I like. That's the kind of comedy I like. Right. So I'm going to do that. And you like it or you don't like it.
100%.
But infused is when people try to take jokes or talking shit and just conflate and pretend that it's a statement. You know, like
It drives me crazy.
Right.
Do
you know any friends?
You don't joke? Yeah, exactly.
You don't
pretend. You say those comments want to go to the right. It's because freedom of speech is a pretty big deal to us.
Yeah.
Naturally, it's a pretty big deal that we can say whatever we want. Because here's the thing, racism is bad.
Yeah.
but it is kind of funny sometimes.
It's very funny.
Sexism is bad, but it's pretty funny sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah,
If it's well made.
it's funny. If it's funny enough,
Good meme, solid meme.
great, love it. Yeah, exactly.
Things are funny.
And people go, well, that's racist. You know, I find it's racial and it's funny, but don't just assume that it's this
It makes
blanketly bad thing. Yeah, it's just such a silly.
Like, it's funny no matter who gets it. Right? It's funny if white guys get it. It's funny if white women get it. It's funny if Indian guys get it. Things are funny when people get it. When they get them jokes.
And they don't care about the racial stuff when it's like a comic of any other race doing it.
Right.
You're like, if you're going to use that same measuring stick, go to the Laugh Factory. You could cancel all 12 comedians that are on stage, making easy racial remarks. But like when he's Persian, I know, but it's still a racial remark, you know?
Especially if you're cracking on white people. You can crack on white people as hard as you want.
Yeah.
That's great.
Which is so vague too. I don't know if this is a smart idea or not. This is something I always think is like so vague. These shitty comics like Hardy Kind of Blue, but like white people like it. What white people? Which one? French? Canadian? Do Jews count? Croatian? What a great lump you've done. All white? You know how many countries that covers? And then you go, well, that's why we're saying it, because we don't mean a specific country. We're talking about it. But then, so then that's racist. You go, well, white's not a race. It's just it's a color. Well, then how come black is a race? Because black would be Haiti, would be tons of parts of Africa. You know, so I guess my point is, like, then it's not racist when I say black. It's not racist when you say white, because you're over-glamming the big thing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Also, how much do white people bear?
There's so many white people. It's so vague. You say, oh, you must be rich because you're white. You're like, do you know how many poor white people there are?
Go to Kentucky.
Most of them are
Okay.
poor.
Yeah, go to where the fucking coal mines are. There's coal mining communities where people have just been popping pills since the 80s.
Meth,
Yeah.
never heard of white trash. We dominate the poor community.
Have you ever seen the wild and wonderful whites of West
Yeah,
Virginia?
just go white. Those dances.
Didn't Johnny Knoxville produce that?
That's how I saw it. Was I don't know if it was Johnny Knoxville, but Jack Favorite Channels or whatever.
I think Knoxville made that. It's fucking incredible.
Oh, amazing.
But that's white people too.
Yeah.
Okay? These poor white people they're just the victims of their environment.
They're teaching college kids that, like, if you're a straight white guy, they just hand you suitcases full of money, and that you have no troubles, and the cops don't target you. It's like, cops, you see what Trump said to me?
I'll send this to Jamie because this is wild. This is a wild one. I'll send this to Jamie. It was what he said about colleges.
Oh, I love it.
And DEI endowments.
I love it.
I'll send this to Jamie. He's doing so much crazy shit because he only has one term. You know, like all the different things he said so far about completely banning all of these gender transition clinics was great. Hormone therapies was good. Puberty blockers for kids. It's like stop that, and you know, and he even called them out for that expression, gender affirming. Yeah, it's a crazy. Like a literal dystopian euphemism, right, for what you're doing.
And he said Marxist multiple times.
Yeah.
And people go, they're not Marxists. Do you know BLM self-proclaimed themselves as Marxists?
Yeah.
So you can find hundreds of times where they say, we are Marxists.
Yeah.
So before anybody comments, well, they're not really, they've called themselves Marxists.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think a lot of people like blanketly support that just because it seems like a smart idea. Yeah, Black Lives Matter, of course they do. Yeah, there's cops that killed people. We've seen it. Okay, yeah, it's definitely good to support that. Then you find out all the other stuff behind it. And then you find out that the people that were running up for black
Yes. Do a little homework. They gave all your money to trans people. They didn't help the black community.
is not only to tax but confiscate endowments of every university the Department of Justice finds has engaged in illegal discrimination under the guise of equity, which is basically every university in the country, but it's especially true with the Ivy League, which is, if this happens, will die. They will crush. But this is, you know who suffers the most from this discrimination? From discrimination is Asian people. Do you know why? Because Asian people score so high and they work so hard, they make it more difficult for them to get it. They have to have higher grades, They have to have a higher score. They score them based on like social interactions.
Which is crazy.
If you're studying 18 hours a day, like a lot of these,
I'm gonna win.
It's their culture. Their culture is it's like nose to grindstone,
Discipline.
hard work, discipline culture. I had a buddy of mine.
And no one in America is mad at them for succeeding. We
Exactly.
encourage it. It's good.
I had a buddy of mine that was a national Taekwondo champion while he was going through his medical residency. He was Korean, and no matter what he did, this guy won the nationals. The national Taekwondo champion, and he wasn't like talented either. It wasn't like he was like work. He was 100%.
Yeah.
And this fucking guy like would work all day long at school, and then put his books in his backpack and walk upstairs to get a workout.
Love it.
He would just do flights of stairs over and over while he was in school. He had to do something, and then go back to school. Won the fucking nationals.
Yeah. And that's
Like,
beautiful.
it's this kind of crazy work ethic that some Asian households instill in their children.
Yep.
And it's tough to compete with them. So what they've done is there's been lawsuits about it. I think Harvard sued, right? Was Harvard sued that they were discriminating against Asian Americans? So they have like ways that what they're saying is what they were complaining was that there's ways that they have that like accentuate certain attributes, like that let you get in, like things, social things that you do, different things you do, that give you extra points. That they felt like it was designed just to keep less Asian people in, like
Crazy.
to push some of them out. There's so many of them getting in there and dominating.
Yeah.
Dominating. Fucking
Yeah, but that's great.
yes, well, listen, if you come to
Best of the best.
household that you develop that work ethic, you might not be happy. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, well, I like that they complain about their tiger moms, and you're like, dude, they made you successful.
Right. You got to figure out how to be happy.
Right. That's up for you to do.
This is the lawsuit. Threat to an organization created by anti-race conscious admissions activist Edward Long, citing itself students for fair admissions, sued Harvard, alleging that the university discriminates against Asian Americans and seeking to prevent Harvard College and other colleges and universities from using a wide-ranging and thorough admissions process that considers the whole person.
Love that.
Interesting. So that's interesting though, because on paper that sounds like a good thing. A wide-ranging and thorough admissions process that considers the whole person. Like, if you want to educate a child, right? You want a kid to go from being a young teenager to being an adult, and you're educating them. There is a social aspect to it, right? Like you don't want to develop like complete sociopaths that just go to work, but you can't like stop that option. Like there's people want a quality of outcomes. It's very important, but there's not a quality. There just isn't. And in the mad dog race of life, you're occasionally going to get Michael Jordan. You have to get a guy who works harder than everybody, and he's gifted, and he's going to exceed. He's going to pass you up, and there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing you do about it. He's when he's 22 years old. Get the fuck out of the way. Pick up tennis. Yeah, he's going to kill you. He's going to kill you.
Number two, baby.
You want to be number two. You're eventually going to get to fight number one. And that's not going to be the world's not fair.
Yeah.
Right? And that guy, we saw that he trained when he was a young man. He trained like a person possessed.
Yep.
He lived in what hard film. Yeah. He was obsessed with fighting. Oh, yeah. And talented and gifted. So if you have those things all together, the world is not fair.
Yeah.
And you can't make it fair with laws. You can't make it fair with rules. And it doesn't make you any better to suppress someone in some sort of a way, like diminishing their success. And that includes someone who's a fucking complete psychopath who studies 18 hours a day and dominates, starts a business when they're 19, becomes a billionaire by the time they're 26, and then all of a sudden, buys Twitter from Elon Musk. You can't stop that.
Ask one of these crazy people who doesn't understand these kind of things or has never even thought of it.
Yeah.
Say, I noticed you're watching the WNBA game. Do you think it's unfair that Brittany Griner makes more than her teammates? And they go, no, she's the best. Right. Just like anyone else that's the best makes more money. How can you understand that Brittany Griner makes more than her teammates, but you can't understand that the NBA generates more money and is better, makes more than the WNBA.
Right.
How can you ingrain?
Well, what people get scared of is the amount of control and power that you have with that kind of money. And then some people want to make decisions for all of us, like Bill Gates. Like one of the wackiest ones is talking about like blocking the sun, putting particles in the sky to block the sun to cool the earth. Like, hey, fuckhead, maybe there's a whole lot of people on Earth. You don't get to say for all of us. You don't talk for all of us just because you have $100 billion. That's crazy. Right. That's what people are scared of. What people are scared of is that when you really do have ultimate money and ultimate power, with most people, there's this desire to control people. It's part of the gig. Some of them, they decide they don't want to go into politics. They start like influencing things behind the scenes. They start donating. They have funds. They have a giant fund, and their fund donates to all these different organizations. And in Bill Gates' case, it prevented them from criticizing him because the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, they donate all this money. These media corporations, all these companies. Look at all the money you do to help global health. What it really does is it buys off people from criticizing them. Then you start doing wild shit like telling everybody they should eat plant-based food and
Whatever they want you to do.
You start controlling people. It's like people like to pull strings on people. The George Soroses of the world
scares me so much.
Get DAs elected and then put an even more progressive DA going after him and see if he can fuck with things by letting people out of jail and defunding the cops. And it's like they're playing these weird Monopoly games with the whole world.
You know where you saw a great example was when Barack Obama got into office, Michelle Obama's whole thing was like nutrition. Like that was what she was gonna like really like work on. And dude, it was almost like after 2 weeks, someone brought her in the bag. It was like, listen, bitch. We hear what you're saying about the food industry. I don't know if you know how much pride we're putting in your husband's pockets. And then she immediately was like, maybe fitness. Maybe your kids could run around 10 minutes a day. How about that? Is that better? She gave up the food stuff. It just was immediately.
What was that, James? Is that the same thing? Oh, so,
but then it was like all the focus went towards, hey, just 10 minutes a day after your kids go outside and play. It was all the food stuff going on. Yeah, and you realize, oh, there are other things. You know, there's like all these other things that are at play. It's billions of dollars.
When you're that far ahead of the game, you know, if you're playing a game and you cannot beat the game, there's no way to do it. You're on level 1. There's a million levels. The people that are playing it, that you're playing against, they've been playing for 30 years. They have all the armor, all the magic spells. You're not going to win that. And that is what people are really scared about. What people are walking on is that they don't just have a vote, they don't just have a house, but then they start influencing what people can and can't do. And they start funding studies to talk about particular types of energy because they've got an enormous amount of money invested in this green renewable energy. But what it really is money. They're not ever doing anything for you. Ever. Whether it's climate change, whether it's energy, it's always money. And they'll flame with it's for you, it's for us. Right. We have to worry about the environment. We have to worry. Didn't Al Gore become the first guy to make $1 billion first off of climate change?
I know he's definitely the face of it for a long time.
I read that Al Gore, but I read that Al Gore was the first climate change billionaire. Interesting. Things that he invested in that movie that he put out that scared the fuck out of me.
We got to do something. Yeah,
I saw that. Not a single thing was accurate, not even close.
Yeah. Might as well have been made by Michael Moore.
Michael Moore is more accurate. He was, at least back in the day. Yeah. Watching Rothschild. For me, Michael Moore in the early days made some great films. Well, I think a lot of it was just bull crap. Not the first one, not Rothschild.
Remember when he did a scene where like these kids go into a bank and they buy a gun over the counter from the bank, and I was like, yeah, it was his gun one, bowling for or whatever. And I remember seeing that scene as like I was a Hollywood video at the time. This is terrifying. I get rid of these guns. And then I looked into it years later when the internet kind of grew, and I was like, that's total bullshit. It's like a made up. Yeah, that's why we weren't even allowed at Hollywood Video to keep Michael Moore's movies in the documentary section. We weren't even allowed to keep it in that section because it's not counted as a documentary.
See, it didn't used to be like that. I gotta be honest. I don't think I watched enough of Columbine. I'm over so long ago. But I do remember Roger and me being very impactful because it was about the auto industry moving out of Flint, Michigan.
Oh, yeah.
And about how the
I was just in Pittsburgh. You see all these abandoned warehouses where Americans used to work.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, wasn't it better? With Chinese slaves making you $300 sneakers? Like, no, it's not better. It's not better at all. Yeah.
It's crazy what they did, and they just did it for money. They did it for money. They shipped over things overseas because they can get people to work for nothing, which is so crazy. You can't do it here, but you do it there.
Yeah,
I was talking to this person who ran a plant in Mexico. We were getting a little tipsy, and I didn't like what he was justifying this procedure of doing that. And they were trying to tell me that these people would starve to death if it wasn't for that. I go, these people have been here for thousands of years.
Yeah.
I go, and you know why they don't have any money? Probably because we bribed their government, right? We gave them loans they couldn't pay off, and we took all their resources. And then we moved plants over.
And the pollution of the plants is like just insane too. Like they live in fog-filled cities.
We can go back to the entire areas run by the cartel because we have drugs illegal in this country unless they're prescribed.
Yeah.
And then you have the sacrifice.
No one's worried about that slavery. Nobody's worried about that slavery. Everyone wants to talk about slavery that we abolished in this country.
Right.
Everyone wants to talk about that slavery.
But not a slavery.
Current slavery that made this, or my shoes, or all the things you wear, or how about the sex trafficking? How about the women that are slaves? Right now, let's get to work on that.
They've been smuggled across the border.
Yes.
We don't even know what those are.
If I put together enough money, right? I'm not super rich, but I've got some money. If I put together, like, my life mission is to fix them, they just kill me in a month. What are you doing, dude? Tell jokes and talk about baseball. Why are you trying to help in something that matters?
Yeah, man, I'm trying to shut down the cartel.
No,
You live in there, nothing else.
just make it a week. You go, what happened to you? That's $1 billion a month business.
You're right.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Well,
Why?
I don't know no way.
You kill everything.
So you've got all these problems, and then shipping these factories to these other places doesn't keep people from starving to death. It's just we were doing an unethical thing. Like you can't do it on this patch of dirt, but if you just move it to that patch, right now you can do unethical things.
Now it's fine.
This is crazy.
What is it, a casino cruise ship?
Like now that we know, so they did that back then when there was no internet. You're sneaking across the border. Nobody had my car is $5 cheaper. Yeah. You don't care. Yeah. And so everybody, like, you hear some stories about Michigan. You don't live there. Whatever. I'm over here in LA. Why do you go? Exactly. You got a nice car. But your car's made in Mexico. And it's like we don't even realize like what the impact of that was. But now that we have the internet, now you can see it, and we still do it.
Right.
Like it's like it's grandfathered in that you buy your phone from a company that uses slaves, and the factories literally have nets around them, right? We can jump it off, and we're like, okay.
And also, I'm not pretending I'm better than anyone else, right? Like, I promise that. But I don't yammer on my social media about slavery all day. Right? I'm aware that I'm in this system or this network. It's just so hypocritical when I hear like LeBron talk about slavery that happened in our country over 100 years ago, while he's dripping in Nike. How dumb can you be to pretend to care about slavery while you're making, $1 billion or something from Nike?
I would think that if you are a person that is in mainstream world acceptance, whether a sports star or any kind of media personality, there's like certain things you feel obligated to call out and to talk about.
I would think so. I only know how you behave. I just think there's honest money and then there's dishonest money. And I've never had the stomach.
I mean, like the money they paid the people to endorse Kamala Harris.
Dishonest money right there. Beyonce.
Did you know that was even legal? Did you know that was even legal?
Should it be legal? The View keeps yammering about how Elon Musk shouldn't be allowed. I saw a video yesterday about you. Or the Joe Rogans of the world are influencing. Like,
oh, that's like the feminist guy.
Yeah, and like they're so
there's this multi-billion-dollar right-wing ecosystem that's been developed, just like a terrorist network that radicalizes young people. Like, what? By talking to scientists?
We tell them to be good guys. We tell them to be honorable to their partner. Radical. Also, let me ask you on air for this podcast, How much money did Donald Trump give you to endorse him?
$100 million.
No,
He gave me nothing.
He gave you zero, Joe. He gave you zero because you thought, I think that this is what's best for the country if they're given the two options.
I knew the resistance that I would face, but
How
I
much
think
did
it's
Beyonce get?
she had $10 million.
$10 million.
Hold on. She talked for like 3 minutes. That's good.
What do you mean that's good?
And that's enough.
That's too much.
That's plenty. That's perfect.
10 million. It's a good deal.
Taxpayers' money. I mean, it's a good deal. All these people that are like donating money to the Democratic Party. And
If we did Beyonce, mutants.
They're $20 million. They spent $1 billion. They're $20 million in debt, and Trump offered to pay their debt. He said, we have a lot of money left over because most of our media was too good. Earned media. I had to look it up. So earned media is essentially whenever he's in the news.
Yeah.
Or when he's getting interviewed on shows or on podcasts. That's earned media. That's what he did.
Well, I just love people go, why are you getting so passionate about this, Jeff? It's like it's right in front of your eyes.
Right.
You have to pay someone $10 million to endorse A, but then like B is doing it for free because they believe in that like idea. Which one seems more nefarious?
Took 1.8.
1.8.
Is that real?
Because I said it.
I know that.
What is wrong with
Any evidence that supports this stuff?
I think it's all legit.
Some of them being asked if that was not.
But wait a minute. Oprah was paid. There was an FTC.
Her company was paid to host an event.
Okay. They paid a company $1 million.
I'm just saying that's
Right.
where they
Right.
She was not paid.
$1 million? What did she do that hosted an event? Did she put together an event, like cater an event?
Campaign finance show that they paid the Harpo Productions for event production. It's paid for post live stream event, which I must have
Production costs of the live stream event. That could be money.
She was not paid a personal fee for the event. She said I was paid nothing.
Right. But she didn't donate her company to do this. She got paid for it. That's right. I don't know. Like,
So this is where I got it.
So she got a gig. Is essentially what it is. She got $1 million gig.
$5 million to Megan Thee Stallion, $3 million to Lizzo, 1.8 for Eminem,
That's in the article, but it doesn't show like.
and $1 million for Oprah.
That could be made up.
Okay.
Yeah, this is an Instagram list.
Well, I didn't make it up, but I
want it to be real.
Well, it makes me believe in our Earth better if they didn't. If they just did it for free.
It makes me believe in the earth better if they did it. Because I don't want to think that I never really believe that shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's naughty people that do this.
There's no federal records showing campaign payments.
Right.
So it's just mostly false. Like, where did that rumor emanate from?
Put on Instagram, and it was in Brentwood. Sounds
I thought it was fun.
Yeah, it is fun. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I read it and my blood boiled. I was like, what is going on?
The Beyonce one is crazy.
there's no evidence that it's true. It might be true. Doesn't mean it's not. There's no current
No
evidence.
current. It's mostly false.
Yeah, it could be a rumor that
Political.
Well, if it's not true, then it's not true. Let me tell you, if it is true, that's crazy.
Is that legal? Is it legal to pay Beyonce $10 million to talk at a political rally?
I don't think so. There's all these like little companies.
That seems crazy.
Like, desperate times.
Yeah, but she doesn't need the money.
No, I'm saying desperate times for the campaign trail, and then they go, I was going to endorse her anyways. I'll just do it for, a little fee. My time is worth money. My private plane costs money. Can you cover that,
Well, it seems suspicious. Because when someone's got that kind of money, to do something that people are going to look down upon if they find out if it's true, that's what makes me skeptical. Because, like, someone has that kind of money. For her, $10 million, it sounds crazy to say this, but I believe that for Beyonce and Jay-Z, $10 million is not noticeable. It's not going to change their life at all.
It won't change your life, but you still notice. Like,
I think they're billionaires.
Beyonce's got almost $1 billion.
Yeah, I think he has a billion. Well, I don't think they're going to notice. So that's like not going to change your lifestyle.
But it could get you out of your house to go do a thing that puts you in the news.
Is that what you want?
Well, think about the Super Bowl. All those people that perform the Super Bowl halftime get paid $0.
Right, but
Why did they do it?
tremendous advertisement. Because they perform. She wasn't even performing. She was just talking. I mean, maybe $10 million, $10 million. You can't help it. You have got $2 billion in the bank. But part of me is like, maybe I'm just looking at how I would.
Yeah. Well, I always think, and this may be my naivety, like rich people, is that like they don't have to be popular because they're rich. Like you think that. That's how I think about it. Is that like I wouldn't do anything against. It's easier to do things against my moral compass when I was broke. You'd say, Jeff, we'll give you $500 go steal this thing, because I'd be like, $500. Whereas like now I can be a little more generous with my money. I can be a little more ethical because I'm in a place where I have nothing to worry about. The $500 isn't worth breaking some ethical code for them.
Right, but money isn't your existence. And for some people, money is just some score of how other people life. And they get addicted to numbers. They get addicted to this idea of constant. Yeah, and they compare themselves to other people.
From Fox News, they have Washington Examiner reporting money was spent and raised. I guess you could argue maybe.
Well, they spent 6 figures building the set for Caller Daddy, but that seems. But people are saying that's outrageous, but that's not that outrageous. $100,000 to build a set, you have to lease a building, you have to bring in cameras and all that shit. I can see that being $100,000. Campaign spent at least $15 million on event production, FEC record show, with many payments lining up with high-profile events and concerts with celebrity attendees or performers.
And that's how you do it, because it's a performance.
Right.
So you can pay them to perform. That's the difference.
That's the difference. The truth is, just an epic disaster. This is a $1 billion disaster. Lindy Lee, Harris Surrogate, and DNC National Finance Committee member told Fox and Farms Week on Saturday. So they did. They definitely spent a lot of money. Harris campaign cut multiple 6-figure paychecks in September for left-leaning groups that have been vocal about defunding the police, reparations that are tied to radical activists who have supported notorious anti-Semite Louis Farrakhan, Fox News Digital previously reported. That's wild. So they cut checks to left-leaning groups. So they spend money to get people to talk.
They give it to the groups. The groups pay the performers and the people to speak.
Well, you also, the groups, like you're paying them to be vocal.
Yeah.
Like by saying I cut multiple 6-figure checks, like you're funding these people to go out and do these things. The FEC campaign also spent north of $56 million on payroll and payroll taxes in just 3 months.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That payroll is your performance.
Filings also show the campaign gave in excess of $100 million to various consulting and marketing firms, including Gambit Strategies LLC, DuPont Server Strategies LLC, and Bully Pulpit Interactive LLC. That is so crazy. They gave those folks $100 million.
Like $1 million something could have been lost in there, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, there it is.
You have to find out. Right.
I think with a guy like Eminem too, he doesn't like performing. Like he has agoraphobia. Like he doesn't like leaving the house, which is crazy. I saw him. He killed it. I saw him over at the racetrack. He played at Coda. Yeah, it was awesome. It was like 100,000 people because it was. But a lot because it was there. People were there for Formula One, and they had this enormous place. Like I saw the Stones there, and I think it was. I mean, how many people does Coda see? I mean, it had to be 80,000 people. It was one of the biggest crowds I've ever seen. It was insane. But I saw Eminem there. It was great. He performed so rarely.
My buddy was at an F1 thing recently, and like one of the concerts that was performing afterwards or something. Maybe it was just F1. I don't know. Maybe there wasn't a concert. Whatever it was. Michael Jordan was just hanging out. Michael Jordan had a hat on, a hood on. He had like the things over his ears from the noise of the car. And my buddy's like, "Hey man, like, and Jordan took like a selfie with him, chatted him up for a few minutes, and I was like, that's how popular it's getting." Like you said, Eminem was performing at an F1 thing.
Yeah, he performed. They had the races, and then one night.
That's crazy.
I saw Post Malone there too. He was just there 2 weeks ago doing his country show.
Yeah,
he's doing it. It's great. Yeah. I love that too. That's the best. He's so much fun. He's such a fun dude too. Just fun to hang out with him too. Get to see him give him
100,000.
So it's just fucking insane. He killed it too. So, but he doesn't like to do shows. So to get him out there for a political event,
Yeah, you better pay the guy. Especially if he doesn't do a lot of shows a year.
Yeah.
Like, my name will go a long way. Yeah. I live in Detroit. The price of living there is not that steep. Yeah.
You know?
I think that I also think that it's people care about money. You know.
Yeah, well, especially if you're a person who thinks about money all the time. That's what I was saying about, like, I know rich dudes. I know dudes who are billionaires who get uncomfortable when they're around 100 billionaires because they feel like losers.
That's wild. It's hilarious. I'm not a break. It's like when you showed me all the planets in a row, and I thought, like that's what you just did with money.
Yeah. Because there's always layers to it. Like, I'm pretty wealthy. I'm very poor compared to my friend Elon.
Yeah.
I'm like a dude living in a
But it's
shitty studio
also-
apartment compared to that guy. Like, that's what it's like. Like, there's like crazy levels to it. But also, he works in a way I'm not willing to do.
That's one thing people don't talk about. These really, even Bill Gates, whether you agree with him or not, like the dude was willing to like sleep like a fish, where he'd sleep for like 15 minutes and wake up and program again. Like he worked really hard to become Bill Gates.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt. And without Microsoft, like who knows where we would be without the Windows operating system?
Oh, yeah.
It was fucking everywhere. It was everything.
It's also cured like 500 things. These like small like little non-profits will say, there's this disease called this, you got how much you need. They go $1 million, we think, maybe, and then he just gives them the money, and then they close. They go, what are we going to work on now? We cured it. You know?
Really?
Yeah.
Sure about that?
Well, that's what this is another one of these ones I got wrong. Let's ask
You just put in capitalism. Okay? Capitalism is you act like a philanthropist, but you make a lot of money through this. Like he invested a lot of money in the mRNA vaccines, and that's why he was promoted. He made like $500 million.
Sure.
And after he dumped the stock, he started talking shit about it. It wasn't really that good. The virus wasn't that dangerous. Like, what? Where was this guy?
Well, but I'm saying like all these. I don't know how you look up if he's cured any diseases. I don't know how you look at it. So when with them,
They invested in efforts to develop cures for diseases.
We've also invested in.
but they didn't fix it.
The only one I know that's close, I think, is sickle cell. I think the myth is pulled back.
Who would have heard about that? They cured sickle cell. Yeah.
It's okay.
I thought they cured all these small ones.
You know where sickle cell came from?
No.
It came from resistance to malaria.
Really?
Yeah, people that experience malaria that's tracked out on their genes and pass it on to their ancestors. That's where sickle cell buddy died from sickle cell. That was a killer guy. I used to attempt to know Jimmy Walter, was awesome and talented guy. But like he would get sick, so he couldn't train, couldn't come in for months.
It was the drug that came out this year. I think I thought it was going to be like ending it, but it never completely
Drugs, you die fast.
Of course, but
They died from it.
anticipated number, higher than anticipated number of deaths were in trials.
Yeah. Indicated the benefits of the drug no longer outweigh the risks. So it kills people quickly.
Yeah, he just goes, I guess that's a solution of sorts.
You know, 33%. Is that what it is? 30-something% of all drugs the FDA approves get pulled.
Like, whoopsies. Hey, we tried it. Yeah, what doesn't matter? You ever read that book? I think it's called like 19. I don't know the name of the book. It's named after a year. I think it's not the George Orwell. No, not George Orwell. It's called. It's a. What's it about? I'm trying to look in my Audible for this book. But basically the premise is this guy cures cancer.
Why don't you search and type in the number one?
Maybe. But it might be called Poison.
Oh, you don't remember?
No, it's a lot of books. What's it called? I'll find it. But the premise is this guy cures cancer, and then everyone's great. He becomes the richest guy. Everyone's happy that he cured cancer. But then people start to resent him because they're like, I should have already had my inheritance by now. This guy's playing God, keeping my parents alive longer than they should. It becomes like these ideas of like, he's wrong for doing this. He's affected society. Like, there's no real estate being freed up as quick now. People should just die however they die naturally. And it's a fun little, it's not obviously not real or nothing, but the was an interesting kind of way to look at things.
Well, that's how sociopaths were looking at things. Imagine that. Like, what you're thinking is, if someone dies, I get their stuff. And people just die.
It's disgusting. But I could see how groups would start to think that. Like that's how like life is. You do a good idea. Look at the systems that we put in place like back in the day, and now everyone looks like that was just their way to trap people in the project. Like at first, it was like a really nice idea. Like they wanted to give people that couldn't afford places in the city. But it's all been.
That's why how people react to that one dude who's trying to live to be 2,000 years old, and that one guy who gets like young guy up there and rejected him.
Oh yeah,
Just do anything. So it's like I've seen so many people mad at him. If everybody lived for 500 years, the whole world would be overcrowded.
yeah. But everyone's not trying to do it.
Yeah. Also, if I could give you a pill, you'd be healthy. Just take this one pill, you'd be healthy for 150 years. And I can take it, shut the fuck up.
It's called 2030 by Albert Einstein. But it's just interesting. It's just kind of like, yeah, because you start to see how, like, over time, people just misconstrue things. Enough time goes by.
People are willing to do all sorts of mental gymnastics. I mean, that's how this whole gender affirming care. Exactly. We never let kids get tattoos. We let them get their tits chopped off. It says who?
What, 30 years ago, if you said that we'd be debating or even having to have a conversation that's controversial about whether a guy can be a woman, they would laugh in the streets at us, you know? And now it's real. So just like that's kind of how the book does a really good job of describing, like, they would just resent that guy after a while. They would hate him for communicating.
Some people would. There's always going to be weird bitches in this world. And they exist to, and you just to be talking about your parents, I don't want to be like that. Yeah, that's what weak bitches are there for. They're weak behavior, jealous behavior. You learn from it. You go, oh, see that
Yeah. I feel like that with a ton of people in my life.
Hell yeah. They're gonna always, they're there. They're always going to be there. There's some people that just, they're not going to keep up. You can't keep them in your life. You just can't. You got to keep moving.
Yeah.
Some people are never going to run out of problems. They're never going to run out of friends to throw those problems at.
Yeah. I was telling you this earlier, like the day after the election, like I woke up with my buddies, just sitting there, I was about to open up my phone for the first time since Trump wins the election. I just took a deep breath. I was like, I'm going to lose a lot of friends today. I was supposed to post some shit, and like, just like, I was so,
you're not losing friends. You're losing friends who weren't really your friends. They were friends with conditions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Ron White is a giant Kamala Harris supporter. Ron White always votes blue.
Yeah.
He's one of them low information voters that just start giving them facts and falls apart. But he'll fucking tell you, I should have made a fucking bread.
Yeah.
I love it. They're my best friends. I don't care.
That's how things should work.
That's how it's supposed to work. There's
100%.
different political ideas. There's different ways of thinking about things. That's fine.
It's broke my heart that a lot of people have treated me the way, because I feel like people are fine with conservative Jeff. They knew that I'm a Christian and that I lean, you know, right, especially now, I lean even more right. And then, but they didn't really draw a line until I became like supportive of Donald Trump. Like, that's when they drew a line and they go, we don't want to talk to you.
I don't think I moved.
That broke my heart.
I don't think I moved right at all. I stayed.
But the
whole
thing is, that's what I'm saying. That's I haven't changed many of my thoughts. It's just that it's gone. What was a Democrat is a Republican.
There's a few of my thoughts that I used to like be all in on. And this is like just about like human psychology. I was all in on universal basic income, which I think is going to be necessary in the future because I think automation. That's something Andrew Yang talked about when he was president. I think he's correct. That automation and AI is going to just consume so much, especially AI. It's going to consume so many jobs. There's going to be so many people that have to like rethink their life and figure it out. But if we don't compensate those people somehow or another, we're going to have a real fucking chaotic job in our hands. Just to keep people happy and healthy. I think universal basic income might be the way to go. But I just always think like, hey, maybe if we get universal basic income to people, then, you know, they would still be ambitious, but they'd be ambitious in like pursuing their own career, or developing their own business, or, you know, taking that money and using it to be free. But now I think that human nature, if you give people, there's so many people that if you don't give them a difficult problem to solve, and if you provide them with all their needs, their food, their shelter, they just get it easy. So there's two things going on. Right. So there's two things going on simultaneously. One, we have to address the fact that there's no way to get around the fact that automation and AI is going to consume a lot of jobs, and if the universal basic income is probably the only solution for so much people. But then there's also the psychology aspect of it. Like if you do tell people you never have to work again, most people never have to work again, and they're gonna regret it someday. One day they're gonna look at all these people they admire, have accomplished things, that live these fun, exciting lives, successful lives, and they're gonna feel envy, and they're gonna feel despair, and they're gonna feel like they could have done something all the time. But they got trapped. The siren song of comfort led them into the rocks.
That's the devil, the comfort. 100%. Like all my friends, right? My friends, not all my friends, but during like COVID, they're like, what do I do? This is like really stressful, and I don't have it, right? And then they got their government money, right, for being out of work. And you know what they did, Joe? They bought guitars and baseball cards. And I was like, I don't think you're as struggling as you thought you were. Well, like, it's never enough, So it's like you've got to, like, if you give them, they'll say, well, this isn't basic. This basic income, it's not enough for me to really live. Because what is really living? So it's just always good to be more. Right. So it's like, it's frustrating to try to solve that. The hard work's the answer.
Well, you're not going to feel happy with no purpose. And that is another thing that we found during COVID. One of the things, like, people were so at each other's throats during COVID. It's because everybody's at home. They were all fucking bored, just freaking out and just, like, attacking people. Where the fucking matters?
I know.
Like, everybody's out of their mind. I lost my life. It's like most people did, especially if you've seen your life go away. Because maybe you've worked 30 years to develop a business, then all of a sudden some new thing comes along, you have to shut your business down for a year and a half. It's not like, I don't have money, right? And you can't get a loan, and like, oh my God, and the lease payments for the building, they keep coming in, like, what am I going to do? And then you're on
crushed all small businesses that they claim they care about.
God, they crushed so many fucking restaurants.
Yeah.
They almost crushed the comedy store.
Oh, I haven't made money in 6 months. And now a different group's going to break the windows out of that place that I didn't even. So all at the same time, that's enough to make people.
And people are saying defund the police at the same time. Like, oh, this is great.
That's enough to change my political opinions, and it's enough for a psychopath to grab a gun and go, hey, maybe don't knock out the windows of my store. Like, it was just too much at once.
If someone comes along from the left that is an objective, sensible person that's making sense of, like immigration, foreign policy, then I'm still left. Right? I'm still saying, I'm still, because socially, I'm left on almost everything. On almost everything. The hard right is, to me, just like the hard left. But the crazy fucks that are out there on the fringes, and they sort of define the left and define the right for everyone. Like, you define the right by, like, white supremacists, KKK. You define the left by Antifa.
Right.
Jesus Christ. Most people are like, right here. Sure. Most people are like, I just want rules and law and everybody be kind and healthy and a prosperous society and no pollution.
Yeah.
I feel like we could all work together and do a better job of all these different things.
But like Jordan Peterson says, who's like my favorite human in the world. I love him so much. But he was saying, like, it's really easy to identify and rebuke the far right. Like, we're very good at identifying it and going, I disavow or disavow, whatever the term is, we don't want that.
Yeah.
But then with the left, the very extreme left, we kind of celebrate it and we post it and we brag about it and we go, look how good I am.
I think they thought we finally have thugs.
Yeah.
I'm against the far left. It's the bullies. I have and the far right. It's the bullies. It's the bullies on both sides. The people that just want to use a group and have a bunch of people who are all attack. And they just go smash windows and light things on fire. And there's also, they get funded to do that too.
Yeah.
All this shit that you're seeing where where they funded all these different organizations. People fund through political PACs, through all sorts of different methods, fund all sorts of organizations. They donate to all sorts of organizations. Some of these organizations cause problems.
Yeah.
And they do it because they want them to do it. They want problems.
Yeah.
They do, like, you see stacks of bricks laying around.
Yep.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying this. Somebody left $30,000 worth of bricks around. They were just doing construction. Just conveniently happened at the same time the protest is here.
Everyone loves coincidences. They
What
think
are you
it's all
conspiracy. But it's just, and that is another group thing, about being part of the group. If you're a part of the group that's yelling and lighting house on fire. How much fun it must be?
Oh yeah, it's
Especially you're doing it to support black people. What else was it? Let's light up Starbucks.
Yeah.
You know, Starbucks is like, what did I do? I didn't do anything.
Yeah. At least when I supported my group, I didn't get a free Xbox. You know what I'm saying? Like that's I don't think you really care about what you believe in if you're getting lamps and shit.
And then in New York, they've done this with him. They just let people burn themselves out.
It's crazy.
That de Blasio was the worst. You know, it's not even
No.
Yeah. What's de Blasio's real name?
It's some crazy like villain. His real name's Loki Betts.
Yeah, it's like a villain. He sounds like a villain. What's his real name? He changed his name to fit in.
Warren Wilhelm Jr.
Yeah. That's a fucking. That's an evil name.
That
Warren
is
de Blasio.
sure.
Yeah. Warren Wilhelm Jr.
I like to call myself Jeff Dicey. Jeff Dicey.
If you're like, oh, it's your son? Oh, no.
No. But if I just Jeff Dicey,
It's fine.
Jeff Senior.
Just prepare for
You're Joe Rogan Senior.
This is fucking so funny though. The guy changed his name to make it ethnic.
Oh yeah.
De Blasio knows how to take care of you. Eat the fries, get a vaccine. Come on.
William?
What happened?
Are you watching William's kids?
No. Hey, it's not me. I'm the guy who pays taxpayers money to like interpretive dance performers with masks on in the middle of the street. You ever see that? Yeah.
Alec Baldwin's wife. Remember her?
She's
like, how do you say orange? Is it orange? I'm from Spain.
It just made up a whole like that's crazy. That's totally crazy.
Sexually, yeah, amazing.
She's anytime down with the tenses of different names.
That's one.
That means
100%.
What would say? Oh, the video with de Blasio had the dancers. Listen to this. Take it from the beginning so you can hear how fucking stupid this is. Look at this. They all have masks on outside.
We need a recovery that brings back the life and the heart and the energy of this city, and that everyone gets to be a part of.
This dance.
We're going to really bring back the heart and soul of New York City. We need our arts and culture back, and we need people to see it and feel it, to participate, and know that the essence of New York City has not been defeated by the coronavirus. Keep strong in 2021. Look at 2021 as you see the city come back to life and hopefully culture is another step towards the recovery for our city. We're launching with 115 street locations in all 5 corners, and it brings stages to our neighborhoods and culture to the heart of our neighbors.
I wonder how many of those 115 people, 115 neighborhoods shot at those dancers.
Yeah. When I think of New York City, I do think of people spazzing out in masks like that. But I do think of them going like this, like on drugs, asking me for money. That's what I think of when I think of New York.
This is peak woke. This is absolute peak woke insanity. Stupid, shitty, out of rhythm dancing, terrible music, while everybody's wearing masks outside and they spend money on us. And this was his way of bringing the city back to culture. It's just so unlikable. It's peak woke. This I think this moment, this video, this is historians will look back at this. Like this is this is when they clearly lost their fucking mind. The biggest metropolitan city on earth. The one. Right? If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. That retard is the mayor, and this is what he's doing with taxpayer money. While he's got the whole city shut down. And he wanted to defund the police. And he let people riot, smash windows, and steal things. We need to bring our culture back. Leave the shit. You're terrible.
Oh, you believe that? That wasn't real.
You're the big up. You're gonna go peak woke insanity. If you try to do that at any other time in history, if that was in 1990 and the mayor of New York had people dancing with masks on in the street, everybody like, what the fuck is that?
Someone bullied them immediately.
Like, what is that? Why did you lose your fucking mind? But that was when everybody was so confused and so mentally ill. I think as a society, we mentally had a cold. We're all like, no one felt like the whole country was mentally ill, but legitimate. And that's how they do it. That's
But you know what they'll say? They go, oh, that was 2020, dude. Because they'll dismiss it. It's crazy. Like, oh, that's 2020. He's going to bring up 2020 again.
That was 40 months ago.
Right. Exactly. Well, where's the apologies? What's the big deal? Where's the hey, we were, hey, you know, maybe we were wrong about that. When are you ever going to hear that?
Not only did not they were wrong, but now they're the victims.
Yeah.
You know, everybody else is spreading misinformation, and we have to censor online speech. How you guys? You guys into the Iraq war with misinformation, you cunts.
I've been wrong all the time. And I just go, yeah, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. I've been wrong on this fucking podcast right now. But like the left will just go, no, that's different. Like, I'm like, just, can you just at least say, we're sorry for calling you a super spreading jerk because you wanted to leave your house to get coffee? Can I get one? Yeah.
They're wrong about everything. They gaslit the whole fucking world. They got away with it. They almost got away with demonizing their political opponent and putting them in jail. They almost got them in jail. They came real close.
Yeah, that's so
They were
scary.
convicted of 34 felonies, things that aren't even funny.
Well, and also people can't even tell you what those felonies are. They just, it's more fun. It's more fun to call someone a felon.
Yeah, that's why you get convicted in the first place.
Yeah.
It's like name calling. Yeah, it just lost its mind in 4 years. In 4 years, everybody just gives them. There's so many contributing factors. The hatred of Trump, and then there's the coronavirus, the chaos, and the racism, the sexism, the George Floyd thing, and the Biden seems to be dead. They're still around the country, like what's happening? And then, you know, and then now, finally, when Trump won, it was like the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
Maybe we're gonna be okay.
What's
the stuff we say?
I'm very optimistic about it. Yeah.
This is like what most logical, sensible people would say.
Well, and also like the double standard is just really fascinating to me. It's like what's the Bosa guy from the 49ers? He comes on like while they're interviewing the guys that were the stars of the game. He runs up and puts his MAGA hat on, and then he like leaves, and everyone's like, he's gonna have to be fined for that. Like, you can't make political statements. I'm like, I don't know if you remember that BLM that was like on the field, like all their helmets said that. That's not a political.
Yeah, it's a cultural statement. It's a politician usually. There's a big difference.
You don't find that political. Is it political?
It's not political in the sense where someone's running for office. So there's a difference between like you're promoting someone running for office while that's on television. They don't want you doing that on television. The other thing is like you're taking a cultural stand. It's a different thing. It's got political aspects to it. It's political in nature. It's supported primarily by the left, right? Okay. But it's not the same.
It's not vote for so and so. Okay.
Right. But if he had a vote for Harris, I don't know.
Right. I don't know. Yeah, but that is interesting. Like, I remember seeing that going, you're going to have to find all those other players who wore defund the police on their things. And,
yeah, you know, a little different. It's different. It's a social issue. But I think the point is to say, it's like these guys, it's like, how many of these fucking dudes who do this stuff just do it because they know they get good social media cred?
Oh, yeah. That's tough to figure out, too.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in the world. Like, when people know you can say certain things, it's hard to know what you really think.
All right. I've gotten accused of pandering. They're like, oh, he's pandering to the right or whatever. Yeah, Fast Metro goes, you go to a political lately to me. And I was like, I'm just saying what I think. Also, like, I tell you this, like, too, is like when I was in Seattle, you know, and I was like making jokes, like nobody goes, wow, you're really leaning into this left stuff. You know, like when comics are going up and talking about all the things they talk about, and I'll go, oh, trying to make that Obama. Like no, they're just saying what they think.
Yeah.
Nobody ever accuses people of pandering until you do it, like, on the conservative side.
Well,
then they think you're pandering.
People do like when they catch people pandering.
If you can catch them, but how do you know?
Well, they like to accuse people of pandering if they disagree with what that person says.
Yeah, bingo. And our community, like as far as stand-up comedians, has been very left-leaning.
Yeah.
I've never once gone, oh, you're pandering to fit in here, or you're pandering to get on the Tonight Show, or you're pandering to get on Jimmy Kimmel. Definitely do that, for sure. But I never accuse them of that, because how am I supposed to know if they really feel like that? Right. But when I say something,
I really don't care about this. If you do, your pandering is really hilarious. The problem with me, where I really get grossed out by is clap.
Yeah. I'm guilty of it sometimes lately, for sure, just in certain scenarios. I've done it.
People just all in the world say things, people are agree to. It's a bunch of like, hey, you missed the whole part of this whole formula. We're all just kidding. This is a comedy club. We're coming here for fun.
100%. Yeah, and I think also too, it's like that's why it's hard. That's why it's really rough to accuse someone of.
Yeah.
Because you don't know. Like, what is the difference between pandering and just playing to a crowd?
Mm-hmm.
You go, oh, Joe, you got to read the crowd.
Right.
Well, what's the difference between pandering and reading the crowd?
Yeah.
I guess reading the crowd is pandering. So then I guess yes, in a way, I'm guilty of it, but we all are.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, read the crowd. So
You just do your thing. I like that. That's why this stuff works. In Madison, Wisconsin, they go, no, it's in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, somewhere in Wisconsin. The people have to show that. But you don't do that material in LA. I go, damn sure I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do this material in LA for sure.
yeah, people have this bizarre idea to change your life.
Right.
Yeah. You know, artists come up with all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's like fucking 6 months to come up with 20
It's
minutes.
hard to want. One new joke needs to be blossomed into a thing. It needs to be watered. But I will say, like, I'll change, read it back like it's a corporate event. I'll do different material. I'll do different words of the same bits and things. I feel like I have to adjust.
Yeah. Well, that's all that kid.
Yeah.
The corporate gigs is like hiking up my skirt and stick my ass on.
Dude, that's all it is. That's the real luxury of being successful. Like as successful as a lot of you Canadians are.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to do it. The corporate
I
gigs.
don't have to. But I still get offered it and just say yes. Do that stuff.
Yeah. Ron White did my. He goes, I did it because they offered me a fuckload of money. It was the worst experience I ever had in my fucking life.
Stressful.
Why'd you do it? You shouldn't have done it. It was fucking terrible.
Yeah, stressful. It also is kind of exciting though. I kind of crave those moments where I'm like nervous again. Like in February when I came into the motion for the first time, I was like, this is exciting. I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous to go out there. You're up in the balcony. I'm like, I like this. Like the first time I did the Tonight Show, I had all these like butterflies. Like that was I live for those kind of moments. So sometimes I'll take a corporate and go.
You should do it.
I'd love to. I'd love to.
I did that. I said no to it first.
Really?
Yeah.
It's done. One shot.
Yeah, but then I thought, listen. And I called my manager back. I said, don't say no. Let me call your mom. I called her mother.
I love it. I think that's the future.
Well, it's definitely you prepare for it more, and you think about it in a different way than a regular show. Like I prepared so much more than I ever do.
We didn't have to sit around approving edits from people at a big corporation with a bunch of laptops who aren't creative. We go, maybe this bit, and you go, I'm the comedian. Why are you editing that? And so, like, I think live, the future.
I have to go to Comedy Central. I have Comedy Central deal to do a special. They don't mind.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just after the phone call.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So it's like I can't say that. I'm like, why not? What are you talking about? You guys want funny or not funny? They changed their standards though, and then like by 2014, I got a really lot of Comedy Central special 2014. But they now I don't even know what they would make anymore other than South Park.
Comedy Central? I'm not sure if they're making new episodes, but they have that. They play a lot of reruns of plays, and then they also have all those daily shows and all that stuff. That's good.
Okay, daily show.
Yeah.
But like, they used to have so much shows.
I just don't think TV can compete with the internet anymore.
And they have two of the Comedy Central app. I don't know if they still have that one. They still have a Comedy Central app.
You want to hear a good story about it?
That makes sense. And that's where they do South Park episodes, right?
What's that comedian's name? That Joe Lister just made a documentary about. Gosh, he's a great guy from Boston. He now lives in the Keys, Florida. He's a Boston comic, kind of a legend. Tom Dustin. Yeah, there's a great Tom Dustin story in Boston where the women that ran Comedy Central were like in the crowd, and it's like a showcase. The owners are just keep it clean. It's just, it's a thing. And Tom Dustin's already kind of a controversial guy as far as like the booker was like, you know our reputation here, and we're letting you do this because we want to help you, but like play ball. And so Tom Dustin goes out there and he's struggling, and then he, and just in the middle of the set, he just decides, I don't want to do this, like I don't want to jump through these hoops. So he goes, I heard Comedy Central's here. He goes, how many fat, bearded, unfunny fucks are you gonna put on the network this year? Everyone's like mortified, and then he's like, they're lighting him, get off the stage, And then he grabs his ass, and then he comes back and goes, "Oh, I forgot, you're all a bunch of ignorant cunts." Whoa! It just says that to the audience, and then like, because he just wanted to stick it to the comedy club and the people like that. Yeah, that's Tom Dustin. Pretty fucking fun guy.
Must have.
He's grinding it out. One of the Boston boys.
Where does he live now?
Now he lives in he started a comedy club in Key West.
What's it called? I know there's a comedy club in Key West. It must be a fun day.
Doug does it. Doug Stanhope does it. I know Schwartz has done it, but Schwartz was down for a while.
So he just works his own club?
Yeah, just made his own, started his own club. He's happy. Pretty cool. Well, you guys did it in different ways, bro.
Joe Lewis.
Same town.
I'm in Key West.
Oh, yeah. It's great.
It'd be fun to dig down there. Just for funsies.
Yeah, that'd help him out a lot, too.
It's a fun area. Those people are wild people. I mean, that's been a wild place for a long ass time. Very uncharted territory. Yeah. Nomads. Yeah. It's pretty cool.
I like it there, yeah. And you can't just fly into the Keys. I mean, if you can, I didn't know that you could because I had to drive. Dave Williamson drove me for like 3 hours. Like, how long have we been in the Keys? He's like, the game's up here. I'm going to go by cruise ship. That's well. That's how they get there. Have you done cruises? Been on cruises? No.
No, not me, dude.
Not at all. No. Well, you know what's funny about the cruise ships? While we're talking about like corporate corruption, it's international waters. So like the casino, the casino, you're like, this kind of feels unfair. And you're like, who are you gonna complain to? No, there's no big boss. It goes, don't worry, this is all sanctioned by
They get you drunk and steal your money.
and the games are rigged. You just steal it. Go, I would like to talk to the casino commission. I go, shut up. You're in the middle of the ocean. And you talk to the guy that works there. You're like, hey, buddy, how much you make? Like it's just crazy things. They're just allowed to do that.
They give them free food.
Yeah, and the guy would make more than where I would. With those folks that like live on cruise ships.
There's certain folks that gave up their house and they just live on a cruise ship all year round.
I will say, I promise I'm not trying to be contrarian here because I love Tim Dillon. I love like all these guys who shit on cruise ships. And they're right. Every bit of criticism that my favorite people in my life criticize about cruise ships, the other side of that coin is some people just want to eat shit and look at things. They want to be, but there are some people. It's nice for my dad, like he's happy. Just go, what are they playing? Or 2? All right, like it's okay. There's people enjoying.
Sure, it's a vacation.
Yep.
And you wear with a whole bunch of sunburn. You also you got bar slides.
Yeah.
Fucking all kinds of shit to do.
It's fun for them.
Yeah, it's not my brain.
Right. I don't want to do it.
I don't think
A nightmare for me. But then every 3 days you get to waddle your fat ass off the boat and see, Puerto Rico for 3 hours and go get back on the boat. Some people, that's a pretty cool deal. Some people, yeah.
I don't want to do those things.
Well,
how many times have you done it?
Oh, I've only been on a cruise ship probably 3 times, and I got like some special deal.
Where are you doing stand up or
I got to do stand up.
Dude, Joe,
What a thing. One of the other comics, Tom Collier, was not comfy. I know Tom. Yeah, Tom's awesome. He was the other comic on the boat. He saw that I was doing it. He's like, go get the rest of your life to be on a cruise ship, like if this is where you want to end up. And he was speaking to the comedy aspect of it. Like, it was just pretty depressing. Yeah.
Tom's wow.
Tom's awesome.
I've done Tom since we were open mic.
Really?
Yeah. The first time I ever went to an open mic night, I saw Tom on stage.
Really? I just thought that Greg Fitzsimmons was a Boston guy.
He started a week after me.
Really?
Yeah, we both started together.
Do you consider yourself a Boston guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I started.
Nice.
Yeah. I think you develop a kind of sense of comedy and of urgency and like the audience's attention span and like the comics from Boston, at least back in that day, they had a sharp
Oh, yeah.
There were too many good comics. It was also like a real pressure cooker because you had these guys that were national level comics and could have been some of the best comics in the country, but they never left us.
Right.
And so you're always working with those guys, Steve Sweeney, Don Gavin, Kevin Knox, Lenny Clark. They were monsters.
Yeah, Lenny would have been pissed if he was.
Oh, they were monsters. He was the first guy or the second guy actually that ever got paid to open for.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys are rock stars, and then they stayed put, and so you guys have to compete with the rock stars.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Lenny got out. He did a lot of TV shows and watched stuff. But a lot of those guys, they stayed put, and they were still, Steve Sweet, to this day, one of the greatest killers on stage I've ever seen in my life. They're destroyed.
Really?
I mean, destroyed. And Boston did the dirty thing. The dirty thing was, like, say, if you're a famous comedian and you come and play Mexicali style for the weekend, like Billy Crystal, they would put on Don Cat.
Oh, just bury it.
Yeah. Steve
I like
Sweet. Almost hell. Mike Donovan.
I like that.
They would just beat shit.
I don't know.
They would love that these guys beat shit.
I like
They
that.
bring in they pay them all this money. You go perform at this club. This is a club, by the way, that would pay you in Coke or cash.
Oh, yeah, that's old days. Yeah, right there. I've only read about that, which makes me so happy. Like, you want Coke, money, or just Coke, or just money?
There was a club that used to do that.
I like that.
And I think probably more than one.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, these were partying people.
I would hear about that all the time. Puddings. Oh, yeah. Well, I remember opening for Greg Giraldo as like the club that I started at. He just used the open micers as free openers. And also pick up the comedian at the airport. And we wanted to pick up Greg Giraldo, Chris Porter. We were excited to pick up the comics from the airport. But that was his way of not having to pay a car service to pick up the comics from the airport. But then he would also be like, you guys are all going to do short sets in front of the headliner, which we're excited to do. But then also he doesn't have to pay us to open it. So he doesn't have to pay for a minute. So it was a trick, but we were happy to be part of the trick because we just wanted stage time. Sure. You get to hang out with Greg Giraldo.
It's like you're being an intern.
Yeah, it felt like that. Yeah, and I was happy with the trick. Yeah, that stage time was valuable. But and they got to be all like my heroes, you know, that came through. And I remember Greg Giraldo, you know, he's clean now. He's trying to be an honorable husband, and he's got the thing. And he would just be like, if this was back in the day, we would be knee deep in Coke. And I'm like, let's do that now. I'm like, why do I miss it? You know, like I'm reading about all these tales.
It's unsustainable. The only guy who's been able to sustain partying for the entire career is stand-up.
Yeah, or they died. Well, yeah. Dangerfield was doing it until the end.
He did it too.
Yeah.
He was smoking pot, doing lines to the very end.
But he was committed.
Come on.
Yeah, look, this is notes. You saw me browsing those last night. I was pretty into that. How'd you get it?
That's what he gave it to us.
Really?
Yeah. Whitney knows his wife in Chicago. We were opening up the club.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love stuff like that.
I want to do something like what he did, where he had Rodney Dangerfield and Friends, where he did those HBO shows.
Oh, yeah.
We introduced you guys to some of the best comics. I want to do something like that.
You'd help a lot of guys, let me tell you.
Because doing that like from the mothership would be fucking amazing.
That would help a lot of guys.
I think there's guys out there that could use it too. There's guys out there that have like 10 minutes of murder. And just put those 10 minutes of murder together and, you know, have 4 or 5 guys on the show.
Would you be able to commit to picking the guys you like as opposed to the guys that Netflix wants you to plug?
Well, if I was going to do Joe Rogan and Friends, it would have to be people that I really think.
I love that.
Yes. Know them or not. I love what I really think. And that's what he did, what Rodney did was different than anybody else other than Carson, who wasn't really a comedian, right? So Johnny Carson was the way that everybody got famous. You got him on the show, and you get to sit next to Carson. Oh, holy shit, I'm sitting next to Carson. Like, he likes you so much. You were headlining and traveling around the country. And, you know, this guy's like Rich Jenny did dozens.
Yeah, Rich Jenny's good.
Amazing.
A very unhappy man, but like a talented man. Yeah.
But then you have Ronnie. And what Ronnie did is he introduced people to the HBO special comedians. So these weren't comedians like Tonight Show, clean comedians. These were guys like Robert Schimmel, Dice Clay, Bill Hicks, Sam Kinison, Dom Herrera, killers, Lenny Clark, killers.
Yeah.
And like headliners already, like, and then they all got HBO specials. And then they all became like national talent, like people that would see everywhere. But it all came out around because Rodney had this desire to introduce these comics to the rest of the world. Nobody else was doing it.
And I love it. That's how you help people.
Yeah.
It's by going, hey, I know this guy isn't famous, he doesn't have a sitcom, but I guy, right? I'm funny. Here's the guy that I think is funny. I think our Rodney Dangerfield is Dave Attell. Joke, just crush and kill. I think our Larry the Cable Guy, Theo Vaughn, like it's got the voice and the things, and you don't know what is a story and what is a joke. But our Eddie Murphy's Kevin Hart. Our Normie is or Norm Macdonald is kind of a Mark Norman. Like you have these kind of next guys.
So I think they're all
they are their own thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think it's Howard or Rothschild. I don't think of it that way.
Well, you think styles influence people? Yeah, they definitely do.
For sure. I think, like if you listen to Stephen Wright and Whiskey and Shepherd.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
That's beautiful.
Absurdist, nonsense.
Yeah. Oh, I'm very inspired by Norm and Patrice and Simpsons. Like, if you watch my app, I know all the things this guy watched.
But I think it tells his own thing. Like, it tells, I think it's one of the greatest of all time.
Easily. Oh, I think so too.
I saw him at the Mothership one night. I came in just to watch the set. It was amazing. Machine. And he's so in the groove. He's just this Zen master on stage. Every beat is perfect. He's a master.
I love him.
He's so good. He's so good at just talking shit, too. When he has everybody come on stage with him, gives everybody a microphone and starts shitting on him.
Yeah, he's the best. He also, he's still maintained. People like when you don't change, Like if you're a fat celebrity, you gotta stay fat. We don't want to see you skinny. And if you're a skinny person and you get fat, they go, what happened? We don't that's why child stars are doomed. Because they're gonna have to change, and you go, I like him when he was a cute kid, But I think the same thing is true with Attell. He still looks like he's broke.
Yeah.
You look at Attell, you're like, okay, is he all right?
Same dresses the same way every time you see him, even on his specials. It could be 80 degrees outside, he's like dragging on.
Like a do-rag and a hat. I love it, and I love that. You're like, is he okay? Like, he's one of the best comedians in the world. He's crushing.
But he's really in his own little world. Like he really does do his newspapers and he writes jokes in the coffee shop and his flip phone. Yeah. He texts you.
No, from a flip phone? I didn't know that. Every time I get a text from him, because I know how long it took to get. This fucking things take forever. And he was in here in the studio. We sit there and text up and he's like, that's like, hilarious. Yeah, you're like my dad. That's wild.
But he's right. If you don't want to be connected to that world and don't want to be influenced, just stay in the zone. Who's better at staying in the zone? Nobody. Who's better at coming up with new material? Nobody. He's just like found this area to exist in. He's like the best.
Yeah, I love him. I think he's one of the greats. So we agree that he's one of the greats. I had a couple of friends, this is a long time ago. We just went to theater shows, house comic, very funny, and they love to do that. Oh, I saw this special that sucked. They love to shit on it better than just going, enjoyed it. And so I go, oh, who'd you see? And they go, I can't remember his name. Well, we'll text you if we can remember or whatever. Okay, these are my good friends of mine. And so then, later on, they're like, oh, it was Dave Attell. And I go, oh, you were wrong. You are just wrong. And they're like, no, it's really bad. I'm wrong. You're wrong. There's just no way that is, and I think that's like the disconnect of maybe a theater show, or like a Netflix special.
Talking to friends, looking at your phone.
They wanted some crowd work or something. I don't know what they expected, but I was like, you're wrong. That's one of the greatest. Yeah. I think sometimes if a venue's too big, and the person's all small, maybe there's a disconnect there.
Maybe, but I don't know. It's usually screens.
Yeah, it's shitty tastes. Yeah, I can believe it.
Yeah, I've heard things like that before. Other comedians that have been awesome.
When also the stadiums are laughing, going, this guy's the best, and then my dumb friends are going,
cheap jokes. Right, you mean my favorite kind? Shut the fuck up! I like it. Just cheap joke. Exactly. A cheap joke that makes me laugh.
Did it work?
I'm not, necessarily a connoisseur. I'm just here to have a good time.
Well, I do think that's a good thing too about taste. I think it was in Dave Grohl's book. Where he was like, oh, I'll drink shitty coffee from a gas station, but also appreciate a nice espresso. I think that's a good way to think about even jokes. Yeah, I'll take a one-liner, a cheap joke. I'll take a story, a misdirection. I'll take anything. Yeah, I like the good stuff and the bad stuff. Yeah, but the thing that's hard is to maintain an audience enthusiasm, right? To watch comedy, and appreciate it you used to before you were a comic. Because you know the tricks, and it's one way to when you see somebody doing hacky stuff.
Yeah. But just fun. Just have a good time.
Yeah.
Don't start breaking down someone's bids or criticism.
Right.
See comics, they can't laugh. They're watching things. Everything's like,
Yeah.
Extra time into this joke today and do that.
Mm-hmm.
You start like, too much.
Right.
I
I did that earlier. Police guys. Like when I was like passionate, obsessed with comedy open micer, I would be, so and so has a bit about that subject. I was like, we're all talking about the same subjects, But I would be the guy who would be like, well, you shouldn't do that because Daniel Tosh has something, but it was all bullshit. It was just me being so passionate about it that I was over.
Well, you probably almost get it yourself too.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Such part of it. See someone is like, come on, you know it. Talk to God for about that.
Yeah. But also just you don't want to overthink it. I think you're 100% right. Have fun with the crowd, be out there.
Yeah, and just be able to enjoy different kinds of comedy too. Some people just can't. There's so many people, particularly left-wing comics. Like, comedy has to line up with their ideology. They won't get into it. They can't. I used to see that with Dice Clay. That was the big one. And we were talking about this last night because I came in as a Dice Clay fan when I was a kid, and by the time Dice Clay had gotten kicked off of MTV, it was in fashion for comedians to call him a sexist, a pig. I'm like, this guy, it's terrible. Yeah, what are you talking about? Also, it's shut the fuck up.
Right.
And then there was so much jealousy. There was jealousy about him too because he was the first comic that ever sold out arenas. So he was selling out arenas when everybody else was struggling until Philly weekend or a little comedy club. Yeah. And these guys all started with him, and he was one of those guys that got him right in for a special and just took off. He did his own special. I think it was called Dice Rules, but that special took off. And dude, he was everywhere. And it was different than any other kind of comedy because everybody knew the nursery rhymes and they wanted to say it with them. Yeah. So it was like going to a concert.
Yeah.
What's in the bowl, bitch?
If anyone was to criticize, I know a lot of the old dogs in Boston, but these guys aren't doing anything different, but that's different. Yeah. So you get something that's different, that's working, and then people will kind of get mad. They were you claimed you wanted something different, and it's working. It's working and it's different.
Just because you do a different thing, if you're an observation, just because you do a different thing, doesn't mean that thing that all of these tens of thousands of people are screaming and cheering for is wrong.
Right.
100%. That's so crazy.
I'll give you a great example. I was at Skagfest, right, this year in Vegas, which what a treat, and so grateful to them for having me. So I don't ever want to make it sound like I'm not grateful. But I went and watched Carrot Top, Scott Thompson. Right? I went over to the Luxor. I watched the show, and then I come back to Skagfest, and I was like, oh, we were on Carrot Top. And you were like, Carrot Top? Because he's better than all of us, just so you know. He's funny. It's a great joke. 90 minutes of not missing. It was relevant as far as he was doing topical things. He had a P. Diddy joke that happened the night before I saw him. He had all the, it wasn't all props. There was a lot of topical, tons of Trump stuff, political stuff. There was three, maybe a 1 minute segment where I was because I was going in with an open mind. It's gonna be shit. I'll say it's shit. If it's great, I'll say it's great. And there was a one little chunk. I was like, that's a little hacky. And it's a Vegas Luxor joke. Oh, they made a pyramid because if you try to jump out the window, you just end back up at the casino. That's kind of I've heard that kind of thing. And then I started thinking about it. I was like, no. He probably wrote that. He's been doing this for 29. Sometimes you watch Pryor, they'll be like, black one is white, and you go, that's hacky. No, he did it first.
Right.
And so in my mind, I was 90 minutes of not missing, and he's the nicest guy in the world, and he's crushing it. It's a great, great, great show.
He was a guy that in the early days, he was taking every show.
Yeah.
Everyone, including Hicks. Hicks had a whole bit about Carrot Top, which sucks. He's so good. It was just a jealousy. It was just shitting on the guy who's doing this thing that you think is somehow another coloring outside the lines, which is crazy. It didn't make any sense. And then he also kind of was alienated from everybody because he did a residency in Vegas. He was one of the first big guys to just do it. He's been in Vegas forever. 29 years. That's so crazy. Yeah, it's been long.
And that means it must be pretty good. It was as well. Oh man, I want you to see it. Have you seen it?
Really nice guy.
I want you to see it. It's so good, and couldn't have been more humble, and it was just such a nice guy. And I said this to him. I wanted him to hear it, but all the hate that my comedy friends do is just because it's become a thing.
Yeah.
It's not because it's real. So I think this happens in life. People go, Henry Winkler, Jeff, you work with Henry Winkler. Isn't he the nicest guy in the world? Yes. Henry Winkler is the nicest guy in the world. But so are a lot of people.
Right.
But we've learned Henry Winkler is the nice. So we just repeat it. Taylor Swift sings about her ex-boyfriend. Every musician sings about their ex. Why is that Taylor Swift's thing? It's just something we've heard and we repeat as a hacky thing. And I think that's the thing that Carrot out. It became hack. It became a trend to make fun of him. But he deserves it. That act is killing.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. That's Trump as an outsider.
Right, yeah. It's not fair.
Yeah. There's a lot of that. There's narratives, there's headlines, clickbait narratives. They just get spread.
I don't know. I hate
It's easy to define people in a certain way.
They'll say, I see it in small things. You swallow 10 spiders a year. No, you don't. What are you sleeping outside with your mouth open? What are you talking about? Why are people repeating these things that aren't, you lose 1 million hairs a month? No, you don't. Where are these things being repeated or perpetuated?
The internet. Just like we were talking about how much money we made.
Yeah, exactly. Which I'm probably gonna wear that a little bit, but I think we got that.
Well, we probably are at least semi-accurate. I just wondered who came up with that list in the first place.
Well, but that's the difference between me saying something wrong on your podcast and millions of people repeating a thing that they heard about character. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand how that becomes a reputation. And now this guy lives in some world where he goes, everyone hates me, even Family Guy's shitting on me. I don't deserve this.
The one thing he said that after he came on my show, he started getting a lot of love.
Oh, good.
It was way different. A lot of people
No, that's
the
great.
show, were fans of my show, wanted to come say hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like he turned the corner and he should have never had to do that. I never met the guy.
Right.
I didn't meet him until I did the podcast.
Yeah.
So for me, it was cool to just
Just
have fun with him. Let him get out of that.
right.
When else he's a comedian? Yeah, he's a nice guy. Yeah, he's not hurting anybody. We heard him again.
I feel like what happened to more prop comics?
The only way he's so successful, he defined prop comedy.
He's like Weird Al.
Yeah.
You don't see parody music anymore.
Right.
Weird Al goes, I got 50 albums. Who's next?
You don't see anybody scratching watermelons.
Yeah,
That's the only one.
Yeah. Well, I guess Bill Burnham does musical parody, but it's not the same.
Sure, he does it, but he
It's not the
started
same.
on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
That was
But it isn't like he doesn't take a song. You know how Weird Al would take Michael Jackson's song, so you knew the song and repeat. Yeah, that was great.
Love to do that.
Oh,
That was great. But prop comics, those it's it. Like puppet comics, they went away. You have Jeff Dunham, and that's it.
Who was the guy? I know you'll know this.
Otto and George. He's the best. So
my Dirty.
I used to work with Otto. I used to do these prop shows at Dangerfield. So when I first moved to New York City, Dangerfield was one of the clubs that I worked at the most because I was like, first of all, I couldn't believe it was Rodney Dangerfield's club, and they actually filmed one of Dangerfield's specials there. And
You were like a fan.
oh, huge fan. And we did these prom shows. The prom shows would start at 7 p.m. or whatever it was, and they would go on until 4 o'clock in the fucking morning. And it was kids, like from the Bronx, Staten Island. They'd come in on buses and limos, and they'd all be drunk, and they would fill up these fucking little clubs with these kids, and then just want you to do the same material the next show so the kids leave. So they never had the kids leave. So they would tell you, hey, you gotta stop doing new material. Do the same material every time. I don't know the same material. You're not a problem. Yeah, I'm here to do my same. You can't tell me what to do. You've got me here for 5 sets. If I look at the same drunk kids in the front row, I'm gonna do a new set.
Yeah, that's great.
You know, I have another 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it was fucking ridiculous. But the shows would go on forever and ever. I did a bunch of them.
Oh, wow. I'm so jealous. I did. Do you think that the internet has a lot of Otto and George? Like you can find stuff? Because I had to see them live because you couldn't believe what the fuck he was saying. He was so wild. Yeah. He would say the fucking craziest shit. And then he would say to the puppet, George, what the fuck are you saying? I'm saying, yeah, talk like that. Yeah, which is great. You got it out. It's your hand.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, it was so funny. Dirtiest dozen 1988.
I love this. This is on the It was like a star to me. I just love the idea. Like the premise is preposterous, but
You had to see him live. If you saw him live when you were in the room, it was so fun.
that's pretty, like, I know everyone talks about blowjobs now, but like back at the time, that's pretty, like, it's just
That's 88, right?
Yeah.
So he was a kind of a wild dude, and unfortunately, that kind of cost him a lot of substances.
Oh,
Mixed
wow.
drinks. Yeah, well, a little off the rails, a little crazy.
We had a couple of guys, these knuckleheads who lived in Seattle, but we looked up to him because anyone who was, anyone was like an older brother or somebody in comedy was a big deal to us, and they didn't think all of Robo. And he had his own MySpace page and everything. It was just this terrible robot. It was a trash can that they just put a box head on it, and they had like two buttons, like it was on a race car kind of thing. So it could only spin, and the eyes would light up, and then when you hit like a thing, it would make his mouth make a little line of lights. And the guy would just be in the back. The comedian would be in the back reading his jokes off the notepad. Well, Robo, and the jokes were just so funny. His head would fall off sometimes, but he'd be like, "Why do women wear makeup and perfume? Because they're ugly and they stink." And then he would like spin around. You can't understand it. Just terrible shit. But like, yeah, you'd just be like, "Why do women get their periods? Because they deserve it." And then all you like spin around, and people would leave. I mean, it's an open mic. It's not like, at least Autumn George had like a sold out. This would be two guys just drunkenly having a good time with terrible jokes and putting it on the road. Which is really so funny.
It's cool because you can get that robot to say things just like you can get South Park to say things.
Yeah.
They're not real.
No, it's not me in the back of the microphone. It's
It's Cartman.
right. It's so
It's not even
funny.
a human. It's a big round thing.
He said one time they got booked too, like, or actually like the first time someone tried to book him, like, "Hey, Rob, we'd love to have you at our venue." It's like, no, it's Robo. Like, it's not like that. It might have been an automated thing or something, but they thought it was so funny that someone tried to book them off of a video like that. I love that kind of stuff.
Well, somebody probably thought that were real actors.
Yeah,
Could you take it somewhere?
I love it.
He probably could have. I mean, someone could easily do that.
Yeah,
I mean, how hard is it to do?
it's so funny.
Have you seen the comedian Kill Tony? What is the gentleman's name that has he has some sort of a neurological condition where he can't talk. So he has a Bluetooth speaker.
Oh,
He
yeah.
does his jokes.
I haven't seen him with Kill Tony, but
It's like 2 weeks.
Amble.
Yeah. Funny too.
Yeah, I know. I've seen this guy on AGT or something.
Right, that's what it was. It was on Talent.
Yeah. I've seen it. I almost did a thing after I had to follow some. I can't remember what it was. And, but it was for like Louis J. Gomez. One of these shows where being mean was like, okay. They're like, yeah, it was like Louis J.'s like, "You got to tell your most fucked up joke first, and then try to get out of the hole." In my mind, I'm like, "This sounds like a nightmare." Yeah, but they tell us to do that. Yeah, and every comic made the same mistake where we came out and went. We tried to get, comics. We tried to play. We tried to get around the rules a little bit. I was going. He told us we had to say the most fucked up joke first, so we all did it. So it just didn't work for any of us. But that guy was before me. And so I thought about just recording into my phone like a thing and acting like I'm him as like my first thing. And I was like, this isn't going to go over well. I'm just going to,
Yeah, that's going to be on your side.
right. So, but I was like, you give me more grace.
That guy's incredible balls.
Yeah.
Barely walk, you know, can't move his arms well.
Play your hand.
Yeah,
He's playing his hand.
playing his hand.
As they dealt that, he's making the fucking best of his headline in 100%.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's a great example.
Yeah. Yeah. He didn't go, oh, this is bullshit, send me money. What's up?
Should represent.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Last Cowboy.
Yes, Last Cowboy in LA comes out today. It's out today, right? This comes out tomorrow.
Where can we see it? Yeah.
Yes, it comes out today. If you're hearing this, it's on 800 Pound Gorilla is the name of the production company. So like, just go to YouTube, search Jeff Dye, Last Cowboy in LA. You can find it. Hopefully, you can search it. Yeah. Hopefully, YouTube doesn't. Fuck yeah. You'll see. There's some of this guy trapping you. Oh yeah, that's it. Can we watch this? Would that be all right? I know, but this little trailer. Can we watch the trailer? Is that all right?
Watch the trailer and we'll wrap this up. Everybody goes see it.
California is a bad place for rock down. It's clean to you. And Hollywood, everyone, my entire career, everyone in Hollywood was like, you're not famous. You're not even famous. You're not famous. I've never heard of you. You're not famous. You're not even famous. And then I have one bad day, and it's like, famous comedian, just go fights cop.
Where'd you film this?
Nashville. I do. I hear they talk to trans women. They're great. They're like dudes. Just
Was this the same?
no music venue.
What I'm doing right now.
All right. Last Cowboy.
Last Cowboy.
Check it out. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Bye, buddy.
Good job. Go. Experience.
Train my name, train my name. Okay. What's up? Good to see you. Good to see you. So, I guess we just get right into it. The last case that we talked about, we had a very unfortunate incident happen after the podcast about a month later. The gentleman beheaded somebody.
Allegedly, yes.
Allegedly. There's a lot of alleged things, but yeah, there's so many crazy things. Okay, so the craziest thing is him trying to fool the security cameras with a wig. Like, I guess he didn't know how high resolution cameras had gotten over the 25 years that he was in jail.
I mean, apparently there's a lot he didn't know. The only reason I say allegedly is because I'd be a bit of a hypocrite if I started feeling guilty before he has a trial. But of course, based on the surveillance, it doesn't look good. When they say Texas, I ain't too shiny.
It's so crazy because we went out with him. We go out to the comedy club. He's hanging out with us in the green room, and then the news broke. And then the comments were like, "Hey man, what the fuck? What the fuck you doing bringing that guy around? Like, we didn't know."
I mean,
who could have known he was going to do that other than him?
I'm as shocked over it now as I was in the moment. Yeah, I don't. There are no words. I went through. It's really not funny. I'm only laughing at it, sort of nervous. Of course. I mean, yeah, I was in St. Louis of all places, which is only memorable because that's where I was. Someone called me and said, "Have you looked at the news?" And I said, "I was in court."
and I was on a break, and I called him a miracle on this show, and the media shoved that straight up my ass. I mean, of course, but that's what they're doing. Well, he was the only guy that you ever brought in that was actually guilty, that you felt was in jail for too long. He got 50-year sentence, correct? Seven, and he was reduced to 25. It was just basically time served. He did about 30 years, and they resentenced him. Look, I would be. I've had a lot of time to think about it. You and I discussed it privately. I kind of went to the whole after this. But this didn't happen to me. A lot of people will say, I'm so sorry. Some people have said other things that weren't very nice. But the people that I regard their opinion for sorry, it didn't happen to me. My first thought was, I had two thoughts. Was that poor guy got killed. And it was a gruesome murder. It wasn't just beheaded, I think it was dismembered completely. Well, he's trying to do alleged. And my first thought was for him and his family. And then I think my second and third thought, maybe in tandem, was this tore down 50 years of work that a lot of people have fought really hard for. And I felt like I needed it. You've given us an amazing platform to get stories out for people that really need help. I think we've made a ton of progress. We've got some exonerations as a direct result of this.
Yeah, you didn't let me do that.
No, I
didn't. I appreciate that you felt like that. It didn't feel like that to me at all. It was just, listen, there's a reality of prison life. There's a reality of incarceration. There's a reality of taking a person who's convicted of a violent crime and putting them in jail with violent people for 30 years. It's just a reality. And, I don't know what history you have with this man that he allegedly killed, but, it's like you can only take so much.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know. My first emotion, this is from being a therapist, my first emotion was usually guilt. So once I took a little bit of time and thought it through, of course, I come on your show and you're splattered all over the news for something not positive.
Good news is I don't watch the news. I don't pay attention. I don't listen to anything anybody writes about me, so it didn't bother me.
You're rare. So look, for me, I have to take a hard look at what I'm doing and take the mirror out and look straight in it and say, what did I do wrong?
You did nothing wrong. Well, I don't think you did anything wrong. You just listen. The man's got great qualities. He like when you talk to him, he's a very intelligent, very nice guy. He just thought he could get away with getting payback.
Yeah, look, that's super gracious of you. I'm not, whether I did something wrong or not, I typically go to blame. And that's something that's a kink I have to work out in my personality. But let me just articulate it, because I think the platform is so important to me, and getting these stories out is so important to me. And I think that where I landed is that he didn't let me down. He didn't look, I was the public face of his resentencing. There were a lot of great people involved. And it wasn't just from the defense side. The Center for Appellate Litigation has amazing people working on this case. The District Attorney of Manhattan agreed to this. So on paper, even in their personal interactions with him, there was nothing that raised the red flag for anyone. He didn't let anyone down. If he did this, which people will draw their own conclusion about the trial, he didn't let anyone down if he did this for himself and the people that still need help. And I have to swallow the jagged pill that this work comes with some letdowns. The recidivism rate for people that have served long sentences like that is less than 1%. It just happened to happen on a case where I was involved. I have no, that's a really hard to write down. You know, you look at exonerations, resentencings of people that have been incarcerated for more than 20 years. It's that low. And you know, the harsh reality is that if you put someone on a public platform and if they then do what he supposedly did, it's going to make headlines. I realized something, though, that, look, no one could have imagined what's in the dark, the recesses of that man's soul. Whether it's, you know, his group home upbringing and abuse, the prison experience. It's not to make an excuse. He did it. If he did it. If he's convicted and he did it, that's on him. What I'm guilty of is giving a guy a second chance. And why my reluctance is I can't apologize for giving someone a second chance and then, you know, if they squander it, all I can do is say, what could I have done better? I mean, I have a deep understanding, I think, of what incarceration means. And then I read this book, I always get his name confused. Henry Jack Henry Adams. It's called The Belly of the Beast. When I was in college. And it's a series of letters that this inmate wrote to Norman Mailer. Fascinating book. And about what incarceration does to somebody from the standpoint of the practical day-to-day, deep psychosis, inducing confinement, and everything else. And 2 days before the book was released, and it was reviewed by the New York Times, the guy snapped and killed someone in East Village. And no one will know what it is like to be in there. And again, I don't want to offer this as an excuse, but what it has caused me to do is reevaluate this. Maybe I need to take a much closer look at what sort of mental health counseling these folks are getting. But Sheldon, I arranged for him to be speaking to a trauma therapist. Should I have been on him more, to be going to those appointments? Maybe.
What was the circumstances with the guy that allegedly killed?
I don't know if I'm doing it just because I'm distancing myself from it subconsciously, but I don't know all the circumstances. But apparently, this was someone he knew from childhood and from in prison. I've heard rumors and stories about the guy threatened his son to. He slashed Sheldon when they were in prison. I don't know if you remember Sheldon. Big gash across his face. But I don't know. And I frankly don't want to know at this point because someone lost their life. And that, I think unfortunately for my mental health, I just wear that stuff. If I felt even remotely responsible for that, which I do, and, I can be at peace with it, but I didn't cause that death. And I don't, I can take some responsibility for it in the sense that what can I do going forward, whether it's people that are being exonerated for crimes they didn't commit, or if it's people that are getting resentenced. You cannot undo decades of confinement. You just can't. And they all need mental health counseling, all of them. And I have to put that on my shoulders. I just do, because, they all have issues. And they come out and need mental health counseling, and there's a stigma attached to it, especially in the African American community. And there shouldn't be. It's no different than if you have a problem with your liver, and you have to take medication. And I've always been upfront about the fact that I'm on medication. It's nothing to be ashamed of, and it's especially warranted when you're in those circumstances. Again, none of this is to make an excuse, but I just think that there's a lot more emphasis that I can focus on assimilating patients. And I think that making sure that they have job training, that they feel safe when they get out. I mean, there hasn't been one person that I've been involved in their case where even when they're innocent, they get it out. It's a fucking show. And I need to be a lot more sensitive to that, I think, and pay a lot more attention to what they're doing, how they're doing. Again, I had the foresight of Sheldon in touch with and ensure that we were getting him mental health counseling with a trauma therapist, but I didn't want to meddle too much in that because it's on him to go. So, I mean, that's where I went, for better or for worse.
Well, you kind of really did slash his face. If you've been literally more combat with that person, then this person is allegedly threatening or something or whatever. You know, there's only so much you can do to stop a person from seeking revenge.
I guess.
Especially if they don't have any hope outside of the system. They've been completely institutionalized, which, given the length of the sentence, is reasonably do so.
Yeah, you're a lot more forgiving and understanding than a lot of people who are about this. You know, there's been two schools of thought and reaction. I mean, I got pretty nasty hate mail, and I got a lot of words of encouragement. I think the hate mail outweighed the words of encouragement. Oh, but
Psychological errors.
I mean, in its substance, number, and probably psychologically, but that shit just gives me fuel. You know, if you're sending me, fuck you, you race baiter, you this, you that, oh yeah,
How are your race?
by telling the truth about the state of race and criminal justice system in this country. I see, the thing is, one force field I have around myself is when that's incoming, I'm able to say, okay, thanks for the fuel, thanks for the fuel. I'll never respond to it. Unless you're doing mental health counseling in prison, unless you're a corrections officer or police officer, know what it's like to be incarcerated, you have no fucking business giving me your shitty opinion about what you think I am or others that do this work. Get in the fucking arena and do it yourself. And I take that with a big grain of salt. I have enough common sense and practical sense to sort of disregard that. But I have to be a big enough person to look at myself and say, what can I learn from this? And what can I do better? Because, I was talking to Derek Hamilton on the show, the deputy director of the Freedom Mother Center. And, Derek said, look, mental health counseling when I was incarcerated was something that was like, it flew in the face of the us versus them mentality. I didn't think it could help me. And I didn't want it. I wanted to help. I was mad. And there was a stigma attached to it. There was soft if I did it. I didn't want people inside knowing. So I don't, we're trying to formulate a plan to normalize mental health counseling in prison. So Derek and I are doing a town hall at Sharonga, which is a rough prison in New York on December 6th, to try to get some of the inmates to understand it's okay to ask for this help. I think when they see Derek and hear his story, it's helpful for them. So
I'm going to say something that's going to sound pretty controversial, but I think one of the conversations that I've had repeatedly, I had with JD Vance, I've had with quite a few people, is psychedelic therapy for veterans. People with severe PTSD because of war, I think, are the most deserving of psychedelic therapy that benefits others. In fact, that stuff is scheduled 100 embassies illegal in the United States, I think, is absurd. It's ridiculous. It's horrible. It's a massive disservice to those people that put their lives on the line, went over and experienced horrific things that the average person like myself can only
imagine, and you're not going to do a good job of imagining. I think prisoners could benefit from psychedelic therapy as well. I think there's a lot of people that can be rehabilitated by changing the way that they view things, literally changing their perspective. And I think there's a lot of psychedelic therapies that could aid in that, particularly for people who, they're not violent people. They just have their victim of circumstance, or they make bad decisions in their life, or what have you. And they're stuck. And they're stuck both mentally and physically. And if we want to use prisons as just a deterrent to crime, okay, I think we should probably put some effort towards rehabilitation. Sincere, significant efforts towards rehabilitation. And one of the best ways to do that is to try to change the way people view themselves and view the world, and view themselves as a part of it.
The fact that you would even think that would be controversial, I think is just a byproduct of the fact that anything that somebody articulates that's outside of like what's considered mainstream, is rejected. Unquestionably, the research is overwhelming. That psychedelics are one of the best, most effective therapies for PTSD. My therapist has, counseled people with PTSD coming back from war, and has espoused the not only the efficacy of it, but how remarkably different it is from conventional therapies in the most positive ways. And I could not agree with you more. I think that if you look at some of the European countries that look at their prison systems as a real rehabilitative model, we have to decide that we talked about the stats. I'm not going to relitigate that here, but look, we incarcerate people at a higher rate than any other civilization on earth. So we have to decide as a society, are we just going to throw people away, put them in cages, and make them worse, even if they committed the crime? Or, as you said, are we really going to try to rehabilitate people? Because some people are getting out no matter what. Whether they have people like me involved, great people that do this work, but they're going to get out. If you want them out, like they were just an animal let out of a cage, or do you want them out where rehabilitation is the cornerstone of their incarceration? And it just doesn't happen in our criminal justice system.
This is a bizarre attitude in this country that we shouldn't do anything to make their life better while they're in there. And it's something like psychedelic therapy is like, that it's a luxury, that it's something they don't deserve, that it's something that should be reserved for good people,
or something that there's some like it's for people that are like fucking off, and the others that do drugs, that whole mentality.
Sure. Yes, that.
So yeah, listen. I mean, we talk about like looking up at the mountain and saying, "Can I scale it?" I think what you have to do when we're talking about this, all it takes is one state, one municipality, one person who says, "That's interesting. Show us the literature." We have this amazing policy director at the Perlmutter Center named Sarah Chu, and she's in the trenches, having these arguments, having these fights, trying to get forensic labs, ensuring that they have the proper training and accreditation so that they're not introducing various forms of junk science. All it takes is just the effort going forward to try to start pushing that boulder uphill, or else, again, this goes to the incoming hatred in a situation like we have here is like, what the fuck are you doing? How to try to make the situation better? Because just calling names and pointing fingers and saying you fucked up, or this person that you threw away is not worth saving. Listen, everybody has made some mistake.
that they wish other people didn't know about. You know, and it's not always homicide, obviously, but a lot of people have done something that, but for the grace of God in their life, right? Where if somebody was looking, law enforcement was looking, it could be you that was there. And would you want a second chance? Would you want redemption? Would you want the help to overcome whatever demons? And I just think why psychedelics aren't, looked at. Ketamine, the little bit that I did, going through a dark time, it almost snapped me in a different direction. Yeah. And I mean, you urged me on to it. I mean, you were the one that said you should really think about this. The therapist urged me on to it. I think, so I know that the literature is there. It's just we have to get past this whole so I was talking to a guy in the plane who was asked me if marijuana legalization passed, well, because I was totally talking about where you're from, this and that, and he was telling me that he was from Colorado, and he told me that in Colorado, when marijuana was legalized, that there was this whole movement of people that were saying that it would be a gateway drug, and that it was going to lead people down this slippery slope of other hardcore drugs. And he said, the gulf between smoking weed and turning into a meth addict doesn't exist. He said that the bridge between the two doesn't exist. And if you start walking marijuana use and trying to link it to drugs that the U.S. government considers a problem, the link just isn't there. So, I mean, he was sort of trying to explain to me how he didn't understand how marijuana is any different than alcohol. I said, well, go tell that to the state legislature. I don't know what to tell you. It did not pass before. It got 58%, and it needs 60%. Really? Yeah. I don't get that. I just don't get. And
it's fucking more than half the people. That should be it. Why did it need 60%?
That was the same thing with, the amendment on abortion. It needed 60%. Maybe it was the abortion that was 58%. I might be wrong about that. But in any event, I don't understand the resistance to psychedelics as a therapeutic, both in mainstream society, let alone in the present society.
Well, it all goes back to 1970. It all goes back to the Nixon administration, the sweeping psychedelics act of 1970 that turned everything Schedule 1. That was designed to cripple the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. That's what it was about. It was about having tools to imprison people that were anti-war, that were protesting the war. The Black Panthers, civil rights organizations, all these people that were doing drugs, that were using psychedelics to try to achieve a different state of consciousness, and that brought them to these ideas that we're all one, war is evil, the United States government is being controlled by the military-industrial complex, and that this is a giant problem in our culture, But people are so weirded out by the Timothy Learys and the whole tuning, turn out, whatever the fuck his motto was, drop out. This whole thing of leaving polite society, being a loser, and just like traveling around and doing drugs in their hand. Like this was like the perspective people had. It was going to take their kids and turn them into ne'er-do-wells and turn them into losers, and that we were going to have a society filled with people that didn't understand the ethics of hard work and what made America great and all this bullshit. Well, look, what's born out of that is this,
misunderstanding, I guess is the best way to put it. Ignorance.
Well, it's propaganda.
And well, look, also think about like COINTELPRO. All of a sudden you're spying on people that you think are others. You're legalizing that intelligence gathering that allows you to start violating people's civil liberties so that you can gain intelligence on them because the way they think is unlike you. Right. So, it's again sort of to me all ties back to this very tribal mentality that you're either like us or you're like them. Right. And everything that you mentioned, the Psychedelics Act, the resistance to the civil rights movement, it was all based on the fact that, look, we have a potential uprising here of people that are going to challenge the way we think and the way we do things. Right. So for people to call me a race baiter, right? I feel like I'm more of a truth teller and just taking the thread through history, and I have at least I'll read and try to educate myself and get perspective. If it wasn't a fact that brown and black men and women get incarcerated at a higher rate, I wouldn't be talking about it. I'm just talking about facts. So I think that it's just this tribal misconception about these are drugs and they're bad, versus you sit and speak to someone and take some, pharmacologic form of therapy that has probably way worse side effects, can be addictive, and can lead to a whole host of other issues that you then have to take something else to address, versus just having the openness to take a look at a different way to potentially help someone. So I don't understand it, and the only thing that I can do is just to keep on being open-minded and try to figure out if there's other ways that we can convince the people that are in these penitentiaries that run them to allow programs that at least give you a crack in the door to get in.
Well, I think the doorway to that is to first show the effectiveness with veterans and with other people that aren't incarcerated. And that once that gets established and once that becomes something, I think it's much, much more established now than it was when I first started talking about this stuff 20 years ago. Probably when I had my first experiences was a little more than 20 years ago. I think people had this very ignorant idea that was born out of propaganda. Because you have to think, 20 years ago was only 30 years removed from the sweeping Psychedelics Act. So you're dealing with a whole society that's been just programmed by propaganda, been lies. And those propaganda lies were established in order to villainize this one group of the population that was completely changing the culture. The difference in the United States culture from 1965 to 1965 was so dramatic. It was such an enormous shift. Then the Vietnam War, the protests, all these things that were happening in the 60s, the music, everything was changing so radically and so drastically that the people in power had a very, an accurate sense that they were losing control. And change was inevitable. And they threw water on it. And they did a great job. If you look at it from that perspective, the difference between it's terrible what they did, but it was effective in 19. A great job of throwing water. Yeah, it was a great job of changing culture, which was changing in a potentially beneficial way for everyone, to get us to recognize that we truly are all one, and that the way to make things better for everyone is to make things better for the most disadvantaged. And this was the civil rights movement, right? And this was the anti-war movement. This was recognized that people were being taken advantage by the military-industrial complex and just sent overseas so that they could profit. And
the first guy that I met that really like changed my perspective on the world, especially in terms of what I could potentially do as a lawyer, was Jerry Lefcourt. Jerry Lefcourt was Abby Hoffman's lawyer, and he was the lead attorney in the Panther 21 trial. I was like a kid. I was in my late 20s, and I was met with him to help him pick a jury on a case. And I had read about him before. And he saw something in me. We hit it off. He became like my surrogate uncle. And he would regale me tales of his the Panther 21 trial. And here's a guy that was kind of winging in his late 20s and can feel the change that you're talking about happening, and he could feel the weight against him, the pushback coming from the other side, where he would get death threats. He would get bomb threats at his office, where he could not even see his client in jail approaching trial, and had to get on a cherry picker outside the jail to be able to get even with the window so that they could communicate. So Jerry Lefcourt, and by the way, the full acquittal in the Panther 21 trial against all odds. He was the first person that told me about COINTELPRO and what the lengths that the government will go to when they feel like their message, their way of doing things is being challenged. And I think that you hit the nail right on the head, which is this was like flew in the face of Leave It to Beaver. It flew in the face of, Father Knows Best. It flew in the face of what white America was trying to instill as a value system that should be followed by all people without question for all time. And people started saying, what the fuck is this about? I want to explore the messiness and the gray areas of what it means to exist as a human being. And that expression, whether it was Richard Nixon, the people around him that got their backs up, so if you are a student of history and you start to understand sort of why we're here, rather than just looking here and forward, I think these things for me are a little bit easier to understand when somebody comes at me and calls me a race baiter for the work that I do, because I talk about the problem of race. I understand that that's on that. And I don't mean ignorance like you're a dummy. I mean ignorance like you're not access to information. Yeah. When you chose not to have access to your perspective, is correct? Read Todd Easy Coates' book, Between the World and Me. It's a fascinating fucking tale. It's a letter written from this black man to his 15-year-old son. And it's a life-altering book for me because it puts you into his soul of what it has been like to grow up as a black man in this country. And it stops me in my tracks when I think about it, when I talk about it, because it's like the only way that we can get to a more common understanding is to, I think to read books like that and to talk to people who are so closed off and closed-minded. And again, I keep on sort of adding this disclaimer, and maybe this is my aversion to getting attacked. I am not excusing Sheldon did this. I just think that it's not so simple as, let some guy get out and get resentenced, and look what he did, and fuck all these people and fuck your loop. Okay, I'm entitled to that. That's why I leave it. Yeah, you can't listen. You're smart. You can't listen.
It's just that you're going to have those people that are always going to exist. So there's always going to be people with limited information perspective. And limited information people sometimes are the loudest and the most vocal about it. And also the ones who are willing to objectively assess how they came to the conclusions that they're so vocal from loud pound. Limited information people. It's a big thing. That's why clickbait headlines. Well, look, I mean, look, that's why you get attacked sometimes by, you don't know about it because you don't read it. That's why you get attacked sometimes.
Some people try to send it to me. It's funny. Hey, man, fuck off.
Yeah. Someone in my family, a cousin of mine, sent me a link to a story about you endorsing Trump. Well, what the fuck? And I said, right, what the fuck? Why are you sending this to me? Like, first of all, what the fuck? What the fuck are you? What, because you all of a sudden support this woman, who, by the way, probably should have accepted the invitation to come on the show. It might have been the difference between people getting to actually know who the fuck she was. But putting that aside, it's like, I have to do a much better job of filtering that stuff out, because the notion that, you are going to be influenced by outside forces other than what you're doing, for you to see if you know what you're doing. I like to think I know what I'm doing. I feel like I'm doing, things. And I just got to keep on working in that direction and not let what happens slow me down, try to learn from it, and go forward. Look, I don't want this to come across as like constantly being like a situation where every time I get on here, I thank you. But I think the importance at this point was made clear by having the president, by having the vice president, because it's the only open forum where you don't have to worry about being judged, about someone chopping up what you say and twisting it, or leaving someone cutting on the floor. And it's also important because you don't give a fuck about what other people say or think, and you just do what you feel is the right thing to do. Because I've told you privately, I'll say it now again, it would have been the easy thing for you to do would have been to say, oh, fuck this guy. I'm turning my back. I don't need to have monogamy. I was never doing that. But listen, what you've done is amazing. And the people that you have brought on the show have changed a lot of people's perspectives about justice. A lot of people. You brought us some incredible people. And you told some incredible stories. And as you said, people have been sorry for crimes that they didn't commit. If you are a person who's listening to this, and if you could be fucked by the system, it's possible. You could be trapped by a corrupt Rothschild. It happens. Thank God it hasn't happened to you. But if it did happen to you, you would pray that there's a Josh Dugan in the world to pay attention to your case. I appreciate it. I mean, it's not just me. I understand, but a village of people there is a person like you, and I think highlighting the need for that, understanding of how the system can railroad and the system can really fuck you over. I mean, one of the things that we saw during the Trump campaign was the legal system being used against one of the most powerful people in the world, and how they can get away with turning 34 misdemeanors. So essentially one misdemeanor, 34 versions of it, 34 writing in a ledger incorrectly, that's a misdemeanor and is past the statute of limitations, can be converted into a felony and turned against a guy who's running for president as law. It's just completely using the legal system to try to attack the guy and try to take him out of the race, and also try to label him a convicted felon. So once you have this label, a convicted felon, you heard it on all the talk shows. Convicted felon, convicted felon. But enough people had a chance to look at the circumstances of the case and understand what he was actually being tried for. Paying someone off to not talk about how he fucked them. Is that what we're worried about? Are we worried about World War III? Is that what we're worried about? Are we worried about terrorist cells like being established in the United States because our borders were open? Is that what, are we worried about the price of groceries and people being able to feed themselves? That's what we should be fucking worried about, not whether or not some guy fucks them. Like, who cares?
It's so interesting to me because the conversations that people in the legal community in New York were having at the time, I cannot tell you how many times. It didn't matter what side of the spectrum you're on politically, but in New York, I voted for a Democrat. And I can't tell you how often I got this call. I just, I mean, with regard to that particular case, first of all, the DA in Manhattan seemed to realize that it was a futile endeavor to go after this guy and retreated. And then something happened. And then, you remember the special prosecutors quit because they were furious, apparently, that the DA wouldn't go forward with the case. Then something happened in between. And Alvin Bragg, the district attorney of Manhattan, proceeds with the case. So many legal scholars are like, what is the crime here? I understand there's a series of misdemeanors that sometimes gets flipped into a felony. Legal scholars that have issues with it. And if they spoke about it publicly, they were attacked. Alan Dershowitz was attacked. Anyone that would speak out, and there's this fear for good legal minds to get behind defending a case like that because it's viewed in democratic strongholds like kryptonite, right? So, remarking on that case, yeah, it was weaponized against it. And that's why I think it was this morning the judge in that case agreed to a joint motion of the prosecution and the defense to put everything on hold because they decide whether or not they're going to dismiss that case. And if you remember, the drum that was constantly beat before this election was to never get out of these state cases. The federal ones we understand because of the pardons. But the state cases, oh, those are going to be a problem. Well, that's so fast, right? Because now, if it was that much of a crime, people were so up in arms about it, why are they not considering dismissing it? And I think that it puts the lie to the notion that this was really something that we want to make an example out of. I can't engage in this type of conduct. What conduct? You know, it was obviously politically motivated. And you know, it happens all over the country. It happens all over the country, on both sides of the aisle. We have a case right now that, for me to be able to say this, is probably, you know, I have to think, is this the craziest fucking case I've had? And it has to be. It has to be. Because the DA that is sitting in the judgment of whether or not these four men that I will tell you about in a moment, right before the election, for him to become DA, gets indicted. He gets indicted for allegedly harassing a former employee and then trying to bribe her not to file a complaint against him, something like that, right before the election. And all of a sudden, he is now embroiled in this. He loses the election a couple of weeks ago, and he is now finds himself according to him, wrongfully accused of a crime. Well, my client is a guy by the name of John Edwards, and there were four guys. This is in Lorain County, Ohio. John Edwards, Glenberg Edwards, Benson Davis, and a guy named Al Cleveland, New York guys, in the early 90s, who were selling drugs in Ohio. They were going back and forth from Ohio to Iowa. And one morning, a man by the name of X is found dead in the street. His roommate is found about 7 hours later, a woman named Marsha Blakely, dumped in an alley behind a shopping center.
The case is cold for a month. The police have hit dead ends. They have nowhere to go with the case. The prosecutor's office offers a $2,000 reward for anyone with information about the case. Wouldn't you know that the next day, a man by the name of William Avery Sr. walks in the Lorraine County prosecutor's office. They sit him down with the police, and he says, I have information about the case. Now, this guy, William Avery Sr., was a known informant. The police knew it. He had come and tried to get information about other cases, didn't pan out. He was also a drug addict. And they sit with him for over an hour, and they say to him, everything you're telling us has been in the papers. So you're not giving us anything here. He shows up the next day with his son, William Avery Jr., and he says he witnessed the murder. So William Avery Jr. talks to the police. At the end of that interview, he goes, what about the reward money? And the officer says, let's turn the tape recorder off and let's talk about that. They tell him, we're not giving you the reward money because now you're telling us that information that's been in the papers. And all you're telling us is that you saw Marsha Blakely assaulted in an apartment. You're not telling us anything about the murder. The very next day, he shows up and says that Al Cleveland told him that he murdered Marsha Blakely. So let's put a bookmark in because I decided I wanted to do something a little bit different today. At the end of the episode, I'm going to give you a Twitter account. I submitted today a 40-page submission. All of the exhibits that are mentioned in that submission to the Lorraine County prosecutor. His name is J.D. Tomlinson. So now I'm going to invite the public. Before you go writing a letter to him or calling him, you read the submission, look at the exhibits yourself. Because what often happens is that in these reinvestigations, prosecutors' offices have something called a conviction integrity agreement, where they say they'll reinvestigate the case. And the very first thing they need to do is sign a no media agreement that you won't go to the media. Because the last thing they want you to do is what I just did, is to talk about the case publicly. So we're not in a conviction integrity agreement. We're trying to appeal to a prosecutor, J.D. Tomlinson, who, from what I understand, is told Al Cleveland's wife, and I've spoken to her. Her name is Roberta, great woman. Came up to her in the summer at a barbecue and said, when I was a law student, I sat in on your husband's trial. And it always bothered me. And I want you to come in and have your lawyers come in. I'm going to do the right thing. And now that he's been indicted, he has gone silent. I haven't heard from him. I've texted him. I still read through the messages because he has read receipts on him. I guess he doesn't know that. And I've asked him for his time. I think in his wildest dreams, he probably never could have imagined that the case was going to now become national news. He has between now and December 31st to do the right thing and exonerate them. The incoming DA would be able to do it from what I've heard. So I'm going to invite the public, and I'll give you a link at the end, and I'll tell you the rest of the story. Because some of the things I tell you, you can say, that can't be true. So I have the exhibit sitting in the folder for everybody to read. But, I think that the justice system has been weaponized against J.D. Tomlinson because he was coming up for a re-election. There's all sorts of personal animosity between him and the guy that just got elected. There's allegations, at least, that the guy that just got elected was somehow involved in, getting indicted by a special prosecutor. I don't know if that's true or not, but it doesn't just happen on the big national stage. Right. It happens all over the place. we just don't always hear about it. Well, I think the fact that it happened on the big national stage the way it did, and not just the case of the hush money, but also the case of Mar-a-Lago being overvalued, which is preposterous. That was one of the most ridiculous ones. They listed it at what, $17, $18 million? I would buy 5 of those. They're available for $18 million. You know how much money you would make for that kind of property? No, I've been there a bunch. I've seen it. It's magnificent. Yeah. You walk in there and you feel like, Marjorie Post bought it and had design. Magnificent. Forbes, I think, had valued it between $700 and $900 million. Is that true? Find out what the valuation is. But like independently before all this shit, it had been valued. And I think Trump valued it over $1 billion, which of course he's doing it to the bank. Right. Like trying to get a loan. Paid the loan off with interest. Everything was fine. There's 0 victims involved in this. And the fact that they want to say that it was actually, so what's it say here? Okay, 350. Okay. So the club had revenues of $25.9 million for the calendar year 2017, 22 in 2018, 21 in 2019, 2022. Forbes estimated the value of the state around $350 million. I think Trump jacked it way higher than that. And I think I read somewhere that someone said between 7 and 9 if you could, like, what a real estate evaluation would be, what it's actually worth in the state that it's at. I think there was an issue though that it was wasn't it like listed as a national historic landmark or something like that? Right. So then you really can't do anything to it, which devalues it somewhat. But still, I think, listen, 18 million is fucking crazy. There's no property like anything. I feel like when you're there, it is a magnificent place and has some of the best food in Florida. So I don't know that one of the valuation of something like that seems to me to be a bit subjective. It's now the home of the sitting 2-time president of the United States. And so yeah, but putting all that aside, just the real estate alone, there was a lot that was sold next to it, or a home that was sold next to it. It was $50 million. And it's not just Mar-a-Lago. Across the street they have the beach club that sits right on the beach. But the point is that they're meddling into. Look, the bank could have said, "Well, we're going to send an appraiser out, right? And we're going to determine whether or not we agree with you." Right. That happens for anyone that's ever sold a home. So the point is, there's no victim. The point is, like, it's not like he got this loan and then defrauded the bank, and then defaulted on his loan and then pocketed the money. No, he paid everything back with interest. It was profitable for the bank. Everything worked out. It's like, this is a bullshit case. Everyone knows it's a bullshit case. So that's another one that was in the news that everybody got a chance to see. Well, hopefully it opens people's eyes. Look, there's a lot of white-collar crimes that I've been a defense lawyer on, where you see the human cost of a prosecution, what it does to the person accused, but also the family. And to somehow crawl out under the weight of the federal government, these take years and a fortune to defend. And oftentimes you're thinking, why did they bring this case? Who are the victims here? And they come up with some loss calculation that's very theoretical, talking about cases where you can't point to a victim that lost money. And you wonder why some prosecutions are brought and others aren't. And you see again what it does to not only devastate families and the accused, but is it really deterring anyone? I would never, ever enter an industry where I was working with stocks, bonds, commodities, anything that was regulated in any way by FINRA, the SEC, because it seems like they can make the case sometimes when there isn't a case to be made. And hopefully, regardless of what side of the political spectrum they're on, what happened to Trump should be highlighted to people, because you don't have to agree with him or his politics or his
else needs to see what's happening today as we sit here when everything's being reconsidered. And we think about the massive expense that it takes to prosecute these cases. That guy has, I don't care what anybody says, he's got to be one of the toughest motherfuckers you've ever met to stare down all of this. And most people would be puzzled to stare down these prosecutions and the threat of going to jail and everything. That's not great for a lot of people.
Yeah. And then two assassination attempts.
And Jesus Christ, he's built.
Yeah, he is. The guy's 78 years old, and I talked to him for 3 hours now. He didn't pee before, he didn't pee afterwards, just sat here, talked, and didn't lose any energy, and then flew off to campaign.
Yeah, listen, I wish him all the success in the world. I hope he does well. I got these, you can't vote for Kamala Harris after what you've said. You're right. I voted for Jill Stein because two-party system to me is fucked. You know, you gotta be with us or them. And then there's all kinds of gaslighting that goes on. You have to answer to people. I just feel like there should be more choices. That's a different.
There's certainly should be.
That's a different.
But you spoke on a podcast about her history as a prosecutor and what you've done, and I know they contacted you after that.
Yeah, I mean, what was happening? Well, this was way back.
Yeah.
When I think it was days before she was selected to be the vice presidential running mate for Biden. But I think it was Carpenter who was, is that his name? He's a great congressman. Wears an eye patch.
Oh, Dan Crenshaw?
Dan Crenshaw. Dan Crenshaw took a clip from the podcast and circulated on Twitter. And it was like me being critical of her. And, you know, and again, that's a situation where she had so many opportunities during this campaign to just say, listen, I watched that little vignette about this family who was prosecuted for their truant child. And it ruined her. So all of this, I'm a prosecutor. I'm going to prosecute the case against this. That petrified me. Because I have sat in rooms with prosecutors that just want to be right and win. And I just say, please, just open your mind. I just sat in a room with a conviction of integrity in it, and there were prosecutors in the room where, and I can't sign one of those agreements or can't name the case or the city or whatever, but where the prosecutor went to federal prison for bribing witnesses and is accused of the same conduct in this case where he was giving money to someone who's recanted their testimony. And the prosecutor sitting in the room were like, it wasn't that they weren't open-minded, they had their mind made up before we got in there. And you feel like saying, can't I just listen? Just listen.
They just want to win.
Yeah, and I think that is my problem with the two-party system, is that it's either on this side or you're on this side. Right. And there's no room for gray area between the issues. Right. I have a friend who, I learned so much during this election. I have a friend who is from Central America, and she was telling me, when Trump won the first time, I was furious. I couldn't stand it. But when I came to this country, I saw my mom fight for citizenship. And I saw what she had to go through the right way for me to get citizenship. And she said, so I just can't vote for anybody but him. So everybody has their own reasons for doing it. It doesn't mean it has to be all about a cult of personality and voting for, endorsing everything about the person. And I think that, having that understanding, look, a lot of people that I spoke to a friend of mine the other day that grandparents were in the Holocaust. Grandfather survived the Holocaust. He voted for Trump because he's like, I didn't feel protected by the other side. As the grandson of people that went through that. So, yeah, I just think that watching the system get weaponized against someone in that way. It's upsetting. Hopefully, like you said, it opens people's eyes to the fact that if they could do it to the president, it could happen.
And it's so true. It was so transparent. It wasn't like community murder. It was only evidence points affecting community murder. No, it's just a crime that didn't make any sense. You're going to spend millions and millions of dollars prosecuting this crime. You're going to parade it around for the whole world just so the Democrats can have this talking point, convicted felon. And you see it repeated over and over again on MSNBC and CNN. These pundits are saying, convicted felon. Like, what's the fucking crime? Tell me what the crime is. But when you want to get smart and spout off facts, why don't you tell me about the case? Because I've looked at it, and it's fucking bananas. And if it happened to you, you'd be terrified. Because they just made a crime. They made a felon out of something that's not a felon. I mean, listen, if you're looking for logic and reasoning in any of these, you're not going to find it. I mean, listen, I feel terrible, but I feel different about some of the cases. Like, I feel like the election case has the most substance to it. You know, standing up and saying elections, rigged the elections, rigged. I have a problem with that, but, you know, obviously more than half the country didn't have as much of a problem with it. And that was one of the ones that I said was the weirdest, where he didn't have an answer ready. That you should have an answer ready. I mean, if I had been accused of something like that, and I strongly believe that the elections are rigged, I'd be able to give you facts right away.
But he can't. Who's his fact? Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, I know. Hello. But that's the thing. Is like, I don't know how much time he has to investigate the cases, right? So he has probably people telling him things. And who are these people? And what is their evidence? What's their information? I would hope that if you have something that's so controversial, like you ran for president, you believe you should have won, and you rigged it, you should have data that you could spit out at any cocktail party.
If he's doing the same thing that you're talking about, CNN and MSNBC do, which is just repeating the same thing. When people were standing in line voting a couple of weeks ago, he was saying the election was this election, and the proof must have straightened it out because he won. But I don't. What he was saying is that the election, and I think well, there's the one thing with bringing in people to the country illegally and then pushing for amnesty, which was they were. Yeah, I just don't know the numbers on it.
There's millions of people. But if you think about the amount of people, right? You think about how some of these swing states, the cumulative votes was like 75,000 that switched it one way or another. Just you can imagine, you bring in millions and millions of people, and you're moving to swing states.
Yeah, if that's true.
When the evidence against was like, well, they're not all moving swing states. Well, okay, you can't tell people where they can and can't move once they come to the United States. If they have family that's in Texas, or if they have family that's in Arkansas, whatever, they're going to go where they probably want to go. But a significant number of them are in the country. You're bringing in 10 million people. You have quite a bit of a buffer. It's not a perfect system, but if you're trying to let people in illegally and then give them not just protection, but also money, food stamps, housing, taking care of them, and then giving them an incentive to vote for the party that did that to them. And the other party wants to, they want to round people up in mass deportation.
Yeah, but the other party is what evidence did you see? Documentary evidence that people are registering to vote. How many?
Well, it's not that they were registered. The issue is that there's no voter ID, which is fucking insane. You need an ID for everything. This ID, where is there no voter? Harris won some states that require voter ID, contrary to online forms fact check. So there's an online chart that's incorrect that people are passing around.
See that this is exactly.
So what states that you bring to have voter ID? But she's got there's certain like deep states, deep blue states.
I hear you.
Colorado and Rhode Island.
But look what just.
So is that two? Is that the two? But this president also won New Hampshire, which requires voter ID. That allows individuals without one to have their right to be confirmed by the designated official to fill an affidavit. Harris also won both Delaware and Virginia. So there's a couple states that you won that have voter ID. But these are like these deep blue states.
Fair enough. Look, I don't
The
know.
question is the swing states.
I don't know enough about it, and I live in a world where I need the evidence. But backing up to the other election, look, I'm just saying there was one case where I was like,
You know what's weird about the 2020 that we keep going back to is the amount of vote. That's what's really crazy.
way more.
Way more.
I don't know what's
Well, it's the first time ever you have mail-in ballots and use ubiquitous. You know, there wasn't a thing before. Mail-in ballots were essentially for people that vote.
Oh, I think COVID.
Sure, it did, but also never miss an opportunity. And if you wanted to cheat, that would be the way to do it. And to try to keep voting mail-in ballots, keep your voting by mail-in ballots when it's unnecessary. Well, it's not a bad idea. Seems crazy.
It does, but it's not. To me, I live in a world where you cannot say shit like that without backing up. But listen, I have started to really veer away from having a strong political view and just putting my head down and doing what I can. So I don't see the evidence in the prior election. I see the claim that people. I just didn't.
I don't see the evidence of it, but I do see evidence that people are trying to make it easier for illegals to vote. That disturbs me. The pathway to citizenship has always been kind of difficult. And when you talk to people that have done it the right way, it's very hard. You have to go for review. You have to hope that this person decides that they're a person worthy of being in this country. And you have to be a person of extraordinary skill and talent, and that talent and skill wasn't available in the United States.
Listen, I recently moved to Florida, and I got my driver's license and registered to vote pretty quick after I moved there. My wife didn't. When we went to vote, they wouldn't let her vote because it hadn't been 30 days yet. So all I can say is that in Florida, they required an ID, and they didn't let my wife.
Well, California literally passed a law, so you're not allowed to ask for it, which is crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
That's crazy. Well, why would you?
Andre
Would be the most charitable version of why you would do that.
Andre Williams discussing Cal. She was like, it's a little bananas to live in California.
It's fucking crazy.
He's
Certainly you're better. A lot more people voted red in California. We've seen the map of 2020 versus 2020.
Yeah.
It's a giant significant shift. That keeps going on, the states can go red. And I think if the state keeps falling apart, people are going to come to their senses and recognize that the policies they have in place right now are fucking gross. They're gross. And you've got a bunch of bureaucrats that are profiting off of the homeless situation. They're taxing the fucking shit out of people. The state tax is 14. If you live in LA, it's another 1. So 15% of all your money just goes to incompetence.
It's the same thing in New York City. I mean, you're giving to the state, to the city. You end up paying way more than you make enough money. You end up paying way more. Here's the rub I don't get about Democrats, right? This is the thing that bothers me about Democrats. This is why I registered. You hear about the American dream. The American dream. I was the son of a teacher. Now I'm a son of a politician. I was the son of a teacher who said, did you ever have with that? Yeah, I grew up middle class. And I grew up mid-middle class. And we had to grind around in the financial problem and everything else. The American dream is to make it on your own, to be stuff. And then you get to that point, and you get demonized for it. Now you have to give back in a way that, how dare you not give more than half your effective salary, more than half your income if you live in California and New York. Right. You give it away. 52%, 52%. You end up feeling like, what the fuck? What did I do wrong? I give back in so many other ways.
And it's my team. If they were doing a great job and they were legitimately making people's lives better, I could find it. If there was a system where had to pay 50% because I make a lot of money, and I had to pay 50%, but that 50% is changing people's lives. They can show you all the success stories. It's like you revolutionizing the way poor people are allowed to make it out of that situation.
You didn't feel that in California? No, I wasn't feeling it in New York. Going to the state courthouse because
Yeah, it's I feel like corrupt politicians who are profiting off of narratives, and they're a bunch of dirty people who don't even follow their own fucking rules, particularly Gavin Newsom. Doesn't even follow his own rules. It's the guy that got busted in the middle of the pandemic wearing no mask indoors eating at French lunch. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, and the people felt really fucking prisoned. They felt really captured by their government. Well, that's why a lot of people moved. He's got great hair. That's not it. What is a great sort of version of what you'd expect of a politician? Just what is great hair get so far? Well, people want gray hair. The good genes, tall and gray hair means a lot to people.
yeah, I don't.
We're stupid. We're stupid. There's a lot of stupidity involved in why we choose things. You know,
I read this article once about how there was a poll on female voters who voted for the first time, and they asked the reason why, and multiple choice, and one of them was that he was good looking before.
yeah, they want to fuck up.
Yeah. And apparently he wanted to fuck them.
Yeah, he's a great president, though. I mean, in terms of policy, in terms of different economy, the guy was a great president.
Well,
Great leader.
I agree, except for the fact that mass incarceration got started.
Yes, the crime bill.
Yeah. So I think that our prison industrial complex started with it.
Well, it's kicked off by Joe Biden.
Was,
It did. And it was just hilarious. This is the guy running against him.
yeah.
So, bullshit.
You know, I don't. It was very interesting to me that this is playing out in real time with the incoming president, and I have this parallel situation going on in Ohio. Let's call it weed. Back to Ohio, and I'm going to tell you the rest of the story about the Ohio. So this guy, J.D. Tomlinson, is the prosecuting attorney. He's under indictment. He got 2 months. Like I said, he now knows, according to him, what it's like to be wrongfully accused of a crime. But watch this. You have these 4 guys who, so again, it's Al Cleveland, Linwood Edwards, John Edwards, Benson Davis. Yeah, you got to light up this. So I told you, William Avery Sr. goes in, tries to get the reward money and tell him, fuck off. Brings his son in the next day. They say to him, no dice. Then he comes back and says, okay, Al Cleveland told me he committed the murder. Comes time for their trials to begin, and they're all be tried separately. And William Avery Jr. gives this account of how this murder happened. And he says that he watches this woman, Marsha Blakely, get beat for 15 to 20 minutes inside of her apartment, and that, you know, the reason this woman gets beat is because Al Cleveland wanted him to work off that and beat her up, and he said no. So then these 4 men busted the door that this is how the crime occurs. It comes time for the first trial of these 4 men. And William Avery Jr. shows up as the prosecution's star witness, and he says, I want to come up on that. And the prosecutor says, I'm not giving it to you. And he says that I'm not testifying. The judge throws him in jail. He's in jail. He is cooling his heels, as they say. And he says, you know, I made this whole thing up, and I did it for the money. And no one believes it. And the judge says, what are you talking about? You're going to get on the stand and testify. He says, no, I'm not. And now he's facing potential perjury charges. The judge declares a mistrial. He then comes back with a new story to the prosecutors and says he witnessed the beating, he witnessed other details of the crime. He then goes on to testify at all 4 of their trials. After the first mistrial, they all get convicted. He then fully recants of his own volition, says he got off drugs, says he wants to straighten out his life. He's in the process of cooperating with the FBI and the Secret Service. Now, these exhibits are sitting in this folder. If you go to Twitter, it's Free the Ohio 4. Free the Ohio 4. There it is. And if you just click on that URL, there's a reason, because I didn't put it up until right before the episode. So, I'm doing right now. If you click on that, it will bring you to a folder with this 40-page submission that I put in today, and references to all of the exhibits. So here, this is my first page. At the trials of Al Monday, that was his student, Al Cleveland's student. The trials of Al Monday, those charged me, testified under oath that I was an eyewitness to Alfred Cleveland, who I knew as Monday, along with other people I knew, as J.R. Rothschild, as John Edwards, beat Marsha Blakely at Floyd Epps' apartment, and then murder her on Charlie's Bowling Lane. All of this was a lie. I've never witnessed the murder of Marsha Blakely, was not with her or Cleveland the night she was murdered. Only done it for the money, and everything is not true. The entire case was built on this day. There's no forensic evidence, no eyewitnesses, nothing. So this is not to be believed.
What was the reason why they thought this woman and the other man were murdered?
They didn't know. They had no theory. Police had no
connection to them.
No connection.
There was no theory, like drug dealer.
No, that was what they ended up coming up with, was that she was a drug user, Cleveland was a drug dealer, it must have been drugs. So, something involving drugs. So, William Henry Jr. is, after they get convicted, is working as an informant for the FBI and the Secret Service. Now, prior to this case, maybe this is how two-sided. I thought that the Secret Service purview was the president, but apparently there were other investigative functions because he was working on some food stamp scheme as an informant. The Secret Service tells the FBI, and the testimony is in that exhibit file. The Secret Service tells the FBI, this guy, William Henry Jr., he's not to be trusted. He's lying to us, and he's lying to us for money. They contact the prosecutor. The FBI calls the prosecutor in Lorain County and says, this guy, William Avery Jr., used as an informant in that case against these four men, is a liar. And he does this for money. So they end up with that they end up getting an evidentiary hearing. And William Avery Jr. comes to testify. And he's coming to testify that I made the whole thing up. And he's in very explicit detail. His father, who obviously brought him there, threatened his life. He was sat him down and smoked crack with him to calm him down. You can't make this shit up. Wait till you read the affidavit. He sat him down and smoked crack with him to calm him down. He told him, I need that reward money for my drug habit. He was a fucking junkie. So he needs the reward money, and he gets his son to go in there. And it's obvious if you watch if you read the interrogation of his testimony, he's being led. They show him pictures of the apartment where this woman was allegedly beat. He's getting details wrong. He changed his story. He was telling conflicting versions of the story. So at these post-conviction hearings, where these men should have all been exonerated, he gets on the stand and Before he testifies, the judge says to him, have you been advised? Do you have an attorney? He said, I don't think I need an attorney. And he tells William Avery Jr., well, you need an attorney. We're going to appoint you an attorney because you're about to perjure yourself. Because you either did one of two things. You either lied, and that put 4 men in prison, or you're about to lie now to set them free. Either way, you lied under oath. Think about the mind fuck of this. So this guy is coming to clear prosecution. So he gets an appointed attorney. And they go and ask the prosecutor to give him immunity so he can tell the truth. They say no. His defense attorney asks the judge, want to give him immunity so he can tell the truth? And the judge says no. And they tell him, we're going to charge you with perjury if you tell the truth. He walks out of the courthouse, okay, after pleading the fifth, and is interviewed by the local paper walking out of the courthouse. That's in the exhibits. And he says, they're all innocent. I made the whole thing up. I'm trying to tell the truth here, but I can't go to jail for whatever time they're going to give me. So here you have a guy that is the son of a known junkie. He has been, prosecutors in Lorraine County have been told by the FBI that he's not reliable, that he makes things up just to get money. He's been caught in lie after lie after lie, and now he comes and wants to tell the truth and set these men free. And the crazy, and this judge puts him in this situation where he can't tell the truth, or else he's going to get prosecuted. This is what happens in this country. This is the kind of thing that these 4 men, 2 of them are out, 2 of them are serving life sentences. Al Cleveland's wife, Roberta Cleveland, saw this DA and he said he was going to do the right thing. He knew that the case was problematic, and now, because he's worried about his own indictment, he's not responding. So what we're asking for is your listeners to go through and read this very detailed submission that I've made along with the Ohio Innocence Project, the Ohio Public Defenders, and a great attorney by the name of Kim, who actually had a big laugh over one time. Enough. She was at the White House when Kanye West was there. she was like apparently like standing over and smiling, and we were like, look at this fucking girl. She just thinks that like, how the fuck did I get here? She told me about it this morning.
Did she feel that way? Like, how the fuck did I get here?
She probably did. She's super cool. I spoke to her this morning. She's a badass. And she was like, I never met him, but he seems awesome. And he did have to pay a lot of my expense when Kanye was in the White House. So, yeah, she is. That's her. You remember this? It's so funny. But she's awesome. But so we're asking your listeners to go and read the exhibit, read the submission, and then I have a contact page. Call J.D. Tomlinson, write him a letter. Look, these 4 men, thank you, J.D. These 4 men certainly were drug dealers. Al Cleveland, we've established Al Cleveland's alibi. John Edwards' alibi. Check this shit. His alibi witness was Damon John from Shark Tank. He testified in his fucking trial at post-conviction hearings. Damon John back then was a hard scrabble New Yorker. He was doing whatever he could to grind out. This is before Fuller. And he was friends with Al Cleveland. Al needed to move to have a TV moved, and Damon had like a gypsy cab service, car service in New York. He lived in New York, right? Remember what it was like? You call it cab service, yeah, car service. And he was with Al Cleveland the day of these murders. Al Cleveland saw his probation officer the day after the murders. People saw him all over New York when the murders happened. John Edwards was with his girlfriend's family throughout the night, from like 10 at night to 3 in the morning. His girlfriend was pissed off because he was flirting with some girl in the bar. So these guys have alibis. There is no question. They had absolutely nothing to do with this crime. This woman, Marsha Blake, was murdered, right? Here's one of the strangest facts of this case. She is seen all over town. At the time they claimed that this guy was we originally claimed she was murdered. She's seen by family members, friends. She's looking for crack. She's walking down the street way after this guy claims it happened. How was she murdered? She was what was on television before, and the crime. These guys that are drug dealers in the area, so they become easy marks. There's a blade sitting in a diagram found right next to Marsha Blake's body. They never tested it for DNA. They never collected it. They never tested it. It was at a time when DNA was in the 90s. DNA was around. Her roommate, Ray Epps, is found a mile or two down the road with his throat slit and run over. Center. Same thing. He's been charged. No, he's been charged. It's an unsolved case as of this day. Why? Because they came down these guys, and this guy, William Avery Jr., only came in with information about one of the murders. The cases were so clearly connected that the medical examiner, these people were killed in the same way. Why there isn't an outrage, a fucking outrage about this case is beyond me. When I got this case, I said, there is no way they're telling me it's true. That this guy has come and wants to clears conscience and tells you exactly what happened, and the FBI told the prosecutors it was a liar, and these guys are still, 2 of them are still serving life sentences, and you have to live stamped as a murderer. Even in the free world, Al Cleveland is out as suffering. I mean, I had to listen to his wife heaving. She couldn't get a hold of herself because she went down to J.D. Tomlinson's office and said, "You sent me help." And he said, "I'm sorry, I'm indicted. The last time I exonerated someone, what they did to me, because he exonerated someone else, and it's political opponents attacked it." Human beings, we sometimes get in our own way with outside forces, what we think other people can say. I think J.D. Tomlinson's been voted out, he's been wrongfully accused of a crime. It's time for him to say, you know what, I'm going to do the right thing. All I ask is actually a meeting. I want to meet with you. Between now and December 1st, let me lay everything out for you as I have in this submission. He's now going to have it in his hands. He didn't answer my text messages. Give him a break. He's obviously going through some serious personal issues. He's being under indictment for the election. This isn't easy. This is just doing the right thing. There is no way that you could look at this evidence, and this is why it's a good idea for, rather than give a snapshot of the case and have to rely on some process with these conviction integrity that's behind closed doors where they run the investigation. I don't like the public being able to get invested and look at the evidence themselves. Everyone wants a true crime story. So why not, as part of this, let the public help make the case. And when they write a letter, they'll do it more forcefully. Or they call him and say, how could you ignore this? So I would just encourage everyone to go on Twitter and go to Freebie Ohio 4 and look at the evidence. And if you ever, I've gotten so many reach outs, how can I make a difference? What can I do to make a difference? This is it. You can write, you can call. His cell phone number is online because he was running for re-election. Let him know that the public is watching and expect him to do the right thing. That's the best use I feel like I can make of publicly advocating for change is to help bring the public and give them a vested interest in trying to know this is just amazing, right? I mean, you said this is the craziest case you've ever had. I don't think I've ever had a case, ever, where the sole alleged eyewitness recants and then is threatened with jail time. He's actually put in jail after trying to extort the prosecutors, where there's no forensic evidence. And it was the most incomplete investigation I have ever seen. What would be the most logical thing to do? This guy says, you know what? There was a beating at this house. What was the logical thing for police to do? There was a beating inside this apartment for 15 to 20 minutes, and this woman was brutally beaten. What are the police going to do first? Scan the evidence. Go to the apartment. Go to the apartment. Right. They don't spray for luminol. They don't see if there's this luminol is a chemical agent that brings out human blood. They do nothing. They go and do a scan of the apartment, a visual scan, and see nothing out of order. They don't test that knife. And is there evidence? No evidence. Oh, there was evidence that she was beaten, just not in that home.
She was beaten before she was stabbed.
There was an eyewitness that saw her that night with like a black eye, begging for money for drugs. After he allegedly saw her killed. So it's she was living a street life, and there was suspicion that she was trading sex for money, so that she could feed her drug habit. So I've never had a case with the FBI calls the prosecutor that says this guy is a liar, that he goes in for reward money for financial gain and he can't be trusted. Never had a case where a judge says if you tell the truth, we can put you in jail. If you tell the truth, it's just as bad as putting these guys, you either told a lie to put them in jail or you're not telling a lie to free them. I mean, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't understand why, in almost half of the cases where there's been an exoneration based on a sole eyewitness's testimony, over half the people recant. And the courts are very critical of these recantations. So in other words, if someone makes up a story, and then they come back and say, look, I made that up because my dad was threatening me, because the police threatened me, that's somehow viewed very, very critically. Whereas the initial allegation, it's really easy to put someone in jail. Real easy. Real difficult to get out.
So do you think that's because the system is set up to not reverse convictions because it's bad for the prosecutor's record, it's bad for the confidence of the judicial system?
All of the above. Yeah. I mean, why did Kamala Harris block? Why did she block access to biological evidence from crime scenes? I think the rationale back then was, well, it would lead to a flood of requests. So fucking what? So let people, or people that maybe they're guilty and they want to take a shot. Who knows? But isn't that worth the price of wrongfully incarcerating people? And why is there's so much politics that gets wound up in this. and for the life of me, I don't understand why, it doesn't see the light of day. I testified before the House Judiciary Committee in Florida in connection with the Promark case when their DNA was stolen. Right? The DNA was stolen and were wrongfully accused of a crime by Maury Promark. And I testified before the House Judiciary Committee that stealing someone's DNA as a private citizen should be a felony. Right? It was a misdemeanor. And, it was one of my finer moments of humiliation because I got a 16 vote. And I had a real interesting discussion. It's recorded. I should find it and send it to you sometime. But there were Republicans that asked me, hey, what is it that we can do to help you? Because this story is crazy. And I said, well, there is something that you can do as part of this bill. We would like to make it not only a felony, but give defense attorneys that have a good faith basis to believe that it's an alternative suspect DNA. The same right to collect that DNA as law enforcement. And if they make a showing to the court that they have a basis to believe that this is an alternative suspect. So I had a former police officer who was a member of the Judiciary Committee say, look, I was a cop, and we used to do it all the time. And this exact quote was, it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. I think if you can make a good faith show, I'm going to support that. When it came time for the bill to go to the Senate, the guy that was sponsoring the bill wasn't responding to us. So we got overwhelming support, not only to get the bill made from a misdemeanor to a felony, but also to allow defense attorneys, criminal defense attorneys with adequate showing to collect the DNA of the alternative suspects. And I said, so we'd like to add that amendment. And just stopped responding to me. And finally, I got a complaint. And I said, what's the story? You're responding to this. And he goes, it's not, just not that happen. And I said, what? I'm not going to go into it, but it's not happening. So, obviously there was some really good pushback to it. He just wasn't going to have that part of this bill. So, I don't know what else you can do to push these issues, other than get out there in public and bang and drum about it and try to get people to pay attention. And this, I think, is a rare opportunity because it gives people, it allows them to invest in this. It allows them to see what the evidence is and actually, write a letter and say, hey, I saw the testimony of this Secret Service agent, of this FBI agent under oath on his post-conviction proceedings. Why can't, what more would you need? You have the power to exonerate these guys and end this 30-year-long nightmare. Why not do it?
Well, I'm hoping that this is one of those cases where people get up to be, and the way you laid it out is so gracefully. And with more evidence on that people have access to, I'm sure there's a bunch of people who are going to agree on that. I'm curious to see what the response is going to be.
Yeah, Free the Ohio 4, at Free the Ohio 4 on Twitter. And, I'm not a big Twitter guy. I can't see Twitter. I'm not a big X guy. Yeah, so, I guess I should get more into it. Yeah, we did. We hopefully that not much like
Oh, they want us to use these publishing services. So it's going to be interesting to see these thoughts.
yeah, and then it would be my dream to one day have the full city and have a toast.
Yeah. Wow. The story's in huh?
And the sad part about it is like I hope that people don't say, "Oh, there were drug dealers at the time." Again, it's not because you commit one crime doesn't mean that
also the circumstances are different for every fucking human being. And for you to think that there's no way that I would do a crime, especially a crime like that. Like, are you sure? Are you sure if you were in their shoes, if you lived their life? You know, we all like to think that everybody's life is the same as ours. We don't have one life that we can kind of reference. When we look at other people's lives, we kind of imagine who like to live their life. We don't. People do desperate things at desperate times, depending upon your environment, depending upon how you grew up, what your influences were, what trauma you experienced, whether you were incarcerated at a young age. No one has any understanding of that other than the people that get trapped in this system. They just don't. You know, it's like tough on crime. Yes, I think you should be tough on crime. I think you should go arrest criminals and evil people that do terrible things and make society violent. Yes, so what? But also, you should definitely not arrest innocent people. You should definitely not prison them and then punish someone who's trying to say, hey, the reason why these people are in jail is because they killed a lie. Yeah, I don't get the thought of punishing them. You know, I hope you have the type of influence of following that just listen to that perspective, folks, right? You know, I have, in the last few years, developed a way deeper understanding of how relative trauma can be from individual to individual. I did not realize trauma that I had suffered until I started to travel those roads. And then how it can impact behavior. So I'm trying to make better decisions about how I judge things. I don't want to say I'm not judgmental. Everyone's judgmental. Yeah, you have to be. It's how you survive your life. Right, I have to form judgments, but I'm trying to make more educated judgments rather than judging someone based on, you know, not having a complete picture of what they might have been through, and also not being able to put myself as best I can behind their eyeballs or in their brain. It's hard unless you're really making an investment. I think the easy thing to do is to make a quick judgment and keep moving. Yes. Right? And I think that words can be an excuse. The deep dive is too much of a time investment, too difficult. And I've had to understand behaviors that I never thought I would ever have to consider. And I can tell you, at least in my experience, it forces you to become a more compassionate human being, more understanding human beings, looking at yourself better. Because if you're not just constantly trying to figure out more about yourself, what the fuck are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? Yeah. If you're not trying to figure out more about yourself, if you're the most enlightened person alive, tell us how you do it. You know, you don't have any searching to do anymore. Tell us what you do. Because I never know about that. I can't thank you enough because, again, it's a rare occurrence these days that to be unaffected by the outside noise. And I promise you, I'll be better in making sure that I'm a little bit more plugged into the help people are getting when they get it, whether they have done it or not. I've had two recent resentencings. One guy was paralyzed and blinded in prison, and he's in a wheelchair and he can't see. And part of the reason he was paralyzed because of the poor medical care that he was getting. It was a difficult decision to make initially because of some shit and other resentencing, the guy that was found guilty. And then I saw the horrific medical treatment he was getting, and I said, this isn't right. Don't just throw out people being like this. And what threat is he in a wheelchair blind? But I mean, I have to do a good job of making sure that people are getting the attention and care they need. It takes resources. And, we're thankful to everybody that continues to reach out and support any of these causes. The Perlmutter Center, Midwest Innocence Project is a great one. The Ohio Innocence Project is a satellite project. The Freedom Clinic at the Perlmutter Center, we've had some terrific folks, including the Perlmutters, that have given us the resources. So I have you. I'm in your debt. It You're not. You're not. You're not. I appreciate you very much. And my thing about the outside noise is you should never put any effort or time or focus into something that's going like that. There's no benefit in outside noise. It doesn't do that, especially if you're an introspective person. If you're a person who thinks everything you do is awesome, maybe it's good to see people shit on you. Maybe it's good to see that some people don't like you. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good to hear other people's perspectives, kind of like you put your ego in check. But if you're a person that's introspective, if you're a person that is harder on yourself when you make mistakes, no one's harder on me than you. I'm very hard on you.
Oh, I know someone that's as hard on themselves as they cross me.
But it's course correct. You know, if you look inward and you don't like what you're doing, like what you said or where you are, don't do that.
One of the best things I did in the wake of this whole Sheldon Johnson incident is I turned the comment off on Instagram, turned my account private. I think I'll make it public again after today because I want to generate support for the Ohio Corps. And turning comments off is the nice thing because you can't believe the good stuff or the bad stuff.
Yeah. Especially for people in the public. The good stuff you can get what they call audience pressure. You know, you have enough people leading you in a certain direction, giving you praise for a certain thing, start doing more of that. You know, and this is a manipulative tactic that's used online, both for and against people.
And look, when I was on the way over here today, I was walking into the Uber and got the hotel goes, I hope you're going to talk that talk over on the JRE. And I said, yeah. It turns out that he went to high school with Rabbi, who's on death row here in Texas. And I got into an interesting conversation. He was like, man, his older brother could pop and lock. I said, yeah. He goes, man, this motherfucker was popping and locking all the time. He was telling me about his breakdancing. And he was like, no, for real, you know, shining the light on this stuff gives a lot of people out here hope. And I told him that, you know, I wrote a letter to the legislators here in Texas that's reconsidering that case. And so it's just real cool, man, to get people behind it that really care about this stuff. And, you know, the public can really help out. You don't have to be a lawyer, you don't have to be a psychologist, you don't have to be a therapist. You know, pressure does break pipes. So reaching out to JD Tomlinson, making noise between now and December 31st.
And as you said, talking about things on this podcast have actually generated people.
Yeah, I thought this one thought that was just me. Let me think real carefully about this.
Yeah, I know. Jamie and I were both like, he's going to bring it in. You certainly can. I mean, you definitely can.
Hey, listen.
And if you know how, great.
Hey, listen. The guys that have been on here, Bruce Bryan, works in the Queen's Defender's Office. He has not been without challenges, trust me. But he's actually going, I believe with this, Bruce is going to Hope all this. We're still working on his full exoneration. You know, he's got the clemency of the innocence claim. Bruce is going to Nairobi to speak to prisoners. And he's a crime advocate for the Queen's Defenders. Derek continues to be a whirlwind of positive activity. It's just amazing. Getting people out left and right. Robert Johnson, we had on, is continuing to do amazing things down in New Orleans. And all of that just drive. Not enough attention is given to the happy endings, right? That we give to the bad stuff.
Of course, that's just how people are. You know, we're afraid of crime. You know, so they highlight the instances where things are bad, things do go bad, and they don't want to look at the disgusting aspects of the legal system. They want people want to live life through rose-colored glasses and have this perspective that the bad people go to jail. But it's not just about crime. Most of the headlines that get the most clicks are someone having a fucking affair, somebody dying. Right. You want to triumph. Well, people like when I think of his life suck because it makes them not think about the suck of their own life. That's why they like it when a celebrity falls, like a P. Diddy gets arrested, because they see these people living these lives they could never imagine. Dots, Rolls Royces, all that shit. And then they see them get taken down. Like, yeah. Because they were, envious. And it's also like, it's a part of our culture to celebrate wealth in the most disgusting and extravagant ways. How many social media personalities have emerged just all about look at all this stuff I have. Look at all the things I have. Look at all the famous people I hang out with. Look at all the girls, the yacht, look at the car, look at the jet, look at the this, look at that. Look at all the things you think. When those people get got, people love it. And then we folks are like, gets got food. If that's the basis of their own great, so it's got a shirt off. He's taking pictures on yachts and shooting machine guns. I like to peek into his brain one day. Yeah, it's interesting how people do become famous through that. It's like showing your stuff. It's showing the life that other people can't really imagine or living. Think of the hypocrisy and the inner conflict and turmoil that exposes it. So in other words, we want people to fail. That's somehow innate in any of us. It makes us feel better about ourselves. Yet, you will have 3 million followers, 10, 15 following someone that I'm not talking about. Whoever, who is clearly just selling their looks or their lifestyle or whatever it is. So yet, we're drawn to it and we want to watch it. And then when the person fails, we want to fucking devour them to the point where they're carcass laying in the street. Sure. Celebrity marriages and divorces, that's not the thing. Celebrities get divorces. You're miserable too. Do you love it? No. People love it. I find it fascinating that people keep getting divorced. God damn, how many times the jail is married? The next guy's like, hey, I don't know if it's going to work out. Yeah, it's really what's the problem? What's the problem? Well, he's certainly a problem as well. Yeah, seems like a sweetheart. So she married a bunch of people. But, whatever. She's obviously a lot of work. If you want a diva, good luck. That requires a lot of work. I just want to understand. I just want to, like, me and my brother, sometimes what's it about? It's definitely not all about caring where J-Lo gets divorced, man. You know what I find difficult? I've been playing this idea and something that I like. It couldn't be more prescient. This notion of what the truth is. Say, we had it happen to us right here. Some of the swing states require one ID. All we have. It's hard to keep a grasp on the out and out truth these days because there's information that is intravenously injected into your veins. It seems like. So I have a hard time knowing what's true. Well, the news itself, outright lies. It's not like a conversation like we have where Jamie checks it in real time, and I saw a thing that said the swing state or the states that required no voter ID, the ones she won. She won other ones as well. But when you have the news saying things, so they have researched it, they do know that it's a lie. This is not like a live conversation like we're having, where I didn't know anything about that at all, nor did you. It just spontaneously came up. These people are putting narratives out there that are just flat out lies, and they're doing it all the time. I mean, Obama did during the campaign, where he repeated that lie about Donald Trump talking about white supremacists, saying they're very fine people on both sides. So just a flat out lie. That was the right. Well, it was all about the statues of Civil War people being taken down. And he's saying, you are not talking, he literally said, I am not talking about white supremacists and the KKK. They should be condemned. He said, I'm talking about people that
Did he say that in the same?
oh yeah, well, you can see it. Go to
I never know.
JRE Companion Instagram, because on that page there is what Obama said, and then on the same video there is what Trump actually said. And it's disgusting. It's a disgusting lie. And it's a guy and he's talking about George Washington. So George Washington had slaves. To Thomas Jefferson, we take down Thomas Jefferson's slave. So you can see it.
And you had some very good people there. But you also had people that were very fine people. But also, you had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and then renaming of the park from Robert E. Lee to another name. George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down? Excuse me. Are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down his statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue. And so you know what? It's fine. You're changing history, you're changing culture, and you have people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned to totally. But you have many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now,
See, that's crazy. I have never seen that last word.
Yeah.
So here is my struggle with the truth on full display. I've never seen that part.
Because the news has said that lie over and over and over and over and over again. The news, the mainstream corporate-controlled news that wanted this narrative that Donald Trump is a Nazi, said that over and over and over again. They repeated it. They compared them up until the election. Drew Reed was literally comparing them to Stalin, Hitler, and Mussolini, and spent a whole piece describing right-wing dictators, that he is going to be a right-wing dictator, just like Hitler, just like Stalin. This is the lie of the media. So this is one of the reasons why it's so hard to tell the truth. It should be illegal to do that. It should be illegal to say that, because it's not true. And you're changing the perspective of millions of people, especially low information voters, that look at Obama like a thing from the past when time was sane, when the world was normal. A brilliant guy who was the president. If this brilliant guy is going to lie in front of everything,
But here's the thing. There's no question. They all lie. Trump included. We talked about that earlier. He lies also. And this is like the
right, but did he lie about Biden? That's what Biden did. Did he lie about any of that? No.
he's lying.
I'm sure. For sure. He's lying. In the context of a campaign where you're completely distorting the perspective of the person you're running against. Not just who they are, but what they've done and what they've said and what they stand for.
He does the same thing.
Did he do that with Biden? How did he do it?
I think that there were many times where he would accuse him of having created the problem at the border, that it was all his creation. People don't seem to remember that when Trump was president, his border policies of separating the families at the border was not great.
It was not great, but you understand Obama has exemption.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying
You know that this is just what they do with children when children are parents are arrested. They separate the families. This is
it was that
because they
under Obama, but under Trump, it wasn't just separating the children; it was separating them for indefinite periods. So
is there a difference in the way Obama handled it in the separation?
I'm not going to speak to something.
Right, so that's a problem, right? So it's a problem if you're accusing of that.
Here's the thing. I think they all love it. I didn't follow it closely enough to say.
I think they all want too, but there's not a thing like that. He makes a point to that he was saying something about Biden that was factually incorrect.
Here's the thing that turned me off completely about the election this time when I said fucking voting for just a physician that probably was the least qualified. Only as like my friend saying, president. You know, Kamala Harris during the debate said that there was not a single in some remark that there's a single American soldier deployed, and then I saw videos of American soldiers in a war zone watching it like in parallel reality. What the fuck is that?
Did you see Dan Crenshaw post about that?
Where are we right now? They were in a fucking foxhole with a tent.
Dan Crenshaw posted all of the soldiers, all the numbers that we have. But see if you can find that post. It's on his Instagram. In response to that, you know, Dan Crenshaw, who lost his eye in war.
Yeah, he was the one that was so clip about maybe.
Yeah. That's a good clip.
Yeah.
Stand by. Yeah, you were correct. I mean, and then the crazy thing is, you had a conversation with her about that.
Yeah, it was on Zoom. And she couldn't answer a question then, and she can't answer a question now. She still refused to answer the fucking question. That was the most frustrating thing. I mean, how about saying, look, obviously, what happened at the border is a crisis. It was not handled well. Here's what I plan to do differently. It's outside of at least her capacity or willingness to do something like that.
But it was also a complicit nature of that the media was in on, because they were fact-checking Trump constantly. They didn't fact-check her on that. Something that should be immediately fact-checked.
Especially during the debate.
I agree with that. How do you not know? How do you not know that? You're either lying or you don't know that we have troops deployed in war.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it is that Trump repeats things that he heard that are moronic and nonsensical sometimes, and that takes away from the great he can do. He definitely does, right? Like talking about people eating dogs and cats and the election being rigged, all sort of baseless shit takes away from the fact that, you know, the things that stick out to, and it's like, you know, bro, he pardoned Jack Johnson. He pardoned one of my clients. I think that he has done more and cared more about criminal justice reform than certainly than any other president of any lifetime. No one ever gets to highlight the good things. Yeah, that's why I just did it. And I just, it's frustrating to me because it's like, just don't listen to the last thing everyone told you, because you can be good. You can. I mean, the fact that he does what he wants and says what he wants and gets elected.
Look at this. This is what Dan Crenshaw responded with. No U.S. troops active combat zones, question mark. How did ABC let Conway get away with that during the debate? U.S. sailors and Marines are fighting off Houthi attacks in Yemen. Over 3,400 troops are engaged in Iraq and Syria. We have forces in Western Africa battling terrorists. Just this year, 3 U.S. soldiers were killed and 40 injured in Jordan by an Iranian drone. Nearly 1,000 troops are still deployed in Syria, and 2,500 remain in Iraq under Operation Inherent Resolve. So that's crazy.
Yeah,
Crazy when you say, but it's also, it just shows you how corrupt the relationship is between the media and what we get to see. It's corrupt. There's a bunch of people that have decided that they're going to fact check Trump continually and not fact check her. And they were doing this because they wanted her to look better than him, because they wanted her to win.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the most I have, this is why I mentioned, you know, it's hard to know what the truth is. Right. The reason why I posted all the exhibits, the reason why I put the letter up, the reason why I put the contact information up is that when you have a transcript and you have actual documentary evidence, it's hard to argue with. It's not a soundbite, not a clip. So I feel like maybe part of what appeals to me about this work is trying to get closer to the truth. A truth that is a different. You know, I would probably have been very happy as a mathematician if I was only good at math. Stinking. But I think that there is, it's very difficult to understand. You know, I feel like I'm sitting here and I feel manipulated by the fact that I never, and it's really on me, that I didn't go and watch the entirety of that comment. Right? Because I literally don't think I've ever listened to the part where he says, obviously, the neo-Nazis, you know, the people that were there for the wrong reasons need to be condemned. You know, when I was watching recently, I was talking to the great Rabbi about this. He pointed out to me that comment about Liz Cheney. And then it's like, go watch the full clip.
Right. That's another one.
I watched the full clip. And I was like,
It's enraging.
this is so out of fucking context. So then you start to wonder, well, how much is my opinion of it been formed by my concern about other people's rationality? Yeah, you should hear the shit I got when I spoke ill of Kamala Harris by, you know, I guess called him the left. You know, and it was like infuriating. You know, so I don't. Politics to me it's too much of, you know, you have to serve so many different interests that you sort of forget who you are. Yes, and what you stand for. So that's what turns me off about it. And, you know, I don't think that will change. That's why I sort of shifted to, this is the most I've talked about politics in probably 5 years. That's why I shifted to work.
Yes. Well, I think that's very, very good. I think what you said is very important for people to understand that a lot of what people say, they say it because they don't want people to attack them. They say it because they think that if they say it, it will clear them. They'll be okay. If you say you support X, you might not even support X, but if you say you support X, you're not going to get attacked at the right level. They'll leave you alone. I will agree with you and appreciate you or praise you. Thank you for saying that. There's a lot of that. So a lot of people that don't speak their mind. Do you know how many artists that have reached out to me that are like fucking hippies, like artists, like musicians, comedians that thank me for endorsing Trump because they can't do it. They said they want to, but they don't want to be attacked. They can't say it. They think the country's going in the wrong direction. I think that this control of social media by the government, which we would have had pretty much fully if it wasn't for anyone on Twitter. But this is a dangerous precedent to set, whether it's a right-wing government or a left-wing government. And then what you see that's happening in the UK where people are being imprisoned for tweets, Facebook.
Yeah, in the UK, it's mind blowing.
The whole thing is nuts, and it's a dangerous path that we were on. We were on that path. Trump has vowed to have free speech become a very important part of what it stands for, and that this censoring of information needs to stop, and that we need to stop all government influence in what people have to say.
Yeah, look, that alone, that shouldn't be as revolutionary as it is.
I know it should be a portent of what it's essentially the First Amendment.
You know, and I think it's so transferable to what I do in this context because a lot of the reluctance of prosecutors not to do the right thing or what their conscience tells them is the fear of the backlash.
Yes.
How it might change the election. So that's what I think about politics is you serve so many masters. And it's a dirty business. It's not dirty, and you gotta have nuts of steel. Or you have to be a fucking sociopath. It's either or.
You know, you have to be a blindly ambitious sociopath who can weave your way through these sort of social and political relationships to get to the top. For what?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if one of those person does run, but it has no real thought or no real care about the country, no real ambition other than the blind search of their own success.
Well, I think that's what the people that are so like, it's hard to explain if I didn't live in New York. But people that are just like, "Hmm, what's the next 4 years going to be like? And, you know, what? Like it's a funeral. You're not going to do something all 4 years that you think is going to help make society better. You do that. Whether it's getting out and knocking on doors and making your, whatever you're passionate about, not just when an election is coming. Get out and knock on doors, get out and get involved in some organization that you believe in, do something that you think will help lend itself to bettering society in some way. What happens is every 4 years, there's this polarization, and people get on one side or the other, and they complain and bitch, and then they wallow too often for too long a time. I think that the people that actually make the most change are the ones that can sit and talk with people that might have different beliefs than them and don't make them other than that. Absolutely. Right? I mean, anytime I've made an emotional decision, and it's a business, personally, it's never going well. So people are going to have different points of view than you. I was talking about business, and I was trying to help her explain that just because you voted for Trump, that doesn't make you happy. I said, you know, her whole thing was, well, if you have daughters, there's no way you can help them. So here's the fundamental flaw of how you're looking at this. There are some people that are pro-life. That makes you have a different opinion. You have a disagreement. And if the basis of your vote is that you're pro-choice or you're pro-life, okay, have a disagreement. You know, I just don't understand how a singular issue like that. And I understand. Listen, I understand from like this perspective. I'm a father of 2 daughters. You know, I talk to my wife about it often. You know, especially going to Florida, where the laws on abortion are the same as they are in New York. And I understand it from the woman's perspective completely. I actually disagree with, you know, overturning Roe versus Wade. You cannot be that myopic. You just can't, because if you're that myopic, you can then find yourself, you know, cornered on one issue. And life is a little bit more robust than that, isn't it? It's more nuanced. Yeah. That was
Well, listen, my brother, I love you to death. I appreciate what you do. I think the world's a better place because of what you do. I really do. I think you changed a lot of people's perspective on the legal system. And I'm glad that you not having Sheldon change that. And I think there's just so much more great work to be done. My continued gratitude to continuing to let me tell these stories. I promise that next time I bring a guest on, it will be it will be better. Yeah. The guest will be better, a lot more thoroughly. And you know, there's no way you can know. No way I could know him. You know, it's interesting because I was for 48 hours. I felt what it was like. I felt what it was like to be headlined. And then I was like, this sucks. For the wrong reason. It was like, I know you were in a dark place, but like, yeah, it's not about just, yeah. And I'm really, really, really appreciative of this. And, you know, that can shift the foundation of this forum. I think we're going to just keep on making great change happen. Hopefully, we continue to get forward and keep on moving. Yeah, and I hope we do a podcast one day. So keep lucky. Keep lucky.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my name, Joe Rogan, what? Yes, my name. All day.
First. Is it tiny?
No,
Nice. I feel like they're going to.
For sure.
I don't know.
You sell it?
I'm trying to.
I don't think I'm soon, bro. I think I'm keeping on telling you. Especially you, because you can just go on podcasts and talk about it.
I'm dead. I can talk about how I'm dead.
Let's see. If they haven't killed, there's so many. If they haven't killed Malice, there's so many people that they haven't killed.
That'd be a fun film. They're just
Just
come
watch.
to the bronze. It's like so easy. To just come.
Right. Anybody can kill the film.
Mm-hmm.
Comes all the time.
But nobody cares.
Yeah. Probably.
And
Few people do. And then we go away. Like that kind of went away.
it did.
The guy who tried to kill Trump kind of went away.
It did. What did that guy get?
He's dead. And now he's gone. Poof, gone. No one talks about it.
Do you think he did even in a way later for the police just
Do you think?
every guy be looking for it?
I don't think the Clintons were involved with P. Diddy. Do you?
No, but that's good.
Was Epstein involved with P. Diddy?
No, I just feel like these kind of violence have to cross points. You know, it's not great.
The P. Diddy thing sounds like just complete unchecked depravity. Like, I don't even think he was gay. He was just fucking God.
Well,
He might maybe be gay, but
I
it seems
think
like
it-
he's
I
just
think it was a little-
great.
because then you would just
Oh
be
yeah, for
fucking.
sure.
He's
I mean, maybe it might just be with the drugs are taken. Like, I don't understand it. When that whole, like, I think I had peripherally heard that P. Diddy had big parties, but I never heard of freak-offs or any, I never heard of that stuff until pretty recently. Like, post-pandemic. I think, Jamie, when did you first hear about, like, P. Diddy parties?
I mean, I would think that I've heard about him.
You might get me up because of Carl Reed.
Oh my god, he's so cute.
He's adorable. Carl and Marshall, they go at it every time we get to it. I don't even know what I heard of it. No. But it was not crazy. Yeah, it was never like in the zeitgeist. It was never.
It's just weird too, because we always have the white parties where you have to wear all white. I just feel like that's the worst color for body.
Really? Yeah, right. Shit.
Maybe that's how I track it. That person's already covered. I'll take him over.
There's so many horrific accusations that involve young seniors, young children.
Yeah, it's disgusting. He makes R. Kelly look like a decent guy.
Yeah,
It's so crazy.
it is crazy. And meanwhile, the guy was like hanging out with Oprah, hanging out with Obama, everybody.
I'm sure the fucking guy or something.
Baby Bill.
Bill is
I went one time. Was he?
he's so nice.
Some child.
He is, and he's actually still kind of good looking. Like, even for an older dude, yeah, why not? He's still so good. He's just so much.
Wow. She's publicly humiliated, and she thought that her big retribution would become president. Become president.
Sure.
And that would get all water under the bridge. I'm a strong woman. I'm running this country. And then America's like, nah.
I mean, it doesn't matter the color. I don't think he's not one.
Well, that's not exactly true, because she won the popular.
I mean, I'm
No, but her was terrible. The difference between her and her is night.
look at her in the dark. She's going to
Sure, she was Secretary of State, and on top of that, she could answer questions. Like, you could have a question with her about, like, what would we do differently if you were president about the real Gaza conflict.
Sure.
She would have something off the top of her head. What would you do differently than Joe Biden? She wouldn't say, I can't think of a thing. She would never say that.
No.
Kamala Harris is just not good.
She doesn't have to interview.
No, I mean, I don't know if she's good at running things, because you'd have to be behind the scenes to see how that works for her. when it comes to like talking off the top of her head, what she's good at is a pre-rehearsed speech that she reads off the top of her head. She's gone. Yeah, when the real question is, you have to be able to say what differentiates you from like you have to. That's pretty simple.
Just like honest.
Yeah, that's just funny to say that.
Right. I think she can be funny.
Well, I'm there. I could ask a question. I can look you in the eye.
Yeah. She can just be funny.
Yes.
It was surprising. A little bit.
It seems like, and this is all reports, these are all anecdotal reports, right? But it seems like her campaign was kind of chaotic. Like no one could make a decision. They had, I don't know how many conversations with folks,
Right.
but multiple conversations, giving different dates, different times, different this, different that. And we knew it should be in Texas. So I said, open invitation.
Right. You can just say you can
Yeah.
whenever you
Anytime. You pick a time, I will be.
You would be the best person for the topic because you're not going to attack. You just ask a question, but ask the comment or how she feels.
I'll ask her a question. I think there are requirements on things that she didn't want to talk about. She didn't want to talk about marijuana legalization. But I thought was hilarious.
Why?
Like, that's so because of her prosecuting record.
Well, I mean, that was her whole job.
Yeah, and you know, she put a lot of people in jail for weed. 1,500.
Not really much.
Tell those guys. It was
Are they still
1,500 to get on the
in
road.
prison? And they're fine now.
Well,
Prison really goes through. You go in there and really figure out what kind of person you are.
I bet it does. Yeah, but when you are held past your release date to fight wildfires in the state, because Kamala Harris wants you to do that, with the swipe of my plan.
Right. I mean, it's not like the worst idea to just pay it the last time.
Well, I pay people for all work.
Sure.
You know, even the
You want to
prisoners. I have a problem with all that. I mean, I have a problem with slave labor in prison because it's essentially mandated.
Right.
You have to have a job. And
I mean, what else can you do? I think you're right.
drugs, do push-ups.
Okay, but I'm
I'm
gonna have to do. Okay, I'm gonna look at some point. I mean, just do the routine for like the time. How many books can you read every single day?
That's true. That's true. Yeah. How many yoga classes
You
each day?
just need a schedule just to like, I don't know, that just helps your day go by. Like even if you hate it, you still need, like when I went on a plane for a period, I'm like, I'm actually very cool. You know what I mean? Like you like it for a couple of days, but you use that routine to kind of, I don't know, because I was
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human-grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human-grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size, to their personality, to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. This is my fear when it comes to automation, AI, and then ultimately, I think everyone's going to have universal basic income. I think all countries are going to have it. I think the United States is going to have it too. And people need a purpose. They need a thing. They need an identity, and a lot of people identify with whatever their job is. You know, they take pride in doing something to show up at work and have people say they do a great job, they're very valuable to the company. You know, customers like you, and all that stuff is really good for you. It's good for self-esteem, good for giving you a purpose. If universal basic income is a thing, which I think it's going to have to be, it's going to be real weird psychologically for people to adjust to that.
I think they're probably right about it. Like, I don't know what else would you do.
Just riot with government money.
Yeah, I was thinking Trump might not be was going to be a bunch of riot. That's what I'm doing. Just a bunch of free computer. I go to
No, you look about a computer.
no, listen, free computer is the most free computer.
Is it? You feel guilty at all?
No, if they're rioting, everything's for free. That's the rule.
That was the rule during George Floyd.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm about that riot. I used to be like getting broken up. And I have like shelter conditions for years.
Did you go in?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I was in there when it was happening. Like, oh,
These are all jokes, right? It's all-
listen, I was just worried about my
That's how you get
consideration.
Yeah. The most racist thing I ever saw was CBS that they ever locked up and set aside screen.
I mean, that's pretty much what it is. Yes. And why people don't buy stuff that you want to be dark. So no one's stealing it or buying it.
Yeah, good call. They do the work of cancer. Those people, it's a real place. Meanwhile, you think toxic chemicals all your legs.
People do actually which is like, just get
Well, I was reading this thing where they were talking about that signifying this. So what this person was saying was that people who spend less time in the sun are more likely to get deadly skin cancer.
because your body's like used
Yeah, you get cooked. You know, your body doesn't have any memory, so you get out there and get like fucking dirt, and your body develops cancer. But also, you don't have vitamin D. So vitamin D is like critical. It protects you from a lot of things. It's crucial for the immune system. It's crucial for a lot of things.
It's also like sometimes throughout the summer, I'm really keep telling everybody I need vitamin D because I'm so white. I don't know. It just sounds like vitamin. I was like,
Hey, you need vitamin D.
I was like, that's
Yeah,
real
you need some vitamin D.
So you need to get that's gonna
That's
help
the
you.
only thing that's going to help you.
So we're just gonna keep it alive.
Imagine if that was true. Imagine if like the only vitamin else is to fuck.
I mean, it makes sense. People that are homeless are just like figuring themselves out. There must be something to it. Sure, but then also like I want to stay behind. I'm just Should be a lot of it more as we can.
It's a book I read, Finger Yourself for Help.
I mean, all of the homeless people in 60 are just like figuring themselves out.
Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of activity
Yeah.
with the homeless. I would think they just give up on shame and everything. They just,
I think you're out of here. You
yeah.
Who cares?
This is poor lady on 6th Street, this gas station that I only go to every time I'm totally raw. I need gas for sure.
Just whatever.
But you like there, you get out of your car, you're ready to fight people. It's a sketchy gas station. And it's this poor lady who her head, instead of being like here, her head is like it's like it's broken, her neck is broken. And so her head is like down here. Like she just like this. She can't lift her chin off of her sternum. Literally down like this. And she's just a bag of bones, just barely alive.
Like, obviously, we're not going to help homeless people. Like, there's no money for poor people. Like, let's give them all food, clean up the streets, do the things.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, if I want to see for one another week, please kill me. It's not going to
People are good. People are kind of
How many? How many people like I was on the street for years, and like idiot.
So how many CEOs enjoy life? That's the real question. Like, just because something's difficult to do doesn't mean it's good to do, right?
Sure.
Like some people think that becoming extremely wealthy and running a major corporation, because it's difficult to do, is something you should aspire to. But those guys all die young. They all have heart attacks, strokes,
Yeah, it's a very high stress position.
insanely high stress, and the hours are insane, and you're probably fucking miserable other than time you're doing coke and strippers.
Right. I think I would like the rich part, and then I would just do something like animals.
Oh,
Yeah, I want people for like a like.
Well, I brought Marshall just for you.
I do. Marshall is so beautiful. And you might have no more that you wear like a nude. I don't know how to wear it. Just wearing something because it's beautiful. His hair.
But it would stink if it's wet.
I mean, everyone's like you just on it. Remember the first time you were we love them.
I've never heard that.
Oh yeah.
Really?
I always think it's on top. It's like that's record in my feelings.
Well, I guess if you're a window, I think human beings smell if they don't walk. That's all it is. Like, I don't think there's a difference in smell of black people. And this is coming
Maybe
from someone
not.
who does jiu-jitsu.
Maybe
So I smell people like that oil from their chest pressed up against my face. I've never noticed a difference in human odor.
oh, I don't know. That's all I'm about that.
Maybe it's just like fuck them.
I think it's the one who's fucking.
For real?
Yeah.
Give me a burger.
Well, I think it's
You know what I'm
more
saying
so
to you?
yeah. Like, that doesn't have my food though.
Yeah, that's true. If you're gonna smell it, I mean, that's not delicious. Cats kind of crazy because they never smell. You don't even take showers. Just clean the
You know how they get like one of those candle smells? It's like and stuff. They are very nice.
Do white people really smell like red dogs? Black people, the smell comes from hair follicles when they get wet. Hair follicles secrete an oil that spreads somewhat when wet and a small amount of powder. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
And that's from Quora. It's hilarious. But that's hilarious. Go back up to that. Quora is one of those answer websites, right?
Oh,
I understand the variables, but here's my point. Quora is like one of those, like, you can ask it, like, how do you make a nuclear bomb?
sure.
Like that kind of stuff. And imagine it says, do black people really smell like dogs?
You was too lucky this month.
I don't think I smell any different anybody. But the point is, you could never have the question on a question webpage. You get no fucking chance. But you could have it about white people.
You get asked if what the mean people smell.
I don't know shit.
But nobody cares what it is.
Mean people do.
Yeah, we are something. Yeah.
They probably smell
There's
you.
just like,
Friends with me from the other shit.
I don't even know who that is.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't know who the vacation is?
I try not to pay attention to what's going on.
Good for you.
I really don't.
Good for you. That's so healthy.
I know I'm very little.
If you can exist like that, it's a good way to be. You know, there's plenty of people in this world that are paying attention.
I know. I'm not one of them.
I don't know about that. That's art too, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, the book.
It's not like that.
Hmm.
You're talking about wood or something.
Yeah. He's like, Ari's also so autistic, which is why like him even produce really special is so good because he's so like focused and he knows exactly what to do.
Very focused. Love stand.
Less than he's the best at like not telling seats. He is the best person.
Oh yeah. His special that he did was the Jew special was so ridiculous because they had to keep those candles lit, and so they had to constantly light them.
I mean, that was it was so hot and he hated it. It was. I was on stage like 15 minutes and like, oh, it's really hot.
What is a firefighter?
I know.
The thing about all those candles, how much fire is that? That's a lot of fire.
It's crazy.
Did they have like fire extinguishers standing by in case some shit went sideways?
Probably, I'm sure there was some like, there might have been a fire marshal on that fire just like,
Probably.
but even if the whole place goes on fire, what's like the you're like, well, there's a fire. Like, what are you gonna do? Right. So what are you gonna do? I mean, you need to show me first.
No, they're little tiny fires. They're a bunch of little itty bitty fires. It's not like one major all-consuming fire.
What does it get to hold of like?
Yeah, fire extinguishers. How far back was the curtain? Was there a curtain at all? It wasn't a curtain.
I mean, it was.
Yeah, it's not as easy to light things on fires and things. Like fire marshals are standing by with a fire extinguisher. They put that shit out there. And that would actually.
Yeah.
We'll probably keep that in charge.
That'd be fun.
That's too bad. Well, he was running that special for a long time. And then, you know, the whole COVID thing happened and stopped, and he came back.
My favorite day was listening, and this was Charlotte when the whole COVID thing happened, and I was sick. I was like, oh, dude, we're on the road. Let's go to sleep. And then I wake up and I'm like, what did you do? I was like, you're sick. You're supposed to go to sleep. And then I was like, oh. And then the funny part, we were going to keep your ass in North Carolina, and he's like, I'm there. They're like, all right, well, you come to your house.
Well, he was really into making fun of people when they died because everybody was like,
Yes. Yes.
and he was always like, and some of them were really funny. But probably one was not. But some of them were really funny.
Sure, I also agree with you. He just like he was just
Right.
he was just taking it crazy.
And then oh.
What's funny is we look at because the next day and it's like just like a black dude picking us up and he's like, I gotta go to the house. He takes us to like the transient bus station.
The Uber guy?
Yes.
Oh God.
And I'm like, is this crazy? He's like, yeah, I'm like, are we gonna get married? The guy leaves for like 20 minutes to take a chair.
No way.
Yeah, but they were going to the airport. No way. He did. And I was like, this is crazy.
I would have ordered something Uber with the first Uber.
Nobody ever did it.
You're right.
They were just saying,
Time is not. This is my fate.
what do you think the doctor?
How did he die with his Ari Shapiro decides? First of all, for the longest time, Ari realized that he could not have a phone because he would be addicted to social media and it was terrible for his mental health.
I'm not sure what happened.
And so he had a flip phone forever.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, good for you. Like, David Tell still has a flip phone.
He did.
It's brilliant. But the people that do it, Sebastian Younger, he came in there, he still has a flip phone. There's people that rock a flip phone.
If he would have known that.
Oh, 100%. I think things like that ultimately are good.
Yeah, he doesn't regret it. Have you talked to him?
He shouldn't have done it, right? But, you know, he knows he should have done it. And it's just another layer of experience in life and just overcoming this horrific cancellation.
He would have done as well.
In hindsight, yeah, right. Probably not a good thing to mock.
Ari loved that though. But he didn't mock it. He just mocked it.
True.
So, and I was doing that too. And nobody really, like, people were upset. That's the thing. People were upset for like 2 days and then they forgot.
Well, especially with this news cycle. This news cycle is so crazy. It's just, no matter what happens, there's sort of something right along there that just covers it up.
Just anything to get
Yeah,
it
just
out.
another wave comes in and you no longer, it's fake. Whatever it is.
Or just something that thing about the famous person who got fired. If you had a truck, if you had like a truck on your. I know, but it's like if you have any signs that means your house can get hit by hurricanes.
No.
Come on.
No, because you have a diamond sign. Like, it doesn't matter.
Right,
It
any
doesn't matter.
sign. But that's what I'm saying. If you have any sign,
Depends entirely on the
if you're taking off, you can
The bottom line is that's not what she was saying. What she was saying is avoid all houses that have a Trump sign. You cannot do that.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying what's funny to me is like if you have a sign and you couldn't lift off the ground, like how hard is it?
It could be flooded. Your house could be completely flooded. You have no power, no electricity, no running water. Yeah. Your house needs to be drained. It's federal emergency management. It's not supposed to be federal emergency management for whoever this one person who's in charge with ideological.
Oh, I was making a joke. Like, if you have enemies on there, it's your house. If I came with your house,
Right.
also, I want my friends to go to the fire. Like, that's all everybody should go to. White guy, trying on a fire.
Do you like I do it?
Yeah. Is it a.
You saw it, I think he's going to fire festival too. Is he? Yeah, and he's charging like $1 million a ticket. His move is to just charge an insane amount of money and see how fucking stupid some people are. The whole thing was nuts. It's like one dude, it's always like some guy who you think is selling Bitcoin or pyramid scheme and that was music festival.
Because he wants to be cool. You know what I mean?
He wants to fight with people. He wants to fight with people. But you guys didn't even like,
There's a lot of
the last one?
Yeah.
Probably went through.
Yeah, but who was the guy that was like, it was like, who was
Ja Rule? Was Ja Rule in the organist?
I think he was just like one of the faces of it. I don't know if he's funny or
Right, like gave him a piece or something like that.
I don't know. He was there. The darling influence was out. Like, I mean, listen, if he pulled it off, it was pretty good. I mean, he did have everyone close at the same time with like he was at RV Fox or something. Well, yeah, so like everyone saw it and they were like, "Oh, what's this?" And all these like rich people there and like crying. I mean, honestly, the fire festival was for all of us. That's what it was.
Right.
For all of us to see all these kids crying and these fever turns, and it was amazing. It was amazing.
See if you can find his videos where he's trying to promote Fire Festival too. So he's walking down the street in New York City saying that all so many tickets are early sold.
I think they sold a lot of tickets.
You can't find the website to buy them. Not that I'm going to go into it.
Oh my God.
It might be completely insane. About Fire Festival too? Websites. This is all happening. Pretty right.
Where's Fire Festival 2?
And then go on the
Oh my God, I hope the car's
This year? This year coming up, yeah. Wow. Who the fuck is going
Who's going to Mexico for Fire Festival?
Oh,
It's so much closer.
yeah.
Fire Festival.
Go to wherever. You don't have to go to Fire Festival. What's the place that the kids go to? Tulum. I love to party in Tulum.
Yeah, how
I don't know why Tulum. That's like one of the major places where the capitals has to rooms, I think, for my right. I don't know why Tulum is big. It's like where like psychedelic go to. They do a lot of ritual posts.
I mean, so everything's open.
I was watching this lady and girlfriend every day. They were walking on the street and they basically taken out the entire street. So the girl was sitting on this like marble bench. She was posing. You couldn't walk in between the two of them. He was like 12 feet away from her. So they were like, what is this?
You're just stopping on
And it was a long photo shoot. Like, it went on for a couple minutes. It was fucking stupid as shit. She kept changing her photos, her face, and the angle that he photographed her on. I wanted to take his photo. Like, they fuck it. Get out of the way.
I was in yesterday and we're doing a sketch. And everyone's like, you gotta get out of here.
A sketch
And
and
now there's
CBS.
a bunch of people with cameras and they're trying to do a sketch and they're screaming. And I was like, this girl in the camera is a nice girl. She's also like a little bit slow, so she's trying to get these people out of there. It's chaos. I get what people steal in CBS because nobody helps you. And like, I would just, it's just, you're better off stealing. The meeting you're supposed to come help you. It's just a nightmare.
The amount of people that I've seen working in like those kind of stores that have like some sort of odd line.
An iron?
Some odd one, something that looks oddly shaped and with particular work or something.
Well, that's way better than this.
Just, yeah. Really? There's so many of these fucking sketches and pranks that people are doing now on YouTube. It's like everybody, if you look at kids today, like they did some sort of survey where they asked kids like what do you want to be when you grow up, and most of them say
Yeah, I think it's famous for doing like unboxing things. Like, I mean,
looking
You
up
could do
foods.
that. I mean, I have to think this is a big thing.
Well, you know that kid on TikTok, you know who he is? It's reviews food
No.
with sort of a monotone voice. He's actually brothers with he was an MMA fighter himself, and his brothers with Kevin, who was a top UFC contender. And he just does these like sort of monotone videos where he reviews food.
Is he like
Super popular. Yeah, the Kevin.
It's like, why is he like a food?
Look at this. One of a kind study shows that 27 million paid creators operate in the U.S. 11.6 million of them work full time as creators.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Is
like
that a number one job?
if you're and you're like, why am I saying?
Isn't the number one job driving vehicles in the United States, which is one of the things that really is just when it comes to automation, because it's one of the first jobs to go.
I've seen my car operating prison, very just driving.
It's weird. Okay, number one occupation, retail salesperson is 3 million. Home and health personal care is 3 million as well. 3 million, both of them 3,700,000. General and operations managers 3,000,005. Fast food counter workers 3,4. Show more.
What's interesting is in retail and home health aides there, the same people doing both jobs.
So drivers isn't even in the top 10. That's interesting. I thought that's number one of the top ones. So cooks is 2,000,007. That's number 10. Stockers, orders fillers, 2,8. And so influencers was what, 1 million? That's what it was. 11. Wait a minute. So that's more than that. So what the fuck? So go back to that chart again. 11.6. That's crazy. So it's the most common job. So why is it say retail salesperson? It's like literally 3 times more common. Wow.
It's retail has been the most common job in the US since 1997.
Not anymore. That's crazy. So that means that influencer or content creator, whatever you want to call people, that's me too, I guess. That's the number one job. Now, podcasting. I used to have a joke back when it was just reality shows that there's going to be a reality show about a cameraman on a reality show.
Somebody's filming him.
Someone's filming a cameraman on reality. What a crazy job. You are a cameraman on a reality show. And then someone's going to say, but who's the cameraman behind the cameraman?
Right.
And then it's going to be like 2 years facing each other. The United States is going to be filled with just camera people filming other camera people. It was a joke, but it's kind of true now. Like once, because back when I said this is like 2000 something, I don't know, there was no social media stars. It didn't exist. And social media itself didn't exist. But now it does. And now you see the impact it has. How many people make their living as airports, content creators. It's kind of fucking crazy. It's incredible. Yeah, it's a totally new market that emerged out of nowhere. And according to that thing, at least, it's the number one job in the country.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. People are really trying to do that. That's why people are like quoting every single thing they do.
Yeah.
And just putting it on Instagram or TikTok.
Well, the one thing about Kardashians, though, it doesn't even have to be interesting.
No, it doesn't.
You just have to have a new scene every 5 seconds. It's just
And also, if it's
5
like
seconds.
something crazy, it could be fighting, like a fight.
But it doesn't even, that doesn't even do it. All you have to do is just constantly switch angles. Do you ever watch a reality show?
Mm-hmm.
The scenes constantly change.
I watch it too because it's so monotone. Like, it's just one monotone person, so another monotone person.
She just likes this for no reason.
I mean, I watched it for that. I get it.
The point is, every like 5 seconds, the camera changes. You never have like a podcast.
Yeah.
It's just you and me. The only thing that changes is your camera's when you're talking, my camera's when I'm talking. Sometimes it's both of us talking.
I mean, I wish Thanksgiving was nice. I mean, I wish I made these kids so famous. Like, can you imagine telling your kids to fucking have a sex scene and release it?
Do you think that she did that?
Yeah, she absolutely did.
For sure.
I think so.
Really?
Pretty sure.
I was okay.
I think she did it to be the smartest thing she's ever done forever.
Definitely worked.
Absolutely. Right.
Or what?
Go watch it. So the fact, like, you would never think my mom would do that. It was like pretty brilliant. My mom would never do something like that.
Well, she's professional.
Sure. Yeah, it takes a computer to like release this stuff.
And basically made the entire clan super rich.
Or even Robin.
Super rich.
They're all
Crazy rich. Yeah, for no reason. Like,
because that's
right. Like, that is that's the seed.
it is.
Yeah.
Ray J was more famous than Kim when they did that. And Ray J like no. Like if his mother also was on top of it, most people would do the shit. Nobody gives a shit about Ray J anymore.
That's crazy. That he didn't
Because his mom was Kris Jenner.
Right, but why did he figure out that? Because, like, what's unique about her way of thinking?
I think it's just Kim and Bo Cray.
She's
And
really
he's a good looking guy. I asked you that. No, I never seen the video.
yes.
But he has a big dick.
Some video.
I didn't. I saw the video, but I didn't see his dick in it. I think I saw it too late. I seen it years later. I seen it years later. I checked it out too late, and the dick was in it.
What? The dick was removed eventually?
I think the dick was removed. I don't know. I've been searching for it pretty hard.
I bet you can find it right now.
Let's see.
Can you find it? Oh, well, you know what? I got it.
Why can't I use it?
It's not blocked. You just have to have your 18.
Have you do it?
Upload, yeah.
Your Christian.
You have to have
Okay, I guess. Well, I'm gonna go and search it.
Well, it's porn addiction for kids. So real fast.
I dated a guy that was addiction.
Whatever.
We broke up eventually. He was really autistic, and then he went to see a sex therapist, and I think they were fucking so she fixed it.
Fuck this sex therapist.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ. For real?
I mean that's what he told me. That's why I'm not it. Yeah, but you have to like, it's like any other addiction. You have to like stop doing it. I didn't even know you had it.
I'm supposed to know the sex therapist.
Yeah.
Like, how crazy is she fucking her clients? Maybe she had a boyfriend who wasn't fucking her at all. And she was like, this someone's obsessed with us.
Well, maybe that's what she's here for.
Because if you're like a healthy person who's just holding you up, and the person who is not and you're exhausted by that, but you're a sex therapist, and then you're talking to some guys over the guys all the time.
That's the thing.
And she's like, you know what? I'm fucking too.
Sure. But like with porn addiction, you're so used, like you have like 300 screens open at once. So one person's on this board. So that's what like porn addiction is. You need so I'm exaggerating, but there's like a lot of different things open, and it's really aggressive for you to like get off.
Well, that's where it gets really weird, right? Like you start getting into the darker side of porn. Like violent porn, choking, gagging, spitting, slapping,
Sure.
tying people up, that kind of shit. Like, because if you're just getting your jollies, if you're not just trying to masturbate, make a little fantasy, you want to like, it's got to get darker and crazier. It's got to like really freak you
But
out.
that's why I think you have all those screens open.
Yeah,
Watching
yeah.
it only when it's time.
You're getting tiny dopamine hits from hundreds of
Right. So that's like,
just in your therapist calling
I got 300 therapists.
you're unknown to
Yeah. So, I mean,
How did he say that it started with the sex therapist?
I don't know. He didn't tell me like the specifics of it yet. He goes operating and like with my friends, and he just told me that they started to get into it.
Jesus. That seems crazy. That's like prison guards fucking prisoners.
I mean, if I was in prison, I would try to get this class. What else you gonna do?
Yeah.
I would do everything. I'm Muslim, I would do trans, I would do everything I could do
Right, just because
to
of that.
pass the time.
Especially if you're in the wrong sex.
You're there for life. I'm
Yeah.
down to I'll do license plates, I'm gonna do hair. I'm gonna do everything.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah. It's weird how many people are in prison. I mean, we went over this the other day. How many people are in prison in the United States compared to like the rest of the fucking world? It's like we have the highest percentage of people that are in prison, I think, of any country in the Western world, for sure. I mean, you got China's hard to count because you have essentially slaves.
Well, also, I'm trying to build living. It's like language.
Yeah. Well, like you wouldn't say necessarily that the people that make your iPhone are slaves, but they're literally sleeping in the dorms, taking pants around the building, keeping from jumping out.
I'd rather do it. How do you get there?
At least in prison, they probably like give you less hours than the Fox Files.
Sure.
Probably get better food. How many people? End of 2023, the U.S. had 1.8 million people in prison, which is more than any other country. China had the second highest number of prisoners, with about 100,000 fewer than the U.S. But the thing about China, again, is it's not just the amount of people in the actual prison. You have to think about the actual people that are slaves. This is the highest incarceration rate in the world, 724 people per 100,000. England and Wales has an incarceration rate of 145 per 140,000. Russia has 581 people per 100,000. So Russia's what they are in the US. Russia's fucking crazy rate. US is more census than many other countries, which contributes to the high incarceration rate. I wonder how many other countries have private prisons too. That's the dark part. Yeah. Profit too. I don't know that prison guard units were lobbying keeping all the laws because they wanted people to be in jail. So what?
Yeah,
Like, they want money. They need that job. They need those contracts. So, many countries have private prisons, including the United States, has the most private prisons in the world, 158 facilities in 30 states, Puerto Rico, and the District of Columbia. Australia, private privatized prisons, New Zealand, United Kingdom, Scotland, Wales, South Africa, Japan, Brazil. When did they start with a private prison? Like, what fucking monster? Okay, Google this. What was the first private prison? What fucking monster didn't see the road ahead when you allow people to profit off of people being locked up? What monster didn't see that you just have people walking off your block? 1984. Motherfuckers. It's George Orwell. Literally is Orwell. No, it's a fairly recent thing. Prison used to be something that we used to have because we had to lock certain people up to protect them from society. And instead it became, hey, I think I can make money. I think I can make money on people in jail. They're using people like batteries to generate money. I think so for Louisiana, private house, penitentiary. I don't know if there's private cars, which is what is a factory. Yeah, inmates who used to produce cheap clothing for enslaved people. Wow, that's crazy. Producing clothes for slaves.
Basically just, yeah, that's what they're doing.
Right.
Those prisons,
Yeah, that's weird, right? You can buy a total knockoff of a designer dress for $4.
yeah, it's great. I love it.
I think there's a documentary on that I was watching. My kid was watching it. I watched one of
This is like the Sheehan documentary.
Yeah, they were talking about these people like they lost a contract or they weren't able to produce things as fast as this company needed them. And it's just all about history.
Sure.
So if you're designing that top that you're wearing with the idea, they'll just take that top and copy it exactly and sell it for $5. You know, I'm like, what? $59 off my website. No,
Why are there not enough?
there are. Not only is there not a knockoff iPhone, they're saying knockoff Apple Store in China, where every single item is not really Apple.
But it works just as good. It doesn't work.
I doubt it. I mean, why wouldn't they cut corners? They're already good. Why wouldn't they put a cheaper chip in your laptops? Why wouldn't they put cheaper screens? Use like Gorilla Glass and AMOLED displays. That's just expensive. Use some cheap ass, 5-year bullshit and just sell it.
If it lasts for a couple of years, that's great.
5-year-old bullshit still works.
Yeah.
You know, that's not great though.
Yeah, that's what
Try to go to the store and like,
They didn't.
that's why you need riots. You can steal this stuff. That's
some of it, slaves.
yeah, I'm
Slaves
sure.
and slaves. Yeah. I mean, what percentage? Listen here, let's ask this. What percentage of the electronics is made in China?
Probably not. Mm.
Well, a lot gets made in Japan. It's so huge. Samsung, huge. They're probably one of the biggest. They make refrigerators. They make like smart refrigerators where you can check the refrigerator with your phone. So
To make sure your refrigerator is not doing something.
yeah, check them. Keep an eye on
What's going on? How many ice creams have you produced?
Ice cubes from your refrigerator through your freezer. Are they the dirtiest ice cubes of all time? I know everyone says oh yeah, all the stuff because actually that's all China. Laptops and computer market. China supplies 92% of U.S. imports. Phones, China supplies 74% of U.S. phone imports. So Samsung does not use China for phones. And I don't know if it's an ethical thing or what, but I think they make their phones in India and somewhere else. Maybe Vietnam.
But basically, there are correlation between like stopping from 80 girls in China with making all this stuff. I think like that's percent why to have them.
No, I think they just put like $80
Right.
and all these poor women fuck. You know,
They have to keep something.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
with or guys just to balance that out. But I think for me, if you look into the manufacturing of China, Southeast Asia, to avoid high labor costs. What? Those slaves are expensive in China. Samsung also has big Chinese brands like Xiaomi, Oppo, and Vivo in the Chinese market. Interesting.
I never even heard of those brands.
Yeah, they make Xiaomi makes high Android phones. In the rest of the world, Android phones are huge.
Yeah.
Because everybody uses WhatsApp. They don't really give a fuck about message. Yeah, WhatsApp is huge. I have friends that only talk about WhatsApp. Yeah. Like, well, Zuckerberg, you know, but I don't talk about them WhatsApp. So WhatsApp, but yeah.
You talk to him on the what did he say?
Shit.
Yeah, like what's up?
Nice guy. He is. He's always nice guy. It's when someone got really rich, that's how I got that person.
Yeah, but he didn't start out like that, did he?
No, just not Facebook.
Yeah, but some people originally like had their families with money the whole time.
That's
So that,
right.
yeah.
That's right, because then you're insulated from birth, and then you go right into a deeper layer of insulation. Yeah, completely disconnected from people. That's when you get into the let's figure out a way to block out the song.
You're so rich right now.
Imagine, like, I was reading this thing about Bill Gates' idea to block out the sun. Oopsies.
Sorry. I'll you.
Like they were talking about Bill Gates has some plan to stop global warming and like, shoot particles into the air and fog up the sun. And people are like, hey, the only fucking people on Earth, you can't just come up with that idea and try it. Like, what about the rest of us? Because you all need vitamin D. But imagine being so ridiculous. You're so wealthy that you think, oh, I should fuck the sun.
I kind of want to use this.
He is not.
I mean, I'm just going to stop like water from well, you just like I love me to do that much now.
I think people should just stop eating meat and just like try to. get everybody into stupid stuff.
That's fine, but imagine like dropping it. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's also fine.
Wow.
Fucking no. Probably grows fake meat. Yeah, fake meat is made out of plant protein, so you have to grow plants.
I know.
The thing about it is, like, if you want to have healthy vegetarian food, go eat Indian food. It tastes delicious. It's good for you, and it's vegetarian. It just doesn't have to pretend to be a cheeseburger.
Right.
The fake cheeseburger stuff is all sealed. Yeah, you can do it. Like if you want to eat healthy and delicious food, Indian food's a real thing. 100. There's an Indian food restaurant in Golden Hills that's huge all the time. There's this cool place where like everybody spoke Hindi. We went in there and like you had to like just guess what you're eating. Like everything was vegetarian. Oh, super authentic. It was like there's this weird offshoot Indian community. So you know, like this Indian grocery store, and then in the back of the Indian grocery store they had this cafe. It was all. It was really good though.
There's a lot of spices too.
Oh yeah. Even though I spiced the shit out of vegetables. But it was good. It was like delicious vegetables.
It's pretty healthy.
It's very healthy. You know,
Vegetables, all that stuff.
also use a lot of turmeric, you know, like curcumin and all those spices. Like that's all anti-inflammatory turmeric. Let's go. Let's go. But that's my point, is like if you want to fucking eat vegetarian, you want to eat vegetables only. There's a way to do it that tastes good, and you don't have to pretend you're eating a fucking burger. Those
I
boiled
guess
burgers,
you just feel less. Like, what is what you pretending to be?
well, it's just that people quit. And
Right.
that's what it is. No, they quit, and then they want the meat back. They wish they could have the meat. Oh, you can pretend you're eating meat. You don't believe it's just
Wow.
it's all. It's also super duper unhealthy. If you're eating healthy, well, it's so processed. If you want to eat vegetables, this is how you cover clean them up. That's it. You know, running through fucking machines and glop it up with oils and extract things and compress it. And shut the
I feel like
fuck up.
it's like,
That's nasty.
you know, my family was something that's disgusting.
Oh, I was watching the production of tofu, like from scratch with all these machines. Why would you ever think that's natural?
And tofu doesn't taste good. I mean, I know because it's a flavor with whatever it is. It's on its own.
It's a crude source of protein. It doesn't have a lot of amino acids. I mean, it's not as powerful. But you can live, like you can live, you can live on a vegetable. You can't do it. It's just, it's not. You just want to energy. Come on, you're missing certain things. You're missing creatine, you're missing a bunch of amino acids, you're missing vitamin B12. There's a bunch of things you can. You know, there's ways people supplement that can mitigate some of that. Algae is a good one. Because algae is kind of a life form that's different. I mean, you can get certain vitamins like algae that you can't get from just like plants that grow above ground. You got something else. You know what vegans should really consider adopting into their diet? Mollusks. Because mollusks are actually more primitive than plants. They just, you gotta go with what they do. Okay, because Venus flytraps work too. Okay, would you feel bad about eating a Venus flytrap salad? If you do, you're a cuckoo person. You're not just a vegetarian. You're a cuckoo person. Now, you think the Venus flytrap is smaller than like cabbage? That's stupid. That doesn't make any sense.
Vegetarians don't eat vegetables. There's some people who like
Most people can't eat that. It's so bad for you just to only eat fruit. You're overwhelmed with sugar. You're eating sugar all day long. Sugar should be something you have in life. I mean, I think sugar is generally causes all sorts of inflammation. It's not really good for you. It tastes great, but it's not good for you.
You mean like fruit sugar or
even fruit sugar? I think you should get fruit sugar in the form of fruit only. You definitely shouldn't get orange juice. Orange juice is no different from fruit.
what if it's like a percentage of body?
Doesn't matter. Your body's not used to process all that liquid shit.
Yeah.
Exactly. Maybe even more. Because some, like, my daughter once got one of them little apple juices from Disneyland, and she looks at it, she goes, Jesus Christ, this has 18 grams of sugar.
Oh yeah.
Like, what is the Coca-Cola? Is it 30? Let's guess. How many grams of sugar?
Probably
40?
38.
I say about 30. What do you think, Jimmy? Like 30-ish? 39? Okay. That's it? Okay. So what is 12 ounces of orange juice? 12 ounces of, let's say, fresh squeezed. So it's food you're eating healthy. Fresh squeezed orange juice.
There's still people are fruit juice and Diet Coke.
Not much. Well, they're both fructose, right? 30. Yeah. Listen, real simple. You do get vitamin C, you get that. But if you want orange juice, you should get it from eating oranges. Because that's what your body knows what to do. Your body gets a slice of orange and goes, I can do this. This is
So how
good.
does your body
You're in there.
if you're drinking orange juice, your body is going to go
Because it's going straight through your liver, okay? There's no breaking down of fiber. There's no, and you're getting a dose of equivalent to like eating 8 oranges immediately. Okay. Your body's like, what the fuck is this? That's why soda's so bad. Your body's like, what the fuck is this?
Well, I thought that
Totally.
I know I like food, but like I don't like cookies or cake or anything.
How do you feel?
I feel better. I mean, I lost a ton of weight.
You look great.
I
What you lose?
from the last time I was here, probably like 45 pounds, but I also have they do, but like I have a friend who's like, I'm losing weight, it doesn't matter how much weight, it doesn't matter what it does.
That doesn't make sense.
I know, but you just kind of have to let people think that. If everybody who's fight with you about it, just, okay.
So it doesn't make a difference.
It doesn't make a difference how much you weigh, like,
You got
I was like, okay, I'm just like I was saying at our house too. And I was like, I'm not gonna fight with you about
I used to notice the difference when I would lose weight, when I would so I used to run like even 55 pounds and competed 100 food.
and just bet 15-pound weight.
Oh yeah.
You feel the way.
Well, I work out with a vest. It's a weight vest on it, so it's 25 pound weight vest. I do like weight exercises. 25 pounds is much. I use that thing off. Of course. Your joints, everything. You're overstretched. But your legs, man, are strong as fuck. I used to say that about Rabbi. I'm like, bro, you don't lose weight. You can kick through a fucking building.
And I think your knees is like
Destroy it. Right, but they look at it. And you're break through it.
if you lose them.
Sure. If I was looking at his legs, what's going to happen? How many people have seen this? Like, Ralphie is performing in the belly. So here we go upstairs. You don't tell you this one. That's a fucking stair, old school staircase.
But I mean, how often are you doing this?
He's walking a lot because he was always just walking. Right. Imagine if I weigh 205 pounds. If I had to put on a, what did Ralphie weigh? You had to guess.
Like 100 pounds.
If I had to put on 300 pounds, imagine if imagine if I had to walk around the store with a dumbbell on my weight on my back, or a barbell on my back with 300 pounds.
Okay. Oh, then you're
I make it like 30 steps and I have to put it down and take a break for like 5 minutes and then try to pick it up again. I'd be exhausted. It's just walking around all day.
you're walking down the mountains all the time.
That's what we walk. Yeah.
And just walking on the belly house. What time? That's crazy. Why are you trying to?
Wow. I used to weigh over 800 pounds. He flew out his gastric bypass twice.
The only thing is with I mean, a lot of people like to go surgery. If you're not figuring out the reason why you're overeating like that, it doesn't matter. You can still gain weight by the kind of small meals that go on. I have friends that are out there. You just eat small meals really well, and you're just still gaining weight back.
Yeah, keep the at least you can't keep as much in there at a time as much from the food. But
You know what it's like. You go to the you're skinny. I know people that have that surgery. And they're like, oh, you just gained a lot of weight.
right, so they're not eating they're eating because they're crazy.
Well, they're eating this right. It's like the same way people would use everything, right?
Yeah.
Without the stress. So it's the same thing, right? Like, so if you don't actually address it, you're not gonna just stop eating.
So someone told me this. Final one is Bruno Mars with MGM, like money from Hamlin. Is that true? Yeah, I talked to someone someone who would know because it's true. But isn't that crazy? It's true. That even a guy like Bruno Mars, who's super wealthy, super famous, super talented singer, right? But gambling doesn't know.
It is, well, my God.
Because MGM probably makes it because
Right.
doesn't he have like some sort of like so they have a deal. So what is what if they have some sort of he has a residence, right? The wood is
I know it down there. I'm like, wait a minute. That's crazy.
it's crazy. It's a crazy addiction. It's an addiction that I first saw it when I started doing this when I was 23. I became addicted. I believe I'm I needed to get knee surgery. And when I grew my knee out, I couldn't work out. So I like for surgery, so my knees and stuff like that. And so I just started playing cricket with my friends. And I would go there all the time. Because as a comedian, I didn't have time. I just would go on stage at night and during the daytime. I hang out 3 hours a night. So I just got around with people that I didn't know. Just fully addicted to gambling all day long. You go to racetracks, you go off track betting.
Right, that's true. That's when they used to let you smoke. You just come and smoke. And me and my sister would hang out for hours. Yeah, no, they better do that. It wouldn't be bad if my dad was gambling and he was like, yeah, he's a gambler. You can't do this and this.
It's really who was it that told us that the dad was gambling so hard they lost the house? But it's just you don't hear a story very rare third time.
No, but they don't keep doing this to you.
That's a thought. Did you see Uncut? You did see. Well, you might want to go. But it's Adam Sandler having his best movie, and it wasn't at all. And it's a drama. And he fucking kills it. It's so good.
I have heard of
It's so good. But it's for me, like having known those people, and it's so filled with anxiety. It's a sports betting thing. Sports bettors have crazy spots because there's so many different ways to bet. You can get at the spread, you can get parlays, you can do all the
my dad for a while. He was like, yeah, so I was like, really not going to. My mom was forcing him to go gambling anonymous, so he also started gambling. If you don't really want to stop, right? If you really want to stop, you're not going to stop.
I think food is the hardest one. Because food addiction, you always have to eat food, right?
Right.
But all the other ones, you can kind of just not.
That's why I
eat
felt
them.
like because when there's 30 years, I can't stop. So then once it's like out of your system, you don't do it.
What else would you like about that?
That makes sense.
Yeah. What is it, Candida? Is that what it is? There's a specific type of gut form of sweet sugar and thrives on sugar. And with people that eat a lot of sugar, it's very prominent in their gut bacteria. And it literally changes your brain. It changes your chemistry. It changes your mood.
Doesn't sugar also just like breathing on to like
Oh, no. One of the things I tell you is stop all sugar, get on a ketogenic diet. your body with like high fat. Yeah, eat a lot of macadamia nuts, things with things that you get a lot of fat, and just that's your body's trying to burn fat. You feel so much better. Your brain works.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure for me. I mean, I come out, so I grew up eating pasta, bread, pizzas, and when I stopped doing it, I went like on a carnivore diet. The first thing that I thought that was really bizarre was I wasn't hungry. Like I never got this like famished starvation feeling.
Because isn't it like you're eating stuff that's like high in carbohydrates like that, where it's blood sugar
Mm-hmm. Yeah, spikes. It's like it's instant. Your body produces it. You want your body to run. So if your body runs it works better. And one of the things that I noticed like almost immediately was like when you came out to do podcasts, I was much better. My brain rate, like just as from a performance perspective, my brain functions better. I do 4 seconds better.
If I was eating this, I would almost get like that same hunger feeling as if you drink. Like I thought that was like bingy sugar, and the next day you're like, oh my god, I feel so good.
It's similar.
Yeah.
It's similar. Like there's something. It's not asking for you because you're probably not dehydrated too. But
Right.
yeah, your body's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's not good. But it's so delicious. Like
It is.
It tastes so fucking good while you're eating it. While you're eating it.
That's how my dad felt gambling on the process. It feels so good. And then they would send us to public school and we could like not take like tuition, and then they would tell me and to like talk to me. And I was talking to them. Yeah, my dad was.
I think people need some excitement in their life.
Sure, and it's like, why are you trying to unlock the value of what he was? You know what I mean? Like, everyone's they promise you more positive.
There's that. But I think with gambling, it's also excitement.
Yes.
You get addicted to just having a purpose and having excitement. Your purpose is to figure out when the Knicks are going to win by 17 points.
Sure.
And if they win, you win. Yes. I'm alive.
Losing.
That's the closest thing I was saying. We didn't do some moments where he does make this big win. And so with this big win, he's going to really pay all these people out to try and kill him. And then immediately doubles down and puts in another piece.
Right, you just because that's the thing, they're chasing that high. I had a friend who's a huge gambler, and like he lost the most money no matter how much he gambles. He's up $50,000, he's still chasing that $8 million loss. It just doesn't matter. He's constantly chasing that big loss, and like the moment he wins, he's like, yeah, I still lost a lot of money. So I'm gonna keep chasing this.
My good friend Dana.
And also, if you're super rich, you just have no choice.
Oh yeah, he goes for it. We went to visit him at Green Valley. No, Red Rock. Went to visit him at Red Rock, and when we got there, it was $600,000. When we got there,
That's crazy.
playing blackjack. But at the end of the night, he stayed till like 6 in the morning. He was $600,000 up. So he went on back and we got him for $600,000.
Crazy.
He's there all the time. He loves it. He loves it. He's worth like hundreds.
Right. Sure. Now my dad has like 30 friends a year.
It's not even a wealthy guy. You think you're not wealthy. Why would you want to?
It's just the feeling like there's nothing that you get when you're like winning or losing.
Yeah. It's a real drug.
That's for sure.
It's like it hijacks like your human reward system that's built to solve problems, overcome adversaries, and get conquered. Like it's hijacking that little part of your brain.
Good.
Right? If you were a gambler,
One regular.
really, that's the dumbest
I
one.
know, because I don't really know blackjack or anything. So I'm just like,
Well, you want to learn?
I would like to learn. I did learn blackjack a little bit. My friend was teaching me.
I think I could learn blackjack. Craps. Like, you might as well be trying to teach me how to read, you know.
The weird one to me is that someone puts all the money in the better black.
Oh, do that?
Yeah. It is, if you have to get the number. How do you even like? How do you even bet on that? What's the
I
chance?
think there's a bunch of different ways you can bet. I think you can bet rather than you can bet specific numbers. I think there's a bunch of different ways, but if you want to know red or black, I think you can bet like $100 on one roll. I think it's not red.
I don't know. I just have like the feeling you get crazy going down. Losing, you're like, no! Let's not children's tuition. There goes our house.
But that's, I mean, that addicts people. I mean, that's the hard thing why casinos shouldn't be everywhere. Because people would just everywhere would be falling into gambling addiction.
For the most, I mean, casinos, like there's one in York, in New York. It's so depressing. It's just all old people that are there and disability just sitting there and doing their thing. Smoking. I know. It's very sad. You're way to die.
It's like a dark thing. You just sit these people in front of these things and just press buttons. And all the lights are going on, so they're going to get activity.
Another time that my grandmother was like a big gambler, she also didn't have money. It's crazy that you were poor gambling. And she had to use the money all the time. Like the money my grandfather used to hit her.
Oh, God.
I know, I was like, this is very hard to move to. She can't do it. She just kept doing it.
My grandmother used to run numbers.
Interesting.
Yeah, especially for 6 months.
You really hurt me. I didn't even know your time.
Yeah. Yeah, my grandmother, she was addicted to the numbers. She would always talk about the numbers. I'm going to bet this, that, that. This one came through and I changed my mind. There's always a change.
That's the last piece where you just like, should I do this number? Should I do that?
Most conversations I had were about either ghosts, psychics, or the numbers.
I don't do psychics work because we usually people predict the numbers.
Yeah, I think psychic phenomena is an emerging property of human consciousness. It's not quite there. I think that language didn't develop overnight. I think eyesight didn't develop overnight. I think psychic connection between human beings is a real thing that nobody. I think some people are better about it. They have more of a gene for it, or more of a. It could be like a biochemistry thing. It could be a psychology thing. There's something that you connect to sometimes when you know something.
Right.
So you don't know why you know it. Is when you know someone calling, you think about someone that call you. I think that's real. I think it's just not. You can't put it on a scale. I think the problem is it's too ethereal. It's like too ephemeral. Rather, it's not quite there yet. But I think it's an emerging thing. It's happening.
Would you want to know the day you're going to die?
No.
Would you want to know why you're
No. Yeah. I'm interested in wildlife. Just living.
I would like to know that.
I don't know.
You want to just take a lot.
You'd be freaking out the last few days.
Sure, but like I would probably do a lot of stuff now, and I would come back like 70 or 80.
We probably are with that. So.
You don't know for sure.
Well, technology.
Because then I would try and keep my food down. Just like one.
Really? Like, just beat the system?
See if I could do this.
You always jump off the bridge. Imagine that.
George Washington was very good. I was going to do it.
Do people do that?
I'm sure they do. So you got to do it when it's moving up people like Liberty Weekend or something. Hold up track of that.
I was going to jump off the bridge.
I guess we got it.
You did?
Did you ever see that documentary? About the people that
No, I haven't seen it.
It's interesting because some of the people that live there, like, as soon as you jump, you regret it.
Yeah, of course. It's like your body's on working out.
Yeah.
You have 3 seconds to think about life before you perform at 75 miles an hour.
They always stop traffic too on the bridge. Right, because they're already done. Just go on the ground. What are we doing here? What can I go for?
I guess it's to make sure they know you first. Look for evidence of what's
Right.
going on at the polls.
Sure, but like this driveway is fine.
I agree.
Just like look on the edges.
I don't remember they would check the show.
When I got by a car, a driver, and we just lay down and do all the cars in there, and we kind of just like,
Yeah.
amazing.
Exactly. Yeah. That's easy. It's
Yeah,
kind of weird.
Sorry, drivers is like,
Oh, just shit your pants. Sorry, I'm not gonna make it overtime.
that's true.
Fuck yeah.
I had a drunk driver in the car, and the passenger helped them push their car off the highway.
Oh, that's
Yeah, it was so bad. I don't know, we were, but like, he had an Audi. It wasn't even his car.
Oh.
It was undocumented.
No, it's not.
I don't even know if it's still like, I don't know, but it was crazy. What was it? It took me off the highway. I was like, I didn't know.
Dude, that's how people die. Buddy might be hospital. He's changing his tire. Side of the highway.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's so dangerous. People don't fucking pay attention.
They don't, especially if it was at night.
Especially, this was many years ago before cell phones when this kid died. But this, like now, the odds are like, when I see people on motorcycles, that's so risky.
It's very risky.
There's so few people are paying attention. I see people texting all
Everyone is texting all the time. I would rather drive with some drivers
Oh,
than
yeah.
people texting.
I
They're
agree.
always
all over
walking
the road, and not only that, the amount of space you cover. When you look down your phone, like a couple of seconds and type in a word, the amount of space you cover from 60 miles an hour is really crazy.
Of course. And then you're also not paying attention to the other people who are texting and driving. It really is just like, maybe I can do it normal. I think,
It would be better if everybody had a big rubber thing all around the outside of the car. So we could just kind of bounce off from each other.
probably that would be good. Yeah, but then you also need people to die with just too overpopulated. It's just like, how to keep in place. You never would have known.
Like if you were gonna fix the homeless problem and you weren't gonna use fentanyl, what would you do?
I'm doing that. Because it's like a nice way to go out.
Right.
It's quick.
It is.
And you're so happy to see that.
But the thing is, it's like,
I've never seen that.
if you weren't going to, like, if you like, if you were just objective, if you weren't looking at this in terms of like what's the kind thing to do, then you were cleaning up the homeless situation.
Well, you have to spend a lot of money.
Right.
You know, you have to like care about the veterans. But like everyone always wants to come out to someone special. So like we don't have to care about them. And I've dated a lot of them that like come back and we're so screwed up.
Yeah.
And we're not like actually. And a lot of them are crazy, but they needed a lot of mental health and we have to like kind of figure out how to go back into society. Like I've dated several veterans and like they're crazy, understand it. You know? You can't go to war for like 8 years and come back and look at something. Like it's just not a way that so you would have to be willing to like help veterans and like this and mental health and that. But this is the problem is like doing those things doesn't really yield a lot of money. So people don't want to waste their money.
That's what's fucked up.
Right.
They do whatever they can get away with. You can get away with like using veterans and not paying for them to be better if they just did.
Also, everyone but the landlord of the VA hospitals, like I've seen how hard it is to get services from there, and that's a person that's not really crazy and messed up in the world.
Right.
So it's like you're making it so hard for these people that go and serve the country.
I talked to JD once. Talked to him about psychedelics.
What do you say?
Well, he loves me forever. Also, and so he was interested in it. And hopefully, now that he's actually the vice president, I could connect him to people that could perhaps show him some things and explain to him all the different ways that they figure out, especially in other countries, to help veterans. Ibogaine, psilocybin, ayahuasca, all these different psychedelics have shown to have remarkable effects.
Even for depression, when people take it, they microdose.
Yeah, not just like the Ibogaine one. I've never done that. What I understand, it's like almost like a 24-hour. It's like a 24-hour experience.
And
It shows you like a movie.
I don't see that.
It shows you apparently, and this is just me hearing what told me, but it explains to you why you have these problems. It shows you what developed, where the issue started, and by seeing that, you could figure it out. You go, oh, okay. Well, I won't tell you. Now I get what this whole bill is. I don't need to. And so,
That's the thing, like, I feel like I know what was probably a lot of my childhood. I know that it doesn't fix it.
right, it's different. It's not just knowing it, it's like seeing it at almost like a subatomic level.
Okay.
Like seeing the process, seeing what's going on inside of you, and recognize that this is a very bad path to follow. Not just knowing it, still doing it, not just like not being able to get out of a habit, not being able to get out of a pattern of behavior, but to see like the source of it, the path, where it takes you, and the right way to go. And to see it laid out. You go, oh, just do this, and just like let that go, move on, be a better person, be a healthy person, be happy.
Yeah.
There's so many things I know. Stop drinking, stop opiates. Opioids so the big one types, iodine does. And iodine is like completely non-addictive. Apparently it's a terrible drug, so nobody else do it.
Iodine?
Yeah, you do it. It's from the iboga tree, which is an African tree that is a very, I don't know what category of psychedelic it's in, but it's not technically, it's not like psilocybin, it's not, which is mushrooms, it's not dimethyltryptamine, which is ayahuasca, it's something completely different, it's a different pathway, but particularly effective. Yeah, I've never tried it, everybody that tries people has. Particularly effective in cure
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I know quite a bit. My friend Ed Clay, he actually opened up a place next to it. He hurt his back. He's a jiu-jitsu guy. A lot of jiu-jitsu guys. So, like, my
And then probably got put on
and you go to, you get an operation, you get a pill, you need some pain pills, you literally can't tie your shoes, your back is flared up, and the next thing you know, and that's the Stafford family, those sweeties. Those fucking monsters. We were just talking the other day about they started a value thing too. They were responsible for the value thing in the 1970s. Same family. It's a family of demons. They're just fucking monsters. And no one's a joke.
I watched a documentary, I guess it was about the family.
Was the Netflix one?
And there was a couple of them.
Yeah, it was Dope Stick.
I watched it.
What was the Netflix one being called? Painkiller? Is that what it's called? That's the Peter Berg one. Peter Berg. It's so good because it's like they're such heroes. And just to know that people like that exist and walk amongst us. That's it.
Well, listen, speaking of Netflix,
That's Roger fucking kills you.
go watch my Netflix special.
Yes.
The Dark Screen.
The Netflix special. Tell me, where'd you film it?
We filmed it this Saturday.
Nice. That must be good for you, right? Comfortable.
Yeah, I just kind of used to it. But I gotta tell you, like, it's kind of amazing. I love it.
Thank you.
I would definitely love to go. Yeah, I would definitely come to the next one.
Everyone's been trying to get you to move here.
I'm gonna be moving here.
Oh,
I'm gonna come here. I'm like a little bit in December. I'm from LA and we're up the Dark Screen, and then I'm doing it down.
I'm sure.
You know, we'll be seeing much all the time.
So the last time we talked about this was in the bar at Mitzi's. You and Bridget.
That's right.
Do
Ari's been like,
we appreciate your talk?
well, Ari is like something new.
Want to see the text of our second?
Sure, yeah.
Let's see the text. To Austin. Convince you to move.
It's going everywhere. He's like, he goes, well, I'm just going to feature the rest of your life. I was like, all right, Ari, I get it.
Just 2 minutes. There's 2 minutes out there.
But Ari's excited for this function, and I think everyone's going to be really excited. I'm like, I hope so. Listen, I want people to like it, but I also know that it's trigger topics that people are going to get surprised.
Of course, but that's your specialty.
It's
You
weird,
like doing that.
but that's the thing. I think people think I'm trying to like be dark. It's just kind of
Well, you joke around like that off stage as well.
right.
Yes.
Like, and I hear nothing to say.
Well, if you were raised by a guy who took you to a smoke-filled contract betting when you were a little girl, and the little girl was probably a sure and her friends, and instead you're around a bunch of fucking gamblers and degenerates.
Man,
That's
my uncle
what
was like, angel. Like, it's just like, oh, everyone's crazy in my town.
Yeah.
So it's like,
the way you make fun.
Yeah, and I had a friend in grade school in Southern. We went to the funeral and went out after all of us went to see a dog. And we're like, oh, that's awesome. I got it.
Where was this?
In the Bronx.
The Bronx.
Yeah.
So the Bronx was such a high sense of humor type of place. Because there's just so much fucked up things going on.
Right, and everyone's like kind of poor.
Yes, and they have the darkest sense of humor because they've experienced it.
My mom also has a dog.
Really?
Yeah. So it's just like kind of passed on.
Well, I think your mom probably experienced a lot of fucked up things too, obviously. And she's an nice God, so that much. But like, cops have the most fucked up things. Joke around with cops. Once they get comfortable with you.
Oh yeah.
They see them like that all day long.
Of course.
Yeah, they have the most fucked up things.
What a fireman.
100%. Yeah.
Anyone that has like a
EMTs.
PTSD.
Yeah.
I dated a lot of guys.
That's your thing.
And I just give them more. It's a simple PTSD. All should be hospitalized.
Do you meet guys after shows? Like, how do you meet them? Like, they kind of have to know what you do before they see you. Otherwise, they're like, oh, Jesus Christ.
I mean, I've had people like that. I think the tour preparing for the special was hard because it was just people coming out that didn't know my sense of humor. And if you don't know that, you're taking a chance on me. I don't like my person to take a chance on me. Or I think sometimes they're like supporting a woman, and I'm like, I'm not the right woman to take a chance on myself. I'm just not going to be happy. You're so bad at you. I've had people walk out. I did that joke in Texas, and like 20 cowboys just walk out. And I wasn't even saying anything very about them. You just don't care. I don't care.
Right. Some people are just dumb, and they see it as they're just not cheap to make protest. And
They hung in so long for the show, and I was like,
that's it.
yeah, it was like 15 minutes in.
Did you crack jokes about Jesus at all?
Sure.
And they're funny. Maybe they were on
They
the
didn't.
Maybe Jesus put up with shoot.
It's interesting that both sides have things they're upset
Oh, yeah.
about people about Ukraine and the Middle East. I was doing the flip noise and saying, like, next.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. I used to have this joke about the Second Coming Project.
Mhm.
Second Coming Project was a thing that they were trying to do. Remember like Dolly the Sheep when they first cloned Dolly the Sheep? But the idea was that they would take genetic material from the Shroud of Turin and they would clone Jesus.
Right.
And my joke was, well, cloning is not exact science. Like, if you want to do it now, like, they had to do like 20 dollies before they got like, it was real. A lot of them come all about stuff. Like, what happens if we clone Jesus and he comes back with Down syndrome? And so this, the whole joke is
Kill them
about
anyway.
following Jesus around and wearing a hockey helmet, turning dog shit and cookies.
So did they actually do it?
No. It's kind of a bullshit. But this lady was next subject.
Religious people are so weird to me.
It's not even a religious thing. It's just some people just they don't want to hear wild things. They want to hear things they're not supposed to say. They don't hear them all day at work. They come out of a comedy club and they want to sort of cry. There's the ability.
But like, if you're willing to do a wild story like that, how about we this kind of wild thing that happened to you?
Well, the thing is, it wasn't totally a wild story. I think it was people that were ignorant as to the science that were opposing it because they thought this would be the pathway to bring Jesus back.
What is this going to do?
Well, who knows? I mean, depending upon what that means. Right. If that is the pathway, let's just imagine. Okay, everybody is thinking, if you're really religious, you believe that one day we'll have a rapture and Jesus will return.
Okay.
So if God created us in his image and God instilled in us an insane sense of curiosity that has led people to create things like genetic engineering and cloning. And then we have an understanding of genetic material, not where we are now, but maybe in the future sense, where you could literally get a cotton swab from a person and reproduce them. But that's all they need. Cotton swab's all they need for 23 minutes, right? Get a little swab in your mouth and it's like a baby child. But
I would
that's,
never do that.
I did it. I just want to know what's going on. There's all mostly Italian, some Irish, 1% Asian, 6%
You're 1% Asian.
1% Asian, and 6%. Yeah, I don't think Asians probably sure. Okay, this guy just fucks so many people. This guy is so many people, so many different places. It's crazy. Yeah, like I fucked everyone. He had we talked about it before, but I always forget the number. There's a certain percentage of people on Earth that have this genetic. It's astounding. It's an astounding.
Pretty cool.
10% of the population.
Yeah, and that's why it was like repopulating.
Well, there's a lot of slaves, sex slaves. They called them wives back in those days. It was different. But when they would conquer people, they would just take their wives, take everybody's wives. And
I feel like the more you should do. Not bad.
It's interesting all these years later, and he's not thought of his wives, he's thought of a historic figure.
Yeah. I mean,
Because they tons of hungry.
sure.
It was fucking insane. They used to light bodies on fire and then use them as catapults. They would launch them onto roofs to burn the roofs down. That's how they would scare people. Just take them.
Crazy.
They did so many things. One thing they did was when they would capture a city, they would take the generals and all the different people, and they would create a platform and lay all these people out, and then stack the platform on top of them, and they would all climb on top of the platform. So they would eat lunch while they were crushing these people to death slowly.
That's crazy. What about generals?
No. They killed them. Yeah, I think that's how he killed warriors. That was his move for killing warrior people. Like instead of just slaughtering them outright, they would just crush them. There's a bunch of different ways they would kill people. They would take, when they would capture people, they would use those people at the front of the line and push them towards their own line. So they would sack a city, capture 100,000 people, take those 100,000 people, put them at the front line, and press them to go further into the city. And those people would just get slaughtered in front of them, and they would eventually kill everybody there.
It's crazy.
It was so crazy that there's a guy named Dan Carter who has an amazing show called Hardcore History. He's had this one episode called The Wrath of the Khan. It's 5 episodes. This one series, and it's all about Genghis Khan. And one of the stories is about the Shah of Kharizma. The Shah is making a trek to China or to see like what's going on over there, like what do you guys got? Talk to the king and see what's happening. Whoever the fuck's running your city. And as they're going there, the roads were so fucked up with decayed bodies that they had to abandon the roads because all of their wagons were getting stuck in the mud of decaying people. And they looked in the distance, they thought it was a snow-covered mountain that they were looking at. In the distance, it turned out it was a pile of bodies. They killed 1 million people and just stacked them on top of each other in the middle of the town. They killed the entire city. They killed everyone. They just didn't give a fuck. They just kept moving. Imagine living like that.
Yeah. Wheelbarrows get stuck in someone's head.
Yeah. If you were taking gender studies in class today, they were just running for their lives.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I guess that we get to do stuff that's sometimes so dumb. And like people are just fighting to stay alive.
What's also interesting is like over time that becomes less and less acceptable. Like the horrors of Gaza, when we find out today, like everyone's outraged. Back then, it wouldn't be the same type of horrors, obviously, dealing with Muslims, but horrors are just
Sure, yeah. You just killing people.
Yeah. And so it's way closer to that.
Well, it's not because we also have shoulders and
They saw it in real life, which is really worse.
you had to be there to see it, right?
Right. But if you were alive in 1200, let's imagine you and I were alive in 1200. How many people do you think we would have seen get slaughtered with swords and arrows and shit?
Probably a ton. Because it's desensitized.
It becomes a thing.
Like when I first started watching the Walking
Yeah.
Walking Dead, we're like, I can't believe they just did that. Like 2 episodes in, like, oh, it's normal time.
Yeah.
That's not everything like that. And you watch them get blown off, and then you're like, oh yeah, it's just like a Tuesday.
Yeah. people get real accustomed to things. And if you're real accustomed to barbarics living and slaughtering people and lighting them on fire and watching them catapults into the thatched roofs of these houses and watch them burn.
Right, you can't imagine if that's what you
That's
say.
what you do.
Yeah,
That's what we did.
it's just what we do.
Yeah. They didn't wash. They wore their clothes until they rotted off of their skin.
Yeah, I mean, I think they like kept everything hot.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes they just lived off the blood of the horses. They just drank the horse's blood. That's what they sustain themselves with.
But then you just need a horse. It's like,
Yeah, the horse keeps eating. You don't kill him. You just cut a little nick in the neck.
you just suck a horse's blood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they would do. They would take it and put it in a
You really could survive. Like, if you were just somewhere else, you could survive. You, I don't think I could, but I think you could survive.
I would need stuff. See,
You need a horse.
You need stuff. You need physical things. Like you need shelter, knives, something to start a fire with. You need something to get like
Sure,
that.
but if I had that same stuff, I would be dead and you would thrive.
I wouldn't drive
You would survive.
for a little while.
I didn't need to drink horse's blood.
Yeah, but you gotta keep that horse alive. The horse gonna die. If it breaks its
Eating
leg,
dead
it's
people.
dead.
Mhm.
They do occasionally eat birds.
What if they're starving and they won't eat the person?
No, they're not even interested in the live bodies. They're herbivores. But they do occasionally eat birds. There's this really fucked up video of this horse following this bird. Oh, it's a cow. Found this bird around. I've seen horses do it, where they found like a ground next to the bird and they would eat it. And the mother birds like just flying out, I'm picking up in my shoulder. Baby.
We should try.
Deer do it all the time. Deer do it. It's so bad. Like they have this net that they use to catch birds, and the deer found the birds in the net, and so the deer would just go up the net and feast like a grapevine.
Right,
Just eat all these birds, and that's what we have to sort of understand. If a deer catches a bird sliver, just eat it.
Yeah, well, okay.
Because they're just like it's like
Yeah, but
you
the
don't
bird is kind of hungry.
probably yeah, a little far away.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah. Have you ever seen cows eat birds?
No,
Find a video.
I've only seen
Cows
cows
eat
eat grass.
birds. It disturbs the shit out of people. They're like, vengeful. They're like, yeah, I think you have something.
But also, birds do fly away. Fly away.
It is. It's probably making for keeping.
Why wouldn't you keep birds
or whatever else.
What do you think about this? It's on the
This guy. Yep. Chomp, chomp, chomp.
You're dead.
That's so weird. They decided that it's not. Just weird. It's weird that they just decide. Look at
Right, why didn't you just eat the kid?
Yeah, it comes with people. People have guns. They figure that out.
They know the guns.
They know the people that judge. Definitely that they know the people that control. I don't think they feel a sense of power.
Also, you can't eat your kid and go.
Right. People that know.
You can just eat it and go.
Yeah. You just
So what happened to the kid?
She says, hey, I didn't.
All people. What's all up? You're shit in your mouth.
Well, that was a legitimate concern for people hundreds of years ago. Your kid would get eaten.
Sure.
He's out in the yard. Well, that's a big bad wolf. That's all that shit was. Little red
Imagine
riding
like
hood.
a picture of us and just gets
Oof. Oof.
eaten.
Right, like that's not even that long. People are gonna call it.
How many years did that was?
You know, I mean, how many diseases kill people just because of poor sanitation? That's what a lot of us got from.
Sure.
A lot of us got from poor sanitation. We just think about how many people were just dying in these cities because of the plague. They threw their shit out the windows.
I mean,
Bugs.
yeah. I think I learned pretty quickly about getting my shit out the window once that like that's not right.
I think you would think that, but there's people in India that shit in the streets to this day. It's
I
like,
mean, I watched a video where there's like a parade and they're just throwing shit. Like that's part of the parade.
is that in India?
Yes. You could. Yes.
Oh,
It's.
shit's like this is not shit. It's
It's
gross,
so
but it's not like
shit.
human shit.
I'm sure you don't think anyone would you mentioned that this film festival.
Yeah, but
I bet they were like, hey, let's spice it up.
yeah, but oh, Jesus Christ, they're throwing at each other. Imagine like this, like you sign up for them, they're all smiling.
I don't get the appeal.
I mean, yeah, maybe how like you if you eat a lot of sugar, you get that candida. Maybe if you play with shit, you get that shit bacteria.
I mean, the people are so white.
They're just covered in shit. Guys,
I mean,
ridiculous. We have to deal with infections. With the
how
cow
are they? What is going on here?
We won't get any infections from the cow dung. But what was he saying? What was his statement? But back it up. Okay, here. Heaps of cow dung are in one place in all places. We have had to deal with the coronavirus and other viruses. So we believe we won't get any infections from the cow dung. Okay.
I mean, you see this, and then you're like, you know what? It's not that bad that we're doing boxing videos.
I mean, these guys are basically content creators.
They are content creators, but they don't know that. They don't know that
Right.
people watching. I mean, you guys are just being in there, just on the show.
How do they not know that?
I don't know. I don't think that's a video either.
Do you see when, like, they give names on tribes, Starlink, and you didn't follow us? You know, the other one.
I just want to they were on the $3 thing. It's me driving to my house and dropping off, like, whatever it is.
They figured it out. I never buy toothbrushes from the grocery store. I know. It's like a link. Bam.
And it's like so. I'm spending such little money for stuff that's only driving to my house to drop it off.
Eventually, it's just going to be drones.
Drop it off at your house.
Dropping up the house. And then there's people that's the doses for the grocery store. People that steal people's packages.
Especially during the holidays.
You
People
don't
steal.
even know what's in there.
That's the fun you getting. Like, this could be a TV. This could be an iPhone. It could also just be toothbrushes.
There's so many funny videos of people busted.
I've seen them, yeah. People just stealing videos for like Christmas.
If you live in a neighborhood where someone steals your packages, that is such a shit deal. There's fucking people in the areas that are clocking on getting dropped off at your house.
Yeah.
Chris Rock used to have a bit about putting, if you bought a new TV, you had to be careful putting the box out on the street in the garbage because people know you have a new TV. TV.
I mean, now TVs are
There was nothing. TVs, I remember in 1994 when I first moved here, I had a big TV for the first time. It was fucking big. It was like this big.
1994 was a great year.
It was like 24 inches. But it was like, you had to pick it up. Like it was a giant ass TV. Like you had a whole package.
Yeah, it was fun.
And then it was one of those years, like 94, 95, they came out with a plasma TV. And it was $20,000. And it was like 40 inches and flat. And because it was flat, you know what shit, because it was 40 inches and flat, it was like $20,000. I remember thinking, that is the dumbest thing. Like, I'm paying $20,000 for this space behind the TV. Like, I don't care about the space behind the TV.
Yeah.
There's like 6 feet between the TV and the wall. What do I do? There's an extra 12 inches of TV behind it. Are you stupid? You pay $20,000 because it's flat.
I guess we're going to
It was a thing to let people know you had
money.
not a plasma TV. Right? So you can find plasma TVs from 1995. It was like shit. I think it must have been 96 because that was when I first bought a house. So they looked like shit. And they were $20,000. Like, this is crazy.
There was so many big TVs.
Oh, giant. Might not be giant. I might be exaggerating. But it had to be. This was like, again, 95. How much did they cost about that?
I really like TV like this. It's where it like comes with its own stand kind of.
Yeah,
That can go with the person's house. That person has the Super Bowl party.
yeah, you gotta help them have friends that carry that in. So it's Fujitsu in 95. Fujitsu introduced the first 42-inch, and it was price. Okay. Sample price for 42-inch TV was 1,000 or 1 million yen, but Fujitsu aimed to sell it for about 500,000 yen. What is that in dollars? What's 1 million in dollars? 6,000. So 6,500 bucks.
That's still a lot.
So
That's a lot of money.
it was just the regular TV was like, ooh. How much is the regular TV? It wasn't that much money. But if you had that, you were the man. Really well.
What about TV?
Oh, 10 grand. By the year 2000, prices have dropped. Prices have dropped.
Well, maybe it
So what they
was.
started at? Interesting. See what it says up there. Oh, 15,000. Okay, one of the first flat plasma TVs. I think it was a Philips that I saw. It was available at 4 Sears locations in the U.S.
Is there Sears anymore?
I don't know. I haven't seen Sears forever.
Remember when I was like a kid, I got like a Sears credit card and just bought my grandfather at the time, like rims for his car. And that's what you just spend your money on.
I don't even. Sears is almost like the Bernstein Bears effect. Like the fact that you said Sears, I was like, oh, that's a thing. Like I
don't
forgot
think it
about
was
Sears.
anymore.
But how can that not be a thing? Like Sears was huge.
Do they have any locations?
But that's a weird one. Sears, like that had left my memory until this. And then you saying it, like even though I said Sears available at Sears, then you started going Sears. Oh, I remember Sears, and then I was like, oh, I remember Sears too.
Remember everybody eats this?
Yes, yes. Do you remember Crazy Eddie's?
Yes.
Crazy Eddie was actually crazy.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Interesting. We should be a kid of road trip. Just go to Sears.
So the one in Puerto Rico.
Spring Tony.
Spring Tony. That'd be amazing. First of all, Puerto Ricans were not upset by it. I mean, I'm sure some were, but like, my friends were like, I'm still good.
Puerto Ricans can take a joke.
Yes.
They're some of the best shit talkers on earth.
Absolutely.
It's common in Puerto Rican communities to just have fun and joke.
Absolutely.
It's not a super sensitive. It's a super sensitive.
No, people didn't care. They still didn't care.
It was a stupid thing to do it there. It turned into a legend. The longest Trump won. If Trump didn't win, we were going to. Yeah, I was going to move to something.
To Thailand?
Yeah, he's got
For how long?
Depending on how bad sideways things go, as Kamala Harris becomes president, deep state take over, completely censor all social media, remove everybody's guns, force vaccinations on your babies, everybody gets a sex change.
He's just
just drinking his life away. I can't believe he fucked it up for one shitty laugh.
Did you go to Puerto Rico?
You know, there were stories that were ready to be published if Trump lost, blaming it on Trump. Yeah. Blaming it on just us. Where the facts is, and Tony will tell you, actually, Puerto Ricans voted 26% more for Trump, which is true.
He probably
Than
did.
ever before. Yeah. Well, people
I think he vote.
none of these guys make sense.
I mean, I think honestly, most people right now, their main concern is like they can't even afford those movies.
Exactly.
So they're like, whoever is not going to help you with that. Listen, I don't know what is true or not true, but like people who are like, I can't afford to feed my kids.
It's so crazy. I was watching this guy on MSNBC, and he was dismissing that in terms of like, when people think a certain way, like people are like, or particularly if they're a leftist or if they're a fundamentalist Christian, they have one thing in common. And the thing that they have in common is they want everyone to think like them.
Sure.
And this guy was saying that about like young people listening to podcasts and getting air quotes radicalized, and that we need something that can do this from a feminist perspective and teach young men feminism. The whole thing was so strange, but one of the things he said that was the most strange, he said instead of like these minor grievances like the price of eggs or someone is teaching you your kid something in history that you don't agree with, instead of those minor things, Let's major in, man. Food for kids.
Also, like,
food for
history
families, and history. Well, it's like something you don't agree with. Like, I don't know. But education is primary. It's one of the most important things for kids. For the view of the world, they have to be correctly informed. It really helps if you have a good education.
Sure.
And then if you have food, if you can afford eggs, that really fucking helps. And just so this idea that these are minor issues. And the important issue is connecting men to feminism.
Listen, you can do that if you want, but like most people are like, I can't afford to pay for groceries. I don't even have kids, but like people are like, I can't afford to buy groceries. Of course, people who are making more money now are like, I can't save any money.
Yes, everything's more expensive. People are fucking out of touch. I'm clearly out of touch. Clearly. But I remember when I was poor, I understand it. I really do. And I know what the fuck is going on. And I know people are saying, hey, this isn't a minor deal. This is like one of the biggest deals. You guys fucked up the economy and you're gaslighting everybody and telling everybody you didn't. You guys have spent billions of dollars on the world. Nobody agrees with hundreds of billions. And you're gaslighting us.
Yeah, I just also like these teachers that are just like spending all their money for supplies. But it's like, what are you doing?
Crazy.
Why are teachers not in supplies for kids? You're right. They are the future generation. So they don't have to. They're not like being interested in learning stuff in the school. But there's so many kids who want teachers.
The United States is like someone who owns your money, and they say they don't have it, and they keep buying cars.
Right.
That's what it's like. It's like, how did you have the money to spend all this money on another country when you didn't have any money to spend on the education of kids?
Veterans.
It's just for education. Like, how much would it fix education? It's $175 billion.
You shouldn't have a teacher that needs to buy supplies.
But imagine this. Imagine if companies were incentivized. Like, what if they got government grants based on how well the kids perform in school districts?
That would be great.
Yeah, like literally make it like Halliburton for schools. Like, Halliburton, they blew up Iraq. Halliburton comes in, cleans everything up. Have something that profits of these places getting better. And the better they do in terms of dropping in crime, education grades, graduation grades, college grades, everybody gets more money. Figure that out. Figure that out. Do that too.
Maybe you don't think from higher education, you just said these people have to turn to crime and prisons and that's what they're doing.
There's a bunch of things they didn't do because they still fuck with us today, and that's one of them. That's big. Then the interviews must be so wild because there's no computers, and it's just like TV and newspaper, and everyone's running wild. Maybe he's the president, so nobody thinks anything's real. It's kind of fucking movie star with the president. JFK is dead. Nobody still understands that one.
Reagan president?
Allegedly. Yeah. Well, I mean, you could just throw that across the ones of the Smurf board member. You could do that. It's hard to say.
Is that necessarily?
But also, the president probably knows how to get things done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a bad thing.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
It's I mean, every guy would agree.
Sure.
Yeah. Good skills for later on. Then it's probably not. Unless you're a savant, first 8%, you're just like,
somebody has to just figure that out.
There always classes back in the Roman days.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Probably guys showing each other how to suck each other up. Everybody was blowing everybody back then.
There's just, throw bodies on fire and also there's throw coat classes. Disgusting. I can't even.
Jesus Christ.
You probably put shit on your balls so you can't smell that and check in the school. I can really smell straight shit. The worst one.
Seriously, those are like their asses.
Where? The uniforms?
They would take a sponge that was a stick. It was a communal
communal
sponge.
Oh, why did I just see this on the Instagram? Yeah, it's just. I think I'm noticing that.
I went to Pompeii, and I took my family there a few years ago. It's really interesting because these people died instantaneously, and then they've sort of uncovered a lot of it. And one of the things they uncovered was like this communal shit. So it's just like these holes around this like a horseshoe pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that. So these holes, these dudes just sit there and just shot into the ground.
So it's like kind of Or what?
I don't think there's any water. And there's the sponge. That's the sponge. Look at the word they had a name for it. Xylospongium.
How often do they change the sponge?
They could change it up. You can get your own
It's not
sponge.
enough. Like a month?
Dunk it into that fucking. Okay, hold on a second. Academics disagree to its exact use, about which the primary sources of failure. It has traditionally been assumed that it's like a shared anal hygiene utensil used to wipe out defecating, and the sponge is cleaned in vinegar or water, sometimes salt water. Other recent research suggests it was most likely a toilet brush.
Yeah, I mean, from the toilet and also also.
Yeah, maybe it was all those things. Middle of the first century, Roman philosopher Seneca the Younger reported that a Germanic gladiator died by suicide with a sponge on a stick. According to Seneca, the gladiator seated himself in the latrine of an amphitheater and pushed the wooden stick deep into his throat. Yeah.
Did he take that sponge off first?
Yeah, we wanted to die that way. We wanted to suffocate himself. That's how much he didn't want to fight. And the gladiator was means a thin steak or stick used instead of toilet paper for anal hygiene, and was a historical item of material culture introduced in Chinese Buddhism and Japanese Buddhism. A well-known example is, I'm not going to try to say that word. Where'd it go? One example, dry shit stick from the Chan Zen, I'm not going to say the word, in which a monk asked, "What is Buddha?" And Master Yumen Unman answered, "A dry shit stick." Buddha is a dry shit stick. Because everybody got a shit stick that has everybody else's shit on your arm. You just smearing extra shit on your butt.
It's like I'll just put me on it.
Yeah, you're dunking it in water, but how clean does it really get? And then it's just soaked in shit water, and you're taking that, and you wipe your own asshole with it.
I think they're not.
What do you think people in the future will be saying about this time? What are they going to be most shocked at? What we did that was so stupid?
I don't know.
Because if we're looking back at Pompeii, what was Pompeii? What year did that go down? 67, 18? Pretty wild. It's weird. Because you get to see some of the bodies they preserved. They're just completely frozen in place, like the ash overwhelmed them. And they're just like almost like a little stone statue. 79. You show me some of the photos of the Pompeii victims. So there's like people that are like just piles on top of each other. Like that's it, like right there. They just were overwhelmed. Just volcanic ash, the gases just killed everybody. All of them just completely overran the town. It's pretty insane. Because it's just weird that people don't know that. Like when they're building these cities, they don't know what that is. No one knew about that, but I mean, we know now. Look at that. That's so crazy. That's what it looks like. I mean, that's a human being that was just literally turned into a statue in place. There's one where these two guys wearing bracelets, and someone tried to say that there's perhaps there were logos, and someone on Twitter was very funny about like, Jesus Christ, imagine dying from your phone, and everybody finds it like, well, everyone's gay. Right, you die in the middle of it, you're
And you're just fucking now freezing the time like that.
these numbers must be on.
That's fair.
Yeah, those are the guys.
No cheaper, yeah. It's on the way down.
Yeah. Fucked up way to go.
It's probably like that.
When I was a kid, Mount St. Helens blew up. What year was that? Mount St. Helens Pacific Northwest was a big deal. It was an actual real volcano that killed people in the United States. And like, what? What? I thought volcanoes were like in other countries. 1980. So I was not even in high school. Yeah. That was a crazy one. How many people died? Yeah. They knew it was an active volcano, but they
They
didn't.
still do it.
It's like people live on the side of active volcanoes. Like in Hawaii, there's a bunch of people that live on the side of active.
If I was in Hawaii, I think there was one of the volcanoes taken off.
Yeah, it happened when I was there too. At the Big Island. The Big Island is big. There's crazy film.
Just
Lava is coming in this Mustang. Have you ever seen this? This Mustang flying from the street, and the lava is coming from this eruption, and it just slowly consumes the street and eats this car. Right in front of this detox. Like these people have been living there chilling their whole lives. I'm on. Probably. They try to cover us.
Oh, I
If you live
know.
on the side of the mountain,
It's like that. But I'm not really my expensive car.
yeah, I had a friend who he had some crazy situation. I think he had like flood insurance, but he didn't have damage from water from a hurricane insurance. So like your roof can get destroyed from a hurricane. You don't have insurance for that, but you have insurance if like your pipes break. Like he got fucked. Some sort of a weird loophole.
It's weird with stuff like that. And it's like an adjuster. If you get the right adjuster, you can do it. You have to get an adjuster who's going to do it. Like I used to call me like a place for health insurance stuff. And if you kind of sweet talk someone, they might just put it through for you. You have to just keep calling back. So you get an adjuster that's going to do what you want.
Or you have to jump into them person.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it, because they're just regular people.
Right. And they can decide.
Absolutely. They hold so much power.
That's a crazy power.
Right.
So
Right.
the person is fixed.
Right. Or like you're trying to handle it and you're going to pay for it or you're not.
Yeah, or you're gonna have a shaky ass car for the rest of your life. As you take on the highway. You ever had a car that's fixed as little cars should have fixed?
I mean, my first car I had was like a Tempo. And I remember the steering wheel it came off in my lap as I was driving. And I just kind of picked it up and just kept driving.
You put it back on.
Oh, I should have done it on it.
Oh my god. When you're kidding about shit boxes, like the chances of those things just completely falling apart as you're driving are so high.
My dad also had just like never passed car. So he would just like start into the car and calm it and he would get out. So we had to have like a true colored car as a child. It's so embarrassing.
Yeah, if you're in a poor car.
Oh yeah, we had 4 cars. And then my mom had 4 cars and then we got all with that money.
Oh,
The 4 Jumbo, like my grandma. It's like right on the side.
right.
So yeah, you might find out right now, like, oh, so you're allowed to stand down, but it's still connected. So just pick it up and you make the trigger.
Oh, so like the thing to adjust the steering wheel dropped off?
I don't know, it just like fell in my lap and I was like, okay. And then I just picked it up and it's still focused.
Jesus Christ. There's a lot of those cars out there. That's why we need inspections. We do. It's very important.
My dad was the guy who just keep passing that car. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like the right. It's a person that's like not an investor, but like if you go there, I'll do it for you.
Yeah, my friend's telling me about that for muscle cars. And it's actually so there's a place you can go and like the hood, and this guy will completely pass us in the car. I was like, that's like a healthy guy still.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so many people.
Well, especially
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
you is all about Marcus.
All about having a guy, all about everywhere.
Yeah.
New York City is disgusting. I live in New York. I hate it. But I live in like, the first one.
What do you think is going to be the first adjustment about moving here?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, I can't let you do this. I can't do it like I'm not sure. Whatever those things are, I just can't. I'm out.
Jamie, do you experience a lot of flying roaches?
I just see them. It was like 105 degrees when I came last January. It was just like we were in his house. He got a really nice Airbnb. It was
Could have brought a lot of tickets this year, but I don't think that's the best.
there. I mean, I was in the room in the bathroom and there was one like this big.
A roach.
They're cicadas, whatever they're called.
Oh, yeah. Cicadas are very different.
They were like,
People eat that.
sure. Like, it's I mean, like, it doesn't make you feel like, you can do whatever you want.
No, but I mean, it's like a delicacy. Like, people enjoy it. But no, like, I know a guy that does it.
That's not for me.
Just in Ryan County, did a recipe of how to cook cicadas.
Don't they look like roaches though? Anyway, I go to get Ari to kill it. I was like, oh, it just. I'm like, what? That was like a nuclear launch. It flew?
It probably was a cicada.
Maybe. It might not have been a roach, but like,
That's what a cicada looks like.
I think
Fucking cool. Fucking cool. See if you find cicada recipes. See if you find Ryan Callahan's cicada recipe. My friend Ryan, he was cooking with like teriyaki sauce and baked them. Yeah, apparently, look, I've gone to Mexico before. In certain resorts in Mexico, they'll serve you like fried crickets.
sure.
Have you seen that?
I've heard about it.
Yeah, fried crickets are dressed but they're good. They taste good.
They're pretty crunchy.
Yeah, crunchy and it's kind of salty. It's pretty good. It's actually not bad for you. Like legitimate.
It's protein, right?
Yeah, it's the same kind of animal protein you get from most but protein from cicadas is good because it's there. It's just a lot of protein those
I mean, I just remember being out like outside of my door here, and they were just.
That's how it is for the bugs.
It's not great.
You
I can handle the heat of those bugs.
just
Bugs.
I don't
You
remember.
can't think a lot.
Adrian, I'm telling you, you're on the wrong spot. I'm sure you're
Sure,
looking
but
at
you're
your
in
bugs.
the
Oh,
like
no,
them
no.
bugs, I can't do it fine.
It's not that big of a deal. The mosquitoes are big sometimes.
I don't care. I mean, yeah, it's not great, but like, those big things.
Like Lake Bird Lake, go around there. Go all over the place. But I saw with the bats, people check. Have you seen the bat emergence before?
No,
Oh, it's fucking cool. Shit.
that's actually pretty cute.
Well, there's the bridge, right? There's a
Yes.
South Palmas Bridge. And if you go by the South Palmas Bridge, there's people every night that are waiting for the bats to leave. Because millions of bats. So as billions of crickets have emerged for 7 years. So is this Ryan? Okay, so he's showing, so you peel off these little fuckers.
Look at this guy.
That's not what I'm showing. Okay. But so this guy's just showing how you cook cicada. So he's basically taking away the outside area, and he made a cicada taco for this kid and this lady, and they're eating it. She said she's freaking out. Whatever. She said it's not bad. What was I just talking about before that, bro? So we're moving on to something else.
What about the care as a consumer?
Yeah. And we talked about the bats. That's what we're talking about.
That's it.
Yeah, show the bats emerging from the South Congress Bridge. It's really crazy. I've only done it once where I went out there. It's really nuts. It's like the sky fills with bats, and they kill all the mosquitoes. They're dead.
Why are they not eating?
Look at them.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. It's pretty badass. I've seen it live. And if you go under that bridge, you hear them. Rats. Mosquitoes. Mosquito killers. We keep the mosquitoes in check. They probably I'm sure they don't only die on mosquitoes, but they're a significant factor in keeping the mosquito population down. Allegedly. That's what I read. But I think it's true. I think it's true. I think it's one of the main things.
I remember he lives in, I guess, the country, and he's like trying to put up those places where bats will come to eat the mosquitoes. Like, I guess houses or whatever. Yeah, I guess.
Oh.
He has a lot of mosquitoes.
Yeah, I bet bats, it's hard to get them to move in immediate areas. Yeah, because of that, wherever bats live, if they live by a lake, there's probably plenty of bugs. Why don't they take a risk to go somewhere where they're not sure if resources exist?
I mean, they could just fly.
Right, but they live under this bridge and they've been on this bridge forever.
Really, I don't think he's
But you know what I'm saying? Like when bats find a spot that works, they're not migratory.
right. They're just gonna stay.
Yeah, they're just gonna stay there. So to get them to go to a new spot, it's probably gonna have to risk bats. We actually had a bat expert on the podcast.
You know, I need an expert for cancer moths.
We'll try.
I mean, I have cancer moths for less than a month, and I can't get rid of them.
where they migrate seasonally, flying south for the winter and returning north in spring. Interesting.
I heard about it. This is a bunch more.
Right, so they probably, because Houston is cold, probably, they probably have like established ranges with my ponies. It's like bringing them to a new range, like to your friend's place. It's going to be
Right.
difficult because there's not a history of it. But I wonder if it was like, it says they eat between 10,000 and 30,000 pounds of insects, including mosquitoes, and every night on their nightly flight, and harmful agricultural pests.
You gotta
So
be-
Austin's bats are they're fucking huge. They really come. But what was I asking about? Yes, that's Merlin Tuttle. So he was a bat expert, and he was in Austin as well. Fascinating. He studied bats as well. He's a scientist.
Isn't still new stuff that's coming out of that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, bats carry a lot of weird diseases. It's one thing, you know. There's also weird diseases. It's coronavirus is actually the bad disease that can fuck with native humans. So they've done a lot of work with like bats and diseases. One of the craziest stories, though, there's these two doctors, there's two scientists, Rabbi, and they were in Africa, and they decided to set up photography to film these bats as they were flying out of the cave, because there's a certain cave in Africa that has like some fucking insane number of bats. It's filled with. And when these bats flew out, they shit. So these guys were on the ground in front of the bat cave filming it, and they didn't take into account they were going to be covered in bat shit. Just millions and millions of bats shitting in their face. And they died. They died of like some crazy hemorrhagic virus that just raged through the system. If you imagine you are a human being essentially intravenously taking in that shit into your system. It's going in your eyeballs. It's going in your mouth. It's going through the blood-brain barrier. The bat shit's getting into your blood. It's circulating through your whole body. And you just develop a horrible hemorrhagic.
So you can't play magic. You can play parachute.
No, I think the bats have a lot of living organisms. You know, unlike cows, and then something else. Bat poop has turned these African cave crocodiles. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool looking crocodile. And oh shit, right? Like natural orange crocodile and bat poop. You know what's good? Bat guano is very potent fertilizer, right? Because bat guano is like it's I think high levels of nitrogen. I think that comes from eating all the insects. So that like there used to be wars over bat shit, and that's where the term bat shit comes from. Yes, guano was like a very expensive commodity because people needed it to grow crops. So if you could get bat guano, it's apparently very potent fertilizer.
There's a 4,400-year-old food court in our neighborhood at the East End. What? 5,000 different species of bats against your mouth for
Jesus Christ! Oh my God! Deposited in this sequential layers by generations of bats for over 4,300 years. It's 2 meters tall. That is so crazy. Largely undisturbed and holds information about changes in climate and how the bat's food sources shifted over millennia. Wow! That is so crazy. That's so nuts. You know what I'm really fascinated with is things that existed like only in myth, but that every culture has, like dragons. Like I had this guy Forrest Lamont, who's a wildlife biologist, and he thinks that there's a real possibility that dragons are an actual thing, and that yeah, they're also like humans. That's why there's all these records and all these different cultures, and you know, there's Chinese culture has dragons, Japanese culture has dragons, ancient Europeans have dragons. Like dragons are not the fire breathing. That seems to be bullshit. But maybe even well, you're probably like a crocodile with claws. There's probably like more than one kind of really dangerous reptile that they call dragons, like Komodo dragons, giant lizards they call them dragons, crocodiles, dragons. The question is whether or not we have an actual clue, because we have a pterodactyl. If the pterodactyl, I think it's probably something like that. You know, some kind of like enormous bird type creature.
I just want a dragon that's going to just define command. Also, that's not good. Yes.
Shut the fuck up. You know, like when you're in Game of Thrones, where he's standing there, and then you see the dragon's head slowly approach behind him.
I know.
It's
I keep trying to get into it and I can't.
the new one is
No, but
the new one is 2 seasons in. The old one is it's like it makes you want to lady with what was her name? Dragons? Her name?
You didn't watch it either? Did you not get into it?
Playing video golf.
Bring me your
Oh, what are you? Reality?
bring me your chicken right now. Bring me cross.
I like that.
I don't know what
fancy
kind
do you
of
like? Have you seen Free Lifeguard? No, I bet it was on that list watching it. Dude, it's
good?
really good. Really, by the guys who make Game of Thrones, or the gals who have it, of course.
Whoever made it.
They're making the things. It's some, that's a thing that you repeat without looking at it. I don't know what which was whatever, but the point is, like, it is a really, really good show. Like, really fun. And science fiction. And my wife was having science fiction. She was.
Yeah.
It's good.
He's so cute.
Rest up in Marshall. About 15, 20 minutes to meet Marshall.
Marshall's just happy right now.
Oh, yeah. He's having a call going on.
He's like, oh, please, I can't.
Especially if like he doesn't have a toy where they can tug of war. Right. If they can play tug of war, it's good.
Oh, yeah, as soon as I take it, we just kind of like,
Yeah, he just wants to fight.
he just wants to, he's still so young.
Yes, but he's also a coach. He's like a good torpedo. He launches himself through the air.
Yeah, he's like, he's like, no. He's like,
People them get fights. He'd be like that. He wouldn't be proud to kill himself in the shit's
no. He'd be killing people with
Yeah.
punch it right in the throat.
But you imagine it's like there's the line fighter. Choke to death on a shit stick.
I think I said yeah, I think we were on that.
Imagine like that's all you have to kill yourself is a shit stick. I mean, how bad your life has to suck. This fucking sponge coming out of you and shit. You just bypass your gagging sticks and stuff it down your hole until you die.
Maybe they're
You definitely don't know.
He was like ingesting.
Yeah, you
brought it up.
in the middle of killing yourself by stuffing it in your mouth. And you just try to smell it until they die. It didn't work. Nah, they were probably used to that kind of smell.
It's like smelling something. That shit would shoot right out.
You want some?
No. I used to work at a place
Really?
that I'll do it, but I'm not going to do it like this.
Oh!
That's what people do with the shit stick.
Oh my god! That was the biggest one I ever got. Oh my god! I thought it lost a little bit of potency from the other day. Yo! Yo! That one hit me pretty good.
I wasn't even that close to it. It's like the most great. So I worked at a place that did abortion because I can help you get people out. Oh god, that's so bad.
Just addicted. You want to try it?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll do it from further away.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's one of those things that really, what the fuck?
That was so bad.
Everybody wants to try it.
That's brutal.
Yeah, it's rough.
What do they use that for? Besides,
Weightlifters.
well, if they get knocked out,
No. It's like
why?
I don't know the actual science behind it, but the idea I think is it shocks your system, it just jolts everything alive, and you're like, fuck her. Allegedly. It must.
That's crazy because I didn't even have that close to my face.
They used to use it with boxers, but made it illegal. They would put it under a boxer's belts.
To wake them up, right?
Yeah, like rocks, hurt, they would snap it back. I don't even know if it works.
What is that? What is it?
Is it legal for them? They use the small version. I can't boxers use them. I don't think they can. I think smelling salts are illegal in between rounds. I think it actually was an issue that somebody brought up because I think someone was asking why someone who was one of the fight men in the UFC, one of the in the UFC, was holding his nose open after they got rocked, like with his finger, but it was just to create more airway.
There's they can mask how serious injuries and cause further harm.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. So, like, if you get rocked and they give you smelling salts, you might think you're okay, but really, you're still fucked up.
Right.
Injury from them is what this is backing up. I'm looking into it is whiplash. It's not like
That's hilarious.
How is it from just
you can't not react that way.
That's hilarious.
People are get fucked up.
Kid whiplash.
you get the guys and you want to get more money, you just do that for whiplash?
Glass of that.
What is that stuff? Like, what? It just smells like ammonia.
I think it is. Yeah, it's just ammonia, like crystal from it. But this company is the product. This is the strongest one.
I mean, like, that's not the short too, but like that is very strong. It
It's
was
a
like, it was clear.
Yeah, it just smelled so bad, but it smelled inside the sealed container. So a sealed plastic container on the outside. I had to open it. I could smell through the container before it was even open. Then once I unsealed it and opened it back, well, this was sealed and with like a top to the lid. Like, so there's the top that's like sealed over the bottle, and then the lid on top of the bottle.
And you still
Still smell it too, with like plastic seal. You put the seal back and everything. Once we opened it up, it's insane. Whatever the fuck is in it, whatever it does,
How
your
does it
system.
like get in crystal clear? No. Okay. You do first. Why would you go that close? That's pretty close.
Get in real big breath, big breath.
Oh,
No,
I saw the note.
that was
I don't care. I'm not gonna do it. That first one was like,
doesn't it wake you up though?
it does.
Somebody has rocked you. You know that some girls boxing you up.
Right.
Stitching you up.
And you just smell
Just get you in
that.
the corner.
I can see it making you like angry too.
Yeah. I would think it's probably be good to mask any symptoms of you being hurt.
Should have that on the sheet.
Yeah, imagine just went home all after. Yeah. Probably did.
You don't get you talking about it right now.
I wonder. Okay, how much ammonia would you have to consume before to be performing? This is.
So electric crystal.
There's enough time.
But if you just down the whole thing, it should really good. Yeah, the whole thing. I feel like we should be giving you the
Probably not. People even go like stuff.
They were, right?
That's a crazy time.
I think Chinese people do this. I think they tricked us.
Sensitive.
Yeah, they got some fake people to pretend to tripods and dumb kids.
I mean, when they were locking the children because kids were eating tampons. So they're like, I don't know, man. I feel like we're talking about it.
Yeah, we're always going to have kids that do stupid shit. There's no one around.
Tide pods is quite.
I was lucky Tide Pods weren't around when I was a kid.
He was definitely making.
I know somebody can make them. There's always that one kid. whatever it is, get attention.
They do feel like soft and good service.
They're saying this product had this guts that they thought it counteracted Petra.
Right. Yeah. Wakes you up.
Not just, but I mean, totally, like, if you were knocked out, right, you have to I know it was because they thought it would fix you.
Right. I thought about that. Well, they didn't know shit. I mean, when do you think they figured out brain? When they started figuring out the approach to empty that you lose your brain states.
I think they probably got pretty early. They're like, I'm not doing this one. Looking at each other.
Well, they definitely knew about it because boxers were washed up in the 50s and the 60s, but I don't think they understood the extent of it until probably like the 60s and 70s. People started discussing it like being punch drunk boxers. Like, I think boxers knew about it. I think like the general public, it wasn't really a big thing.
What about people that, concussion medicine?
Yeah, they get real bad. All athletes should like get jarred like that. But I think for us, the big one was Muhammad Ali. Because Muhammad Ali was such a cultural hero. And to see Muhammad Ali in the later stages of his life, like unable to communicate, shaking, it's like very disturbing. Because as much as they try to tell you that it had nothing to do with boxing, that's not.
They definitely did.
Of course it did.
Jostling your brain.
But there's also trauma-induced Parkinson's is a real thing. And so when you see people that are like Freddie Roach, he was a boxer, his friends famous trainer, he has trauma-induced Parkinson's. He's very shit. But he tells you it's from his career as a boxer. It's just something that happens. So when you see it happen to someone like
Right, because it's kind of like the slave strength.
oh, not just his size strength, but the way he would talk was so different than any other boxer. It was so fast. It was so funny. Like Howard Cosell called him truculent once. You see very truculent champions. Whatever truculent he is, get to do it on that.
That's a great one.
He had so many funny things. He was the first guy that was like talking shit in a funny way and getting the whole world to pay attention. You know, he said one of his opponents, I forget who he was if you have a dream, you're going to wake up at college. And he just had some funny things he would say, but also like refused to fight in the Vietnam War. So, I mean, fuck you, I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then lost his ability to live for 3 years. Like the prime 3 years of his career was taken from him because he refused to fight the Vietnam War. So he was a lot more than just a fighter. He was like a cultural icon who defined rebelling against a corrupt and evil system. And then, eventually, at the end of his life, he was a victim of the sports and the other things. And we watched. And that's the first time we watched him go just celebrated for the way he talked to being unable to communicate. It's two very different versions of when they discovered ancient Egypt. 1848, Phineas Gage, a railroad worker, survived a traumatic brain injury when an iron rod shot through his skull and destroyed much of his left frontal lobe. Gage's personality changed dramatically, and his case considered a landmark in the study of brain damage and personality. Yeah, let's see the pictures. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Right?
Oh my god.
Really, not to feel much pain.
Oh boy.
Growing up for every 20 minutes, it was lucid and
So he just made his hair part over the whole of his head.
stuff from a long 13-inch railroad rod.
Is that the rod that he has in his hand? Oh,
He kept it?
no, that looks like the rod, dude. That's the thing that went through his fucking head and he lived.
Nice. Keep it.
Oh, that's what it looked like. Oh my god.
Wait, so it didn't go through his eye?
It went through his head and destroyed his eye. What do you think that, what do you say it did to his person?
So this was like the first study of psychology and psychology.
Right, don't they say, how do they say it affects his personality? Phineas Gage on second level. That's interesting. What does that say on the top? The title of it, a re-examination in this case of Ben's personality change from a grievous brain injury. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to know. This is a funky site. To do to run that site's funky.
I mean, it then wasn't a good time.
Well, it does definitely dramatically change people. Like, I was reading about this guy who developed an ability to see mathematics in like geometric form, and it's called acquired savantcy. So this guy started creating like geometric art. Like apparently had no interest in mathematics at all. And then I think he got beat up and then developed some bizarre mathematical ability.
I mean, that's where when people who have like traumatic brain injuries and become pedophiles. Like, definitely
True.
great for mathematics students.
Well, I know quite a few comics. Rosenbaum, Kingston, both got hit by cars. Both changed their personality trying after afterwards. It's probably like this guy knocked in the head and asked me to be a different person.
Right.
It's really good. So scary, sketchy.
So, you're joking about somebody keeping you listening.
Oh, the joke about the drug. It's true. That's true. It's so crazy. Yeah, it's called a dopamine agonist, and apparently some people it completely removes the inhibitions.
Radio gambling.
Gambling, gay sex, just went off the rails.
And when you say lost like 600,000?
Somewhere in the neighborhood, plus everything.
But then when he was just taking the drugs for
He got back to normal. He's like, what the fuck? He won in court, which is the craziest thing. He sued the Laxo He lost as much money as he gained back, and he's also a rapist. I didn't know rape was. He was just
He was raped or
he was raped.
I guess they didn't see that.
He just became addicted to gay sex.
It's crazy to like stop doing that and you're like, wow, everyone's dicks like that.
Yeah.
That was a crazy time.
Well, he was a different dude. Like his brain, like you don't think about it this way, but your brain is essentially this functional ecosystem of all of these different things, dopamine and serotonin, all these neurotransmitters, and then the blood that's flowing through your body. It's all operating on this sort of like fairly regular schedule of what's available to use, how you interpret consciousness based on the chemicals. And then all of a sudden, we introduce this new shit. And this new shit is so complicated.
It's just crazy that both of those things are like the same in this case.
Well, it's just wild impulses. I'm sure you have impulses. I don't know if you know why, but that sometimes happens. You can't control. You know, like somebody cuts you out of the traffic and you lose your drugs. Right. They just can't talk. They just want to just drive someone off the road. They just lose their impulse control. That happens to people with CTE as well. People with CTE, they have very short fuse, like very short fuse.
Didn't you get that happen?
Yeah, they said he had the worst CTE I think that they had ever diagnosed. He was alive. You know, so he wasn't friends dead. I'm doing autopsy, but I mean, he was alive at 28 years old. The worst CTE they had ever seen. So it had to kill him,
Right.
but it destroyed his brain. You know, his brain was destroyed. It just filled with holes. It's crazy. And they said that when they studied football players, there's some extraordinary number of football players that have CTE. It's in like the high 90%. And this is not just college, this is high school.
All those people that put those CTE, they're not becoming people either.
Some of them. You know, no, not a lot. But the thing about it is, first of all, when it's older, there's a lot of blood slumps out. That's a big thing with what happens with fighters, it happens with soldiers, also the PTSD compounded effect. They have brain injuries. A lot of heavy depression. So 345 NFL players, former NFL players with chronic traumatic encephalopathy out of 376 former players studied. So out of all those people studied, all 31 dudes didn't have it. So it's 91.7%. Among those diagnosed with last year, 2 former players who once represented the teams, apparently some Super Bowl, former Philadelphia Eagles quarterback. Could you do me a favor and just Google Aaron Hernandez, CTE, with results?
Second highest. I'm not the stages. It says stage 3. We're sick of seeing something that young.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I think. She wasn't playing as long as he was people.
that's what's crazy. So range of sections include emotional, behavioral changes, memory loss, and depression. Yeah. Yeah. It's nuts. It's nuts. It's 91%
It's
of
crazy
players.
that we just keep playing football because we make so much money.
Well, I think Aaron Hernandez was a violent dude over his, there's like a lot of abuse in his childhood, and there's a lot of crazy stuff. So I think there's a lot going on.
Right, so you're gonna have a little
Right? At least one. So they probably at least 2. They think he married kids.
yeah,
Right.
yes, yes.
I think Aaron is like confirmed. How many people need Aaron Hernandez?
You know, I thought it was 3.
Indeed, playing playing like superstar. Also, just got people. With one of the worst examples of CTE because it's got his first 3 years and still out. Did he hang himself? Is that our guy? Did he hang himself? Imagine like an injury like that dude with the rock to the brain. And now all of a sudden you're a totally different person. Like all your life has been one person. And gone. That person's gone.
It's kind of fun.
You would try, like you want to know, like how hard I have to get hit in the head to be really good at math. Like don't want to overdo it.
Yeah, keep pushing, man. Still can't figure this equation.
Just one more kick to the face, please. I think we're right there. I want to start to see the outro.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But it doesn't have to be about it. That's what's weird.
No,
Some people make some great comics. Some people make some great.
yeah. There's a fine line.
There's a fun
Between genius and great.
get everything. All right, 2 reps up. It was really fun.
Yeah.
Always is. Thanks for being here. Very fun. I really enjoy your company. I love the risk you take. You just go for it. It's fun to watch. It's great. It really is. It's fun. It's a different thing than anybody else is doing. I think there's reason for that. I think you're like one of those people that they have to find out about. You do appreciate you. And, that happened with a lot of people. It happened like Steve Ryan, like Mitch Hedberg. Like people had to like know what they're
Sure. That's when Mitch Hedberg did a special for Comedy Central. It took so long to like find the thing. Do you never heard that? I mean, it was like a genius, but like this special because I'm not doing it, and they kept filming it. And like finally he's like sitting down on the stairs, and I think he was at it for a while. When you watch that special, it's like hilarious. So funny. But yeah, and it just was not.
Well, it also comes with Mitch, which also who is their complimentary open that makes sense.
Sure.
Like he would have guys with a road who like have a middle act or like the closest for life. He's doing backflips, singing songs.
Right, that's not a great person.
It's terrible. And so people didn't know who he was better. It was just who's the headliner. Oh, there's a guy named Mitch Hedberg. Why does he have sunglasses on? Why is he staring at the ground? Like,
Yeah.
but once they knew who he was, then they could see him. And I think there's a thing like that with you.
Well, what's funny too is like when they directed him, he's like, let's do this thing. At first, he's like, let's do this thing where nobody knows it's being this special. He's like, we're just going out there, and like, usually have to have love and something that does it. So I was like, let's do one show. And that show, I tapped into the play, and it was so brutal. I loved it. The first 2 shows we did, I was like, the first one was okay, the second one was so brutal. And then I knew one, baby. I was doing this, but we just thought that it was a regular show. I'm up there for an hour. And people, like, there's like 7 people that liked me, but like, we all left so dejected. Like, Louis was like, I can't even watch this. And Ari, I see Ari being like so depressed. And then I wouldn't have that match, and I was like, I'm gonna have to quit.
Oh my god.
And then the next two shows were amazing, but like, yes, I'm not for effort.
Yeah, you're not for
Not even for
Well, you're for me. I appreciate you. My pleasure. So, one more time, Jamie, show it. It's available now. Netflix, The Dark Queen. Tell people your Instagram.
It's just my name, Adrian Appalachia.
Spell it though, because people are like, oh, that's Appalachia must mean A.
I know. Well, also,
Oh, you have an I first. The I.
So you need to use a font where it's an I. So it's ADRIE underneath, and then the last name's IA.
Have you ever thought about just changing your last name to an A? Just put an A there.
I'm never going to
What this is? Is it one big L?
I feel like I like that.
You do. That makes sense. Keep it that way. Don't listen to me. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye, everybody.
Good job. Slogan, experience.
Train my manager.
These are the conversation starters, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Well, it's like a safe room. Blocks out. Yeah, conversation only exists inside your ears. You know, blocks it out. I think I'm blocks it out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like a football player kind of put on their helmet.
Right, ready to go.
We're ready for this. Yeah.
Yo, how fun was election night on the show?
It was bad, man. I mean, outside, it was so much fun.
We had such a good time. That green room was so positive.
My favorite part, at one point, they were playing that song, Talk About a Revolution, and people were dancing, people were smoking weed. I think there was a baby smoking weed. There was everybody, people were like, it was crazy, dude. If Adam and Eve were in there, there was just a lot going on.
It felt like America's right. That's what it felt like. We were moving towards this insane world where we're being controlled by liars. We're just being gaslit left and right. We saw it all, the media, we saw it all, the news. Things that were right in front of your face, they're trying to deny. There's just so much craziness. And then all of a sudden, did you see the map of the actual country? Like how many places actually vote red?
Oh, no, I don't know if I saw that.
It's just a few cities. Even California was mostly red. That's what's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if I saw that. I'm trying to think of what I saw.
There's
Tony was nervous, remember?
Tony better be fucking nervous.
Dude, I kept going up to him and going, Feliz Navidad. Look at that. Oh, wow.
This is the one I saw Jamie was on. It's like music to it.
That sounds like when I got the hair surgery. You know what I'm talking about?
It's like music in the background.
No, but
Let me see that. Yeah, it looks a lot like that, like a transfer. Yeah. Micrographs.
yeah, that's what it looks like, man.
So what I sent you, Jamie, it just shows like the entire country. I'll show you. Look at that.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's crazy. There's no blue states, just blue cities.
Well, then why do you think why do you think the cities and states are so much different?
Well, cities are always going to be blue. It's normal. There's a lot of factors. One of them is you have massive populations of people, right? And you when you have massive populations of people, it's like a lot of times it's based around universities. Like Los Angeles is slightly different because Los Angeles has universities, but really it's like more around Hollywood, which is equally delusional. But most big cities are flavored by a university. Like Austin is flavored by the University of Texas.
Yeah.
That's why Austin is progressive. Austin is, people that don't know outside Texas, Austin is one of the most progressive cities. Like if you look at, we voted in Austin, the city of Austin voted more for Kamala Harris than the city of Los Angeles did.
Oh wow, really?
Higher percentage of Democrats voted for Kamala Harris than even Los Angeles.
Well, I think it seems like a lot of Democrats. I don't know like a ton about politics, but it seems like a lot of Democrats like it's. I understand a lot of the voting because it's hopeful voting. It's like wishful thinking.
Well, they're feeding off of narratives. Like you're a good person if you believe this, but the consequences for what they're doing, the pretending that the economy is in a great place, that's crazy. Talk to anybody who's broke. Talk to anybody who's struggling to pay for bills and groceries. Talk to anybody who's trying to buy a car. The economy's bananas right now. It's sketchy, very sketchy. And
Yeah,
a lot of it is
people are robbing each other on Facebook Marketplace.
recovering from COVID. I'm sure a lot of them. There's probably a lot of blowback from that. I mean, they shut the whole fucking country down, which is just so embarrassing.
That was insane. I think that's one of the but yeah, people are robbing each other on Facebook Marketplace. I was wondering if I can go walk the talkies on the guy, right? It's fucking mug, right? Yeah. He's gonna buy a couple of
So it means I gotta go get the walk.
Yeah. That's like the seventh story I've heard. Right? It's like, people are doing crime. People are resorting to crime, and that's when it's not good. I feel like
Well, not just that.
when people are resorting to crime.
This administration did that I think was terrible, and this is a progressive thing, is that you have these DAs, these George Soros funded DAs that just let people have the ground time and no cash bail. And when there's no repercussions for crime, guess what? Crime goes with
Oh yeah, if I'm a criminal and they're like, hey, it's crime time or whatever, I'm gonna fucking put on my cleats or whatever. I'm gonna get
released.
Yeah, it's like catch and release. It's almost like fishing rules or whatever.
You go trout fishing in the lake.
Yeah, I mean a little bit.
You're a fly fisherman. You used to be a cop, now you're a fly fisherman.
He's on the boat.
Yeah, those fishermen, they used driverless hooks. And then they let those fish go.
No, I went fly fishing recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I did? I thought it was like, let me think about what I thought of.
It's the more sophisticated way to go fishing.
Yeah, so it was like, excuse me, fish.
Gentle.
Yeah. It was like, hey.
It also requires a lot more skill.
Well, it requires more patience.
For sure.
You can't, like if you have a kid or whatever, you can't do it. Like if you're just fishing on the bank, you can have your kid and you can just sit there supposed or whatever your kid likes to do, But if you're in that, you have to constantly be moving. Right. It's very kind of like it's kind of homoerotic almost. It's like hey fish or whatever. It's like hey fish.
Think so?
Yeah, I didn't ever see that. It's like hey fish,
The least sophisticated form of fishing is like a bobber with a worm.
Yeah.
Right? That's the least. You throw it out there. That's some of the most fun fishing because that bobber starts moving. Oh shit.
It's like Jaws also. Yeah, my grandma used to take us fishing, dude, and she was like a malignant fisherman or whatever, and she would she was like a staunch fisherman. Like we're fishing, You better not fucking not fish, She was like kind of had that kind of behavior. Yeah, she was very that fish right or she would kind of be like that. Yes, very aggressive, right?
Fishing for little kids.
Yeah. I mean, it was quiet and straight out and wait for the bobber. But she was really she loved fish.
Did she like to eat fish?
Yep, she liked to skin them and grill them and everything.
Yeah,
it was cool. Mostly catfish, bullhead. We used to fish up in like Spoon River up in like Illinois.
Chicken River?
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. I might not have worked in traditional offices, but I've had many different jobs in my day, and while there are many different types of offices, one thing is for sure: choosing the right candidate for any office is a huge responsibility. So if you're hiring and you want to find the best candidates, I think you need ZipRecruiter. Right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter will save you so much time and money because they have smart technology that'll show your job to qualified candidates immediately. And their matching technology works fast to find top talent. You can even invite top candidates to apply to encourage them to apply sooner. Remember, if you want to find the right candidates for your office, you need ZipRecruiter. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
When we get out there, we have a little thermos full of chicken liver. You know, my grandfather would say anything. He would look at him and he wouldn't talk that much.
She was the fisherwoman.
She was.
The fisherwoman.
Yeah, she was. She loved to fish. I think she liked catching her own meals. You know, she didn't like to hunt, but she liked to fish.
What's that fucking dude's name? The chubby dude that dressed up like the devil and everybody got mad. He's a singer. Sam. What's that? Sam Smith. Yeah. He said he wanted to be a fisherman. Not a fisherman. A fisher. A fisher down. The lady. That's the best evidence you can grow the cards. You can't be cruel.
Well, like, the only thing I think it's almost, if you're being cruel, you're, I don't understand it. Like, if you're being cruel, are you being, like, there's more of me, kind of? Like, that's what I understand. Is it like an ego trip? Like, that's, you know, like, that's what I understand about that.
It's just a way to be unique, and it's a way to be in a marginalized community if you're just a regular person.
Yeah.
So if you're a regular white person, you're at the lower end of the social hierarchy. But if you're queer or non-binary, now you're in a protected group.
My buddy's queer, actually.
What does he have to do to get queer?
Nothing. He's cool. He doesn't, yeah, he didn't like send an email update or whatever. He's just,
Did he update on Twitter programs?
no, he's just like,
Just decides it's queer.
yeah, he's like a secret. Not secret, he's like, he's just like I don't even know what they call it. I gotta look at the chart.
What is queer these days? Because when I was a kid, queer was gay. If someone was queer, they're gay. Or if you got punched in the head, then you're a Christian. It was like everything was confusing. Queer was confusing.
Okay.
And then queer became gay somewhere along the line. But now I think queer is whatever you want.
Yeah.
You could be gay, bi, straight, and then you can be pansexual.
And what is that?
That's what it is.
He's pansexual?
I don't know.
I can barely handle whatever I am, dude. To be real honest, bro. Also new. Whatever I am, bro, it keeps jerking off at night and being afraid that he's a limit. So, whatever that is, that's what I am.
You're theosexual.
Oh, it's fucking getting kind of heavy, man.
You're theosexual.
Why
are you afraid to talk to them?
No, I don't know. You know, I think I get afraid of, like, I've always got afraid of approach to it, you know?
Really?
Yeah.
But why? You're funny. You're successful.
I don't know. I think something I just,
Childhood shit.
yeah, probably just, you know, yeah, like I would just be so fucking nervous. You know, when I was a kid, I was just, yeah, I was so
Which
nervous.
is interesting you don't understand the comedy, which makes people really fucking nervous.
Well, I think I was familiar with being nervous. So that's an investment.
Oh, interesting. Because you're nervous all the time. You're like, fuck it, I'm going to be nervous in front of all these people.
Oh, the audience is when you're on stage, the audience is just a room.
Oh, like you're just trying to get them like you.
You're just trying to get, you're like, how do we get this to work out, you know?
How do I get you to like me more? Who do I have to be?
Dude, the other night was crazy. Sorry, I cut you off.
No,
I got this week's been crazy. It's just been a crazy week.
yeah.
You know? It's been a crazy week.
It was interesting because at the beginning of the night, no one knew what was going to happen. So you watch the first results roll in, and it's like this weird thing. And then Trump gets way ahead, but you're like, for too long. How far ahead is it? I think about 100 points. That's like a lot.
Yeah, and you're like, what is it? And some channels are like, and then every channel's going to be different.
Yeah, different numbers. I was getting a different number on my Apple News update than I was getting off of CNN, and then I was texting people like Tulsi and JD Vance. I was getting a different number. Elon created an app, and he knew who won 4 hours before the results. So as the results were coming in, 4 hours before they called it, Dana White told me Elon was like, "I'm leaving." Told one. He just fucking somehow or another. It's like where he's pulling his data from, but he had like the most accurate data in terms of the rural states hadn't put their results in yet, but yet Trump was ahead in these states. Kamala's never won in those states, so tabulated that and like put it all together. I don't know how he did it.
Yeah.
Data, I haven't even talked to Elon, so I don't know like the data translation. The data said he had that, and he's like showing. He's like, it's over. He's like, dude just left.
It's over. John Jones won.
He just fucking left.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing's crazy. I'm so happy for, my biggest thing was I was so happy for Bobby Kennedy.
Yeah.
Because he's the only person that I super know, like, as a human, you know? He's been a buddy of mine for years, and I've just known that he's like, I trust him. Like, it's almost like you have people you know and that are good people. It's like, yeah, I have to trust my own instincts at some point and know, I know him. Right. You know, he's a somebody I would vouch for. You know, he's a good guy, and he's been helpful to me, like in moments where I've struggled as a person, and just been inspirational. You know, it's like I'm there with him, you know, like a friend. And so that's, I think, like, that was something that was like super exciting, like, just to see what everybody was like, screw this guy, you know, and to see him have an arc where it's like, because all he ever cared about, to me, and I don't know, this is just my opinion, dude. Some people, everybody has their own opinions, and I'm an idiot, but he always cared about like the rivers and the environment, you know, and then he started to care about the environment inside of our body, right? So for me, that all makes sense, right? And so, like, you know, I was super excited.
You know how I made the transition to being worried about pharmaceutical drugs? He would give these speeches, and he litigated a bunch of lawsuits against corporations that were polluting rivers, cleaned up these rivers, huge environmental. And they were also talking about the effects of mercury poisoning in the soil and water. And these women kept coming with these things that he was doing and saying, you need to investigate mercury in vaccines. And, you know, he thought like that. Which most people think. You hear vaccine, like, the last time I'll be labeled as a vaccine skeptic. Jesus Christ, but vaccine denier, that's like, we were talking about this, because like Holocaust denier, like vaccine denier and election denier are like right on.
Yeah.
And he started looking into it, particularly the MMR vaccines and the correlation between the uptake of all these autoimmune issues, autism spectrum disorders, all these different things that coincided directly with the increase in the vaccine schedule for kids. And so then he starts doing research, and the more he does research on it, the more it gets uncovered. Like there's this gigantic machine that's protecting all of this because there's so much money that's being generated. And most of it has to do with during the Reagan administration, they gave them immunity to prosecution. So they couldn't, there were no longer liable for whatever side effects the vaccines came.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, and then of course these motherfuckers started giving little kids, even babies that were just born, Hep B vaccines. Like, what do you do? Like that's you get that from needles and sex.
Yeah, unless it's Pam Anderson baby, dude, I wouldn't. Yeah. And no, I don't even know if she has a baby or not. And I love Tommy Lee.
Well, you fucked up.
What are you gonna do? It's a fucking joke. Yeah, sorry.
I feel the same way about Bobby. I don't know him as well as I know Tulsi though. Tulsi's a good friend. I love her. She's great. She's an awesome person. She's like a legitimate awesome person. You know, that lady, she served as a congresswoman for 8 years, and the whole time she was against this divide of right versus left. She was always trying to be cool with everybody. She served overseas. She was deployed overseas in a medical unit. So she was helping people who got blown up out of work twice. That's where she got that crazy white streak in her hair. That all came from the stress of being overseas working in a medical unit.
Yeah, it's, I guess, can stress be that compartmentalized inside you when it comes out like that? Huh?
You can't imagine. You know, I was just talking to my friend about this last night. We were talking about the amount of death that most police officers see and the stress that has. And what he was telling me is you take like a cop or a what they see is probably 10x what the average soldier who's deployed sees. Because you're seeing murder all the time. You're seeing car accidents all the time, suicide all the time, domestic violence all the time. You're pulling people over. You never know when you get shot. Because most of these guys are fucked up because they just constantly see stuff. Constantly.
Oh, yeah. I'm not here so you put a dark under the fucking pull on it, you know? Yeah. What's going on? We had a police officer on a few years ago, or about a year ago. Can you look this up? James, I could ask you what's it. It's a police officer.
How long ago?
Yes. This retired police officer, Sergeant Brad White. This guy was super unique. He lived in Los Angeles, but he told this story. He was he didn't have any political thoughts. He just told stories of what it was like being a police officer, and he told the story of his first day on the job. They're chasing a guy. The guy runs into traffic, gets hit by a vehicle, and killed. Right. So even as just a human being, like you're just doing a job, but then you're like trying to compartmentalize work, or how do what effect did I have on this? What am I, like he told this story of a mother had called and said that her son was thinking about committing suicide, right? The mother meets him in the yard and shows up. He's a police officer. It's outside of Los Angeles. I think in Whittier Police Department. I could be wrong. He shows up. The mom meets him outside. They see the son comes in with a doorway, right? It's like a glass door with another door behind it, kind of. Takes his own life, right? Kills himself right in front of him. So now he's standing there with the mom. Now he has to console the mother, then go inside of the home. He walks inside. The door won't open because the man's body is open, right? It's like he's having trouble getting it open. Even just that. He gets it open. Something falls off of the ceiling down the back of his shirt. And it's part of the guy, his brain, he shot himself up himself. So I know that's graphic and stuff. And then for the next 3 or 4 hours, he has to take care of this scene with this little feeling between his bat wings, whatever inside of your body. Yeah. It's great. And it's just like, that's just a regular guy. He might not even have finished college or something. It's like, so just the baffling amount of stuff that police go through. Anyway, I was trying to just like, those are stories that stuck with me when I spoke with that guy. It was like unbelievable.
It's just convenient for most people who never be police officers. And then that was one of the more offensive things about the George Floyd thing, all this defund the police shit. So people rose up and I'm saying, defund the police. Defund the police. And Colin Harris was one. She was out there tweeting defund the police. And because of that, crime just went up in certain communities, and so many people want the police back. Then it's it's a long process to try to. And to this day, most of these cops don't have good morale. they still have this feeling of defund the police was just a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
It's hard to get people to be cops now. They don't want that fucking change. Why would they? It's a fucking hard job.
Yeah, and they don't even. I think the highlight, like they used to play like softball in our area against like, the fire department. That was like the highlight. You know, it was like having like competition. You know, but I don't like if you defund them, they're not even super funded. You don't ever see a cop with like a road or you know what I'm saying? Like you don't
A ball of cops.
yeah, you don't see
Right. If you think about how hard that job is, a flood job should be more. Right?
yeah.
You know? Like, what is the. I think if you pay them too much, they'll just quit. Like, I gotta go. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know every time.
People think, what's harder, being a rapper or being a cop? It's fucking way harder to be a cop.
Oh yeah, I think yeah.
Well, rappers get paid way more.
That's true. Cops just, I think a lot of cops will start making albums. But there really should be there should be a great producer that goes on a ride along with the police officer. This is going to happen, and makes a dope track with a cop.
Right.
And you could make a dope video. There's so much great visuals,
Right.
and the proceeds go towards supporting the police.
Yeah, like the cop could like be saying shit from behind the wheel. And you can sample that, turn it into songs.
We got it.
Different codes, 5150. You know, it's almost crazy.
Oh yeah, that's crazy right there. That's 44.
Look at this cop rap. Look at this. Grammy-nominated rapper Sacramento police officer records people deploying recruitment video.
Holy moly, man.
No.
I just figured you could have ordered them.
What's that? 5150.
It doesn't even make Grammy-nominated. Grammy-nominated doesn't impress me. Like Grammy-winning doesn't impress me. Grammy-nominated?
Dude, my grandma
Who
nominated.
nominated?
Yeah. My grandma nominated anybody. She liked chocolate Wilburys.
You didn't.
I mean, I didn't. I mean, if my grandfather showed up and said, hey, they're good, I respect that a little bit more, but that's just me, you know. Lainey Wilson, I love. She's great. Red Clay Stray, Stephen Wilson Jr.
Red Clay Stray's great. Yeah. There's good music out there. It's a good time for music because, like, you could find things so easily. You know, you don't have to wait for the radio. You just find stuff. People send you stuff. Like, in the green room all the time. Someone would play something like, what is this? And I'll Shazam it. Like, oh, sure. It's nice. That Shazam thing, that feature is so huge.
Yeah.
You know what Google Pixel phones? There's an option to just have it on all the time. So anytime a song's playing, you look down your phone and it'll tell you what song's playing.
I didn't know.
This little feature, I think it's only on the Google Pixel.
I feel old. You ever feel like that?
Oh, yeah.
Like
Wow,
you open your light. Yeah, I didn't sleep well.
2 days in a row, I didn't sleep. The night of the election, I could not sleep. I got home, I was wild. And I just
jerk off.
no, I just sat in front of the TV. I was watching professional pool, sitting in front of the TV. I called Dave Smith. Me and Dave Smith talked on the phone at 3:30 in the morning. And then I finally went to bed. And my wife woke up. She said, "What happened?" And it was like Trump won a landslide.
You're like the Spurs.
She was it was a landslide. Like, it was a crazy landslide. It was the red wave that everybody thought was going to happen in 2022. Hey, Jamie, I'm hearing more and more about what we talked about yesterday, about the amount of people that voted for Biden in 2020 versus the amount of people that voted for anybody in 2016 and for anybody in 2024. That they're still saying this is giant problem. That's what I see. A lot of people think it's bullshit. There's a lot of people that are getting super suspicious about the 2020 numbers because Biden got more votes than anybody by like 20 million. It's really crazy. It's charged.
Well, did they say that the most people they'd ever seen at voting stations were this year? That's what I don't know what the visual report is for this year. But then
This is the most consequential election I've ever
for sure.
for sure. The way people felt about it too. The people on the left thought they were convinced that Hitler was coming. They're convinced that some right-wing authoritarians are going to come down and take away all your rights. And
Well, that's the media does.
100%. 100%. Not what he was saying, not what he did for 4 years in office. It's all the media. And we're all victim of it a little bit. because you won't defend him or support him if you hear all these things about him. Because then you got to defend the fact that he didn't really do that. It's not really a felon. They're only misdemeanors. Texas voter turnout falls in 2022 elections despite record registration numbers. 8 Texas, right? 61% cast ballots, a near 6% drop from 2020 presidential race. But the difference in the numbers nationwide is what I'm interested in, because the nationwide numbers they're pretty consistent, like through the entire election. In 2012, it's consistent with 2016, which is also consistent with 2024. The anomaly was 2020. In 2020, everything was way up.
Maybe because people were sitting home and so bored in the city so much to do, you think?
Could be, because it was during COVID. Could be there are a lot of people not working, so they did have the opportunity to vote. The voting should be a national holiday.
I agree. I don't understand.
It's crazy that you give some people a complication, like imagine you got a shithead boss. I got to vote. Why did you vote early? You're working for me, piece of shit. There you go. Who you vote?
Yeah, I mean, they get Christopher Columbus as a holiday. The Lieutenant Dan of the 1400s. That dude gets a fucking holiday.
Yeah, what you read on the But let's get rid of Christopher Columbus. They changed to Indigenous Peoples Day. Like, the Indigenous people, like, thanks, actually wiped out like 80% of us. Thanks for giving us a day. How about we keep that day? That's fine. Why don't we have an election? National election holiday. We could do it one more.
Celebrate. It's a great day. People rejoice. And then it would take a lot of stress off people, too. It's like, today's also a day of celebration. It's not this day that I have to sneak away from work and be sneaky or whatever.
You should have a paid, it should have to be a paid holiday. You should expect that to pay your employees on the day of the election comes. Because everybody should be able to go this. That's what you mentioned. What's up, Joe? Making a national holiday.
I don't know. I mean, there's a guy in this Republican. Yeah, dude, it was just like what a crazy week.
Yeah, very good. Well, you were one of the first guys to have him on the podcast. Did you have any hesitancy to have him on here?
My brother, actually, my brother's a lot smarter than me. And he said, "Hey, man, I just want you to think that there could be some reflection from people if you have him on, right? Like some people could be upset about it,
Right.
You know." And I thought about that a little bit, and I was like, well, I don't really like I don't know, like I have political thoughts and beliefs and stuff like that, and it's like it's hard to find a group that really embodies them. And if anything, right now for me, it seems like I don't even feel like these new parties are the same as the old parties. It doesn't seem like this isn't Democrats or Republicans. There's something else transmorphing right now. And so I thought, well, I just want to be able to have a chance to talk to this guy, And the main thing for me was like you talked about Dana White earlier. He's really, I know that you guys work together, and he, I knew that Trump's brother suffered from addiction, right? I knew that, right? I heard that or something, and I looked into it. It's like, okay, he lost his brother. His brother died of addiction. So I was like, well, that's interesting to me, And I wish that I wonder if there's more to Donald Trump. Like, is there more of a way to talk with him about something that means, or we'll try to get an emotional more of an emotional well to him than it seems like it's in the public.
Well, there was a thing that was going on for a while where you were platforming people. This was the idea. Like, if you had on a guy like Trump, you were platforming his bad person. This was his thing.
Yeah, I didn't think about that at all.
But it's an authoritarian way to regulate conversations to let you know more about people. And it's stupid because people don't want to have a nuanced perspective on anybody. Look, it's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to Colin. I bet there's a person in there. I bet I get that person.
Yeah.
I wanted to find that person. I don't want to hear all the speeches. I don't want to hear all he's middle class. I don't hear that shit.
She's a roller skater. You know that?
Yeah, I'd love to find out. I would love to talk to her about all kinds of shit. Like, I literally said, like, because there was a few restrictions and things that didn't want to talk about. But I said, I don't give a fuck. I'll get her in here. Like, whatever you want to talk about. And they want to know if I help them.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah, it's the same thing they ask us. Is there, you know,
I just wanted to talk. I feel like you give someone a couple of hours and you start talking about anything. I'm going to see the pattern of the way you think. I'm going to see the way you process ideas. I'm going to see whether or not you're calculated or whether you're just free.
Yeah.
Or are you comfortable with you, or are you projecting things? Like, she's got 80 different accents. How do you decide which one to pull out?
Yeah.
So she busts out different accents depending on who she's talking to. They should have been talking to a bunch of Chinese folks. I would have loved her. I want to see what,
I do that too, though. I like to meet people where they're at. You know, if I see some of this, you know, I'll be like, what's happening with my friend? You know, I like to meet people where they are, you know?
Yeah. She did one with the Latinos. We should talk to a Latino accent like this. This is wild. But she's a chameleon. But if you want to be a successful politician, that's probably a good trait.
I agree.
You know, it's like comedians always on. They kind of get annoying. But if you want to be a comedian, it's probably a good trait. Want to be a politician, you should probably be able to melt into your environment. Sort of meld yourself with whatever the people want you to be.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But maybe not. Maybe it's just like I always feel like the environment of debates, the environment of interviews on television, the environment of anything you're doing in front of an audience, it's so fake. It's such a weird way to talk. You don't get a sense of who the person is. So, like, when I got to see Trump on your podcast, and you were talking about to a cocaine, and it makes like an owl.
Oh, God.
It was hilarious. It was hilarious. But it was like, you got a chance to see that guy as a person trying to figure out, like, who is this psycho I'm sitting here talking to?
I remember that shit. Nest in my living room. I'm like, I'll scoot over to the neighbors and steal some twine in my food. It's nothing worse than being locked out of your place on cocaine.
You talking to him, like, as a person is, like, almost more valuable than any other kind of speeches he does. Because when he's in front of everybody, talking about how to make it amazing, those are great speeches. But you don't, like, she had an amazing speech. When I was like, she could win, was when she had that one speech about Donald Trump, like, scared to debate her, and he says all these things. But you know what I always heard? If you want to say something, say it to my face. And the whole place went crazy. She was laughing. I didn't see it. Oh, so good. It was her best speech, for sure. And it was right when they decided that she was going to run for president.
Maybe that was what look after the ball.
Biden stepped down, and she had one banger of a speech. She looked young and energetic, and like it really made you feel like this is going to be cute.
Yeah.
She's young. She's a smart girl.
She's still all right. She got that thing on her.
So this,
you know what I'm saying?
I know you were saying that's why it's so crazy.
Because a lot of brothers love her too.
Everybody's
Look, if the brothers like it, she got that thing.
you know?
Yeah.
But like that one speech was almost enough for her to win. And if she just didn't talk other than speeches, but they would have done, they needed to do a better job with speeches because every speech was the same. And the problem with that is we were talking about with the internet, we get to see that speech over and over again online, like, and then people make compilations of speeches.
Right, and the same thing.
But it's like if someone goes to see her act. You know, they don't understand, like, acts, like, to develop a bit, it is months on months to really, like, put it together with, like, Rothschild.
Yeah.
And you're going to do it the same way or slightly different every night. And if someone comes to see you and goes, "Yo, so full of shit, man. He told us the other day that it was just the other day." But meanwhile, he said it 3 weeks later. It wasn't just the other day. It was 3 fucking weeks ago, dude. You're repeating the same shit.
Yeah, you got too many leap years, white boy. Yeah, shit like that.
Exactly. So that's what they feel about like a presidential candidate that's telling the same speech over and over. Well, hey, you're not supposed to go see all those speeches.
But yeah,
You know? But the thing
and you're following a pretty cool bet here. Trump has a lot, though. Trump has a lot that are repetitive.
he does, but not in the same order. It's like going to see a Grateful Dead show. It's all over the place. You know, when Trump gets out there, he just starts talking. You see, he accepted. He had this long-winded speech about the rocket.
That was insane.
About the rocket.
I'm like, you just want to
Edit that down. You can edit that down. That could be 2 minutes.
beautiful
I
hours.
was worried about that in the very beginning of the podcast before we got cooking. When he was talking about Lincoln's bedroom, I was like, like where is this?
I've been in the bedroom.
How was it?
It was okay. I think you could bring it up actually. It's in Springfield, Illinois.
No, he was talking about the one that's in the back.
Oh no, I've been to just his child before he got elected.
His childhood home.
It's really interesting. He keeps his notes in his head.
Oh, that was good.
Pretty cool. But his maybe had that for someone. Yeah.
So your card behind your phone. Except you know,
Being able to smoke the gas.
It's crazy, man. You ever see like how many dudes wore like fancy hats back in the day? That shit just went away. Imagine if you were a kid, you grew up in a hat family, like I found this hat from I want to take over this business, and then no hats. If you watch, there's a great outside boxing match in Reno, Nevada, between Jack Johnson and I think it's Jim Jeffries. And I think this is
Jim Jeffries?
Yes, not that guy. Another one.
It's not
Not the comedian.
I'm talking about the murderer.
No, maybe. I don't think so. I think it's just a boxer.
Who was it?
James Jeffries. So see, Jack Johnson versus
Who was
so,
killed the people with that
here's the
ruler?
thing.
Like,
when there's a video of all these folks that are walking like to the event, and every man has a fucking hat on. They all have hats. Look, they all have fancy hats. Look at all these guys taking up their hats, waving their hats. Men left the house with a fucking hat on. Look at this. Dude, they all have these fancy hats. What happened? They're all dressed up nice and fit. First of all, good luck seeing anything outside the Republican National Convention. Like that many people in the streets dressed up in suits. That's it. That's the only time you ever see them. These are like regular men walking on the streets. Everybody has fancy hats on and a nice button-up shirt, a suit jacket. That's Jim Jeffries right there.
oh, this guy's a good dude. James
That's,
Jeffries.
that's John L. Sullivan.
No way.
Yeah.
He got from let's say from the Nazi.
He was right there. He was a bare knuckle boxer back in his day. So and he was still famous back then.
Oh, look at that's so cool.
Isn't that cool? So they built this outdoor stadium to watch Jack Johnson beat the fuck out of Jim Jeffries. That's how it goes. Jim Jeffries is trying to make a comeback. He's a little bit older. Back then, bro, boxing would go until someone died.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the most rounds they had back then? They were crazy. It was like 80 rounds. Like, what's the longest old school boxing match ever? I think they had some insane amount of rounds.
That's a good
Look at
question.
this. The greatest number of rounds was 276 in a 4-hour and 30-minute fight when Jack Jones beat Patsy Tunney in Cheshire in 1825. Holy dude. We're introduced in 1867. Each round of a fight would last until someone was knocked down. Oh my God. Wow. Bro, 276 rounds is so crazy. Oh, that's when you get all your CTE in an IV bag. You have to run all right there. You just get your CTE just hot pumped into your fucking brain. I'm just kidding. Oh my God. At New Orleans, that's where it was. In he lived to 94, he lived to 1867. Oh, these are when they died. Okay, so 1893, it lasted 110 rounds. Oh my God. 7 hours and 19 minutes. It was declared a no contest, later changed to a draw.
Dude, most people couldn't go that long without even looking at their phone.
What's 7 hours? How did it take a shit? You're in the middle of a 200-round fight.
They should have a diaper around me to fight shit at the same time.
I would bet it affected punching power.
Oh, dude, how much is the way you can shit and punch at the same time?
Very hard.
Look that up.
Very hard.
Because, yeah, think about it.
Yeah.
It could be so
You need to
soft.
tighten all that up. You're gonna throw a good punch with your ass cheeks, right? Because you kind of move your legs as you thrust forward. You really can't shit and punch not effectively. You're
Yeah,
gonna
we
lose that
cracked
round.
the toes, man. We cracked the
You're gonna lose that round. So I guess they're probably just pissed themselves. I know guys who shit themselves in the UFC. Multiple guys, yeah. I believe Tim Sylvia shit himself in the fight once. Who else? Someone came out there. Michael Chiesa looked over at me once while I was doing commentary, and I think he got called. It was perhaps one of those situations where the fight before ended quicker, so he didn't get as much warm-up time as he wanted. And then all of a sudden he's running out and he looked at me. He goes, "Dude, I'm about to shit my pants." I go, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm about to shit my pants." And he won. Go out there and won first round submission.
because he had to.
Yeah. Dude, there's not. So is this the fight? Oh, is this another guy who shit his pants? The five fighters who pooped their shorts. Yeah, it happened. This guy shit himself a little bit.
Dude, I would shit myself like that if I had to go in there. So that's crazy.
Tim Sylvia definitely shit himself. Randomly shit himself?
Yeah.
It happens, man. Look, you're getting
Oh, I'm not
your liver pounded on, you're getting weed in the guts.
Oh, I got in the car accident once and
Shit yourself.
I didn't want to. I didn't have a choice. It just happened. It wanted to.
She shit her pants too. Justin, kids, congratulations. I bet dudes are paying a lot of money for that. You sell the shitty drawers.
And that's more than right there. The whole time out, brother.
Oh, that's how it is. Oh, no. Imagine if you're like face down, someone putting you in a rear naked choke, they didn't clean the mats that good, and the person before shit all over the place. You get pink eye while you get your ass kicked.
God, it makes me scared.
Yeah, that's a scary job. That's a scary job. I think,
Yeah, I went to that fight with you. Or no, I went to that fight. No, me and Joey Diaz did
which one?
in New York. Oh, it was. Oh, I was thinking of your fighters. I went to the James J. Braddock statue. Before it was in New Jersey. Before Dustin and that last fight that he had. No, the one before the last fight.
Justin Gaethje? That was in
No, after that. It was in New Jersey.
okay. Yeah. But more than me. Yeah.
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 No.
Yeah. Yeah, he beat up Ben Watson. Yeah, that was
He
that.
lost Islam.
Which one's the Jersey? Islam?
He didn't beat him Islam in Jersey.
Right. So he fought Ben Watson to me, then he gets a title shot against Islam.
Yeah, I went with Joey. I went to the James J. Braddock statue before.
Mm.
It was awesome, dude.
He's so good.
Yeah, it was crazy. And Joey was like, dude, he was no, dude. He's a fucking tremendous. He's one of a kind. And his book is great too if you ever read his book. But he's sitting there, he'd been eating more. And once he even started eating a little, you could see Aaron Rodgers. So what but by the sixth quarter or whatever, I don't know how the fight got, but it's like by the sixth quarter, he's just rubbing on his thigh. He goes, "Who's the dog?" That's what he kept saying. Joey used to shovel snow for James J. Braddock.
That's crazy.
One of my favorite things that I ever loved.
That's crazy.
Can you imagine that?
That is crazy. I'm gonna see him in a couple of weeks. He's coming out here. Joey is gonna start staying out here for months at a time. Yeah, he wants to get a place downtown, get a club.
I'm gonna come back and look in about a week and a half.
Every time he comes, it's hard. We'll make it easy for you. We'll make it easy for you. Tell me when you want to come. Fly you out. Which whatever you want. I'll get your real estate lady. Let's get the party started. And I'm trying to bring back this church of what's happening now. Because him and Lisa, they were together when they were up together, and I'm like, let's get together. You guys together were fucking amazing.
It was nothing like that show kept people alive.
That show, Joey, he has a show, was one of the most ridiculous, silly, preposterous shows. It was so ridiculous. And then he went to New Jersey, and here's the problem with Joey in New Jersey. He loves New Jersey, he loves New Jersey people. He needs community. And you forget that until you're not with them. And then you're like, oh, that's not no fun.
You just talking to plumbers or whoever's got a decent attitude or whatever, decent
That's
stuff.
nice. I like talking to all kinds of people.
Yeah.
But I need comedians in my life. Like I need vitamins. Like I need a certain amount of sunlight, get some vitamin D. I need comedians. It's too like that night that we had in that green room watching the elections. How many jokes were cracked? How many fucking times we were right? Dude, we talked Tony off the ledge. They did it. Tony's a fucking. Tony's like 26% more Puerto Ricans voted for Trump.
Bro, he had the Puerto Rican on his race. I'm like, dang, what is that?
Bro, the whole
He
thing
was like, how many plantains have sold tonight? He was fucking losing his mind.
they're trying to label him as a speaker. They said he was a speaker. A speaker? That was at the Trump rally? He said that Puerto Rico was a pile of garbage. These are human beings.
Was that out of right?
That's Obama. Oh, it is a speaker. That was at the Trump rally? He was talking about Puerto Rico as a pile of garbage.
The simple fact that Obama's coming up Tony is
Obama's doing a Tony Lynch bit. There's a video of us at the butcher. We played it yesterday, but I want to play it again. Play the video. It's on my Instagram. Tony is on stage in the menu. By the way, Tony is on stage just like Richard Pryor. They were going nuts. He was murdered. He has 35 minutes on it.
Oh, yeah.
He's on stage.
At the same time?
Yeah. We're definitely in a simulation. So this guy was on Fox talking about Tony on one TV while Tony was on stage on the TV monitor.
That's crazy. We did it.
He was so nervous because here's what was going to happen. If he lost, so the way these news organizations work, they have outlines for stories. If Kamala wins, they have outlines for stories if Trump wins. If Trump lost, they were going to blame it on Trump. They had stories where they're going to blame it on that joke. They're going to say that joke turned the tides and made people realize that Trump organization's filled with Nazis and racists, and they were going to blame Tony, and Tony would have been. So then the Trump supporters would have thought that too.
Right, so it's like both sides would have just like Tony.
Absolutely.
He would have to go to Puerto Rico or
No,
Costa Rica.
maybe Mexico and Puerto Rico is still in.
No, they don't even.
They don't get along well. In fighting for the giant rivalry between Mexicans and Puerto Ricans, and a lot of
Really?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I didn't know that.
Well, there's no prouder group of boxers, I think, in the history of Earth than Mexican boxers. Mexican boxers are known for a specific style. Like if someone says you fight like a Mexican, dude, that's a huge compliment. Mexicans like Julio Cesar Chavez, fucking Canelo Alvarez, Oscar De La Hoya, and you can go down the line, Morales, there's so many, Manuel Marquez, so many.
Yeah, they got just so many punches in one punch.
Well, there's a culture of boxing that goes back so far, and so with boxing, it's always people that are poor that want to win out, and one of the best ways out for a young man is to fight. You can make money, like Canelo, like Julio Cesar Chavez. So it's like the history of people rising through boxing, but there's a similar history in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico has a great history of boxing too.
Really?
There's always a
I can see that because you're both like cultures and want to be the best. I'm trying to think if I've ever been to a boxing match or anything.
You should go see Jake Paul or something like that. That's boxing match ever. Do you want to see if Mike Tyson wins?
I remember watching Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr.
Yeah.
And it was like two guys that can beat each other up in baby diapers or whatever. It was like, bring it up. They were wearing like big diapers or whatever.
They were wearing cups. There's a protector that boxers wear that's different than the protector to the MMA fighters. So the protection of boxing fighters is bone covers like the front of your hips and things too.
Well, maybe I'm not thinking about it. Maybe I'm thinking about something else. But it just,
This
They
to me,
kept calling it.
this is what I believe. I believe it's really, truly to my core that they made an agreement with Mike Tyson was going to hit him to the body. It looked like every time he moved his head, he was kind of pulling back.
that's it. It just didn't seem like a real fight.
It seemed like a fight to the body, but Mike was hitting him to the body really hard. And I think he hurt you a bunch of times really hard your body. But you know, both of these men are 50. Roy in his day, I maintain to this day, is the greatest boxer of his time. Roy Jones in his prime was a freak. Like, I mean a freak where he wouldn't even throw jabs. He would throw a lead left hook. He would favor that over a jab. But it was as fast as a jab. And people couldn't understand it. Because he'd never been in the ring with someone that fast. Well, who would Roy Jones highlight reel? Who watched Roy Jones? They were executions, son. It was like Mike Tyson for the most part, but a different thing. In fact, Nas says the new Mike Tyson's Roy Jones. Roy Jones was just executing. He was so much faster than anybody. His timing was so good.
He was a sniper.
Oh my God, he was just so skillful.
Who would you rather knock you on punches? You think you get to pick a good fight?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe Roy would just put it up. Popular chin.
Roy or Tucker?
Both of them would knock out Roy. And this is this one fight with Roy Jones with Vinny Pacienza. It's the only fight in Classic Box history where the opponent didn't land a single punch. A single punch. This was like when Roy was trying to stop the fight. Before that, Roy signals the referee, stop the fight. And the referee said no, and then Roy goes like this. It's like, look at Vinny, sorry, I gotta do this. He just lights it up. Bro, he was so good in his prime. But like all fighters, they stay past their prime. And people really only remember them when they lost. You know, Roy in his prime was just something completely special. You went to watch him just to see how long guys would last. That's what you would watch, to see what he would do to guys.
I did a fishing rodeo with him once.
Did you really?
Yeah.
He just dropped his hands, put him behind his back, and knocked him out. Like, lured the guy in and hit him with one straight right hand and dropped him. It was one of the, he just like, that's
Tony and Rays. I can't even get a fucking medium jacket off of my body. That's what it was my
God, was so good. He was so good. And everybody that went in there, there's a thing that happens when guys gonna fight, like that you would see with Anderson. So real smart, right? Some dude is in real trouble. He should have stopped this fight. Well, that dude did not need to take those other two punches. Dude, he was so fast.
Yeah, dude. Tony was changing.
He was terrified. Tony was terrified.
Right when I walked in, I didn't see him. It's fucking grilling. I'm like, there he is. I'm like, who's in Ireland now? That's what I said. He's fucking sitting there. Who's in Ireland now? Did you really say that to him? Yeah. Here's the best thing about Tony, though. He laughed. Like, Tony is for the joke, right? Like, even if he's, like, going through it, he respects the joke. And, like, there's many layers to that whole thing. It's like, Tony is who he is. And you respect that to the core. It wasn't the best timing, probably not, right? Was there a lot of supervision over what he said? Yeah. Probably not. But that's also, it's disorganized, but it's also real. So it's like, there's two ways to look at it. It's like, it's like nobody proofread it.
Let me clear some because we did say that they went over his material. They didn't. They did not go over his material. They did. Someone suggested they take one joke out. So he took this one joke out, and he's like, "Oh, what do I put in this place?" He decided to go to the Puerto Rico joke. You fucking dumbass! Take it out.
We did it.
Yeah, he's so silly,
But he's a
but he likes that stuff.
Oh, totally. But also, it's weird because it's like, do you want things to be tailored or do you not want them to be tailored? You know?
Yeah.
It's like you could have a group that goes through every single joke and says no to everything.
Right.
You know, and you get nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's like how many layers of like trained spaghetti or whatever? Like how many layers of
spaghetti.
I don't know. It's been a long year.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But I think when you get to a certain level of your career, you gotta say no to things that are outside of comments. If you're just coming up and someone says you want to go speak for the president, go out there. Make a mark, soldier. Give it your best. But if you're Tony Hinchcliffe and you see the Tom Brady bros, Kill Tony's the number one comedy podcast in the world, and you have millions and millions of downloads every week, don't do that. Just do comedy. You're really good. That's what I was trying to tell people. If you saw those same jokes on stage, he kills. Fucking crushes. It's just the worst environment ever for it. Lights are bright. It's in the day.
Yeah.
No one knows a comedian. He goes up cold. No one goes on after him. There's like this big ass pause after him. The whole thing is like organized. Terrible. Terrible. Oh, complete disorganization. It was like, there was the Trump speech, which is the big thing. Like, what do we do with all the extra time? Like, let everybody talk. Who wants to talk? This guy owns a fucking sandwich shop. Let him come up there. Yeah, look, it's my first cheap line. Like, let anybody in there. They were letting people that were saying wild stuff, too.
Oh, they were letting anybody in there.
And it did seem like they better than a lot of the speeches. Some of the speeches were like, what?
Yeah, they had 40 minutes of ASMR. They were fucking up people doing it.
Dude, whenever you get an organization, whether it's the Republicans or the Democrats, you got to kind of like appease everybody. And you got psychos and modern people. And they're all together under this one banner. Have you ever been on a sports team? There's always like one dude on the team that's a fucking psycho, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, don't cause me fights. Like, leave everybody alone. Let's go. Come on.
We had a brother who would slash everybody's tires, but then here's the thing, we were giving him a ride home. So it's like, now we're off. But that's who he was. He had to respect him. He was a power forward.
Yeah. Well, so much. Just not making the best decisions.
People don't want him. People don't want him. I
He hit the headline. He would make some sketchy ass decisions.
Nick Bosa got brave and shared his political thoughts the other night. You see that?
No, I did not.
Which is crazy how, like, on mainstream stuff, if you share anything one way, it's okay. If you share something another way, it's not okay.
Look, nobody got angry at you. They made fun of people for supporting Colin Powell. Like, we made fun of Dave Bautista because it looked just so silly. Like this performative commercial, it's really important.
So the
guy from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay.
Big Jack dude. He's trying to get movies now. He's wearing pearls to like carpets. I don't know who did it. You're trying to get those movies. You gotta like show up. You're an artist. You're sensitive. You're on the right side. You want to leave a movie. Let's be a movie star.
And fucking turn on your camera in the house and make something.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is like what he's doing is the right thing. Even if he's fake. You mean for Hollywood? You mean, wear beads, wear pearls. That softens you up a little bit. Lose weight, lost a bunch of weight. Talk shit about Trump. He's allowed to be like a tough guy. Talk shit about Trump. You ever see that Jimmy Kimmel sketch they did? We called Trump a whiny bitch. And you ever see that?
Where Jimmy Kimmel called Donald Trump
Bautista.
Yeah, Bautista did.
You never saw it? It's fine. It's kind of fun.
Is he the Intercontinental Champion? I didn't watch
He's a big time wrestler. He's a giant dude. Like, fuck him. He's built like a superhero. And then he went to Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He's a big giant wrestler.
Yes, now I know you're talking about.
He just wants to be a movie star. So he's losing some weight. He's a good actor, too, man. He was good in that. What was that movie, The Glass? The Glass Onion. Yeah, that was a good movie. He was a real good movie.
What I've seen.
It's just like if you're a big giant dude and you're a big muscle bound giant dude, and you want to do like serious roles, like you kind of gotta lose some weight. You know, you kind of gotta like support common lines. You kind of gotta like wear pearls. You kind of gotta like soften your stance. You know, you gotta kind of like be performative. That you're the guy that they would want to pick, because that's like part of the battle. Here, let me get this.
Oh, that's him?
Yeah.
Oh, those Eddie Bravo.
He's not. You look at it. Where's my makeup? There's Dolly Parton. What is it, a baby? The guy's afraid of birds. Feet for sure. Guys trap. You're like gut.
He sells imaginary baseball cards pretending to be a cowboy fighter. Guys are getting strong enough to hold the brother.
Well, he's working out.
And where is this? At Jocko's gym? That's pretty funny.
When she can golf, he creeps around beauty pageant dressing. You know that little thing she does?
Yeah, he's a pervert, dude. Who is a pervert?
The beauty, those tantrums. He actually got 5-year-old on the little truck. He gets over for doing this camera. The guy needs some walking down the hills.
I don't watch this kind of stuff. Look at this. The punch.
Street. Mostly, he's terrified that really local American men will find out how we told you time.
Wow. That closing line's pretty tough. That's not bad.
You call me a bitch.
But
It's like you, dude.
yeah.
Well, to become a movie star. Get moved. So the Hollywood liberals 100% right.
Well, Hollywood's just crazy to me, dude. I just don't understand it. Like, it seems like they hate white men.
Well, some people that work in Hollywood, I'm sure, don't like white men, but that's the thing about woke culture. It's like there's a hierarchy of the injustices that you're facing.
But
White man, even if it's not you, which is where it gets precious, because it's not you. White men over history have caused the most grief. They caused the most trouble. They've been responsible for the most injustices in this country, at least. You know, slavery, red line laws,
other people helped with slavery. They could have just been the heirs on the honky donkey.
Right. But in America, slaves were exclusively owned by white people.
Right.
In other countries, they're owned by all kinds of people. This is where
See, that's what we got to do there.
well, people don't understand there's more slaves today than there have ever been.
No.
More slaves today than there were before 1865 when slavery was abolished in America.
You're one.
Nope, it's more slaves. In Libya, when we took down Libya and the rebels killed Gaddafi on television, you see that?
I didn't know.
It's one of the most terrifying
What channel is it on?
but Libya became, for a while, a failed state, and at one point in time, there were slave auctions in Libya that you could watch on YouTube.
Okay.
How crazy is that? Like, Google the actual numbers.
Oh my god.
That's real statistic. So, and this is also one of the things that people are terrified about is border. Okay? Because one of the things about the border, it's not as simple as people coming over and want a better life, of course. But it's also people being exploited. And there's tens of thousands of kids that are missing. Who knows if they've been smuggled into child trafficking. There's who knows how many people have been. So estimates range from about 38 to 49.6 million people are enslaved today. The number of enslaved difficult people is difficult to determine. Estimates range from 38 to 49 million.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I didn't have any clue.
Well, you have to include people that can't move, even if they're not like in cages. People that are trapped, right?
Like Gaza people, you mean?
Well, no, I would talk like people that work in coal mines or cobalt mines and Condos. They're essentially slaves. I mean, they give them the minimal amount of food and water. They work in horrific conditions, and they live in complete abject poverty.
But they're treated better than people in Gaza, though.
Perhaps. But they're all going crazy for my cobalt.
Yeah, but still, they're getting lunch up that.
Either way, yeah, you could find other spots and stuff worse. Yeah. The point is, like those people you can kind of consider slaves. And then there's real slavery. You know, this friend I was talking about this place that was built in Jamaica or the Bahamas. It was the Bahamas. And they brought in Chinese workers in like this giant ship and said they had this patch of land. They put up a fence around the land, and all the Chinese workers lived on that land. And the Chinese workers built this resort there. They worked nonstop, 24 hours a day. They built the whole thing in 18 months. They would just have shift after shift. And once it was completed, they took all the workers, put them back in the boat, put them right back to China. So, what was that? Was that slaves? That's slaves. It seems like slaves. Like it seems like unless they paid those people an exorbitant amount of money, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the arrangement was. But they put a fence around the area. They brought people in a giant ship, and then they put them back on the ship and shipped it back to China.
Yeah. Look at Fire Festival. Remember Fire Festival?
Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
Those people trying to make money.
Right, but still, you got caught over there. Yeah. Nothing to eat, nowhere to sleep. Definitely different than slavery, but still, it's like, yeah, it's funny. You could just, because things happened a long time ago, that's not slavery today, right?
Well, I wouldn't say the Fire Festival is
Yes.
slavery.
I agree.
Prop 6 in California. What is that? Prop 6 prohibits slavery and involuntary servitude. Oh, what? Wait a minute. What? In California? Proposed amendment to California's Constitution would bar slavery in any form and repeal a current provision allowing involuntary servitude as a punishment for crime.
Because a lot of them gay producers trying to crank out them twinks. I mean, that's why, bro.
Keeping us like
Every now and then, shoots. Every now and then, freaking some twink fucking clambers out of an air.
it's forced labor in prison. It's like wildfire stuff. Interesting. So they want them to have to work. Wow.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
But that is what happened, right? That was what the Jim Crow laws were all about. Like, one of the things about slavery is slavery didn't end, boom, now let's get black people jobs. No, slavery ended, and then there was this long period where black men would get arrested for anything and everything, and then they'd be forced to work. And they had work jobs. And so you were still the same thing. You could just get caught, you would be a slave. You get a bad cop, besides your speeding, whatever it is, you're a slave.
Yeah.
And they did
Speeding,
that.
you a car, you know, your speed.
You're intimidated with that. You're verbally intimidated, whatever the fuck it is. Like you see with when someone wants to target you for something, you pissed off the wrong people, they fucking come after you with the law. They can get you. If they just decide you should be free, and we're just, there's an industry around slave labor, which there is. There's also an industry now around keeping people in prison, right? Because the prisons are private. So it's a private corporation owns this building where you lock people up for money. You get paid for them being there.
Who gets paid?
Private prison. There's contracts with the state.
It's like a summer camp or something
I
like
don't know who
that?
gives the contracts, but no, prisons are owned by corporations.
Okay, so prisons own corporations.
So no. Prison is owned by a corporation, so it's a business.
Okay.
So they lobby to make sure that laws stay on the books. One of them is marijuana. So the prison guard lobby, they were trying to make sure that marijuana stays illegal so that more people stay in prison.
Okay.
Because the more people in prison, the more jobs they have, the more hours they have, the better benefits they'll have. And the prison wants as many people in jail as possible. That is how they make money. Yeah.
Who makes the money? It's not the government?
Well, in some jails, but there's private prisons. What is the percentage of private prisons? Well, no, I know what this stuff, but I don't know.
Are they nice? What about the Astounding in Las Vegas? That place is a fucking private prison. You ever been there? Dear God, bro.
I heard Circus is still like that. That's the ultimate. Circus is like, how is this place legal?
Dude, that was
At the end of 2022, 8% of the total state and federal prison population in the United States was in private prisons.
What?
Yep, which is about 90,873 people. This makes private prisons a relatively small part of the correction system, which is mostly public. Which, by the way, is even crazy. How about the fact that 90,000 people in jail is a small percentage? We have more people in jail than any other country. Do you know that?
Yeah, we need a few more in there too. To be honest, bro, freedom is like some people can't handle freedom.
Freedom ain't free.
Freedom, freedom, man. What do you eat over there? I need a hit or something. Huh? That's Zans or something.
Right, you scared of it?
You want to vape on it? This is not. What is it?
I'll
I'll take a hit of it. Jerk off just to get high, dude. I mean, it's just been a long week, man. It's been a long year.
Well, you're successful. You're handsome.
I don't understand it either. It's not the fishing bait one, is it?
So strong. I haven't even opened this yet.
But
It's not even open yet.
can't smell it. Yep. It's
Shout out to my friend John B. This night was made with.
You got a vape in here still, man? BLM, dude. What you got, Jamie?
What do you need, man? What's wrong with your vape?
I just want to hit a nicotine.
What do you do with the vape with no nicotine? It's faking?
Yeah. Trying to get through that.
Do you want a cigar?
I'm sick of that.
I want you to get sick. Oh my God.
Tremendous.
What round are we? What round are we? Being well.
Oh my God.
Come on, boy. I'll fucking ride this bitch. Huh? And works in Paris.
Get it.
Hey, let's get this.
Get it. Oh, Lord, right?
How many seconds can I do, man? That's PBR short. Let me get one.
Don't be scared. I like it. Oh, Lord. I can't leave you alone out there. I'm too man. I'm going to get a dose of my
Fuck, I don't think I saw those highs. Oh my God. Bro, that shit made something happen to me.
so strong.
Wow. Oh, I'm going to join Vitamin Sports. Yeah, that was
If every time you do this, they did up here, and you felt like you couldn't remember things well, would you stay through it?
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would lose like a little bit of memory. Like, where's my keys? It's nothing serious. Like, remember your name. You know, I still remember your phone number. But you like
To do a little bit of a drug.
absolutely.
Oh, yeah. One of my eyes just shut down. Yeah. And I like it. It's like, how far can we go? There's something about doing something. It's like, I think when you have addiction, you want to do something that harms you. You know,
Is that what it is?
Yeah. You want to fucking, because it's control. It's like, I want to control how I feel. So even if how I feel isn't great, there's a weird juxtaposition where it's like, if I have control over it, then it's almost like you're the devil that's trying to kill you, you know? Does that make any sense?
So if you have control, like, so you have anxiety and you're worried about things, and so in order to kind of mitigate that, you do a little bit of damage to yourself, so you have control over the damage.
Yeah, there's something about having control about how you feel. So even if you feel damaged, you still did it to yourself. It's like, I don't know.
No, I know what you're saying. The self-destructive tendency is
Yes.
just a big part of addiction, you know?
Yeah, self-destructive. It's like, things feel so hectic right now. At least if I damage myself, then I'm the one doing it. I'm not just letting the world do it, right? There's in the moment, you don't see that doesn't have any value. Afterwards, you're like, shit, that was dumb. But in the moment, that feels like at least I'm taking control of the situation.
I think sometimes you spend too much time.
Me personally?
Yeah.
I think that's probably true.
Yeah, I think knowing you and being your friend for many years now, I think when you struggle is when you fight so much.
Yeah.
Because when you are with everybody else, everybody loves you, you all have fun together. I've said it before, I'll say it again, we need that. Especially us, especially comedians, we need to be around people who are just like us. Like, you don't have to worry, we can just talk shit and laugh and have fun. There's no like wondering where we stand with each other. It's always fun. You need a home base.
Yeah.
You know, like you were doing better when you were on the at the time. Because you're around us all the time. We're all around each other. We knew there was a place we could go where we could find like-minded people and have a laugh. You know?
Yeah.
On a regular basis, which is like, we're so fortunate. Most people don't have a place where they can go where they're guaranteed to see people that they love and you're going to have a good time and just be silly with each other. And then you're watching all these sets, everybody's going on stage with that energy. And so there's all this
Fun.
feeling in there.
Yeah, I mean, ownership is fun, man. I would never look for a place where I was having a time.
Let me ask you this.
This year's been the craziest year. You know, it's been a crazy year. So it's like,
So it's good to be crazy because you're busy. You do great stuff.
yeah, it's been fun.
Podcast is killing it.
It's been scary, you know, it's been fun, you know. I appreciate the couple times, you know, you've messaged me after a couple episodes and said, hey, man, I like that or something. I really appreciate it. I want to let you know that I really appreciate that.
Oh, well, that's actually what you're doing. I'm very, very proud of you. I love to see how much you've worked at it and how your podcast just keeps growing the ranks. It's really good, man. It's very authentic. It's a perfect podcast, and that it's really you. You know how to be you're real authentic. Even if you're talking Trump, you're talking about Joe Cocaine, former President Trump, and now new elected President Trump. So it's like,
I just want to have a voice, you know. I always just want to have a voice. I just want to, I don't know.
you want to be able to express yourself?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want things to be fair. I just want to express. I just like, there was always this feeling inside of me. I can't speak up for myself, you know. And so, like, I think, and even if I'm just listening to somebody, but letting them speak, it's like there's still like something that, you know, it's like I can't even explain it, but it's like it's like I don't know, it means something to them.
Yeah, I think these kind of conversations are very good for you. Like the conversations you're having, conversations that I'm having. I think they're good for you. You get a chance to communicate with people that are really interesting, unique people that have completely different lives than you. I got Brian Cox on the other day explaining the universe to me. I was like a kid in the candy store. It's like so exciting to get this guy. It's just like super intelligent person who's also a really good communicator, could break down the fabric of the universe for you and what you know about it. I mean, like, why does anybody ever get that opportunity to sit down and talk to someone for 3 hours?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I had a lady who had been driving cats across the country for 2 years in a fucking tour bus, right? And they perform and they do music acts. And bro, I'm not even telling you, it was one of the most fascinating things I've ever heard in my life. Because her commitment to it. Imagine she got her CDL so she could drive the fucking bus because it was so expensive.
What's the CDL?
Commercial driver's license. And she goes around doing feline shows around the whole country. And she's been doing it for 15 years. Right. Grab by the pussy, probably that guy.
Do you know that crazy cat ladies, that there's a reason for that? It's the same reason that, like, it's a cat parasite, toxoplasmosis.
So you're saying it's a medical ailment?
It makes you aggressive. No, it makes you aggressive. Yeah. I bet a lot, like, that's that term, cat lady, crazy cat lady, that's a real thing. That lady's got a parasite. She's got a brain parasite. Toxoplasmosis.
Well, you can't tell them that.
Oh, I bet I can touch them. But I'm going to get a cheek swab. Hold that lady down and do a cheek swab. I guarantee that lady's got it.
Oh, wait. I used to live with this dude. I used to live with this dude, right? And I ended up doing a lot of drugs or something, whatever. And I fucking cut a window in my closet, dude. And it was to the neighbor's apartment. I thought it went outside. I got kicked out. But before that, I lived with this dude, and he would get really scared.
And the apartment next door, and you hear a song.
Something's got no hole in your fucking apartment. this. That's the crazy thing about blood, Trump. Because the thing about cocaine is for fucking 42 hours.
You want to hear something crazy? Trump, after the day of the election, Dana White told me he'd been up for 72 hours. I go, how's that possible? He goes, dude, he's a freak.
It's so weird. Well, yeah, see, I'll say some things. Here's things that, like, whatever you think about, the guy is as resilient. No one could go through all that shit. When the Justice Department started to fuck him over, that's when a lot of people realized, you know what? The only thing we should be able to believe in this country is at least the justice system. And if they're fucking him over, and then he got shot at a couple of times, dude. He's a quarter of 50 cents.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's like, so it's like, what else does it, you know, at a certain point, you're just like, I got to bet on this dog. Yeah. You know, even if it's like, you don't like him, it's like, this motherfucker